Kaka, within a tranquil male dormitory building. The walls were adorned with intertwining vines. In a three-story room shared by four, the faint sounds of mechanical activity occasionally echoed. Bathed in the morning sunlight, a busy figure glistened with beads of sweat on his forehead, gazing at the activated mechanical dog, twisting its body, a subtle smile gracing his face. The image recognition system is finally complete. Zhou Yang observed the experimental data displayed on his laptop. Ceasing the debugging of the sleek black mechanical dog, he hurriedly settled down, meticulously documenting various data on the disheveled blueprints, which represented his optimized structural design for the mechanical dog. After 3 months of relentless effort from inception to realization, the mechanical dog he had designed could not only run and leap, but also traverse a myriad of complex terrains. Moreover, it was equipped with various modules. Recently, Zhou Yang had integrated an image recognition system capable of connecting external cameras, which in conjunction with interactive algorithms could perceive the external environment more profoundly, enabling features such as facial recognition and target tracking. Just as Zhou Yang was recording crucial data, his phone, resting nearby, began to vibrate. He glanced at the screen, which displayed the name Master Chiao. Startled, he promptly answered the call. As a traveler from another realm, Zhou Yang was not a native of this parallel world. 6 years prior, he had crossed over to this place, and now he was merely an ordinary junior university student. During his 6 years in this world, Zhou Yang had adapted to the lifestyle here. Like many other travelers, upon his arrival, he had bound himself to a unique system, the Trinera factory system. Upon his arrival, he had inherited a nearly bankrupt small factory from his parents. Through 6 years of diligent effort, Kongyu Technology Company had begun to emerge in Jiangning City, gaining a modest reputation as a technology firm. However, Zhou Yang, preferring to remain low-key, had another individual as the company president, and his name was not on the legal documents. Balancing his studies with the management of the factory, he had missed the English exam during the college entrance examination due to pressing matters of the factory, resulting in an unusual record. Nearly perfect scores in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, with a 0 in English. Thus, he enrolled in an ordinary university. Nonetheless, this did not deter Zhou Yang. During his 6 years in this world, he had produced a variety of high-tech daily necessities through the Trinera factory system, earning the affection and admiration of numerous users, garnering a substantial following on the official website. While launching and selling high-tech products, he accumulated a wealth of technology points. Every time someone purchased a product he manufactured through the Trinera factory system, he would earn technology points. These points allowed him to draw advanced manufacturing blueprints and Trinera researchers from the system. The mechanical dog he was currently working on was a product of the mechanical dog blueprint he had drawn from the system's marketplace during an upgrade. The mechanical dog was also slated to be his next product launch. The caller, Master Chiao, was one of the researchers he had drawn from the Trinera factory system, whose full name was the Trinera Craftsman, that he was a master of precision machining, unmatched in mechanical accuracy, and served as the chief engineer for Kongyu Technology Company, overseeing the research and production of various products. A cold voice came from Master Chiao's end. Boss, there's been an issue at the mine in Africa. Do you want to go check it out? Upon hearing Master Chiao's description, Zhou Yang understood the gravity of the situation. The production of titanium silver ore in Long Country was limited, and once extracted, it was pre-ordered by several leading technology companies, with purchasing queues extending for years. The primary material for the mechanical dog's body was titanium alloy. Ordinary metals could not withstand high temperatures and immense forces. Now that Kongyu Technology Company had commenced production of the mechanical dog, they could produce a maximum of 3 batches. Without sufficient titanium alloy, the production line for the mechanical dog would come to a halt. The expenses and efforts put into product introductions and promotional advertising would lead to a discontinuity and stagnation. This was an irreversible loss for the mechanical dog project and funding that had been prepared for over half a year, something Zhou Yang could not accept. First, contact the mine in Africa and clarify their specific situation. Why have they halted supply? Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Zhou Yang swiftly grabbed his laptop, conveying instructions to Master Chiao while hastily exiting the dormitory. They'll head back to the company. First, have Xiao Tong book me a flight to Africa for today. Understood. Boss, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. He left the school with only his laptop. On the way back, he informed his counselor that he needed to take a leave of absence and proceeded toward the factory. About an hour after Zhou Yang's departure, the school's loudspeaker reverberated across the campus. Attention all faculty and students. Today our school will hold an event. All students are to orderly leave the dormitories and classrooms and gather on the sports field. I repeat, students are to assemble under the guidance of their teachers. In 10 minutes, Jiangning television station will conduct a live report. Please cooperate. The stern voice of the school director echoed thrice, and the previously empty sports field began to fill with a multitude of figures. Dispersed university students, their youthful faces reflecting fatigue, slowly gathered on the field. The sounds of conversation between students from the classrooms and dormitories fluctuated, discussing the nature of this sudden event. As all students assembled on the sports field, they noticed a red banner stretched across the podium. To maintain safety awareness, a prohibited items exhibition is held across the school. Sharp-eyed students, upon seeing this, immediately began to murmur below the stage. A prohibited items exhibition. Oh no, my hairdryer is still in the dorm. My barbecue grill, which has accompanied me for 2 years, is doomed. It's over. My sweet potato roaster is still out. What a disaster. Nearby students, upon hearing about the sweet potato roaster, widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at the student feigning tears, and they all gave a thumbs up in sympathy. At this moment, the director on stage tapped the microphone, accompanied by a buzzing sound. He cleared his throat twice. Silence. Today, gathering all students here is indeed as you have speculated. In order to enhance the safety awareness of college students, all universities in Jiangning City are conducting a temporary search for prohibited items today. Except for laptops, all non-compliant electrical appliances pose a fire hazard. Please cooperate actively. Chapter 002. Who created the model dog? The director of education paused momentarily, clearing his throat. Now, I request all teachers and dormitory supervisors to gather inside the dormitory building. Please remove all peculiar, flammable, and explosive hazardous items to the playground. Silence. Upon hearing this, the students below began to murmur. The school was evidently serious this time. It appeared they were about to hold an exhibition of prohibited items. Unlike at home, where certain essential appliances are available, the school lacked many of these conveniences. The students present had, to varying degrees, secretly stashed away various items. It was clear from the director's tone that the forthcoming inspection would be quite severe. Simultaneously, Jiangning City Television was broadcasting live. The anchor stepped forward. Dear students, recently, at a university, a student was discovered to be keeping a crocodile, which posed a significant safety risk. If anyone were to get injured, the school would have no explanation for your parents. Following a meeting among the leaders, it has been decided that we must rectify the existing safety issues within the school. We must eliminate all safety hazards. Please consider our perspective, and do not risk the safety of your fellow students for a momentary thrill or temptation. While the students understood the seriousness of the situation, the issue of safety could not be overlooked. Nobody wished to be harmed, especially with high-power appliances in use, as they could easily lead to electrical short circuits and fires, threatening the safety of their lives. We hope for your cooperation. As the anchor finished speaking, the students in the playground gradually quieted down. Many nodded in agreement, influenced by the anchor's analysis. The live chat room was also buzzing with commentary. Keeping a crocodile in a university dormitory? That's audacious. This guy is really something. Aren't his roommates scared? I once got caught with prohibited items and had to write a 3,000-word reflection. What a familiar scene. Waiting for a grand spectacle of destruction. This event is absolutely phenomenal. I'm eagerly awaiting more. Before long, a multitude of rice cookers and hair dryers appeared on the playground. Students in the front row stood on tiptoe, gazing at the gradually arranged rows of prohibited items. Among them were electric mahjong tables moved by 4 teachers, and a sweet potato roaster carried by 6 dormitory supervisors. Various brands of cigarettes, bizarre models, and even an aircraft carrier crafted from cigarette boxes were on display, along with a black mechanical dog model being hoisted by 4 teachers. What a surprise! It was astounding to see such an array of peculiar items neatly displayed on the playground. The director of education, observing the collection of prohibited items, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He slowly made his way to the front of the crowd. Each item bore a label indicating its dormitory ownership. Two intern teachers followed closely behind him. He turned towards a large iron barrel overflowing with cigarettes and shouted into the microphone, "Commence the destruction of prohibited items. Ignite." As flames erupted from the barrel, thick clouds of smoke billowed forth. Countless cigarettes were set ablaze, and a gentle breeze carried the dense smoke toward the playground. Cough, cough, cough. Several students could no longer endure the smoke and began to cough. A few of the female students felt lightheaded and instinctively covered their noses with their hands. "This is suffocating. Darn wind. My head feels so dizzy." Nearby, a male student could not help but rise on tiptoe, greedily inhaling a few puffs. A blissful expression gracing his face as he chuckled. "It's always like this the first time. You'll get used to it eventually. What a waste." A female student, puzzled, inquired. "What a waste of what?" The male student, shifting from side to side, continued to inhale deeply. One puff of Likun, another of Hihua, and above all, it's Zhonghua. Such fine spiritual sustenance. Wasted. The viewers in the live chat were abuzz with excitement. The school is serious. Once upon a time, there was the opium-destroying incident. Now we have universities burning cigarettes. Truly spectacular. This wind is perfectly timed, getting the students high. Which school is this? How come I wasn't invited to this fascinating event? Once the breeze passed, the playground was no longer shrouded in smoke. The leaders in the stands broke out in cold sweat, startled. After the wind ceased, the smoke gradually dispersed, and the principal pulled out a handkerchief, removing his glasses to wipe them, his hands trembling. He cast a reproachful glance at the director of education, who promptly instructed the dormitory supervisors to stand guard by the iron barrel to prevent any further accidents. This exhibition of prohibited items nearly took a disastrous turn. The director approached the collection of items and picked up a hairdryer, noticing the label that read Dormitory 502, Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui from Dormitory 502, step forward. Your hairdryer is now securely held by the school. You are required to write a 1,000-word reflection, which you may retrieve from the school's security office during the winter break. A reluctant female student stepped forward, feeling the weight of her peers' gazes upon her. She muttered, "They took my hairdryer. Am I supposed to let my hair dry naturally after washing it?" That heartless director of education has no compassion. As the director continued to call out names, a line of dejected students emerged. Upon reaching the automatic mahjong machine, the director's expression darkened. He seized the microphone and exclaimed, "Your parents entrusted you to us for the purpose of education, so you can secure a good job upon graduation. And what do we find? Mahjong machines in the dormitories. Who is responsible for this? Immediately destroy it. All students from dormitory 206 will receive a major demerit. Any recurrence of such items will lead to expulsion." Seeing the multitude of prohibited items, the director's expression grew increasingly severe. This was being broadcasted live in Jiangning City. Such dangerous items could tarnish the school's reputation. It was imperative to impose stricter punishments on these students. He then approached the black mechanical dog model. The previous cigarette box model had been incinerated, and now another mechanical dog model had appeared. The current generation of college students seemed increasingly challenging to manage. They dared to bring anything into the dormitories. He resolved to impose strict penalties. Who owns this mechanical dog model from dormitory 305? The playground fell silent for 3 seconds, with no one responding. The director's expression turned serious. Have the students from dormitory 305 vanished? Report. This mechanical dog model belongs to Zhou Yang. Chapter 003. Director. Shall we cut it horizontally or vertically? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's name, the director of education could not help but furrow his brow. In Jiangning University of Science and Technology, this name was all too familiar. Zhou Yang was indeed a paragon of academic excellence. Aside from a slight deficiency in English, he consistently ranked first in his class every year, particularly excelling in the field of mechanics. The professors at the university were astounded by his innate talent in mechanical studies, praising him as a rare gem. He had participated in several mechanical competitions, garnering numerous accolades. Consequently, the school had granted him a laboratory for his research endeavors. Who would have thought he would hide a mechanical dog model in his dormitory? Wasn't he that creating trouble for himself? Is it Zhou Yang from Class 2, Year 3? Yes. The director of education lowered his previously stern voice and called out flatly, "Where is Zhou Yang? Step forward." After a few moments of silence, as he noticed Zhou Yang's absence from the crowd, he called out impatiently, "Zhou Yang." Just as the director was becoming exasperated, a figure rushed forward. It was Zhou Yang's instructor, breathless as he began to explain. "Director, Zhou Yang had matters to attend to this morning and left school with permission. Who authorized his departure? Such an important matter, and he chose not to participate? Does he not regard the school?" The instructor looked at the director with a puzzled expression, quietly reminding him, "Director, was it not you who previously granted Zhou Yang permission to leave if he had matters to attend to him?" The director cleared his throat, interrupting the instructor's forthcoming words. He thought to himself that Zhou Yang was becoming too headstrong, taking advantage of his outstanding grades and talents to take leave at will. The school had its regulations. Although he had brought numerous honors and trophies to the school, opening many green channels for him, he could not be allowed to act recklessly. It seemed he needed a reprimand next time. The director hesitantly turned his head to glance at the principal on the podium. Seeing the principal's expression of official duty, he immediately understood. He looked at the model before him, resembling a full-grown golden retriever, painted in black. With two canisters akin to oxygen tanks affixed to its back, and two black steel pipes protruding in front, the model was indeed crafted with precision. He silently lamented that Zhou Yang did not place this item in the laboratory, but instead concealed it in his dormitory. Was he not asking for trouble? "Teacher Wang, go fetch the cutting pliers and sever this mechanical dog model in two." "Certainly, Director." The intern Teacher Wang returned shortly with a pair of cutting pliers. He scrutinized the mechanical dog model, contemplating. "Director, should we cut it in half from the center, or should we sever the four limbs to create two halves?" The director looked at Teacher Wang, who was gesturing with the pliers. A dark line flashed across his face. They still had over 10 piles of contraband to deal with. Given the urgency of the situation, he could hardly believe they were discussing whether to cut horizontally or vertically. He nearly choked with frustration. "Just do as you wish. As long as you cut it in half, that suffices." "Director, how can we be so casual? As researchers, we must maintain a rigorous attitude. Precision is paramount. Horizontally is horizontal. Vertically is vertical." The director gazed at Teacher Wang, who continued to gesture. He thought to himself, "Were you serious just now?" Had it not been for the live broadcast beside them, he would have unleashed a torrent of scolding. Striving to muster a semblance of a smile, he gestured again, enunciating each word. "Horizontally." "Understood." The viewers in the live stream nearly burst into laughter. What a rigorous attitude a researcher must have, horizontally or vertically. Is this chopping vegetables? What difference does it make? The director nearly lost his temper. "Ha! Didn't Teacher Wang notice the director's face had darkened?" Teacher Wang, wielding the cutting pliers, aimed at one of the mechanical dog model's legs. He exerted force with both hands, his muscles straining. As he increased his effort, his complexion turned red. Yet, the cutting pliers remained immovable. The anticipated sound of snapping did not resonate. The director observed Teacher Wang's expression and actions. He had chosen Teacher Wang for his robust physique, believing he could expedite the handling of larger contraband items. However, he was utterly ineffectual, his face flushed, yet there was no sign of progress. Wasn't this embarrassing the school? "Teacher Wang, enough with the theatrics. We have so many contraband items awaiting our attention." After hearing this, Teacher Wang, eager to make an impression in front of the director, summoned all his strength. Veins bulged in his arms as he gritted his teeth. Yet, the mechanical dog model's leg remained unyielding. The anticipated scene of severance did not materialize. Unwilling to accept defeat, Teacher Wang squatted down. "Director, rest assured, this mere mechanical dog model will be resolved in seconds. With the added force from my waist, I refuse to believe it." Teacher Wang, utilizing his waist strength, began to sweat profusely. His hands, strained for an extended period, began to tremble, the tremor increasing in amplitude. The comments in the live stream flowed rapidly. Hasn't he eaten breakfast? Is it that strenuous to cut the model dog's leg? If one didn't know better, they'd think this was a performance. His expressions are on point. Too bad he isn't filming a movie. Teacher Wang. Slow down. If you shake anymore, you might just take flight. Isn't this akin to a butterfly flapping its wings? Is it about to metamorphose? The director could no longer bear to watch and instructed another intern teacher to assist. Subsequently, the two of them gripped the cutting pliers together, exerting all their strength. The sight was almost unbearable. Yet, the mechanical dog model's legs still showed no response. Eventually, as they both gasped for breath and signaled their inability to damage it, the director approached the mechanical dog model to examine it closely. Only then did he notice two silver scratches beneath the black model. He reached out to touch them. Those silver materials, despite their combined efforts, had merely stripped away the paint, leaving the underlying material unblemished and smooth, without a single sign of damage. The director squinted, pondering what materials comprised this mechanical dog model. With the aid of the cutting pliers, it could sever iron 10 times thicker. Gazing at the not particularly thick limbs of the mechanical dog model, a look of perplexity crossed his face. Even with a few more people, it seemed impossible to destroy this mechanical dog model. He mused on what materials Zhou Yang had employed. Chapter 004. Is this model indestructible? Perplexed, he wore a grave expression as he lifted his gaze towards the principal seated in the stands. The difficulty of the situation was clearly etched on his face. The principal raised the teacup from his desk and took a gentle sip. A mere mechanical dog model had consumed such a significant amount of time. Would this exhibition of contraband last for the entirety of 3 or 4 days? What would other institutions think of Jiangning University of Science and Technology? Where would he hide his embarrassment then? During the event, the director of education had already informed everyone that various bizarre and dangerous contraband items would be destroyed publicly before the entire school and the city of Jiangning. Now, failing to dispose of even a mechanical dog model would render the school incapable of holding its head high. How could a prestigious technological institution be unable to manage a simple mechanical dog model? Would there still be applicants next year? Would they not be subjected to ridicule? Moreover, other leaders from Jiangning were present. If such a trivial matter could not be resolved, doubts would arise regarding his ability to lead the school. He had intended to set an example, yet he found himself stymied by the mechanical dog model crafted by Zhou Yang. He was aware of Zhou Yang's academic prowess, but when weighed against the institution's reputation, he knew which was of greater importance. The reality was that schools were like iron fortresses. While students came and went like flowing water, each year brought new scholars. Zhou Yang was not the only one. The principal, maintaining a calm demeanor, rose from his seat. Director of Education, bring that mechanical dog model up to the stands. Let our materials professor take a look. Surely, the material cannot be as fragile as to break under pressure. If all else fails, we can always take it to the laboratory and crush it with a press. Do not waste the students' time with further inspections. Those who need to write reflections should write them. Those who deserve reprimands will receive them. Safety is a matter our school cannot overlook. Anyone who violates regulations must be punished. Zhou Yang from Class 2, Year 3, is it? You have privately constructed a dangerous model in your dormitory that warrants a significant reprimand. The Director of Education continued to examine the remaining contraband items. The mechanical dog model had been moved to the stands, weighing roughly 50 kilograms. The 4 students who carried it were breathless from the effort. Upon seeing the model, the materials professor quickly approached, inspecting the silvery material with keen interest. He touched the freshly polished surface, his brow furrowing in confusion. Turning to the gathered leaders, he tentatively remarked, "This silvery material appears to be a special titanium alloy. It seems to contain titanium silver ore, making it smoother than ordinary titanium alloys." The principal, standing among the crowd, thought he had misheard and hurried closer to observe. "Are you certain? Titanium silver ore is a rare mineral. The amount extracted in our nation each year is limited. Each kilogram is utilized in precision instruments. How could it possibly be present in such a model? Look again." The materials professor removed his reading glasses and touched the silvery material once more. He crouched down and retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket, meticulously examining the material's color, density, and form. Principle: this is indeed a special titanium alloy synthesized from titanium silver ore. There is absolutely no doubt. At that moment, the principal stood frozen, taken aback. The materials professor was one of the few experts within their institution, and his confident assertion could not be dismissed lightly. Yet, the nation extracted only a meager supply of titanium silver ore each year, largely pre-allocated to top research institutions and high-tech companies. He had only managed to procure a kilogram through persistent negotiations with the Mining and Energy Bureau, claiming it was for scientific research. That solitary kilogram was a prized possession, secretly kept in his laboratory and a source of pride. Now, witnessing that the mechanical dog's materials were synthesized from titanium silver ore, how could he believe this was not a jest? However, having already reprimanded Zhou Yang, he could not afford to lose face in front of so many. He chuckled derisively while inspecting the mechanical dog model. How absurd! Such scarce titanium silver ore could never be mixed into a model like this. Titanium silver ore is renowned for its high temperature resistance and pressure endurance. I simply refuse to believe it. You four, throw this mechanical dog model from the stands. I wish to see if it can withstand the fall. The materials professor instinctively wrapped his arms around the mechanical dog model, as if holding a precious gem, his face alight with excitement. Principal, you cannot do this. Titanium silver ore is inherently incompatible with other materials. Its integration into titanium alloy is exceedingly rare. This is a significant discovery. The melting point of titanium silver ore is already high. We should consult Zhou Yang to understand how he accomplished this before making any decisions. Your actions are reckless. The principal, feeling his authority undermined, glanced at the leaders observing the spectacle. This professor was truly ungrateful, opposing him at every turn. Having just punished Zhou Yang, he now faced the prospect of consulting him. Shouldn't he, as the head of the institution, maintain his dignity? His countenance darkened as he pointed at the 4 students who had transported the model. Drag the professor away. What are you standing around for? I am the principal. My word is final. Do you still regard my authority? What special titanium alloy? Throw it down and let us see. The materials professor screamed in protest as he was pulled away. Principal, this is a monumental technological breakthrough. Do not destroy such advanced materials out of your stubbornness. The principal remained resolute, instructing them to toss the mechanical dog model from the stands. This exhibition of contraband could not afford any mistakes. He was unconcerned with high-tech materials. There were too many eyes upon him. If he did not teach these students a lesson for disregarding school regulations, how could he maintain order at Jiangning University of Science and Technology? Would he not become the subject of ridicule? With a thud, the mechanical dog model plummeted from the stands, crashing onto the track below. The height from the stands exceeded 4 meters, and the track was constructed of solid concrete. Even a half-ton iron block would not crack the surface. As the principal listened to the sound of the impact, a smile crept onto his lips. A fall from such a height would surely reduce the mechanical dog model to countless fragments. The principal and the gathered leaders hurried over to inspect the aftermath. How could this be? Chapter 005. What on earth? Has this model come to life? What in the world is this material made of? It's astonishingly high. It shows no signs of deformation whatsoever. After the dust settled, the spectators gazed at the cement runway, which had developed a shallow pit. A collective gasp echoed in the air. The quality of the cement runway is strictly monitored. Compared to typical concrete surfaces, its density is of an entirely different caliber. Just as the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment, one of the dormitory supervisors, who had just pushed the mechanical dog model, hesitantly began to speak. Principal, when I just pushed it down, I think I pressed a button, and I heard a strange sound. The principal, anticipating a scene of the mechanical dog model lying in ruins, grew increasingly impatient, his tone becoming more pronounced. Early in the morning. What did you hear? Did you hear your mother calling you home for dinner? The dorm supervisor appeared to be in a daze. I heard the mechanical dog model say that the system has been successfully activated. It is currently scanning the surrounding environment. The principal was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Initially, the deputy head's mishandling and the materials professor's intervention had already vexed him. Now, This dorm supervisor was informing him that the mechanical dog model had activated successfully. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, hastily pressing his thumb against his philtrum. Principal, Principal, what is wrong with you? The principal steadied himself, shaking his head as he was jolted back to reality by the shouts. His blood pressure had noticeably spiked. He bellowed, "Have you watched too many sci-fi movies? Instead of properly supervising at night, what are you fantasizing about?" The mechanical dog model that had fallen to the ground had already been activated by the dorm supervisor. Its eyes emitted two beams of red light, and the internal system of the mechanical dog sprang into action. Lines of subtitles appeared on the mechanical dog's system display. Beep. System has been successfully activated. Beep. Scanning the surrounding environment, no commands received. Beep. Limbs are functioning normally. All joints are connected successfully. Beep. Power system is operational, with 99 battery life, sufficient for 4 hours of use. Beep. A fire has been detected 20 meters away. Potential danger exists. Extinguishing fire immediately. Beep. Commencing action. The materials professor, who had been sprawled on the viewing platform, rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed an astonishing sight. The legs of the mechanical dog model twitched. The materials professor, who had just been dragged away, scrambled back to the edge of the platform, clutching the handrail tightly. After watching the mechanical dog model land safely, he felt a sense of relief. However, upon seeing the mechanical dog model move again, he gasped, "Principal, the mechanical dog model has come to life." The principal turned to look at the materials professor lying on the ground, disregarding his status, and lay down on the floor as if he were a rogue. He couldn't help but slap his forehead. What a disgrace. Is this how a distinguished materials professor sets an example? What do you mean by come to life? Are you seeing ghosts in broad daylight? Subsequently, the leaders in the stands and the television anchor gathered around. The mechanical dog model that had just been discarded was now in motion. No, more accurately, the mechanical dog model had begun to run. What were they witnessing? It was truly surreal. As the president of Jiangning University of Science and Technology, he had encountered robots before, but they were all-wheeled robots designed for service industries. They had also seen Boston Dynamics quadrupedal robotic dogs, yet none could compare to the mechanical dog before them, which ran like a golden retriever. The distinct mechanical whirring sound and the clumsy, endearing appearance of robots were absent from the mechanical dog model now in motion. It resembled a Tibetan mastiff sprinting wildly, its two legs hitting the ground in a manner akin to that of a living creature. The materials professor shouted, "Where is it running to?" The viewers in the live broadcast room were taken aback by the mechanical dog's swift movements, and the comments flooded in. "What the hell? Am I seeing things? Wasn't it just a mechanical dog model? How is it running now? If we put makeup on this mechanical dog, would it look like a normal dog? What kind of bizarre and forbidden exhibition is this? Is Jiangning University of Science and Technology showcasing some hidden high-tech products in a different guise? The principal's acting is superb. We witnessed a durability test and evaluated the mechanical dog's performance. Is this reverse operation? This principal is quite adept. When did Jiangning University of Science and Technology acquire such cutting-edge technology? This is a quadrupedal robot. I will apply to Jiangning University of Science and Technology next year. My mother asked me why I don't attend Huaqing University. I told her, does Huaqing University teach how to make mechanical dogs? The mechanical dog dashed forward, causing a frenzy among the students on the playground. Who wouldn't be afraid if a mechanical dog the size of a Tibetan mastiff charged towards them? Many students bolted towards the school gates. The deputy head, observing the chaotic scene, immediately grabbed the microphone and shouted, "Everyone, please remain calm. The teachers are here. There won't be any accidents. Students, maintain order and stay still." However, his words had little effect. The playground erupted with screams. He then turned to the nearby Teacher Wang and said, "Teacher Wang, you two quickly go and stop that model." "What?" Teacher Wang stared wide-eyed at the 50-kilogram mechanical dog, which had already sprinted over 30 yards. He looked at the deputy head, believing he must have misheard. "Head, did you drink fake liquor for breakfast? How can we stop it at such speed? Are we supposed to use telepathy?" The deputy head's expression darkened. "Teacher Wang, how can you be so oblivious? What time is it? How can you still have the luxury to consider such things? If anything goes wrong, we will bear the responsibility. Just as Teacher Wang was about to protest further, the mechanical dog reached a large iron barrel that was still emitting thick smoke. After stopping, it assumed a crawling position. With a click, a black steel pipe extended from its back, aimed at the smoking iron barrel. Whoosh! A large volume of white powder erupted from the steel pipe, accurately spraying into the iron barrel. After a cloud of white smoke dissipated, the flames within the barrel gradually diminished, and the billowing smoke ceased. The principal, observing the chaotic playground, felt he could no longer control the situation and was at his wit's end. It was just a forbidden exhibition. How did it escalate to this point? He shouted in desperation. Quick! Call for help. Chapter 006. The situation escalates. Where are the security personnel? Hurry and stop it. The principal's anxious voice echoed as 6 security guards, armed with truncheons, cautiously approached the mechanical dog. They exchanged nervous glances, swallowing hard as they bent forward and advanced slowly. In the Jiangning Police Department, the alarm center rang with urgency. A quick-witted operator seized the phone. Their duty was to answer emergency calls, ascertain the location and nature of the incident, and coordinate officers to respond. Hello, this is the police department. What trouble are you facing? How can we assist you? Hello, is this the police? I am the director of Jiangning Technology School. There is chaos here. Please send help. The director's frantic voice came through, interspersed with screams. Upon hearing this, the operator envisioned a scenario of a perpetrator holding students hostage and quickly realized it might be a terrorist attack. Their voice grew more urgent. Please remain calm. We are dispatching officers immediately. Does the assailant possess any weapons? The director, glancing at the mechanical dog's model, spotted 2 ominous black pipes and replied anxiously, yes. The situation is spiraling out of control. There are 5,000 students here, and we can no longer maintain order. Officers, please hurry. The operator heard the busy signal after the call ended, suspecting a potential terrorist incident. Such chaos indicated that the number of assailants was likely significant and with weapons involved. The situation was perilous. The operator promptly relayed this information to the team leader, who immediately transferred the call to the director's office. After receiving the report, Director Zhou Yang's expression turned grave. A disturbance at the university indicated that the assailants were likely organized and premeditated. Zhou pondered for a moment in his office before convening an emergency meeting to confirm the number of assailants, the weapons they possessed, and their primary target. Director, is the information reliable? Deploying so many officers will undoubtedly attract public attention and could become headline news. Zhou was aware that assailants were present, but the true details of the situation remained unclear. However, with 5,000 university students at stake, he had no choice but to send officers into action. This incident is sudden. We cannot reach the director. The worst-case scenario is that their life is in danger. We must act swiftly. With so many hostages, we cannot afford to take chances. Team Leader Wu, you and your squad head to Jiangning Technology University to assess the situation. Keep me updated. Yes, if the situation is genuine, the assailants may possess heavy weaponry. We must also contact the military for backup. Such a grave incident had never occurred in Jiangning. And to safeguard the students, Zhou did not hesitate to contact the military district. Old Song, I need to inform you of a situation. Yes, we will contact you after we ascertain the circumstances on site. You must be prepared. Meanwhile, within Jiangning Technology University, the mechanical dog observed the approaching 6 security guards. Utilizing its image recognition system, it scanned their weapons. Warning: 6 truncheons detected. They possess a certain degree of lethality. Continuing approach. Scanning facial expressions of all 6 individuals, exhibiting slight aggression. Alert! Alert! The mechanical dog tilted slightly backward, adopting an aggressive stance. From one of the black pipes, a long flame shot out at a 45-degree angle, startling the 6 approaching guards, who immediately halted. They turned to one another, no longer daring to advance. The live broadcast continued without interruption, capturing the scene of the mechanical dog. This mechanical beast has too many functions. It can extinguish fires and shoot flames. Is it not a creation of the legendary Calabash brothers? Live broadcaster, Pan the camera to see if anyone is controlling it. Indeed, there must be someone remotely operating it. Otherwise, this mechanical dog could truly be an AI. Even if it is remotely controlled, this mechanical dog is extraordinary. When did Jiangning Technology University acquire such capabilities? With this technology, it should be a 211 university. This is unscientific. The mechanical dog activated its image recognition system, observing the retreating guards. The display screen flickered with commands. Retreating to a safe distance. Unable to receive commands. No operator detected. Returning to headquarters at Kongyu Technology Company. Calculating distance. 10 kilometers to headquarters. Route planned. Initiating return program. The black mechanical dog's eyes flashed red. It pivoted on the spot and headed toward the school entrance, evading the gathered security personnel. Within moments, it vanished from the playground. Team leader Wu received the director's orders and swiftly led 4 police cars toward Jiangning Technology University. Not far from the university, they soon arrived at the entrance. The 4 police cars lined up, blocking the sole access point, and over 10 officers quickly disembarked, drawing their firearms and taking cover behind the vehicles, preparing for action. After exiting his vehicle, Wu promptly established a perimeter, preventing onlookers from approaching. The voice of Director Su Wei crackled through the radio. Team leader Wu, what is the situation on site? Wu surveyed the desolate university entrance, soon spotting students fleeing in panic toward them. Among the students, several bore expressions of sheer terror. Drawing upon his extensive experience in handling cases, Wu surmised that a riot had undoubtedly erupted within. He pressed the button on the radio, keeping his gaze fixed on the approaching students. Director, we have reached the entrance. The situation is unclear, but we are about to make contact with the students. I will report back after assessing the situation. Safety is our priority. We must avoid confrontation with the assailants and ensure everyone present is protected. Understood. Wu took a megaphone and began to shout. Remain vigilant. Calm the fleeing students and scrutinize for any suspicious individuals. The assailants may be mingling within the crowd. Our primary goal is to ensure the students' safety. Is that clear? Yes. The students who had been running soon reached the entrance, and officers rushed over to inquire. Students, how many assailants are inside? Assailants? What are you talking about? Chapter 007. The danger of 2 gun barrels behind a bewildered university student halted, gazing at the school gate surrounded by numerous police cars. What had transpired? The officer, equally perplexed, thought to himself, isn't this my question? Why are you stealing my lines? Excuse me, isn't your school hosting an exhibition of contraband? We just received a report from your headmaster, stating that armed assailants have appeared on campus. That's why we dispatched officers here. What on earth happened at your school? With clear eyes, the university student looked towards the multitude of police vehicles, scratching his head. I just took the opportunity amidst the chaos to join the crowd for some fun. Was it really necessary to mobilize this many resources for a mechanical dog extinguishing a fire? Team leader Wu stood aside, his expression darkening as he absorbed the unfolding situation. How did the headmaster report this? Stating there were weapons and chaos. It's no wonder there's been a misunderstanding. As Captain Wu contemplated the false alarm, a dark figure emerged from the direction of the gate, sprinting towards them at an alarming speed. He swiftly drew his service weapon and commanded, all units, alert. If it makes any threatening moves, we may have to shoot. Deploy the riot shields. The mechanical dog continuously scanned its surroundings, utilizing its image recognition system to identify threats. 17 individuals, armed with lethal weapons, high danger level. No weaponry detected on the target, unable to issue a warning. Evading hazardous obstacles. The black mechanical dog dodged left and right, weaving through the crowd. It soon entered the shooting range of the officers. Captain Wu observed the speeding mechanical dog, its eyes glowing a faint red. 2 objects resembling oxygen tanks were mounted on its back, their dark steel barrels indistinguishable from gun barrels. He gulped, his expression turning serious. Stop. We are officers of Jiangning City. Your actions are endangering the safety of the school. Cease your movements and accompany us for questioning. You have not caused any casualties, so feel free to voice your demands. Do not be deluded. You cannot escape. Captain Wu surmised that someone was controlling the mechanical dog, hoping that his words would persuade the assailant to surrender. However, the mechanical dog showed no intention of halting. The twin gun barrels glinted ominously in the sunlight. Wu quickly issued orders. Raise the riot shields, prioritize safety. Just as Captain Wu crouched to hold the shield, the mechanical dog lunged towards them. At a distance of 1 meter, it leaped over the police car, landing behind them. With a swift twist of its body, it veered to the right. The cameraman, capturing this extraordinary scene, exclaimed, "How spectacular! It just soared through the air, a flawless leap. Is this really a mechanical dog? Aren't they supposed to stumble after a few steps? This one can fly, blinding my titanium alloy eyes. When did our nation develop such technology? This surpasses the four-legged robots from Boston Dynamics. Am I in a sci-fi movie?" Captain Wu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Allowing such a dangerous machine to roam Jiangning City would incite widespread panic. If it harmed civilians, the officers would bear the consequences. Moreover, the two-gun barrels on its back were clearly heavy weaponry. He wondered why it had yet to fire. Wu had already prepared for a confrontation. "Everyone, quickly get in the car, pursue that mechanical dog." In the passenger seat, Captain Wu communicated via the radio with Chief Su, relaying the situation. The mechanical dog was sprinting down the highway. "Chief, what should we do? Its speed has reached 30 miles per hour. Should we neutralize it?" "Wu, are you certain it is armed with heavy weaponry?" "Yes, Chief." "All right. Its speed isn't excessively high. If you are confident, I authorize you to open fire. But under no circumstances should you incite panic among the citizens." "Understood." The sudden appearance of the mechanical dog startled pedestrians. Sensing it was being pursued, it veered off the highway and dashed onto the sidewalk. Spotting an alleyway, it executed a turn and darted inside, moving gracefully and avoiding any obstacles or individuals. Captain Wu's police car halted at the narrow alley's entrance, watching the black mechanical dog's silhouette swiftly disappear. He exited the vehicle, slapping the roof in frustration. "Damn it! We've lost it." He quickly grabbed the radio. "Unit 3, proceed to Zihua Road for a blockade. Ram it to a stop." "Received." Calling the chief. "This mechanical dog is incredibly agile. It seems to be under control by someone. Requesting additional personnel for apprehension." In the Temporary Operations Command Center, Chief Su scrutinized the footage on the monitor, swiftly switching to cameras near Zihua Road. He pondered the origin of such high-tech machinery. He had kept tabs on several robotics companies, yet no entity in the nation had developed such a nimble and perilous mechanical dog. He considered whether it was a creation of Jiangning University of Technology, but they lacked the means to control it. This indicated it was not their invention, but rather something brought there by someone else. Could it be the latest technological product from the United States, a lethal robot? This situation had escalated beyond his control and required reporting to the relevant authorities. Nevertheless, the priority remained intercepting the mechanical dog. Fortunately, it had yet to exhibit any hostile behavior. "Wu, I have dispatched all available officers to assist in capturing that mechanical dog. We must ensure the safety of the citizens." "Understood." Unit 3, have you spotted the mechanical dog? Static crackled through the radio, and Unit 3 reported from the alley's opposite end. "Captain, we have it cornered." "Good." "Wait, no? It's up, what? What did you see? Where did it go? Hello? Hello?" Captain Wu smacked the radio, his face clouded with concern. Could his fears have come true? Had the assailants, in a moment of desperation, resorted to using their weapons? Just as Captain Wu hesitated on whether to abandon the police car and charge into the alley, one of the officers shouted, "Captain, look on the rooftop. It's the mechanical dog." Chapter 008. The black mechanical dog in Percor. Wu stepped back 3 paces and gazed upward at the sky. A shadowy figure appeared intermittently atop the building. These residential complexes were aged structures, standing only about 5 stories high. In less than a minute, the mechanical dog had made its way to the rooftop. Such swiftness was astonishing. Did it ascend without the slightest deceleration? This truly defied Wu's preconceived notions of a mechanical dog. "Get in the car. Follow it. Let us see where it's headed." The mechanical dog continued to dart and leap across the rooftop, ceaselessly navigating the intricate terrain and environment. Within the scene, it persistently calculated numbers and images. deftly evading the sparse crowd and obstacles atop the building. Simultaneously, the police station's alarm center was inundated with ringing phones. Ding ding, ding ding. The operators were immediately swamped, witnessing 3 phones ringing simultaneously before hurriedly selecting one. Hello, this is the police station. How may I assist you? Is this the hotline? I wish to report an incident. A mechanical dog just flew over my rooftop. What? You don't believe me? I truly saw it, a black mechanical dog. I was just hanging laundry when it zipped past me, nearly colliding with me. The operator quickly reassured the caller. We have dispatched officers to apprehend it. Is your property and person unharmed? Yes. Thank you. The alarm center was awash with calls regarding the mechanical dog. The team leader felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of reports. With so many incoming calls, he could only instruct the operators to calm the public's anxiety. The police station was operating at full capacity. In the temporary command center, Su Wei paced back and forth, calling out to Wu. Wu, what is the situation? Still unclear about the mechanical dog's route. Director, we have been tracking it and have blocked all possible escape routes. It has nowhere to run. Su Wei observed the officers in the office issuing commands. Have we clarified the situation at Jiangning University of Technology? Where did this mechanical dog originate? Is it equipped with heavy weaponry? Report, Director. We found out it was discovered in a dormitory belonging to a student named Zhou Yang from Class 3 of Year 2. The dormitory supervisor inadvertently activated the mechanical dog, leading to the current predicament. The director was taken aback to discover that it originated from a third-year student's dormitory. Could this Zhou Yang be a spy sent to sabotage Jiangning University of Technology? Yet this didn't add up. Such a crucial piece of high-tech equipment would not be stored in a dormitory. Was Zhou Yang attempting to steal advanced scientific technology? This theory also seemed implausible, as he could have targeted more prestigious institutions like the 211 or 985 universities. Was it possible that he fled upon realizing he was discovered? Su Wei speculated on the matter and promptly ordered a thorough investigation into Zhou Yang's background. Every detail must be uncovered. Understood, Director. Meanwhile, the black mechanical dog on the rooftop continued to meticulously chart its course. Its red eyes incessantly scanned the vicinity for images and individuals, while its system analyzed optimal escape routes towards the aerospace technology company. A young office worker, reclining with his eyes closed atop the rooftop, was blissfully basking in the sun on a rare day off. Suddenly, he sensed a shadow cross his face. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and beheld the black mechanical dog soaring overhead. He gasped, straightening his posture. With a thud, the mechanical dog landed on the rooftop. Pausing for 3 seconds, its red eyes flickered. The mechanical dog turned its head towards him, its dark metallic tubes aimed directly at him. Startled, he gripped the armrest of his lounge chair, his teeth chattering. Hearing the distant wail of police sirens, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The mechanical dog seemed to detect something and leaped off the rooftop. The young office worker patted his chest and dialed a friend. You won't believe what I just saw. A black mechanical dog appeared on my rooftop, just like something out of a sci-fi movie. It nearly scared the life out of me. It felt so real. The cold, lifeless machine seemed almost alive. You must have had too much to drink. You didn't see it? It was incredible. Its size and movements were like parkour. It vanished in an instant. Come on, after all these years as friends. Do you really think I'm lying? If you don't believe me, just wait for tomorrow's news. The cops are chasing it right now. Listen, Wu, seated in the passenger seat, observed the fleeting black figure in the distance, reporting the situation via the intercom. Wu, we've been tracking it for 3 hours. Does that mechanical dog know our officers are deployed? It keeps darting across rooftops without descending. Are we expected to wait until it exhausts its power? Wu also found himself at a loss, having mobilized all available police forces. Their presence on the streets had attracted quite a bit of attention. The director was urging him to make an arrest. They could not afford to prolong this situation. However, the mechanical dog remained in the area, navigating rooftops and crowded alleyways, never appearing on the roads and streets. The difficulty of apprehending it was immense. If it were on the road, it would have been easier. Unfortunately, the operator behind the mechanical dog seemed well aware of the alleyways and corridors as its stronghold. Without a vehicle, the officer's speed could not match that of the mechanical dog. Talk of apprehension was moot. Merely keeping pace presented a challenge. Under such immense pressure, Wu found himself unable to showcase his capabilities. On several occasions, when surrounded by numerous police vehicles, the mechanical dog appeared to calculate the optimal escape route, evading their carefully laid traps. Wu began to suspect that someone was relaying information to the operator behind the scenes. The mechanical dog was akin to a slippery eel, effortlessly eluding their encirclement, leaving Wu increasingly frustrated. I, too, wish to know what to do next. This is infuriating. Could that mechanical dog possibly be equipped with satellite imagery, allowing it to track our movements at all times? How are we to make an arrest? Chapter 009, Dormitory Investigation, Discovery of Blueprints. Director Su Wei of the Police Bureau's Temporary Command Center realized that the situation could no longer be concealed. He immediately contacted Chief of Staff Song Jia from the military region. Old Song, the matter is more complicated than I anticipated. We still have not apprehended that mechanical dog. Its agility and endurance surpass our expectations. It is not comparable to an ordinary mechanical dog. ISNT, there a weapons research department on your side? Have you ever encountered such a mechanical dog in your studies? Hello? Hello? Old Song, are you still listening? Song Jia, momentarily taken aback, paused for 3 seconds before inquiring about the mechanical dog's status. Old Su, you must tell me everything that has transpired. You say you are trying to capture a mechanical dog? And it can freely ascend stairs and overcome obstacles, reaching speeds of 30 miles per hour? You learned about this mechanical dog 3 hours ago? Is it truly a quadruped robot? Why on earth didn't you inform me sooner? Such a significant matter. And you didn't give me a heads up. I thought it was just a few criminals. After hearing the entire account, Song Jia could no longer remain seated. Someone, drive to the Weapons Research Institute at once. Quickly. Yes, right now? This instant. Seated in the moving military vehicle, Song Jia, as the Chief of Staff of Jiangning Military Region, also responsible for liaising with the Weapons Research Institute, was acutely aware of what a quadruped robot represented. Their institute had a project focused on robotic research. With the advancement of technology, the robotics project had been a continuous exploration. Unfortunately, they had started too late. While some developed nations had begun researching various robots 1 or 2 decades ago, their weapons department had achieved significant breakthroughs with the first generation of tracked robots. Yet, they had scarcely studied quadruped and biped robots for a few years. What they needed most now was time and technology. Previously, Long Country had engaged in technical cooperation on quadruped robots with Western European countries. However, this year, the Eagle Country, fearing Long Country's rapid rise through economic and military means within the United Nations, persuaded those Western European nations to cease providing technological collaboration in robotics. While there were some immature quadruped robots within Long Country, they still fell short compared to the quadrupedal robots produced by Boston Dynamics. The 2 primary breakthroughs lay in the hardware structure of the steering joints. The steering joints are the core hardware of the mechanical dog, determining its stability, fluidity, and operational speed. The more steering joints there are, the more complex the design of the mechanical dog, which also influences its ability to traverse and run on complex terrains. On the software front, kinematic analysis and algorithms are required. Kinematic analysis forms the foundation for planning the degrees of freedom of quadruped robots, necessitating extensive experimentation, analysis, and calculations to simulate intricate movements. Su Wei had informed him of witnessing a mechanical dog running at 30 miles per hour on a rooftop, which left him astounded. He could hardly believe that the quadruped robot they had painstakingly researched and calculated had emerged in Jiangning, and even surpassed the models developed by Boston Dynamics. With a 3-hour endurance and a weight of 50 kilograms, capable of sprinting at 30 miles per hour, if true, it would be considered a national asset. Chief. Upon arriving at the Weapons Research Department, Song Jia remained lost in thought until the driver called out to him twice, prompting him to react. He entered the Weapons Research Institute, passed through several specialized entrances, and inputted some confidential codes. He arrived at a unique laboratory, where he spotted an elderly man with graying hair adorned with several honorary medals. He softly called out, "Old Gu, The elderly man, roused from his contemplation upon recognizing Song Jie, initially intended to scold the intruder who had disrupted his train of thought. He glanced at Song Jie with mild annoyance. "What is it?" "Old Gu, we have discovered traces of a quadruped robot in Jiangning." Gu Shunin, an academician at the Weapons Research Institute dedicated to arms research, felt little interest upon hearing about the quadruped robot, assuming it was merely another type of mechanical construct. "Old Gu, please, let me finish. This mechanical dog can reach speeds of 30 miles per hour and can overcome various obstacles, with an endurance exceeding 3 hours. This is just what we have discovered on the surface. We can only conduct a detailed study once we apprehend it." Gu Shunin nodded, wearing a skeptical expression. "Haven't you failed to capture it yet? Wait until you have a model before notifying me. I have significant research experiments to attend to." Song Jie tapped on the laboratory-esque glass window, sensing Gu's disbelief. He then revealed his purpose for visiting. "Old Gu, that mechanical dog has appeared at Jiangning University of Science and Technology. The police have already discovered a plethora of documents and blueprints in Zhou Yang's dormitory. I have come to request that you accompany me to examine the blueprints to verify their authenticity. I apologize for interrupting your work, but I need you to accompany me." Upon hearing the names of Jiangning University and his student, Gu Shunin could not help but scoff. They had led numerous teams and still had not developed a practical quadruped robot. What could a lesser-known university possibly achieve? He had encountered countless so-called geniuses before, who boasted of dubious data. Did they truly believe he had never witnessed anything of substance? Currently, a quadruped robot in Long Country capable of running at 10 miles per hour could already be considered top tier. The quadrupedal bionic robots produced by Boston Dynamics could at most reach 20 miles per hour, and the production costs were exorbitant. Could a university really develop such technology? If they had so many individuals working on it and still failed to make breakthroughs, it would be a source of ridicule. "Chief Song, I mentioned I have critical data to analyze. I am currently unavailable. Let my assistant, Xiao Zhao, accompany you instead. He is often by my side and is knowledgeable about the blueprints and mathematical research regarding quadruped robots. This old man can't withstand much more exertion. Let Xiao Zhao run this errand with you. He can still comprehend some of the experimental data." Song Jie felt he had no choice. Gu, as a recipient of scientific contribution awards, had made significant contributions to Long Country's technological advancements, bolstering their pride in the academic realm of mechanics. Chapter 010, Truly a Genius Algorithm. Impressive. As a top student, Xiao Zhao immediately became an assistant to Elder Gu upon graduation. Having earned a doctorate in mechanical engineering from a prestigious 985 university, he was well-versed in the field. After summoning Xiao Zhao, 2 military vehicles made their way directly to Jiangning University of Science and Technology, encountering no obstacles along the route. They soon arrived at their destination. Onlookers and shopkeepers outside the university began to speculate about the unusual scene. What could have happened at Jiangning University? Earlier that morning, a group of police officers had arrived. And now, just hours later, military personnel had joined them. Could it be that a serious incident had occurred? The 2 military vehicles arrived at the base of the Zhou Yang dormitory. A contingent of armed soldiers swiftly disembarked and rushed towards room 305. The principal, having been informed in advance, awaited their arrival alongside the director of education. Upon seeing Xiao Zhao, who wore a pair of black glasses, the principal's face lit up with excitement. "Advisor Su, Dr. Zhao, it is truly an honor for our school to host you. Welcome, welcome." As the principal approached, he recognized Dr. Zhao, a figure known for having published papers in the esteemed Technology Era journal in Longhua. Renowned in the field of mechanical engineering, his reputation far surpassing that of the 3 professors within the university. Had it not been for Dr. Zhao's youth, he would have undoubtedly attained a professorship by now, and he was destined to be recognized as an academician in due course. Hence, the principal's fervor. "You are indeed Dr. Zhao, a genius of Longhua, graduating from Hucking University at the tender age of 16 and obtaining a doctorate by 18. Such exceptional promise." The principal continued. "If you have the time, would you consider delivering a lecture at our university? It would be a wonderful opportunity to reminisce about your own university days." Observing the principal's reverence, Song Jia promptly interjected, "Principal, let us first visit Zhou Yang's dormitory. Now is not the time for such discussions. We have an important mission and cannot afford to waste time." The principal nodded, a smile gracing his face as he and the director of education led the way. Along the route, Song Jia inquired about Zhou Yang's personal background. The director provided some details, but none particularly remarkable. He merely noted that Zhou Yang, a junior, consistently ranked among the top students in his class and was regarded as an academic star at Jiangning University. However, he still fell short when compared to students from 211 universities, which led the institution to grant him certain privileges for his research endeavors. "Does Zhou Yang have a laboratory at your university?" Song Jia inquired with interest upon hearing this. The director nodded affirmatively. Soon, the group arrived at the door of room 305, where two soldiers in green uniforms stood guard, preventing unauthorized personnel from approaching. Having received prior notice, the principal had already evacuated the 3 dormitory buildings to ensure no students ventured close. Xiao Zhao, noticing the blueprints on the table, began to examine them with a calm demeanor. The data for both forward and inverse kinematics was recorded, yet some of the numbers lacked specific explanations. When he encountered the kinematic data, he paused, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the accuracy of the information. This data had evidently been derived through a mathematical formula. How was it that he had never encountered such a formula before? This significantly enhanced the algorithm and data processing. How remarkably powerful it was. Why had he not thought of this approach earlier? Sitting upright, Xiao Zhao continued to scrutinize the application of the figures and algorithms. Although his expertise lay in mechanical engineering, he was also proficient in the mathematics that underpinned it. After much contemplation and deduction, he arrived at a correct validation. What a genius algorithm. Impressive. The principal observed Dr. Zhao's expressions as he examined the blueprints. One moment he frowned, the next he smiled, then ran his fingers through his hair in apparent distress. Could it be that he was perplexed? When he heard the term genius, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. This Dr. Zhao was indeed a prodigy of the younger generation. The principal was astonished to hear Dr. Zhao refer to Zhou Yang's blueprints as genius. He rubbed his ears, thinking he must have misheard. As he attempted to approach, he was stopped by a soldier nearby. "You cannot come closer. These blueprints have now been classified as confidential documents. Your clearance is insufficient for viewing." This is a warning. The principal froze, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao continued to sift through the blueprints. Upon reading the words "embedded microcomputer main control," he gasped. "These are blueprints for chip manufacturing, and I cannot comprehend them." As a doctoral candidate, Xiao Zhao's current research focused on the construction of microcontroller chips, which controlled the movements and mimicry of robotic dogs. The fact that he could not grasp the embedded microchip model was a severe blow to his confidence. Perhaps this was all a fabrication, Xiao Zhao reassured himself, but the blueprints left him profoundly astonished. The accompanying algorithms for image recognition and interaction were astounding. The further he delved, the greater his shock became. Automatic facial recognition, target tracking, and other AI functionalities. These were the very challenges they were striving to overcome, yet here they were documented in detail. Confronted with the intricate mathematical algorithms and structural designs, Xiao Zhao quickly realized the authenticity of the blueprints and the fact that these data had already been realized through extensive experimentation. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and soon, a drop fell onto the documents. This is not good. Xiao Zhao immediately stood, distancing himself from the files and blueprints. Quick, safeguard these documents. They contain crucial information. I was so engrossed that I nearly contaminated them. Song, these blueprints contain structures that I cannot fully comprehend. We must summon Elder Gu to examine them in person. Song Jia, now cautious, instructed the soldiers to reinforce security, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from approaching within 10 meters of the dormitory buildings. He then turned to Xiao Zhao, his voice trembling as he asked, "Xiao Zhao, are these blueprints genuine? Are they designs for a quadruped robot? How do they compare to the quadruped robot you are currently researching?" Xiao Zhao nodded earnestly, his expression turning solemn. "The data on these blueprints pertains to concepts we have yet to encounter. Some critical aspects are even more advanced and intricate than our current research. There are several key diagrams I cannot decipher. We must notify Elder Gu. Chapter 011. The tremor of the Weapons Research Institute upon hearing the name of Gu Lao. The president's expression shifted notably, and he instinctively inquired, "Is it the esteemed Gu Shunin, one of the top 10 academicians recognized by the Dragon Nation?" Xiao Zhao turned to regard the president with newfound respect. "You know my teacher? Those honored as academicians by the Dragon Nation are not individuals that an ordinary president can engage with. This distinction is reserved for those who have made significant technological contributions to our nation and is bestowed only upon those who meet the age criteria. It is the pinnacle of aspiration for every researcher, a talent rarer than that of the giant panda." The president's face reflected reverence as he nodded. "I have heard of Gu Lao's remarkable achievements since my youth. He is indeed a source of pride for our Dragon Nation. How could I possibly be unaware?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a document peeking from the table, and a tumult of thoughts surged within him. The blueprints and files drawn by Zhou Yang were beyond the comprehension of even the talented Dr. Zhao, a graduate of a prestigious 985 university, necessitating an invitation to Gu Lao for further investigation. Even the president, despite his lack of acumen, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhou Yang was not as simple as he appeared. His knowledge surpassed that of Dr. Zhao. Observing the two armed soldiers in the dormitory, the president noted that these blueprints had been classified as confidential. What Zhou Yang had produced seemed merely like rough drafts at first glance. Before the military district arrived, the president had already taken the initiative to examine the dormitory. Initially, he had assumed the sketches to be nonsensical. However, he was astounded to find them treasured in the presence of professionals. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Zhou Yang's expertise was profoundly intricate. Nevertheless, since Zhou Yang hailed from his institution, cultivating a relationship with him could potentially elevate Jiangning University of Science and Technology towards the prestigious 211 label. The president hurriedly whispered a few instructions to the head of education. Song Jia promptly contacted Gu Lao, relaying Xiao Zhao's recent discoveries to him. Within the military district's Weapons Research Institute, the impatient Gu Shunin answered the call. "Song, what is it this time?" "Gu Lao, Xiao Zhao has made a significant discovery. There are some data he cannot fully comprehend, and we need you to come personally." Gu Lao sighed, his tone turning curt. "What is the matter with this Xiao Zhao? Relying on his genius, he has grown lax in his academic pursuits. It seems I must admonish him more frequently about this. He should be answering the phone." "Gu Lao." Xiao Zhao took the phone, but before he could speak, Gu Shunin began a serious lecture. "Xiao Zhao, what is going on? Research and science demand a spirit of diligence and meticulousness. We cannot aim too high or allow for even a hint of complacency. One must maintain a respectful attitude and a proactive mindset in exploration." Xiao Zhao quickly interjected, aware of the importance of the blueprints. Every minute wasted delays progress in mechanical engineering. He interrupted Gu Shunin's lecture. "Teacher, these blueprints pertain to advanced algorithms related to image recognition and interaction. I have calculated the data and believe it to be feasible. Moreover, I have discovered the blueprint for a hollow cup servo." Gu Shunin's hand trembled slightly as he held the phone, his voice rising in astonishment. What did you say? A hollow cup servo? You mean a blueprint model has been designed?" "Yes, teacher. It appears to be a three-dimensional hollow cup servo blueprint." "Excellent. Excellent. Wait for me there." Hand the phone to Song. Once Song Jia took the phone, he was met with Gu Lao's booming voice, prompting him to move the receiver away slightly. "Song, quickly arrange for a vehicle to take me there. I must see this in person. This is a monumental breakthrough." A smile crept onto Song Jia's lips, his tone lightening. "Gu Lao, didn't you mention that your legs are not up to par? I fear that your old bones might not withstand the journey. I would not want to explain that to our superiors." With the phone in his left hand, Gu Shunin was already shedding his white lab coat, his expression turning gravely serious. "Song, this is no jest. The three-dimensional hollow cup servo blueprint is of utmost importance. It concerns the joint movements of quadrupedal robots and is a core component of the hardware. I must verify this." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Song Jia quickly arranged for a vehicle to fetch Gu Shunin. Shortly after, an elderly man with graying hair arrived on the third floor, hurrying towards dormitory 305. His eyes alight with anticipation, nearly stumbling in his haste. "Gu academician, watch your step." With the assistance of a military soldier, he swiftly reached dormitory 305. "Gu Lao, you truly came." Gu Shunan disregarded the enthusiastic greetings from the president and head of education, focusing intently on the blueprints laid out on the table. Once seated, he began to peruse them with great care, turning the pages gently as if fearing to damage them. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. The challenges he had previously faced in researching quadrupedal robots suddenly became clear. Good, good, good. These mathematical calculations have not been seen internationally. Which team produced this? Gu Shunan had completely forgotten that Song Jia had informed him these were drawn by Zhou Yang. Such profound, yet straightforward mathematical formulas alongside these blueprints required immense effort and research. In Gu Lao's mind, it was inconceivable that such blueprints could be the work of a single individual. Upon reaching the three-dimensional hollow cup servo blueprint, he paused for a few seconds, retrieving a pair of white gloves from his pocket and gingerly touching the drawings. "Xiao Xiao, bring me some scrap paper. I need to do some calculations." His eyes were glued to the blueprints, muttering as he observed. Upon seeing the critical numbers, he exclaimed, "Good, good. This is truly enlightening. It can be designed this way? Huh. How does it incorporate physical dynamics? Surely, this approach would not lead to stuttering?" As Gu Lao continued to study the designs, he began making calculations on the scrap paper Xiao Zhao had provided, propping his chin on his hand in contemplation. Impossible. Can the materials withstand the temperature under such structural operation? After a moment of study, he still could not grasp everything. Upon reaching the final page, he glanced around, seeking something. Where has the rest gone? Upon saying this, he immediately rose from his seat, spotting a nearby trash bin, a smile breaking across his face. Chapter 012. The model in the laboratory. Old Gu's movements became remarkably agile, resembling a ravenous hound ready to pounce, his eyes glinting with fervor. In a mere 2 strides, he knelt beside the trash bin without a hint of hesitation, meticulously searching for something. To an onlooker, one might think he had not eaten in 3 days. He retrieved a handful of crumpled paper, his expression reverent, as if he were cradling a national treasure. Those nearby were left dumbfounded, the principal particularly struck. Recalling that he had just discarded a banana peel into the very bin old Gu was rummaging through. If old Gu were to discover this, it could spell disaster for him. "Old Gu, please, be careful. Allow me to assist." The director of education stepped forward. "Old Gu, how could I burden you with this? Allow me to take care of it. This is my forte." Yet old Gu seemed oblivious to their protests. Pulling out the crumpled drafts from the trash and spreading them on the table. "You clumsy lot have smudged some vital figures. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? This represents a significant technological breakthrough. We cannot afford a moment's carelessness." Old Gu scrutinized the unfurled blueprints, but the complexities of the physical dynamics eluded him, revealing little value upon further inspection. The primary objective remained to locate the quadruped robot. "Commander Song, what progress has been made regarding the black mechanical dog you mentioned?" "None yet." "You are aware of the importance of this matter," Commander Song replied. "Let me recount the events." Following his account, he swiftly contacted Su Wei. "Old Song, the situation has become complicated. That mechanical dog was previously darting around the residential buildings, and suddenly it descended from the rooftop, breaching our weak perimeter. Our vehicle collided with it, but we failed to halt its escape towards the industrial park. We are currently conducting a comprehensive search, but have temporarily lost visual contact." Before Commander Song could inquire further, old Gu let out a disapproving snort. "Commander Song, how did they attempt to apprehend it? This mechanical dog embodies the future of technology. You must comprehend its potential on the battlefield. We cannot resort to force. What if something goes awry? Quickly, inform them to ensure no harm comes to that mechanical dog. It must be returned intact, not even a scratch on the paint." The principal, standing nearby, swallowed hard, his legs trembling as he cast a sidelong glance at the director of education. If old Gu discovered that they had allowed the mechanical dog to be discarded from the viewing platform, it would indeed be catastrophic. The director's complexion turned pale as the two exchanged furtive glances, nodding in agreement that this information must remain concealed. Young Zhao noticed the principal's peculiar behavior. "Principal, what is wrong with you? You seem off." "Haha, nothing. It's just a bit stuffy today. I'm getting old and feeling dizzy from standing too long." The principal wiped the sweat from his brow, masking his anxiety. One of the soldiers gazed at the principal with cold, vigilant eyes, prompting the principal to smile even more broadly. "Ahem. Old Gu, do you still wish to visit Zhou Yang's laboratory?" "Zhou Yang?" Old Gu inquired with a puzzled expression, suddenly recalling the name mentioned by Song Jia. "Did this Zhou Yang draw these blueprints? Where is he? I must meet him in person." The director of education interjected. "Zhou Yang took leave this morning. We cannot locate him." "Cannot find him? What do you mean?" The director then explained their efforts to contact Zhou Yang. Calls went unanswered, and his residence yielded no trace of him. It was as though Zhou Yang had vanished from Jiangning City. Old Gu rose, examining the blueprints before him. Did he create all of this alone? Was there no collaboration? We're not entirely sure. Old Gu slammed his hand on the table's edge. "Is this how you nurture your students? Such a crucial matter, and you know nothing? What do you normally concern yourselves with?" Upon observing their bewildered faces, he recognized his own agitation and sighed, realizing it was not entirely their fault. The notion that Zhou Yang had single-handedly produced these works was unfathomable. Surely he was part of a team. Now, aside from the mechanical dog, the priority was to locate Zhou Yang. "Commander Song, these blueprints are of utmost importance. Ensure they are transported back to the Weapon Research Institute, and increase personnel to find Zhou Yang. Dispatch more to recover the mechanical dog. Let us proceed to the laboratory to uncover any further discoveries." Under the guidance of the Director of Education, the group arrived at the laboratory previously utilized by Zhou Yang. The spacious facility housed an array of mechanical contraptions. Old Gu took the lead, approaching various workstations and examining components and tools. Eventually, he came across a uniquely designed, rectangular black mechanical part. Quickening his pace towards it for a closer inspection. "Is this a three-dimensional hollow cup servo?" Old Gu donned white rubber gloves and delicately lifted the component. Under the bright lighting, he scrutinized it, frowning in concentration. Young Zhao approached from a distance. "Teacher, based on the exposed 3 wires, it appears to incorporate a hollow cup motor within. Indeed, its craftsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. Do not underestimate this 3-dimensional hollow cup servo. It embodies a wealth of cutting-edge technology. The advantages of the hollow cup motor are numerous, with rapid response times achieving millisecond precision. It can also modulate speed during motion, providing smooth rotation and 360-degree control with significant torque. Remarkably, this is a breakthrough that even the Americans have yet to achieve, and we, the Dragon Nation, have pioneered it." After observing for a moment, Young Zhao wandered off to search for other useful items in the laboratory. He soon found a large blueprint and gasped, "Teacher, come quickly. This is the blueprint for a hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine." Chapter 013. The doubts of the president of Lonka Institute. Old Gu raised the 3-dimensional hollow cup servo motor in his right hand, scrutinizing it closely. His initial excitement had faded, replaced by a familiar solemnity, reminiscent of a teacher disappointed with a wayward student. "We hail from the Weapons Research Institute. Conduct yourselves appropriately. In such circumstances, your overreactions are utterly unbecoming. I've consistently emphasized the necessity of maintaining a cautious demeanor as a researcher. Remain composed in the face of challenges. Look at you. Where is your semblance of a scientific professional?" Old Gu's earlier sternness had dissipated within the confines of dormitory 305. Yet Xiao Xiao continued to act like a child, causing embarrassment. If the president caught wind of this, they'd appear as naive as a country bumpkin in a grand estate. If word got out, how would the Weapons Research Institute preserve its dignity? "Xiao Xiao, you're a top student, yet you're astonished by the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine? That's a project from the nation's primary scientific department. Would such an innovation be present here without a wind tunnel laboratory? Humph. Caution and precision. Do you understand?" Noticing Xiao Xiao's silence, Gu Shunan furrowed his brow in displeasure, reflecting on how the young man seemed increasingly heedless of his words. He gently placed the servo motor down. observing Xiao Zhao, who stood frozen in bewilderment. With a huff, he rolled up his sleeve and approached Xiao Zhao, poised to deliver a reprimand. However, his withered hand halted midair as his gaze fixated on a large blueprint, his eyes widening in astonishment. No, it can't be. How could such a thing appear here? Commander Song. Initially, Song Jie had been examining a mechanical component nearby, but was startled by Gu Shunin's exclamation, glancing over in confusion. Quickly, summon a platoon from the military district. Old Gu, what is it? Gu Shunin's fiery gaze turned toward the president and his companion. President, who else has visited this laboratory? The president, equally bewildered, replied cautiously, let me think. No need to ponder. You should leave at once. This laboratory is now under military control. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Jie set down the mechanical part and signaled his men to escort the president away. Old Gu, what have you discovered? Observing that everyone present was from their own ranks, his expression turned grave. This blueprint. I cannot ascertain its accuracy. But you must have heard of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine. Song Jie's fingers trembled as he pointed at the blueprint, gasping in disbelief. Old Gu, are you suggesting it's possible? How could it be developed in such conditions? Gu Shunin stood with hands on his hips, gazing up at the humble ceiling. He was no expert in this domain, and the advanced technology involved in the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine was complex. Having only glanced at it, he couldn't comprehend it fully. Commander Song, this blueprint is of monumental significance. It is beyond our jurisdiction. I must contact someone from Lonka Institute to verify its authenticity and analyze the designs for the mechanical dog and the servo motor. Do you grasp the importance of this laboratory now? The mere presence of such technology here is unfathomable. It is something Song Jie would never dare to dream of. If the mechanical dog is a national asset, then the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine is a formidable deterrent for our nation. The ramifications of its exposure could be catastrophic. Old Gu, you contact Lonka Institute. I will report to the higher-ups and request a platoon. No, a battalion to secure the laboratory. After speaking, Song Jie retrieved an encrypted phone and began dialing, while Gu Shunin swiftly reached out to an academician he knew at Lonka Institute. In Kyoto City, amidst a vast expanse of land dotted with ancient courtyard residences and modern research facilities, high walls were adorned with barbed wire. Armed soldiers patrolled in squads outside, while 6 guards stood sentinel at the entrance, flanked by advanced technological barriers. Within Lonka Institute, in a 3-story laboratory, an elderly gentleman adorned with golden spectacles scrutinized data at a computer. His chest bore numerous honor medals. As he picked up a vibrating private phone and saw the caller ID, a rare smile crossed his face as he answered. Old Gu, is your location secure and discreet? Duan Shiwen understood that this old friend would only inquire thus in the face of something extraordinarily significant. He stepped into a secluded spot. Secure. What is the matter? Gu Shunin relayed all the details, and Duan Shiwen, being an academician himself, took no offense. Both the mechanical dog and the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine represented the pinnacle of high technology. Upon discovering such developments in Jiangning City, they felt compelled to visit the laboratory. Resolute, he realized the necessity of notifying the Institute's president. This is critical. I must inform President Chao Yu. However, President Chao was already en route to the airport for academic exchanges with several universities in the Southwest, as well as collaborations on various projects, one of Lonka Institute's key initiatives for the year. He had instructed that unless it was of utmost importance, they should not contact him. Yet, Duan Shiwen hesitated for only a moment before dialing President Chao's number, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. In the VIP lounge of Kyoto City's airport, President Chao Yu sat, confusion etched across his face. Hello, President. A significant matter has arisen. Please return to the Institute at once. A significant matter? Chao Yu's expression reflected bewilderment. His southern tour aimed to foster academic exchanges and collaborations on projects worth billions was paramount. He had previously briefed the academicians and professors about this. Now, to hear that Duan academician would stop him from boarding the plane suggested something truly momentous. Is this matter of greater importance than the billions in collaboration? Chapter 014. Emergency confidential meeting. Dean, we have the blueprints for the mechanical dog and the hydrogen-oxygen rotary explosion engine. Duan Shiwen's excited voice echoed through the phone. What? Is this information credible? Dean Xiaoyu immediately rose from his seat, overwhelmed with exhilaration. Upon learning that the news originated from academician Gu Shunin, his composure shattered. Let us go? His assistant, puzzled, inquired. Dean, it's not yet time for the flight. As Dean Xiao turned, he began issuing instructions. Postpone the Western Exchange Conference. We must return to the Lonka Institute immediately. But Dean, the university presidents are already waiting for us. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to return? Inform them that we have a matter of great importance at the Lonka Institute. Contact all professors and academicians at once. I have a vital announcement to make. The assistant hurriedly followed in step with Dean Xiao, increasingly astonished by the gravity of the situation. It had been 3 years since the Lonka Institute had summoned all its academicians and professors. Understood. The assistant opened the back door of the car for Dean Xiao. Outside the heavily guarded Lonka Institute, a multitude of vehicles arrived in haste, transforming the previously quiet entrance into a scene of urgency. Most students were either graduate or doctoral candidates, and they gazed in astonishment at the elderly scholars gathering. Look, isn't that Elder Wang? Didn't he announce his retirement 2 years ago, vowing to withdraw from scientific research? Why is he here today? Isn't that the academician known for publishing top-tier scientific papers? He is my idol. I've only seen him in newspapers and on television. And now I'm actually seeing him in person. Goodness. Today is a gathering of titans. Could something monumental have transpired within the institute? At a premier technology company in Kyoto, academician Lin from the Lonka Institute had been invited to tackle high-end chip technology challenges. Academician Lin, we truly appreciate your efforts. You've just arrived and already conquered 3 significant technical hurdles, truly the father of Chinese chips. As academician Lin provided guidance on the chip's intricate issues, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the red image on the screen, his expression turning grave. Turning away, he entered a special password to access the contents. Director Rin, I have an urgent task. I must return to the Lonka Institute. After speaking, academician Lin waved his hand for his assistant to prepare the car and hurriedly exited the building. Academician Lin, the chip is currently undergoing experiments. 1 to your departure render our 3 days of effort futile? Director Rin, the situation is urgent. Please refrain from asking too many questions. It is a directive from above. Even as Director Rin attempted to persuade him, the mention of a higher authority caused him to pause. Within the Lonka Institute, a conference room filled rapidly with elderly scholars, each having set aside pressing matters to attend the meeting, their minds swirling with questions about its urgency. Scanning the room, long-lost friends reunited, speculating about the meeting's significance. Lin, you've arrived. Do you know what this meeting is about? I received a summons as well, but I'm still in the dark. The urgency of this meeting and the number of attendees suggests a significant discovery has been made. It's been years since such a momentous assembly occurred. Where is Dean Xiao? As the last participants arrived, Dean Xiao and academician Duan made their entrance. Accompanied by military personnel, with Major General Li concluding the procession. The professors realized that this meeting was exceptional, having even drawn the attention of a Major General. Upon entering the conference room, Major General Li instructed his soldiers to distribute classified documents while confiscating everyone's electronic devices. This meeting pertains to core secrets. The stakes are high, and I trust everyone will cooperate. All present must sign a confidentiality agreement. Disclosure of this meeting's content is strictly prohibited, and I need not elaborate on the consequences. Now, Dean Xiao, please convey the matter to everyone. Upon receiving the news, Dean Xiao felt compelled to be transparent, reporting that the military had taken significant interest after being informed. These 2 technologies represent formidable assets for our nation, capable of playing crucial roles on the battlefield and deterring certain unruly nations. The military had long envisioned developing combat robots, equipping quadrupedal machines with weaponry, thus revolutionizing the paradigm of small-scale warfare, particularly in urban combat, where conventional tanks often struggled to assert their advantages. In urban warfare, the vulnerability of tank armor to aerial assaults rendered them prime targets, while agile mechanical dogs would prove pivotal in future conflicts, in rescue missions or evacuation operations abroad. Utilizing mechanical dogs could drastically reduce soldier casualties. Sacrificing one soldier could incur costs in the hundreds of thousands, compounded by training investments and military expenditures, amounting to millions. Even deploying 1,000 mechanical dogs in exchange for a single soldier's life would be a bargain by comparison. Standing at the forefront, Dean Chow cleared his throat. The reason for gathering you all here is due to a significant technological discovery. In Jiangning, blueprints for the mechanical dog and a suspected hydrogen-oxygen rotary explosion engine have been uncovered. This is of utmost importance. The professors in the room were left astounded, questioning if they had misheard. Are we talking about a model of a mechanical dog? This cannot be true. The hydrogen-oxygen rotary explosion engine is a key project of the Ministry of Science and Technology. How could it surface in Jiangning? Dean, we must travel to Jiangning to verify this information. Is the news reliable? Song Jia had already ordered the laboratory to be sealed. Dingling. He curiously pulled out an unusual phone, surprised that this emergency line had actually been activated. He glanced down, his complexion shifting dramatically as he read the display. Kyoto Command transferring to Jiangning Military District. Chapter 15. Mobilize personnel for protection. A call had unexpectedly come from the command headquarters in Kyoto, indicating a matter of significant urgency. It was only natural that such a secure line would be utilized for an extraordinary event. Upon connecting, he felt a surge of energy. Report. I am Song Jia, Chief of Staff of the Jiangning Military District. Please provide instructions. Hello, Chief Song. I am Major General Li from the Northwest Military District of Kyoto City. You may refer to me as Li. The president of Lonka Institute, along with 2 academicians and over 20 professors, will arrive at Jiangning Airport in half an hour. Please ensure their safety. Understood, Major General Li. I will complete the task, Song Jia affirmed, watching as the call ended. Just moments ago, an urgent call from Elder Gu had alluded to the arrival of such prominent figures from Kyoto. These esteemed individuals were national treasures, living textbooks of knowledge. One phone call had managed to mobilize so many influential people. It was evident that Song Jia had underestimated the importance of this matter. He promptly contacted Su Wei. Old Su, have you found the mechanical dog yet? Not yet? Expand the search area immediately and send additional officers to assist me. The academicians from Lonka Institute are on their way. Their safety is paramount. We cannot afford to lose even one of them. Half the manpower? Understood. Song Jia immediately set about preparing, reaching out to the leadership in Jiangning to arrange necessary welcoming protocols. The temporary command center of the police bureau was transformed into a protection task force. The apprehension of the mechanical dog was delegated to the deputy director, while Director Su Wei coordinated the movement of officers to eliminate all potential hazards on the roads and ensure their safety. He briefed personnel from various departments, emphasizing the importance of this mission. These professors and academicians represented the wealth of the nation. Any mishap would result in significant losses. Everyone was alert, committed to ensuring the successful completion of this operation. Su Wei adjusted his hat. All traffic police, armed police, and officers, follow my lead. Song Jia rose to his feet. I will send my men to assist you from the rear. We cannot afford any mistakes. Instantly, all uniformed personnel stood in unison, responding with a resounding yes. Following Su Wei, Song Jia led the way out of the command room, their hurried footsteps echoing through the corridor. Old Su, keep a close watch on the capture of the mechanical dog. These professors may very well be here for that purpose. Inform me immediately of any developments. Once I have escorted them to Jiangning University of Science and Technology, I cannot let my guard down. They must be safely escorted out of Jiangning. Also, prevent any suspicious individuals or vehicles from approaching. As Su Wei donned his hat, he straightened his uniform. Old Song. Understood. I never anticipated that a mechanical dog would attract so many bigwigs. I will notify you of any updates. I'll have the traffic police clear the main roads for unobstructed passage. You maintain order. On the main road from Jiangning Airport to Jiangning University of Science and Technology, a convoy of black police cars and green SUVs traversed the route. Leading the way were 3 rows of mounted police, marching in formation. Loudspeakers blared, announcing, "Traffic control is in effect. All vehicles must divert to alternate routes. We appreciate the cooperation of the public in following the directions of traffic officers." Similar scenes unfolded across 6 roads leading to Jiangning University of Science and Technology, inciting widespread discontent among motorists. The blaring of horns filled the air. "What is going on? I have an important meeting soon. What happened to warrant such a large police presence? A detour? What a ridiculous joke. This traffic is unbearable." Amidst the chaos, a young man in a Civic repeatedly honked his horn in frustration. "Hurry up. You're wasting my time. I'll file a complaint." Seated beside him, his anxious girlfriend chimed in. "Honey, you promised to take me to buy that limited edition handbag last week. There are only a few stores, and if we're late, it will be gone." The Civic driver reassured her, "Don't worry. I still hold some influence in Jiangning. We won't be late." Suddenly, a knock on the car window startled him. He turned to see a uniformed traffic officer signaling for him to roll down the window. "What are you doing? You're wasting my time. Can you afford the consequences? Do you know who I am? I had dinner with your chief yesterday. Please bear with us, sir." The officer replied, lowering himself to speak. "We are implementing traffic control, and this road is now closed. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please turn right at the upcoming intersection and divert 3 blocks." The Civic driver leaned against the window, chuckling. "A detour? Are you kidding me? I have very important matters to attend to. You're wasting my time. Can you take responsibility for this?" The officer ceased his explanations and pressed the button on his shoulder radio. 1096 calling. "We have a vehicle with plate number 4560 that is not cooperating. Please send immediate backup and prepare to take arrest action." The Civic driver coughed in shock. "I told you I know your chief. Don't you understand?" His girlfriend grasped his hand, her eyes filled with concern. "Maybe we should just take a detour?" Ignoring her, the young man flung open the car door and was greeted by 3 armed soldiers in black uniforms marching toward him. Instinctively, he raised his hands in surrender. "Dear officers, I will cooperate immediately. Please don't arrest me. I was wrong." Nearby, he noticed a luxury sports car, where a well-dressed heir was being forcibly subdued by several officers in green uniforms. Recognizing him as the son of a prominent real estate mogul in Jiangning, the young man quickly retreated into his car and complied with the officer's instructions to leave the main road. Meanwhile, within the Jiangning Industrial Park at the Kongyu Technology Company, Zhou Yang had entrusted the matter to Master Qiao. The site manager from the mine in Feizhou had become unreachable, leaving uncertainty regarding the situation. Chapter 16. The mechanical dog is discovered. The titanium silver ore is the primary synthetic material used in the production of mechanical dogs. Zhou Yang has decided to personally embark on a journey to Africa. As he makes his way toward Jiangning City Airport, he reflects on this expedition. The mining site in Africa has gone completely silent. The situation appears far more complex than it seems. His assistant, Xiao Tong, seated in the front passenger seat, interjects with a note of caution. "Boss, your trip to Africa may pose dangers. It would be wise to bring along a few more personnel. I've contacted a security firm that operates in that region." Xiao Huanhuan has been with Zhou Yang for 5 years. Despite her youthful appearance, she handles matters with remarkable thoroughness. During the developmental phase of Kongyu Technology Company, she has aided in navigating several public relations crises and product selections with her distinctive insights. Her adeptness in interpersonal relations has earned Zhou Yang's trust, and she has consistently been by his side, assisting him in overcoming various challenges. "I've told you countless times to call me Manager Zhou. I have my own plans for this trip. Master Qiao has already made arrangements, so you needn't worry." Zhou Yang replies, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed. Xiao Huanhuan, rarely displaying a smile, responds, "But there are no outsiders around. Besides, boss, you could simply send someone in your stead. Is it truly necessary for you to go personally?" As Zhou Yang reclines, he contemplates, "During my absence from the company, I will rely on you and Master Qiao. Once I arrive in Africa, I will turn off my phone. If any issues arise, have Master Qiao contact me." Xiao Huanhuan turns her head, acknowledging, "Understood." After traveling for a while through the industrial park, the sound of multiple sirens outside captures Zhou Yang's curiosity. prompting him to open his eyes and gaze out the window. He observes numerous police cars stationed at the roadside, searching through the open grassland for something. He feels a fleeting sense of confusion but does not dwell on it. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yang, this commotion is a direct result of the mechanical dog he left behind in his dormitory. Soon, their vehicle arrives in the city, where heavy traffic has congested the roads. Shahuanhuan, puzzled, remarks, "It seems there's a traffic control in effect." Zhou Yang checks the time, noting that they still have ample time before the flight departs. "Let us take a detour," he decides, observing the multitude of traffic police and fully armed soldiers directing the congested vehicles. He wonders what has transpired today to create such a disturbance. His primary concern remains reaching Africa to address the issues at the mining site. Before long, they arrive at the airport. In the VIP lounge, while resting, Zhou Yang notices a group of elderly men with graying hair being escorted out of the airport by their attendants. Shortly thereafter, he boards his flight, transferring to Kyoto Airport before finally heading to Africa. 1,000 meters from Kongyu Technology Company, a black silhouette emerges from the dense underbrush, crouched low to scan the surroundings. The target location is locked in, just 1 kilometer from headquarters. Beep. Warning. Warning. Hydrogen battery below 1. Must locate a charging station. The mechanical head rises swiftly and races toward Kongyu Technology Company. However, after 3 minutes of frantic running, the black mechanical dog's red eyes flicker before losing power and collapsing forward. Thud. It slides a distance along the ground, completely immobilized, lying in the thick grass. Captain Wu, leading the search, directs his officers to line up and conduct a thorough search toward the industrial park. Frustrated after 4 hours of pursuit without success, Captain Wu is exasperated that the black mechanical dog has eluded them. All police officers from Jiangning City have been mobilized, yet they still cannot locate the lost mechanical dog. Moments ago, he received a call from Director Su Wei, informing him of an urgent task, which further depleted their already insufficient manpower, complicating the arrest operation. He braced himself for criticism upon returning empty-handed. Just then, a shout breaks through the air. "Captain Wu, we found it." He rushes toward the direction of the voice, discovering the black mechanical dog lying on the ground. Frustration wells up inside him, and he is about to kick it when an officer intervenes. "Captain Wu, stay calm. The director has instructed us to retrieve the mechanical dog. Let us focus on our mission." With his hands on his hips, Captain Wu takes a deep breath to quell his anger. "Contact the director immediately." In Jiangning City, 3 vehicles emerge from the airport escorted by a large contingent of mounted police, proceeding smoothly along their route. A group of professors soon arrives at Zhou Yang's temporary laboratory. Elder Gu, who has been waiting, welcomes everyone into the lab. Dean Xiao leads the group toward a large drawing labeled Hydrogen-Oxygen Rotational Explosive Engine Blueprint. The professor's eyes gleam with excitement as they press closer. "Everyone, please remain calm. Let me and Academician Lin examine it first," Dean Xiao asserts, prompting the professors to step back while straining to catch a glimpse of the details on the blueprint. "Academician Lin, this design looks rather peculiar." After a brief examination, Academician Lin echoes the sentiment of confusion. "Dean, I had the fortune of participating in chip manufacturing at the Ministry of Science and Technology, but the explosive engines designed there are elongated cylindrical in shape. Why is this engine blueprint circular? Such a structural design seems implausible. It couldn't have been hastily drawn by someone or perhaps concocted by an enthusiast." Dean Xiao furrows his brow in contemplation. The blueprints merely present an overarching design without specific data references, lacking theoretical feasibility. The creator of this blueprint appears to have an imaginative mind, albeit too detached from practical application. What a pity. This blueprint holds little reference value. "We should examine the 3-dimensional hollow cup servo motor," he suggests, leading the group to the device. After several members conduct a detailed examination and comparison, Elder Gu finally voices his concern. "Old Duan, based on your research experience, do you think this device is genuine?" Duan Kaiwan cautiously returns the 3-dimensional hollow cup servo motor to its original position and solemnly nods. Chapter 17. Kongyu Technology Company excitement was evident on their faces. The mechanical dog could be classified into parallel legs and serial legs based on its leg configuration. Judging from the structure of this three-dimensional hollow cup servo, it is capable of supporting 12 serial legs. I am nearly certain that it is genuine. Duan Chiwen possesses profound expertise in mechanics, allowing him to infer the authenticity of mechanical components merely by their appearance. Furthermore, this three-dimensional hollow cup servo is crafted with remarkable precision, unlike the first-generation products. It is highly likely that it has been perfected through countless iterations. Upon hearing academician Duan's analysis, numerous professors immediately gathered around, intently examining the mechanical dog components. President Chao had to step in to maintain order. I understood the excitement of everyone present. However, there was only one three-dimensional hollow cup servo. Each person was allowed 5 minutes of observation before the next in line took their turn. In an instant, the previously noisy laboratory was restored to tranquility. A queue formed eagerly, nearly resulting in chaos. Holding the three-dimensional hollow cup servo, one of the observing professors scoffed, "Come now. There's no need to rush. It's merely a mechanical component." "How peculiar." Another chimed in. "Is it possible for President Chao to disassemble it for further study?" Upon receiving a negative response, the professor lamented the missed opportunity and resumed his observation. After 5 minutes had passed, someone from behind tugged at him. "Time's up. Please reform the line." "Wait. Why the hurry? Just let me have one more look." President Chao, witnessing this comical scene, shook his head. These esteemed academicians and professors resembled children clamoring for candy. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already lunchtime. Everyone was rushing to the dining hall. The president of Jiangning University of Technology had prepared meals for them. "Let us all have our lunch first, and then resume our research." "President, I'm not hungry yet. Just have someone bring me a little something," one professor replied. "Indeed. I can't eat right now. All these old men are vying for seats." "I'm not going. Just bring me a bun." Seeing the spectacle, Chief of Staff Song Jia promptly dispatched someone to fetch chairs. These elderly professors and academicians were of considerable age. Standing in line for too long could lead to health issues. After giving his instructions, President Chao approached Song Jia. "You need not concern yourself with us old fellows. How is the capture of the mechanical dog proceeding? Any news?" Director Su Wei was about to convey that preparations were complete when his phone rang. Upon answering, a smile broke across his face for the first time that day, reflecting a sense of relief. "We found it. Finally discovered it. It was located in the grass near the industrial park and is currently en route here." Song Jia clenched his fist, elated that the concerns had come to a resolution. Had the mechanical dog not been located in front of both academicians and over 20 professors, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. These researchers were all seasoned individuals who had traveled to Jiangning City. If they did not see the mechanical dog, he could not escape the consequences of his misinformation. Fortunately, it had finally been found. "Old Su, hurry and have them bring it over. Look, the professors are eagerly waiting." President Chao had come to Jiangning City specifically for the mechanical dog. "Director Su, is there enough personnel on that end? We must ensure no mishaps occur during transport." Song Jia clapped his hands and smiled. "I completely forgot in my excitement. I will personally lead the escort to ensure the mechanical dog is returned intact." In the temporary laboratory of Jiangning University of Technology, a black mechanical dog was prominently displayed at the center of the tidied space. Over 20 elderly scholars were intently observing it. Some professors were using magnifying glasses to examine the machine, expressing their astonishment. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that someone truly developed such a mechanical dog. Just look at how intricately it is designed. Can it truly operate? Chief of Staff Song Jia, brimming with pride, took out his phone to show recorded videos to the surrounding scholars. As for the videos of the mechanical dog circulating online, Director Su had already instructed cyber police to eliminate them. The videos appeared for no more than 3 seconds before being completely purged. In Longhua, there were indeed foreign spies. The emergence of such a critical high-tech product would undoubtedly attract the attention of other nations. Any videos of the black mechanical dog, once discovered, were swiftly eradicated. Ignoring his status, academician Duan leaned in to examine closely. "So, it ceased to function due to energy depletion?" Director Su Wei chuckled awkwardly beside him. The capture was indeed their accomplishment. However, without the energy depletion, they would not have been able to apprehend it. Indeed, it operated for a total of 4 hours. Shortly thereafter, Academician Lin arrived at the scene with a plethora of instruments. We brought some basic equipment with us, and now we shall analyze. Song Jian noticed that behind Academician Lin were 5 assistants pushing large testing devices. Most of these belonged to their Weapons Research Institute, but some were entirely unfamiliar to him, leading him to ponder his own life choices. What do they consider basic equipment? What does that make our Weapons Research Institute's tools? Numerous instruments were arranged around the mechanical dog. Once the power was connected, various devices were deployed to analyze the mechanical dog. The energy power system seems to be driven by electricity. How is that possible? The core power board utilizes hydrogen energy as its driving force. This is extraordinary. Hydrogen energy, as a resource of the new era, is implemented in very limited applications. Primarily, when hydrogen fuel is used as a battery, it presents instability. To date, there has been no resolution to the instability of hydrogen fuel on Blue Star. A slight mishap could lead to leaks and explosions, posing significant risks. Consequently, very few high-tech companies venture into the battery sector, which astonished the testing professors. Academician Duan swiftly approached the screen, examining the analysis results. This mechanical dog is even more intricate than we imagined. Each leg houses 3 three-dimensional hollow cup servos, with over 20 joints per leg. This indicates that the mechanical dog's sensitivity and stability exceed our expectations. Its movement trajectory closely resembles that of a real animal. His excitement grew with each word. Gently caressing the mechanical dog's body with his white-gloved hand, he felt a slight indentation with some engraved characters. Upon closer inspection, it read, Kongyu Technology Company. Chapter 018, Director Su. Who is responsible for this? Academician Duan Chiwen murmured. These concealed characters would have gone unnoticed had he not reached out to touch them. Upon discerning the words, he began to speculate boldly. Could it be that this mechanical dog was developed by a company named Kongyu Technology? However, several high-tech companies within the Dragon Nation had previously engaged in technological exchanges and collaborations with the Lonka Institute. This company's name was unfamiliar to him. Does anyone know of Kongyu Technology? Seeing no one had any information, President Chao hurried over, displaying a puzzled expression as he observed the numerous professors shaking their heads. Could it be a subsidiary of a prominent tech company? In the realm of machinery and AI in the Dragon Nation, there are only a few contenders. Could it possibly be one of them? You may want to reach out and inquire. The 20 or so professors, suddenly enlightened, began to speculate. Perhaps it is the Demi Company. They previously produced a 10-kilogram mechanical dog. Its stability was somewhat lacking, but after several years of development, establishing a subsidiary to manufacture such a mechanical dog is not out of the question. Chief Su shook his head. He was aware that the mechanical dog developed by Demi had already collaborated with their General Armament Department. He knew the progress. No, the Demi robot lacks such fluidity. Could it be the 370 Company, or perhaps the Baidu Company? The two companies are leading in AI development within the Dragon Nation. Following that, the professors who made calls to verify their speculations all shook their heads. Their expressions made it clear it was not one of the top tech companies. At that moment, Director Su Wei, standing at a distance, felt a surge of unrest within him. He recognized this company. The reason being, his young daughter had purchased a product from Kongyu Technology. Su Wei recalled vividly. A month prior, he had accompanied his daughter to buy toys when they stumbled upon a flying cuckoo bird in the mall. The bird was exquisitely crafted, resembling a wild cuckoo perfectly. The feathers and fur were rendered with remarkable authenticity. Initially, he thought it was a specimen. It wasn't until he inquired that he discovered it was a small flying toy, priced at a steep 10,000 yuan. Had it not been for his daughter's persistent requests, he would have hesitated to spend such an amount on a toy. Only after bringing it home and conducting a test flight did he deem it worthwhile. This little toy boasted an impressive battery life, capable of flying for 6 hours. And its movements were incredibly lifelike, flapping its wings just like a real bird. At the time, he did not think much of it. It was only now that he realized the toy was far from ordinary. Curious about which company could produce such a realistic toy, he looked up the address, only to find it located in the Jiangning Industrial Park. And this toy was nothing short of a biomimetic drone, was it not? Professors, I know this company. Instantly, all eyes in the laboratory turned towards Director Su Wei. Lao Su, why didn't you mention this sooner? Look at how heated the debate has become among the professors. Director Su, how do you know about this company? Is it a hidden tech firm? Xiao Su, just tell us if it's a subsidiary of a top-tier company. Surely, it must be a branch of Baidu, right? The professors present began to conjecture, each unwilling to concede. Su Wei, feeling the intensity of their gazes, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. This, Kongyu Technology, is a small enterprise. It is not one of the top tech companies you were speculating about. I recall they were established only 6 years ago. What do you mean by a small enterprise? Xiao Su, you must be mistaken. Academician Lin was the first to voice his skepticism. Even if it were a product from a first-rate tech company, he could accept that. But now, hearing it was a small enterprise was hard to believe. A company they had never heard of, lacking any background, had developed a high-performance mechanical dog that even the renowned Boston Dynamics had not achieved. Wasn't this a slap in the face for the researchers present? Su Wei was at a loss for words. Shall we visit their company and inquire? It seems we will have to return to Kyoto. President Chao suggested that such a tech company should be located in Kyoto, given that it harbors a plethora of talents in mechanical engineering. Without sufficient genius, it would be impossible to develop such a mechanical dog. Just as President Chao was about to rise, Su Wei's stammering voice interrupted once more. No need. Kongyu Technology is right here in Jiangning Industrial Park, just a 10-minute drive away. Academician Duan nearly lost his footing. The fact that such a flawlessly performing mechanical dog could be developed in Jiangning was astounding. It wasn't that these professors and academicians held any prejudice against Jiangning. But as the technological capital, Kyoto boasted advanced instruments and top universities. The 985 and 211 projects are most abundant in Kyoto, alongside prestigious institutions like Hucking University and Kyoto University, all of which are among the top universities in the Dragon Nation. Without ample resources and talent, how could research be conducted? Just as the professors were still in shock, a hoarse voice interrupted their thoughts. This mechanical dog has been cut with a sharp instrument on its limbs. The materials inside are exposed. President Chao's expression turned slightly angry. Upon arriving at the airport, he had instructed Chief Song Jie to avoid using violent methods to apprehend the mechanical dog. He had not anticipated that violence would still ensue. Director Su, who is responsible for this? Are you all paying lip service to orders? If such a high-tech product is damaged, can you bear the responsibility? Su Wei turned his head towards Team Leader Wu, taking a deep breath. Team Leader Wu, how did you proceed with the apprehension? Did I not instruct you to refrain from using violence? Team Leader Wu, sensing the blame being directed at him, hurriedly began to explain. Director Su, it was not our personnel who caused this. After receiving orders, we followed the trail and spent nearly an hour searching before finding it. It was not our people. Perhaps it was already like this. Who could have done it? Meanwhile, the director stationed outside the laboratory was preparing meals to be brought in. He could not help but sneeze, muttering under his breath. Which student is cursing me again? Chapter 019. What? Have you all begun mass production? Under the guidance of Director Su Wei, all the professors and academicians, escorted by the mounted police, proceeded towards the Jiangning Industrial Zone. Chief of Staff Song Jie was taken aback. He had no idea that Kongyu Technology Company was operating right under his nose, concealing itself so adeptly. If it weren't for the illegal exhibition at Jiangning University of Science and Technology, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the projects they had been researching had already come to fruition. Upon arriving at their destination, the factory within the industrial park was stirred by the commotion. Even from a distance of 1,000 meters, the blaring sirens were audible. More than a dozen mounted police led the way, flanked by 3 brown special vehicles, with armed black vehicles on either side, and a row of military off-road vehicles trailing behind. This spectacle attracted the attention of many within the industrial park, who rushed to the entrance to witness the procession. Such a large convoy Was there a factory that had offended a prominent leader? This kind of display had never occurred in Jiangning. Could it be that a factory was involved in drug production? Goodness! Even the military district was mobilized. Which factory was in trouble? Would this incident implicate the entire industrial park? What kind of heinous crime could provoke such a response from the traffic, armed, patrol, and military districts? Workers loitering at the entrance began to speculate until the convoy made its way towards Kongyu Technology Company, at which point they collectively exhaled in relief. Phew! Thankfully. They're not coming for our factory. That scared me to death. One worker scoffed. For you? You think you warrant such a response? If they were to apprehend you, they'd only need to send a single soldier. You'd surrender without a fight. What law had Kongyu Technology Company broken to warrant such a mobilization? It must be a significant case. I always thought Kongyu Technology was shrouded in mystery, constantly engaged in some undisclosed research. Clearly, something was amiss. Could they truly be involved in drug production? Amidst this uproar, Zhou Yang's assistant, Tong Huan, alongside the master craftsman from the Three-Body Project, emerged to investigate. The smiling Song Jia approached them slowly, noting the perplexed expressions of some Kongyu Technology employees. He introduced himself to the master craftsman at the forefront. Hello? Are you the head of Kongyu Company? He then gestured towards the black mechanical dog behind him. Is this your company's product? Initially flustered by the grand display, Tong Huan quickly regained her composure. Greetings. I am the Chief Secretary of Kongyu Technology Company. This is our Chief Engineer. You may call him Master Qiao. He oversees all project production and design. She turned to the black mechanical dog, nodding after a brief moment. Indeed. This is our TD-006 model. Unfortunately, we have no stock available at present. Orders will be queued for 3 months. Song Jia was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Looking at the youthful and striking Tong Huan, he exclaimed, What? You mean to say we must queue to purchase? Are you implying that you have commenced mass production? Yes. Is there a problem? Were you not here to purchase mechanical dogs? Song Jia nearly lost his balance. The Weapons Research Institute had spent 3 years developing a fully functional, combat-capable mechanical dog, and now he was being informed that such a product was already in mass production. Had their extensive investments of time and resources been for naught? A mix of joy and regret washed over him. Had he discovered this sooner, would they have needed to exert such effort? TD-006. The professors and academicians behind him halted in their tracks, with academician Duan Qiwen gaping as he pointed at the black mechanical dog being pushed forward. Are you saying there are several models of this type of mechanical dog? Has your Kongyu Technology Company developed so many variants? Upon hearing the designation 006, academician Duan could no longer maintain his composure. Are small enterprises this formidable now? Or have we, the older generation, fallen behind the rapid advancements of technology? The pace of innovation is astonishing. Private companies have reached such technological heights, surpassing even the researchers at Lonka Institute. Dean Chao observed the master craftsman, who stood at a modest height of 1.50 meters, hunched, yet exuding an air of calm confidence. Since their arrival, Chao had been scrutinizing their demeanor. Noticing no hint of emotion on Master Chiao's face, he thought to himself, indeed, a top-tier researcher. This is no surprise. With a warm smile, he extended his hands to grasp Master Chiao's, exclaiming, Greetings, Master Qiao. Did you design all these mechanical dogs by yourself? I must say, I am astonished to find such talent within Longhua. It truly puts us to shame. May I inquire where you received your training? Qiao, eager to establish rapport, sought to draw closer to Master Qiao, hoping to unearth a potential top talent for Longhua Institute. He had encountered many talented individuals in Longhua, knowing more than 2/3 of the researchers, professors, and academicians. Perhaps forging a connection could yield fruitful results. However, unexpectedly, the master craftsman recoiled, offering no courtesy to Chao. Stand back. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you here to purchase our products or not? If not, please do not waste our time. We have many matters to attend to. Director Su Wei was nearly taken aback by the old man's bluntness. They had previously been informed of the esteemed backgrounds of these individuals from Lonka Institute, and the others displayed a respectful demeanor. Lonka Institute was a revered sanctuary for researchers in Longhua, Anyone emerging from its ranks was treated with utmost reverence by enterprises which sought to cater to them. Fearing any offense might lead to repercussions, these elders were towering figures in the scientific community. Surely, Master Qiao could not be so inexperienced as to disregard such decorum? Tong Huan, standing nearby, was nearly shaken off her feet. The imposing presence of these individuals, director, chief of staff, dean, was intimidating indeed. One misstep could jeopardize their operations. She hastily interjected, "Esteemed leaders, please do not take offense. Master Qiao has a rather unique temperament. He does not direct his demeanor at you. He treats everyone this way. You know how some researchers have peculiar habits." She glanced at the professors, whose expressions were a mixture of bewilderment and intrigue. Chapter 20. Inquiring about Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Realizing she had misspoken, Tong Huan quickly waved her hands in an attempt to clarify. I wasn't referring to all of you." At this moment, Old Gu also spoke up, recalling Zhou Yang, the catalyst of the entire situation. "Young lady, us old fellows want to take offense. It's perfectly fine. By the way, is Zhou Yang part of your Kongyu technology company?" Tong Huan let out a sigh of relief. When asked about Zhou Yang's identity, she had a ready response. "Are you referring to our sales manager Zhou Yang? He has already gone to Africa for business negotiations. Is there something you need to discuss with him?" Old Gu, having seen the blueprints left behind by Zhou Yang, resolved his inner doubts. No wonder that young man possesses such knowledge at such a young age. So, he serves as a sales manager at Kongyu Company. It's nothing extraordinary. This mechanical dog was found in Manager Zhou's dormitory. Your Kongyu technology company is indeed brimming with talent. By the way, where is your person in charge? We old-timers have come here with the intention of collaborating with your company on technology and products. I wonder if your boss is at the factory?" Tong Huan was aware that Zhou Yang was the head of Kongyu Technology. However, Zhou Yang preferred to maintain a low profile. As he often said, act low-key and quietly amass wealth. As a third-year university student, Zhou Yang exhibited a surprisingly mature approach to work, making it difficult for her to gauge his personality. In contrast to contemporary youth, few possess such significant assets at a young age without indulging in extravagance. To Tong Huan, his demeanor seemed somewhat unconventional. "Our boss is rarely in the company. If there's anything to collaborate on, Master Qiao and I can make the decisions without needing to notify our boss." Yet, the relentless Dean Qiao inquired further about Master Qiao. "Master Qiao, you are the chief engineer of Kongyu Technology, correct? Did you design the three-dimensional hollow cup servo motor? This is truly revolutionary technology. Your expertise in mechanics surpasses that of us old men." Master Qiao replied matter-of-factly. "The three-dimensional hollow cup servo motor was solely designed by Manager Zhou. I merely produced it according to the blueprints." How is that possible?" The professors present were all taken aback. Such a complex, high-tech component was designed by a single individual, especially a university student. Had the world truly turned upside down? Was Zhou Yang genuinely a third-year student and the sales manager of Kongyu Technology? It all felt rather strange. To independently design a three-dimensional hollow cup servo motor requires prodigious intellect, casting a shadow over the capabilities of these professors. Wasn't it designed by your research team at Kongyu Technology? Tong Huan tugged at Master Qiao's sleeve, realizing that while Master Qiao was skilled in mechanics, he lacked social finesse. There was no reason to betray their own. Master Qiao recalled Zhou Yang's instruction to heed Tong Huan's guidance if any issues arose, and his expression turned icy. "Are you buying or merely inquiring? Why all this questioning? These are our company's trade secrets. You aren't trying to extract core technology from me, are you?" Dean Xiao, fearing a misunderstanding, considered that his inquiries about such cutting-edge technology could raise suspicions. No, Master Qiao. You misunderstand me. We have no such intentions. This is merely an academic exchange. We are here to make a purchase. As the chief of the Military District Weapon Research Institute, Chief of Staff Song Jia articulated their purpose. "We are here to buy? How many robots are you currently producing? We want all of them. However, we have one condition. These robots can only be sold to the military and cannot be made available for civilian use." Tong Huan listened to the military's substantial demands and found herself at a loss. While she could manage the sales, the restriction on civilian sales required Zhou Yang's approval before proceeding. Please wait a moment. If the demand is too large, I will need to discuss it with Master Qiao. Through a special contact, Master Qiao reached Zhou Yang, who was already seated on a plane bound for Kyoto. Receiving Master Qiao's inquiry through the system, Zhou Yang responded, "Sell." "Of course, we will sell. The military district is a major client. These are not unreasonable terms. A slight discount is not an issue. Just let Master Qiao and Tong Huan handle the arrangements. However, they must not be incorporated into the military district. I still need to upgrade through the Santee factory system." Upon returning, Tong Huan conveyed, "All right. However, our first batch of 300 robots has already been reserved and cannot be reclaimed." Song Jie revealed a confident smile, making a call after a brief inquiry. "You need not worry about these matters. We will negotiate accordingly. The 300 pre-sold robots will also belong to our military district." Dean Xiao signaled to Song Jie regarding the blueprints of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine, a technology crucial to the development of the Air Force. Song Jie nodded in understanding. "Our military district is now your largest partner. In light of our sincere cooperation, I hope your company will share more insights with us. We are very interested in your other products. Does your company engage in aviation technology? Have you researched that detonation engine?" Master Qiao remained silent, having learned his lesson. Tong Huan understood that they were probing into their company's capabilities and carefully selected her words. "You overestimate our company. We have no involvement in aviation technology. Such fields, rich with cutting-edge technology, are beyond the current capabilities of Kongyu technology." Upon hearing this, Dean Chao's expression revealed disappointment. He never truly believed that Kongyu technology possessed such capabilities. The hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine was a top-tier technology developed in Longhua, having progressed through generations of efforts and recently entering the experimental phase. How could a small enterprise possibly design such a thing? While he had held a glimmer of hope, the outcome was not surprising. He nodded, thinking that if Kongyu Company were truly capable of such designs, it would have embarrassed them all today. However, Tong Huan's next words stunned everyone once again. "But, Chapter 21, Bionic Unmanned Aerial Vehicles. Has your company developed them?" "Our company previously launched similar drone products." Academician Duan Qiwen, who has conducted extensive research in the field of drones, exhibited a keen interest. No one present possessed as much knowledge about drone technology as he did. "Oh, your company also manufactures drones? I wonder if you could show us." Instantly, the professors present exchanged knowing smiles. They believed themselves to be the bearers of the most advanced technology on Blue Star, feeling they were far ahead of the Eagle Nation. They maintained that drones from the Eagle Nation were mere imitations of their residual technology. Finally, the professors had a chance to regain some confidence that had been shaken in the realm of drones. Professor Lin spoke with a hint of pride, anticipating that when Kongyu Company unveiled their drones, he could guide them appropriately and make them recognize the technological prowess of the Lonka Institute. Tong Huan casually instructed one of her employees, "Please bring a drone from the production line. Leaders, I apologize, but due to the popularity of this product, we are currently facing a shortage of finished units." Academician Lin couldn't help but smile, signaling his understanding. However, he felt increasingly dissatisfied with the arrogant demeanor of Kongyu technology. Such mass-produced items were merely an excuse to avoid their scrutiny. What technological sophistication could there be in civilian products? At academic exchange conferences, high-end products were always showcased. Kongyu Technology's approach was clearly an attempt to dismiss them. He could endure it, but some professors began to voice their discontent. "Are you trying to fool us with those mass-produced items? If your company lacks sincerity in technical exchange, there's no need for such pretense. Presenting us with substandard items is an insult." Craftsman Xiao, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "What are you saying? Substandard products? The things you produce are rubbish. If you have the capability, let's have a competition. Carving, sawing, drilling, milling, tapping, grinding, bending, and riveting. Feel free to pick any. Do you dare?" The professors present were taken aback by Craftsman Xiao's fiery temper, and the tension in the air thickened. The professor who had been challenged had never encountered such a provocation. His hands trembled as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. "Am I afraid of you?" he declared, only to be stopped by academician Lin, who urged, "We are all here in a spirit of collaboration. Let us not ruin the camaraderie over academic discussions." Soon, an employee from Kongyu Technology appeared, holding a life-sized model of a sparrow. President Xiao Yu furrowed his brow in confusion. "What on earth is this specimen doing here?" "Young assistant, what do you have in your hands?" "We have come with sufficient sincerity. We do not require trivial gifts." As members of the Lonka Institute, they often encountered similar gestures in various enterprises aiming to win them over with gifts. Who knew what secrets might be concealed within that sparrow specimen? Was it a trap? Tong Huanhuan paused for 2 seconds, puzzled by President Chao's remarks. "Aren't we here to see the drones? Why is this being related to gifts?" "President Chao, this is the drone." Huanhuan donned a control wristband and swiped the screen, causing the sparrow in her right hand to flap its wings. Its little head moved realistically from side to side, as if it had come to life. Witnessing this action, the professors were captivated by the sparrow. They could scarcely fathom the level of craftsmanship embedded within such a diminutive figure. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Huanhuan made a few more gestures on the screen, leading to an unbelievable spectacle. The sparrow in her hand flapped its wings twice and ascended vertically into the air. Reaching a certain altitude, it flew towards the doorway. Their mouths agape, the professors fixed their gaze on the airborne sparrow, then collectively turned to the entrance. "Oh, my neck. Good heavens. What am I witnessing? Vertical takeoff. Aerial leaps. No noise. Flapping its wings, unaffected by airflow. Is this truly a drone? This is a bionic unmanned aerial vehicle. I must be mistaken. What technology is at play here? This is simply otherworldly. This bionic unmanned aerial vehicle will undoubtedly revolutionize the drone field. This represents a monumental breakthrough in science and technology." Only when the professors and academicians saw the sparrow vanish at the entrance did they hastily rush to the doorway, each craning their necks to spot the bird in the sky. Some even retrieved reading glasses from their pockets, trembling hands fumbling to put them on. They watched as the released unmanned aerial vehicle circled gracefully before returning with precision, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered professors. "This speed is astonishing. Haha. I never imagined I would witness a bionic unmanned aerial vehicle in my lifetime. Worth it. Alas, we old fellows are truly aging." President Chao Yu hurried back, looking at the sparrow in Tong Huanhuan's hand, unable to contain his excitement and sentiment. "Young assistant, has your company truly developed the bionic unmanned aerial vehicle? This is incredible." He nodded repeatedly, tears glistening in his eyes. "I am overjoyed. I never thought that the technology we have long envisioned would finally come to fruition. Wonderful, wonderful." Standing to the side, Su Wei wore a forced smile, struggling to contain his amusement. He had refrained from mentioning the developments regarding the bionic unmanned aerial vehicle. If so many professors and academicians realized that his daughter's cuckoo drone had already grown tedious, their reflections would seem misplaced. After all, this bionic unmanned aerial vehicle had been on sale in Jiangning City for several months now, while the professors remained fixated on the sparrow, unable to hide their excitement. Su Wei felt an urge to laugh. Chapter 022. Can mechanical dogs conceal weapons? Tong Huanhuan wore a bewildered expression, grappling with the terms biomimetic aircraft and cutting-edge technology. How could the toys produced by Kongyu Technology, in the eyes of these elderly gentlemen, be elevated to such a lofty status? Moreover, as the President Zhou Yang had informed her, their production was limited to civilian technological products. Tong Huanhuan, lacking insight into the core of these technologies, felt a slight shift in her demeanor. Biomimetic aircraft? We are merely a legitimate small enterprise, producing toys for children. Dean Xiao, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Toys. Dean Xiao's lips twitched. Having rushed all the way from Kyoto to visit Kongyu Technology, he was taken aback to learn that biomimetic aircraft were considered toys in her eyes. The leading researchers at Lonka Institute had long aspired to realize this technology, and now someone was dismissing their pursuit of high-tech products as mere playthings. This revelation struck a deep chord within Dean Xiao. Tong Huanhuan tossed her right hand, which held a small model, carelessly into a nearby box, shocking the professors present, who widened their eyes in alarm. "What are you doing?" "No. Stop. Why not hand it to me?" Dean Xiao exclaimed, his heart pounding in his chest. Upon seeing the biomimetic aircraft undamaged, he sighed in relief. "Has your Konyu technology already mass-produced this kind of biomimetic?" "No. This toy? When did you develop it? Is it still available on the market?" Tong Huanhuan observed the elderly gentleman's heightened sensitivity and thought, "Isn't it just a toy? Why the fuss? Their company produces countless units daily." It felt as though she was tossing not a toy, but a fragile glass cup. "Ah, it has been on sale for a year now. You can find it in every major supermarket in Jiangning." Dean Xiao nearly choked on his words. Not only had the biomimetic aircraft been developed, but it was also being sold as a toy. Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? Were toys now so advanced as to require biomimetic technology? He felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Furthermore, this biomimetic aircraft was already available in Jiangning's supermarkets. Yet Chief of Staff Song Jia, responsible for weapon research, had failed to notice. "Chief Song, do you not frequent supermarkets? This toy has been sold for a year, and you were unaware?" Song Jia found himself at a loss for words. As the Chief of Staff, he was often unable to leave the military district freely. His schedule was packed, leaving no time for leisurely supermarket visits. He could only manage a wry smile. "Dean Xiao, had I known, I would have informed you long ago. I am only just discovering this myself. Let us discuss the mechanical dog instead." He then turned his gaze towards the skilled master. Gesturing toward the arrested black mechanical dog and the two oxygen tank-like devices affixed to its back. "What led you to consider attaching these two tanks?" The skilled master, with a frosty demeanor, began to explain. "That was the design from Manager Zhou. However, this product is still in the experimental phase and has not yet been mass-produced. This is merely one of its functionalities." Upon seeing the mechanical dog, Song Jia was filled with various speculations. If it could be equipped with an array of weapons, it would become a formidable killing machine on the battlefield. Should ground soldiers in the future be paired with mechanical dogs, the Dragon Nation's army would become a force to be reckoned with. Growing increasingly excited, he blurted out, "Can the mechanical dogs you produce be equipped with firearms?" Tong Huanhuan's expression shifted, her heart racing. "Install firearms? Isn't that illegal?" As a young woman in her 20s, the mention of guns filled her with dread. Engaging in such unlawful activities was something Konyu technology would never dare to undertake. She shook her head vigorously, as though shaking a rattle. "Our mechanical dogs do not come equipped with firearms. There must be some misunderstanding. We would never engage in illegal activities, leaders. Is someone altering our mechanical dogs without authorization?" Tong Huanhuan hastily clarified, causing the professors to chuckle. Since their arrival, they had been on edge. Learning of the mass production of mechanical dogs and the sale of biomimetic aircraft for a year, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Song Jia forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. "Assistant Tong, you have misunderstood. We are not looking to purchase your mechanical dogs outright. I am the Chief of Staff for the Jiangning Military District, responsible for weapon research. You need only focus on technical collaboration, and if your capabilities permit, you could even handle manufacturing. However, we will need to send personnel to safeguard the weapons we provide. You will also need to sign relevant confidentiality agreements. These are matters to be discussed after collaboration. Rest assured, I have the authority to inquire about these matters." As Song Jia spoke, he turned his gaze once more to the skilled master. "Skilled master, would it be difficult to replace these two iron tanks with firearms?" The skilled master, though short in stature, raised his head proudly and scoffed disdainfully. "Adjusting it is a simple task, a matter of just a couple of hours. Just send me the data for the firearms, incorporate some automated AI models, and modify the mechanical dog's rear module. How many firearms do you wish to install?" Song Jia felt a jolt of exhilaration, his face flushed. It was indeed possible to install firearms? Gazing at the self-assured expression on the skilled master's face, he was astounded. "A couple of hours? And you inquire how many firearms? If it were anyone else, I would have slapped them for jesting. Such modifications typically required months of research." involving numerous teams, extensive experimentation, and countless recoil tests to consider stability and smoothness. The performance would undoubtedly be affected once firearms were added, necessitating ongoing discussions and redesigns. Yet here, before this diminutive elder, it seemed as simple as child's play. Skilled master, it's not that I doubt your abilities, but adding firearms would affect the overall performance. Shouldn't Kongyu Technology convene a team to discuss the feasibility? You must be joking, the skilled master retorted, his expression darkening with irritation. Who is joking with you? I could even weld a rocket launcher onto it. Chapter 023. Who do you look down upon? Meanwhile, in the conference room of the United Nations on Blue Star, a spacious hall was adorned with rows of curved tables, with a podium positioned centrally. Individuals of various ethnicities busied themselves within the United Nations Assembly. Some were meticulously reviewing documents. Others adjusted their earpieces in preparation for translation, while some sat calmly in their seats. Liu Yifeng, the spokesperson for the Dragon Country's Foreign Education Department, bore a resolute expression with a hint of gray at his temples. At that moment, Thomas, the representative from Eagle Sauce, stood at the center, holding documents and delivering a speech regarding the proposal for the legalization of lethal robotic machines and the prohibition of collaborative research. As one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, Thomas glanced at Liu Yifeng, a smug smile gracing his face. Previously, Dragon Country had proposed a resolution at the United Nations aimed at enhancing the safety of Blue Star by reducing conflicts among smaller nations and promoting a path towards peaceful development for all humanity, advocating the prohibition of the development of lethal robotic machines, which had garnered widespread support from numerous smaller countries. Though the current situation seemed to showcase a multitude of voices, it was akin to the power struggles of the spring and autumn period, where the apparent decision-making by the 5 permanent members belied the reality that only the top 3 wielded true power. Just when one might perceive a balance of power akin to the 3 kingdoms, it became evident that it was more akin to the rivalry between Chu and Han. The 5 permanent members of the United Nations possessed unique privileges, including the rights to propose resolutions, military intervention, resource allocation, and the power of veto. However, Dragon Country's proposal faced opposition from Eagle Sauce, which had developed the most advanced lethal robotic technologies, with the other 3 members also casting dissenting votes. Among the 5 permanent members, Dragon Country had only recently entered this domain, thus facing unanimous opposition. Eagle Sauce, as Dragon Country's adversary, was far ahead in the realm of robotics. Naturally, they would not consent to any proposal that might hinder their interests. Today, they proposed the legalization of lethal robotic machines while prohibiting collaborative research. Fully aware of the existing collaborations between certain Western European nations and Dragon Country in the field of robotics, in a bid to counter Dragon Country's technological advancements, they systematically suppressed its progress. The advancement of humanity relies heavily on technological breakthroughs. We cannot impede the legalization of lethal robotic machines based on hypothetical battlefields. Such actions would obstruct the progress of all humankind. Science should serve humanity, not be employed for destruction. Some nations merely exaggerate the situation. We possess absolute confidence in our ability to manage lethal robotic machines. Following Thomas's cunning speech, silence enveloped the assembly of over 100 smaller nations. The United Nations Secretary-General approached the center, gravely conducting the final voting procedure. Now, I invite everyone to cast their votes on this proposal. The representatives of the over 100 smaller nations all voted against it, yet the decision ultimately rested with the 5 major powers. The 5 permanent members held the power of veto. Ambassador Liu Yifeng's countenance was unusually grave. Eagle Sauce had previously imposed sanctions, and Dragon Country's research on quadrupedal robots had stagnated. They had painstakingly secured the technology of a Western European nation, only to have Eagle Sauce discover it and resort to threats and inducements, compelling the nation's technicians to depart from Dragon Country. Liu Yifeng glared at the self-satisfied Thomas, inwardly cursing. Damn Eagle Sauce, always stirring the waters. What audacity to act so brazenly, if not for your own advancements. Though his anger was palpable, Liu Yifeng felt powerless. Speculation abounded among numerous nations regarding the machinations of the 5 permanent members, a scenario they had grown accustomed to. The meeting entered a recess, after which the voting segment would commence. Thomas approached Ambassador Louis Feng. Ambassador, we've known each other for over a decade. Why the long face? This cannot continue. Matters must be resolved. Shall we convene a small meeting among the 5 of us? Lu Yifeng straightened his attire, rising from his seat with a composed demeanor, displaying the grace befitting a great nation. Mr. Thomas, since your side has ideas, we cannot decline. Let us proceed. Subsequently, amidst the envious and anxious gazes of the over 100 smaller nations, the 5 permanent members slowly entered a nearby temporary lounge to hold their small meeting. At Kongyu Technology Company, Song Jie stared at the irritable old man before him. Welding a rocket launcher directly? Do you think this is a toy? He cautiously inquired. Craftsman, while welding at isn't difficult, all mechanical components will require recalibration. The internal chips of the robotic dog need adjustment. Are you certain? The master craftsman, exuding an air of superiority, responded coldly. Such a simple application must, of course, be integrated. Additionally, the AI system will need to be redone. Should we include the controller? What about image recognition, infrared capabilities, the voice system? These elements require our team to research, discuss, and test. Who do you look down upon? Song Jie stood there astounded, repeatedly affirming that coming to Kongyu Technology had indeed been fortuitous. This was a stroke of luck for the military district. He paid little heed to the craftsman's arrogant demeanor. His only concern was whether they could deliver the technology. Image recognition, infrared, AI intelligent control systems, all had been persistent headaches for him. Now, before this old man, it seemed as simple as eating and drinking. Yes, we want all of it. Our military district wants it all. Whatever quantity you have, we will take. Song Jie's attitude shifted as he inquired, how much do you currently have in stock? Shall we inspect the production line? So many functions are practically tailored for the army. Tong Huanhua, having received authorization from Zhou Yang, began explaining. Commander Song, at present, we can produce 300 robotic dogs on a single assembly line. However, we are facing a shortage of materials. At most, we can manufacture 1,000 units. Song Jie furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Tong Huanhua sensed the unease. Was 1,000 units too large a quantity for the military district to absorb? Not enough. Far from sufficient. She contemplated scaling down production, considering that each robotic dog sold for 20,000 yuan, totaling 20 million for 1,000 units. Initially, the orders were meager, but as clients became accustomed to the product, they would likely increase their orders. Yet, she overlooked the fact that the counterpart was the military district. Chapter 024. Expanding scale and increasing production speed. It is far too insufficient. At this rate of production, how long must we wait before every soldier is adequately equipped? Are you not making things exceedingly difficult for me? Some soldiers possess the equipment while others do not. As their leader, I find myself in quite the predicament. Listening to Song Jie's grievances, Tong Huanhuan's pupils widened in astonishment. The Dragon Kingdom's army comprises hundreds of thousands. To complete such outfitting would amount to astronomical figures. Song, you must also consider our circumstances. It is not that we wish to produce in lesser quantities. Rather, we prioritize safety and reliability in quality. We utilize a special titanium alloy for our materials. The titanium silver metal, in particular, is scarce. Manager Zhou has gone to Africa specifically for this matter. Under the guidance of Tong Huanhuan and Master Jingxiao, everyone proceeded towards the production line workshop. As the military district's chief of staff, Song Jie understood the rarity of titanium silver metal, and his expression reflected his concerns. Very well. I shall contact the director of the Mining Energy Bureau. We can allocate 1 ton of titanium silver metal to your company annually. Will this suffice? 1 ton. They had struggled extensively over titanium silver metal, and now, to reach out to the military district personnel and receive such an amount seemed utterly astonishing. Tong Huanhuan briefly paused, suspecting she had misheard. This is the largest quantity I could negotiate. Is it not enough? Indeed, it is sufficient. Song Jie resumed the conversation, his eyes widening in realization. You are utilizing special titanium alloy materials in the construction of mechanical dogs? Turning her head, Tong Huan replied earnestly, yes. Such materials ensure durability and resistance to damage. Is there a problem, Officer Song? None. Absolutely none. Song Jie marveled internally once more. The use of special titanium alloys was undoubtedly commendable. The group swiftly arrived at the assembly line, observing the few individuals diligently working within the workshop, nearly all of whom were youthful. These were the scientific prodigies recruited by Zhou Yang during the global robotics competition, each a university student fervently passionate about mechanics. After graduation, they had all joined Kongyu Technology. The professors trailing behind gazed at the peculiar machines with sparkling eyes, drawn in by curiosity as they approached to scrutinize. A chorus of exclamations ensued. Xiaowu, is that you? What brings you here? Ah, teacher, what are you doing here? Master, do not touch that machine. Quickly, explain how it operates to the old man. I told you to focus on your graduate studies, yet you vanished, only to end up at Kongyu Technology. Teacher, I am deeply disappointed in you. You did not invite me along. This is truly outrageous. The assembly line had transformed into an impromptu reunion scene. Most employees at Kongyu Technology were academic elites. Over 20 professors, titans of the scientific community, were present, each having taught countless public lectures to their students. It was not surprising for the employees to recognize them. Yet it was bewildering that all these professors had congregated at Kongyu Technology, especially with their idol among them. They collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by such a grand assembly. Meanwhile, Song Jie was discussing finer details with Tong Huan. Assistant Tong, what inspired your company to design mechanical dogs? In this era of technological explosion, we must keep pace with the times. Nowadays, fetching a package or running errands can be inconvenient, and climbing stairs can be laborious. Thus, we design mechanical dogs to alleviate some of the effort. Just to save a bit of energy? He felt a mix of amusement and disbelief, silently pondering how they could regard such advanced, high-tech machines as mere toys for errands. Do you not follow military news? We are in dire need. And you still have the leisure to run errands? This is incredibly disheartening. Tong Huan nodded, puzzled by Song Jie's strong reaction. Of course, current products must cater to customer demands. It is how Kongyu Technology has reached its present state. By the way, we also produce the Lynx robot, capable of carrying a load of 300 kilograms. University students adore it. During breaks, they need not worry about shipping packages. Oh, it is also utilized on construction sites for transporting bricks. Song Jie clenched his teeth, exclaiming, the Lynx robot. You have developed that too? He was well aware of the Lynx robot, which was suitable for carrying substantial amounts of weaponry and equipment. If deployed on the battlefield, it would effectively resolve transportation issues, especially in terrains where vehicles could not pass. He envisioned the logistics corps' critical role in transporting vast quantities of supplies, and with thousands of Lynx robots at their disposal, the operational capabilities of the troops would experience a qualitative leap, transforming the dynamic of the battlefield. His heart surged with excitement at the mere thought. Why did you not mention this sooner? We must have the Lynx robots. Your company must cease external sales. Our military district will procure them. I must inform our commander immediately. Song Jie promptly contacted the commander of the Jiangning military district. Yes, it is true. We have produced them. I am not jesting. I am currently at Kongyu Technology. Yes, I have ensured it will not leak to the market. Expanding production scale? Excellent. I shall coordinate with the relevant departments of Jiangning immediately. I understand. We will certainly fulfill the task. After hanging up the phone, Song Jie wore an expression of pure joy, akin to having won a 5 million jackpot, his bright smile revealing gleaming white teeth. Assistant Tong, your production scale is far too limited. It is time to increase the number of assembly lines and enhance production speed. Is 50 acres sufficient? Tong Huan appeared perplexed. 50 acres? Moreover, increasing production scale requires substantial equipment and the recruitment of talent. All of this involves considerable expense. It is not that simple. Our current land spans over 10 acres. We do not have 50 acres. Song Jie revealed a mysterious smile. No. We will apply for 50 acres of land for your company at no cost. Chapter 025. The Light Howitzer and the Voice System in the Conference Room of Kongyu Technology. Personnel from the Military District and Lonka Institute sat in a row, facing only a few individuals, including Tong Huan, without any concern. Once the contract was signed, the burden hanging over Song Jia would finally be lifted. The meeting progressed according to the agenda, with Chief of Staff Song drafting a list of necessary improvements, which he presented to the Master Craftsman. These were straightforward enhancements concerning the mechanical dog. Subsequently, our military district would dispatch a resident advisor to liaise with your organization. Kongyu Technology. Master Craftsman, please evaluate whether these functionalities can be realized. Should any further modifications be required, the military advisor will consult with you. The military advisor serves as a liaison between the military district and Kongyu Technology, responsible for conveying information and safeguarding weaponry. After all, allowing the mechanical dog to be equipped with firearms and light gun barrels poses significant risks, and the military district cannot permit Kongyu Technology to undertake such modifications unilaterally. Any unforeseen incidents could prove exceedingly perilous. If an employee were to harbor malicious intent and transport such weaponry into the city, it could lead to dire societal consequences. Firearms are strictly regulated in Longhua, and utmost caution is warranted regarding lethal weaponry. The Master Craftsman glanced over the specifications, noting that the recoil of these weapons fell within manageable limits. The mechanical dog was constructed from a specialized titanium alloy, boasting exceptional heat resistance and pressure tolerance. The proposed firearms and lightweight rocket launchers were merely trivial matters. Furthermore, the features previously mentioned had already been thoroughly researched, lacking any additional complexities. The Master Craftsman then closed his eyes, expressing disappointment as he tapped his fingers against the documents. Look, these are the functionalities I previously discussed. Do you possess no semblance of originality? What constitutes a lightweight rocket launcher? Is it truly challenging to equip a single-soldier rocket launcher? Furthermore, can't we install the large-caliber grenade launcher, flamethrower, and cloud explosive device I previously reviewed? You underestimate Kongyu Technology. Is this what you call difficulty? I could have any employee accomplish this with ease. Where is your imagination? Both Song Jia and the adjacent Elder Gu were taken aback. Not only did the collaborating party refuse to lessen the difficulty, but they also sought to amplify the workload and complexity. The large-caliber grenade launcher, flamethrower, and cloud explosive device were all classified as heavy weaponry, necessitating soldiers weighing over 70 kilograms for operation. Moreover, the recoil was substantial. The firepower system was formidable, and they were concerned that the mechanical dog might not withstand it, thereby compromising its balance and stability. Should the mechanical dog topple during testing after firing, it would be rendered no more than a heap of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Tong Huan shot a glance at the Master Craftsman, urging him to refrain from complicating matters further, as it would only add to her workload. However, the oblivious Master Craftsman continued unabated. And why have you eliminated the voice function module? You claim it's to avoid detection by the enemy due to sound concerns. Are you questioning our capabilities? Absolutely not. Song Jia, already wary of the elderly gentleman, was quick to respond. While he remained silent on other matters, he had attempted to engage in casual conversation during the assembly line phase, only to receive a dismissive glance from the Master Craftsman. Those unfamiliar with the situation might have presumed he was mute. However, when it came to mechanics and Kongyu Technology's products, his capacity to incite frustration was unparalleled. Master Craftsman, do you have any recommendations? We are all ears. The Master Craftsman, adopting an expression of exasperation, retorted, did you not just assert that the mechanical dog would be modified to engage in combat on the battlefield? Elder Gu nodded attentively, engaging in a question-and-answer format. What is most crucial on the battlefield? Of course, it is the morale and spirit of the troops. So, what can the mechanical dog instill in the enemy? A deterrent through firepower? Incorrect. It is fear. When the enemy sees the mechanical dog, do they feel invincible or panicked? Panicked. So, what will they do after engaging in combat? Will they flee? Hide. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Elder Gu coughed twice, his chest heaving intensely. As an academician who had received accolades for technological contributions, he prided himself on an IQ exceeding 160. He had never contemplated that anyone might deem him foolish, and this sentiment provoked his ire. Being ridiculed by the chief engineer of a minor enterprise was an affront he found difficult to swallow. Listening to the master craftsman continue to speak, he felt a strong urge to disregard him. After they retreat, how do we locate the concealed enemy? This is where the voice system module becomes essential. Our mechanical dog can play noises and music to disrupt the enemy's morale. Elder Goose suddenly grasped the concept. It can be utilized in such a manner. It's a form of psychological warfare. Precisely. The master craftsman retrieved a laptop and began playing various songs. He swayed his head to the rhythmic tunes. Good fortune is coming our way. The attendees began to envision the scenario. On the battlefield, while searching for the enemy's whereabouts, the already terrified adversaries would be subjected to the repetitive strains of cheerful music, further amplifying their dread. The room was enveloped in imaginative contemplation, while the laptop continued playing. Clink clang, the gourd babies. Clink clang, we are mighty. The spicy chicken skewers. 1 yuan each. If these tunes were to be played on repeat in a combat zone, the concealed enemies would surely be driven to madness. Observing the entranced master craftsman, who remained blissfully oblivious with his eyes closed, the assembly silently criticized his peculiar taste. In an environment rife with violence and death, the incessant repetition of such melodies would undoubtedly impose a significant psychological burden on the adversaries. It was a dissonance that felt profoundly discordant. Chapter 26. Is this a children's song? Searching for friends, found a good friend. Song, the military advisor, could not help but envision the scenes of military exercises he had participated in at the military district. In the midst of urban warfare, you find yourself hiding in a concealed corner while your comrades are being slaughtered. Just as you breathe a sigh of relief, a mechanical dog appears, equipped with thermal imaging, incessantly playing the children's song of searching for friends. The sound grows closer, and when you look up, it hops towards you, gun barrel poised, as it joyfully announces, "Found a good friend." The mere thought sends chills down your spine. Song felt a sudden shiver run down his back as he observed the enraptured expression on the face of the ingenious master. Truly, he was a modern-day Jiasu. This elderly gentleman, appearing harmless, could devise such a sinister scheme. He could even anticipate how the mechanical dog would become a harbinger of death on the battlefield. Fortunately, these lethal machines were produced by Kongyu Technology in Longhua. Otherwise, the very thought would fill one with dread. A smile broke across his face. With the introduction of mechanical dogs, the Army's strength would see a significant enhancement. The cooperative agreement concluded amid laughter and cheer. As Song observed the 20-odd professors who, after a long day of travel, displayed signs of fatigue, he contemplated the necessity of ensuring their safe passage to the airport. After finalizing various agreements, they returned to the entrance, where he noticed the weary expression on the face of President Chao Yu. "President Chao, it's getting late. News from Kyoto indicates that there are numerous tasks awaiting your leadership. Shall we head directly to Jiangning Airport after dinner?" At that moment, Chao Yu, though somewhat fatigued, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the advancements in mechanical dog technology at Kongyu Technology. Before this visit, he had never imagined that a small enterprise could develop such sophisticated machinery. Moreover, in terms of stability, maneuverability, and fluidity, their creations far surpassed those of Boston Dynamics. This was indeed a joyous occasion for Longhua. Yet, a slight disappointment lingered regarding the hydrogen-oxygen rotary explosion engine issue. His inquiries to the ingenious master yielded no answers, leaving him with a tinge of disillusionment. Nevertheless, overall, this trip was undoubtedly worthwhile, as it enriched his understanding of mechanics. Advisor Song, are you worried about our old bodies? No worries. We have dedicated our lives to scientific research. Today, witnessing the high caliber of technology at Kongyu Technology, I feel reassured that the spirit of research in Longhua remains unbroken. President Chao declined the offers of farewell from Tong Huan and others, his smile unwavering. He spoke earnestly to Song Jia, Advisor Song. It would be wonderful if there were more companies like Kongyu Technology in Longhua. Please take good care of them. Song nodded, his expression turning serious. Such high-tech companies were treasures to their military district. Were it not for concerns about the Jiangning Industrial Park, he might have been tempted to station a part of his troops at Kongyu Technology. Rest assured, President Chao, do you not trust us? If there were any oversight, the commander would be the first to hold me accountable. Despite their reluctance, the professors and academicians from Lonka Institute were escorted back to Kyoto that very day. Tong Huanhuan, through the ingenious master, contacted Zhou Yang, informing him of the collaboration with the military district. Zhou, situated in Africa, was astonished to learn that after so much effort, they had resolved the titanium-silver medal issue, thanks to the military's promises. Naturally, he agreed to the military's purchase of their mechanical dogs, along with the provision of 50 acres of land for expanding the production line. Within the tri-body factory system, as long as someone purchased the products generated by the factory, Zhou would earn technological points, which could be used to upgrade the factory and extract various cutting-edge blueprints, all while generating substantial revenue. It was indeed a boon. For matters beneficial to both parties, there was no reason to decline. Zhou received a message from the ingenious master and utilized a satellite phone to address company affairs. Xiaotong, expanding the company is a positive development, but I cannot detach myself from Africa at the moment. Please handle the introduction of equipment and recruitment of personnel. Should any issues arise, have the ingenious master contact me. For any technical queries, direct them to him. In the spirit of earnest communication and cooperation from both sides, the production of battlefield mechanical dogs was quickly finalized. After escorting the Lonka Institute personnel to the airport, military advisor Song promptly returned to Kongyu Technology, engaged in detailed discussions with the ingenious master regarding weapon specifications. Features such as night vision infrared capabilities, image recognition, and the calibration of laser weapon systems were all added to the agenda. Seeing the ingenious master frown, Song felt a twinge of embarrassment. Are you making wishes? How can you suggest such unrealistic weaponry for the mechanical dogs? Do you think they are doormen? Song chuckled awkwardly. These functionalities were merely his exaggerated ideas for the future battlefield, stemming from Longwa's ongoing mechanical dog project. If realized, the combat effectiveness of Longwa's army would achieve a qualitative leap, rendering them invincible in small-scale urban warfare, enhancing both their combat and survival capabilities. Master Qiao, one must have goals. What if we achieve them? Song observed the already frowning expression of the ingenious master and, with a chuckle, shifted the conversation back to weapon functionality. Assistant Xiaotong, our agreement is signed. Tomorrow morning, I will fetch a batch of Type 95 automatic rifles from the military district. You can modify the produced mechanical dog's functional modules to accommodate the automatic rifles. A smile spread across Song's face as he looked at the ingenious master. As for heavy firepower mechanical dogs equipped with large-caliber grenade launchers, individual rocket launchers, flamethrowers, and cloudburst bombs, we can begin their production and modification once the new assembly line is established. This will require some preparation time. Additionally, the military will arrange for a military strategist to visit. As dusk approached and negotiations neared their conclusion, Song Jie reluctantly departed from Kongyu Technology, accompanied by his soldiers. Chapter 27. United Nations Conference. Eagle's outrageous demands in the temporary lounge of the United Nations. Ambassador Liu Yifeng listened to Thomas, who spoke confidently across the table, his expression darkening with each passing moment. You lack genuine intent to negotiate. Thomas, representing the United States, spread his arms wide, wearing a self-assured grin. Ambassador Liu, the terms I have proposed are the utmost concessions I can offer. Your nation, the Dragon Kingdom, has significant gaps in quadrupedal robot technology that cannot simply be bridged by time. Our Boston Dynamics has been involved in robotics for over 30 years. This is a wealth of technical experience, and I believe it is not unreasonable. Liu Yifeng took a deep breath, acutely aware that the Dragon Kingdom's research into quadrupedal robots had been far too brief. Otherwise, they would not be subjected to such indignities. The United States was leveraging its advanced technology to impose exorbitant demands. 100 billion? You truly dare to ask for such an amount, especially for technology that is 3 years old. How audacious of you. Thomas rested his hands comfortably on the table, exuding an air of ease. In recent years, the technological advancements of the Dragon Kingdom have accelerated rapidly, posing a risk of being overtaken, particularly in military breakthroughs. The Dongfeng series missiles have become a thorn in the side of the United States, especially following the military exercises months ago, where the Dongfeng 30 intercontinental missile was launched, landing alarmingly close to the American homeland, shaking their status as the dominant power on Blue Star. This was a blatant display of strength. They currently possess no means of interception. The demonstration of this missile not only deterred some eager nations, but also caused several smaller countries to reassess their alliances. Within the United Nations Conference, Thomas could no longer act with the same impunity as before. Ever since Liu Yifeng had exclaimed, "On what grounds do you claim to negotiate from a position of strength?" Thomas felt a sense of being restrained. Now that he had a leading technology, he was eager to flaunt it. "Mr. Liu, quadrupedal robots will play a significant role in future ground combat. Are you truly not considering this further? Your Dragon Kingdom is rumored to be an invincible force on Blue Star." I doubt it will remain as such in the future." Liu Yifeng gazed at the smug Thomas, feeling increasingly frustrated. He understood the potential of quadrupedal robots on the battlefield, yet the Dragon Kingdom lacked mature robotic models. Given a few more years, he believed the Dragon Kingdom could develop even more formidable quadrupedal robots. Unfortunately, the current turbulence on Blue Star meant that the sooner they mastered this technology, the greater their influence would be. However, Thomas's negotiating terms were excessively harsh. He pondered attempting to negotiate further, fully aware that the chances were slim. "We can consider your financial terms and the agreement not to provide core chips. But the conditions must change. You must provide us with the most advanced technology. Otherwise, there is no point in continuing this discussion." After a moment of silence, Thomas revealed a mocking smile. "Ambassador Liu, are you jesting? Providing the most advanced core technology for quadrupedal robots is not that simple. The technology from 3 years ago is already sufficient for your country to study. Why would you need to take such a significant leap?" Liu Yifeng thought to himself. What shamelessness! They had already established a cooperative intent with Western Europe regarding technology. If not for the United States intervening, they would not find themselves in such a constrained position. It was infuriating. The Dragon Kingdom had not faced threats from other nations for a long time, and the current situation was truly stifling. "Thomas, you play your cards well, trading outdated technology with us, while simultaneously tightening the noose. Can't you think of a different approach?" Thomas glanced at the other 3 permanent members, displaying a triumphant demeanor. "Ambassador Liu, we have been friends for many years. Out of consideration for you, I am extending this favorable cooperation offer. You must think carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. Such chances are not readily available." The Russian ambassador scoffed disdainfully. "The audacity of the United States, proposing in the United Nations to prohibit joint development of robotic technology between nations, and then within a minute, attempting to sell outdated technology to us. Is this not the height of hypocrisy? It is purely an act of provocation." Enraged, Liu Yifeng rose to his feet. "No way. You are taking advantage of our situation. This is nothing short of highway robbery. We will not agree to such terms. Let us go." He turned and left with 2 aides, not looking back. One of his aides followed closely. "Ambassador Liu, are we just going to swallow this insult? Thomas is clearly here to provoke us. Why not propose something targeting the United States?" Liu Yifeng rubbed his temples and paused in the corridor. Presenting any proposals now would not yield significant results. It was merely a matter of delaying tactics among the great powers. Weak nations have no diplomacy. Without true strength, everything else is but an illusion. It was regrettable. The Dragon Kingdom had only a brief foray into quadrupedal robots, and there had been no breakthroughs from the main technical department. The quadrupedal robots produced by the General Weapons Research Institute were still far from perfect, falling short compared to those from Boston Dynamics. If only there were more high-tech companies in the Dragon Kingdom, offering more choices. Continuing his stride, Liu Yifeng turned to another aide and instructed, "Relay the news of our failed negotiations with the United States back to the homeland." Understood. The next day, at the Jiangning Military District, Song Jie signed an agreement with Kongyu Technology, and early in the morning, he dispatched soldiers to escort several vehicles of weapons and equipment to the industrial park. Just as Song Jia returned to the base, he spotted a hurried figure descending from the upper floors. "Commissioner Wang, where are you rushing off to?" "Old Song. Finally, I found you. Where have you been all morning?" "There's been an incident. The General Weapons Research Institute has summoned us for an urgent meeting. You seem to have the luxury of roaming about. Hurry, come with me." Song Jia quickened his pace to catch up with Commissioner Wang, inquiring about the urgency. "What is the matter that requires such haste for a meeting this early?" "I'm not sure of the specifics, but the headquarters is quite displeased this time. Just be cautious during the meeting." Chapter 28. Minister, there's no need for concern. We have commenced production. As Song Jia and his companion entered the conference room guarded by soldiers, the moment the door swung open, the previously noisy chamber fell into an immediate hush. The attendees bore solemn expressions on their faces. A recording clerk promptly rose from his seat and saluted Song Jia and Political Commissar Wang, who stood at the doorway. "Comrade Song, everything is in order for the meeting, and we are now connected with the General Armaments Research Institute. Shall we initiate the video conference? Let us begin." Song Jia took his seat at the center of the table. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen video feeds appeared on the large screen, intensifying the atmosphere in the room. The last previously darkened feed lit up, revealing Minister Liao of the Ministry of Armaments. A chill graced his sharply defined features. "Last night at the United Nations conference, the Americans shamelessly leveraged their quadruped robot technology against us. The commander of Kyoto City is acutely aware of its significance and is prioritizing its development. We have been ordered to expedite our research. The quadruped robot is not solely a matter for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Our ministry has been given directives as well. Let us not conceal our findings. Present your results. You have a few minutes to speak." The individuals on the various screens began to express their indignation, voicing contempt for the Americans' audacity. However, when it came time to showcase their achievements, they all deflated like punctured balloons. Minister Liao began to call on individuals to report their progress. "Minister Liao, we have encountered two significant technical challenges." "Minister Liao, we are working to overcome the core technologies of the servos, which will take 2 years. His expression grew increasingly frigid as he listened. "We do not have that much time." 2 years? A strict order has been issued from above. We must produce results by the end of this year. It appears you have all become complacent in your comfortable routines. Are you short of manpower? Have I ever denied you resources or funding? Yet now, you offer me these excuses? I provide you with ample research funding each year. I do not wish to hear about your difficulties or so-called technical barriers." "Song Jia, why are you raising your hand while I am speaking? It is not your turn yet. Do you not comprehend the protocols of a video conference? Do you lack any understanding of discipline? How do you expect to lead your team effectively? Were we in a classroom, I would have reprimanded you thoroughly." The atmosphere in the room grew tense once again. Song Jia, who sought to make an impression, found himself chastised. The expressions of those on the screens displayed a sense of schadenfreude. Among the attendees, the Jiangning military district was progressing swiftly in their quadruped robot research, even dispatching academicians to assist. Minister Liao had held high expectations for Jiangning, but Song Jia's disruption of the meeting protocol had soured the mood. As Song Jia prepared to speak, his microphone was abruptly muted by Minister Liao. "What do you want? There will be time for you to speak later. Are you unaware of the current situation? The matter of the quadruped robots has reached a critical juncture. You demonstrate a complete lack of discipline. Is it any wonder your research progress has lagged? Have I been too lenient with you?" Minister Liao's frustration mounted. The Americans were practically breathing down the necks of the Dragon Kingdom. The army commander was seething with anger. Since the Dragon Kingdom's defense capabilities had surged, it had not faced such ridicule in years. Meanwhile, the Air Force had experienced explosive growth, with new aircraft making their debut, instilling dread in the hearts of global powers and particularly unsettling the Americans. Yet here he stood, the head of Army weaponry research, suffocated under the pressure from the Americans. The Dragon Kingdom was vast and rich in resources. It was not lacking in talent. He had once made bold promises to the commander, vowing to produce a quadruped robot, even if only on paper. How could it be merely a quadruped robot? Yet, Upon delving into the project, he discovered the challenges were monumental. The complexities of the core technologies felt insurmountable, akin to scaling a great mountain. The development of a simple quadruped robot encompassed myriad applications, and the Dragon Kingdom lacked the necessary expertise in this domain, leaving him feeling powerless. He had placed high hopes in Jiangning District, but witnessing Song Jie's reckless demeanor only deepened his disappointment. Over the span of the meeting, as he listened to various regional reports, the likelihood of finding a reliable solution diminished. Continuing the meeting would only serve to emphasize the gravity of the situation, with little hope for technical breakthroughs. Observing the anxious expression on Song Jie's face, Minister Liao reluctantly granted him speaking privileges. Minister Liao, we have commenced mass production. Did I not instruct you to exercise caution? What? You've begun mass production? Has Jiangning produced a finished product? Song Jie, how could you manage this so carelessly? Such a crucial matter. And you failed to report it to me? What is the situation? As Minister Liao's words hung in the air, he suddenly realized the implications and quickly pressed for clarity. What is happening in the Jiangning military district? Speak swiftly. It is with Kongyu Technology Company. We reached an agreement with them yesterday. And this morning we transported the 95 type automatic rifles. As of now, they are likely producing finished products. Minister Liao listened to Song Jie's brief explanation, bewildered by the implications. What company was this? Wasn't he the Armaments Institute supposed to handle this? Why were they collaborating with a company and shipping rifles? Leaning closer to the screen, he glared at Song Jie. What collaboration? Clarify this at once. Startled, Song Jie leaned back slightly. Minister, please, remain calm. It is our Jiangning's Kongyu technology. We unexpectedly discovered that they had developed a toy that is essentially the quadruped robot we have been researching. Its performance surpasses that of Boston Dynamics robotic dogs by a significant margin. I immediately signed a cooperation agreement with Kongyu Technology for them to produce an initial batch of 1,000 robotic dogs, which can be modified accordingly. They will be ready in 3 days. Minister Liao's lips twitched as he erupted in anger. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Chapter 29. The production of such mechanical dogs by small enterprises? Song Jie pointed to the lower left corner of the screen, murmuring softly. Didn't I just say this? Wasn't it you who silenced me? Minister Liao was oblivious to Song Jie's subtle gestures, his mind consumed by thoughts of the quadruped robot. He still found it hard to believe that its performance could surpass that of Boston Dynamics' mechanical dog. Observing Song Jie's nodding confirmation only heightened Minister Liao's urgency. What time is it? And you're still whispering. Speak up. Is there a product on site? Hurry, bring it out for demonstration. Song Jie resembled a timid bride, knowing full well that the finished products were still in production. Where could he possibly retrieve one in such a short span? He recalled the black mechanical dog that had been seized at their Weapons Research Institute, which the Kongyu company had conveniently left for them. He promptly instructed someone to bring it to the conference room. Moments later, a black mechanical dog appeared on the video conference screen. Minister Liao and the others gaped at the agile creature, their eyes wide with astonishment. Song Jie, crouch down to operate it. Don't block my view of the little black one. Yes, stay back a bit. Where's your control panel? I don't see it. Minister Liao watched as the mechanical dog was tested, exceeding his initial expectations. Compared to Boston Dynamics' somewhat clumsy quadruped, the little black dog before him was far more aligned with his vision of an ideal robotic companion. After witnessing Song Jie's adept handling, numerous questions arose. Upon seeing Song Jie proudly flaunt the electronic wristband on his arm, he inhaled deeply, incredulous. The controller is a wristband? Is that true? Immediately let the little black dog run a lap to test its speed and power. Does it utilize a lithium battery? What? A hydrogen battery? It won't explode unexpectedly, will it? Song Jie glanced at the people on the video conference, their faces pressed against the screen, each wearing a fierce expression that sent a shiver down his spine, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Discontented voices erupted from the attendees. Minister Liao, our military district faces dire conditions and desperately needs the little black dog to assist with various tasks. Indeed, Minister, if you could provide me with one. Our military district could develop an even more refined mechanical dog. Minister, We need 100 little black dogs to combat the drug traffickers surfacing at our borders. Minister Liao, you're aware of our difficulties. I only need 50. Minister, I'll head to Jiangning right now to procure 20. Don't you dare compete with me. Whoever dares to compete will face my wrath. After observing a few tests on the screen, the military leaders recognized the remarkable performance of the black mechanical dog and clamored for their own. The video conference transformed into a lively debate. Silence, everyone. Song Jie, finish testing the speed first. Song Jie spread his arms in a gesture of innocence and requested his assistant to pan the camera around the conference room. Managing a wry smile. Minister, as you can see, the space is too cramped. We've already tested it. It can reach a speed of 30 meters while carrying 20 kilograms. Minister Liao nodded and posed several critical questions. Can the little black dog operate in nighttime conditions? Song Jie, slightly perturbed by the nickname, realized that this mechanical dog might not remain in their military district for long. He explained that the mechanical dog was equipped with an infrared functionality, enabling it to operate at night. He eagerly detailed the current capabilities of the mechanical dog, and a smile began to spread across Minister Liao's previously troubled face. Good. It truly surpasses Boston Dynamics model. Haha. Well done, Song Jie. You've finally accomplished something worthwhile. However, a production volume of 1,000 units is far too limited. We need Kongyu technology to enhance their production efficiency, expand the scale, and increase assembly line production. It must operate 24 hours a day. If there are any issues, I will hold you accountable. Moreover, we must produce at least 100,000 units per year. As Song Jie absorbed this overwhelming demand, he realized the leap in expectations was immense. According to their partnership agreement, they had only committed to producing 30,000 units per year, concerned that the headquarters would not approve a larger quantity. Now, it appeared that the minister's appetite was even greater. Minister, Kongyu Technology is merely a small enterprise. This presents considerable challenges. The production capacity may not keep pace. A small enterprise? Minister Liao scoffed. You jest. A small enterprise can develop a mechanical dog with such superior performance? What else are you withholding from me? Initially, Minister Liao shared Song Jie's skepticism, unable to fathom that the mechanical dog originated from Kongyu Technology. However, after witnessing their technological prowess firsthand, all doubt dissipated. A mischievous thought struck him. If he revealed that the products developed by Kongyu Technology were merely aimed at the toy market, those on the video call would indeed be left dumbfounded, particularly regarding the bionic drone technology, the eyes of the battlefield, and the bionic aircraft. Our Dragon Nation already leads in drone technology. He paused, reiterating, bionic aircraft, not drones? Minister Liao hesitated, his teeth clenched in frustration. He slammed his hand on the table. Good one, Song Jie. If I hadn't asked, you would have kept quiet, wouldn't you? Do you realize the gravity of your failure to report? You only just now informed me of such a significant matter. Before the video conference, I was at my wit's end, and you managed to keep this under wraps. If it weren't for my pressing obligations here in Kyoto, I'd fly to Jiangning immediately and drill you for a month. Hearing the mention of military training, Song Jie began to panic, hastily explaining the entire sequence of events. Minister, you've misunderstood me. I was busy with the collaboration with Kongyu Technology yesterday. I intended to stabilize everything and report the relevant test data to you once the product was finalized. Otherwise, it would have all been in vain. Minister Liao's anger subsided somewhat, and he resumed his serious demeanor in front of the video screen. How confident are you in the weapon module modifications? 98%. Song Jie replied nonchalantly. Minister Liao felt an urge to reprimand Song Jie. You tell me there's a 98% chance, yet I fear a false alarm? You think I'm a fool? Just because I silenced you earlier doesn't mean you can act petulantly. Song Jie, be serious. Do you think you can fool me again? What time is it now? Have you forgotten what I told you about the United Nations Conference? Everyone quiet down. Chapter 030. The daily affairs among the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. What I am about to disclose is classified information regarding the mechanical dogs. Those present must not divulge any details. Do you understand? Yes. Minister Liao. After a brief pause, Minister Liao continued to issue directives. Indeed, the Dragon Nation is brimming with talent. Such cutting-edge technology has been developed by Kongyu Technology. This is a critical moment. Lu Yifeng from the UN Department of Foreign Affairs is about to enter the voting phase. He succinctly addressed the matter. Songjie, after the meeting concludes, proceed to Kongyu Technology. No outsiders are permitted to approach. Ensure that military advisors maintain quality control and enhance production safety awareness. Understood? Yes. The contents of this meeting are to be encrypted. No information shall be leaked. Furthermore, the mechanical dogs you requested will not be available within a year. They will only be allocated to you after meeting the needs of the special forces. Do you comprehend? I emphasize once more, this is not a jest. It is an order, and you must comply. Yes. Yes. Minister Liao swiftly concluded the meeting and immediately dialed the encrypted phone of Lu Yifeng's assistant. Taking a deep breath, he felt a significant weight lift from his chest, experiencing a sense of relief. The frustrations of the past few days dissipated. At the United Nations conference, in the Dragon Nation's rest area, Lu Yifeng was prepared to cast a dissenting vote. The proposal from the Eagle Sauce cannot be allowed to pass effortlessly. As a member of the 5 permanent members, he possesses veto power. He was ready to delay proceedings as much as possible, hoping for a bit more time for the Dragon Nation to expedite the development of quadrupedal robots. This was his reluctant choice. Lu Yifeng glanced at his watch, exhaling slowly, and managed to smile as he rose to head towards the conference room. As he walked down the corridor, he heard the hurried footsteps of his assistant approaching from behind, clutching an encrypted phone. Ambassador Lu. Minister Liao from the Department of Armaments is on the line. He says he has something important to discuss with you. Seeing that only 3 minutes remained, Lu quickly took the phone. This old Liao should know the meeting schedule. Why is he calling at such a crucial moment? He handed the prepared documents for opposing the Eagle Sauce proposal to his assistant and quickly answered the call. Hello, old Lu. Has it started? Have you spoken yet? Lu Yifeng's face was grave. At this critical juncture, Minister Liao was complicating matters for him. I'm on my way to the assembly hall. Is there anything of great importance? Can it wait until after the meeting? It's like this, old Lu. I just received the specifics and wanted to inform you. The Dragon Nation has successfully developed the mechanical dogs. Lu Yifeng instinctively thought Minister Liao was about to boast about some new weapon or technological breakthrough, like an increase in missile range or significant changes to landmines. Previously, he had heard Liao mention some inconsequential new weapons, which were merely minor modifications he seemed eager to flaunt. Thinking to offer a mechanical-sounding compliment, he said, "Congratulations, Minister Liao. Developing mechanical dogs is truly commendable. Congratulations. Congratulations. Wait, what did you say? You mean the mechanical dogs have been successfully developed? Are there experimental data? Really? That is marvelous. They are already in mass production? What? Their performance surpasses that of Boston Dynamics? They have mastered the realm of lethal robotic machines and can be equipped with large-caliber grenade launchers? Haha, excellent. Truly wonderful news." Lu Yifeng surveyed the quiet corridor, now fully aware of the mechanical dog's mass production. His previously somber expression transformed into a smile as he pondered the implications, quickening his pace. He briefed his nearby assistant, and an idea flashed in his mind. Within the United Nations Assembly, Thomas stood at the center, awaiting the voting phase, and acknowledged the entry of the Dragon Nation's representative, Lu Yifeng, with a nod and a smile. The UN Secretary-General, maintaining a low profile, was merely a figurehead in the proceedings. His authority was nominal, as he read through the documents regarding Eagle Sauce's proposal for the legalization of lethal quadrupedal robots, a terrifying mechanized weapon threatening the safety of the entire blue planet. As a representative from a small nation, he felt utterly powerless to halt this initiative. His voice lowered slightly. "Representatives of various nations, please cast your votes on Eagle Sauce's proposal." After addressing the assembly, he cast a glance at Lu Yifeng, hoping that the Dragon Nation would thwart this absurd proposal. A rare smile flickered across his face. Representatives from smaller nations promptly cast their dissenting votes. Some countries aligned with Eagle Sauce, possessing quadrupedal robot technology, voted in favor. At the representative seat of the small nation, Inoue was chattering away. Haha. The Dragon Nation has made no progress in quadrupedal robotics and will truly suffer a silent loss this time. Unable to develop their own technology, they seek to obstruct others' advancements. Such naive thinking. They may delay their dissenting votes, but they will only become the laughingstock of the United Nations Assembly. Ultimately, the decision lies with the 5 permanent members. The smaller nations are merely here to observe. As anticipated, the Bear Nation and 2 other permanent members cast their votes in favor. The fate of this proposal now rested squarely on Ambassador Liu Yifeng of the Dragon Nation. Thomas wore a smile, calculating that even if this proposal did not pass, it would not prevent them from developing lethal quadrupedal robots. Since the Dragon Nation proposed a ban on development, he would advocate for legalization, positioning himself in opposition. The more the Dragon Nation sought to restrict, the more he would push for legitimacy, aiming to suppress the technological advancement of the Dragon Nation. Liu Yifeng sat composedly in his representative seat. Lethal robots would become humanity's nightmare on future battlefields. They are merely cold machines, obeying commands without a trace of human emotion. Have you considered the consequences? Many of the Dragon Nation's allies voiced their agreement. We concur. We support this. Uncontrollable situations may arise on the battlefield. Human lives will be endangered. This violates the spirit of humanity. Lethal robots should never exist. Thomas seized the microphone. The Dragon Nation's rhetoric is alarmist. Human exploration will not cease. Lethal robots, if properly regulated, will primarily serve humanity. You are merely jealous due to your lack of technology. The Bear Nation representative declared. Agreed. Lethal robots are merely tools of their users. They possess no inherent morality. Chapter 031. Why is the Dragon Kingdom acting unconventionally? The Cataly Armed Forces launch a rebellion. British representative, agreed. The march of science must not cease. French representative, concur. The audience was once again treated to a spectacle. It was now a tug-of-war among the 5 permanent members. Instances of unanimous agreement among the 5 are a rarity in United Nations meetings. When certain proposals arise, they are typically followed by endless disputes and dilly-dallying, ultimately leading to an inability to reach a consensus, resulting in the use of veto power. This proposal, too, would be rendered void. A resounding voice spoke once more. I represent the Dragon Kingdom, and I support this proposal. Thomas, lost in thought regarding the next proposal, was taken aback by the interpreter's words. Assuming he had misheard, he removed his Bluetooth headset and stared in astonishment at the smiling Ambassador Liu. Agreed? How could that be? Just moments ago, in the temporary conference room, the Dragon Kingdom was staunchly opposed. Had they now consented and prepared to negotiate? It certainly seemed so. The ambassadors present were collectively bewildered. Why was the Dragon Kingdom deviating from the norm? Could it be that they recognized the futility of resisting the clandestine development of lethal robots and had reconciled with it? Or had they reached some secret accord during the earlier small meeting among the 5 in the United Nations Assembly? The shift in the Dragon Kingdom's stance left the ambassadors perplexed as they glanced towards the representative from the Dragon Kingdom, engaging in hushed discussions and various speculations. No way. Why did the elder brother change his mind? How could the Dragon Kingdom agree so readily? This was not in line with their usual conduct. Liu Yifeng placed his hands gently on the table, exuding confidence. Now that the proposal had passed, the rationalization of the quadrupedal robots could proceed. Henceforth, no nation would be permitted to interfere with our projects. I urge all present to remember my words from today. A representative from Japan chuckled softly, asserting that even if the Dragon Kingdom had a decade, they could not surpass them, let alone the technology of the Eagle Nation's quadrupedal robots. The Eagle Nation's representative, Thomas, wore a peculiar expression. He was uncertain of the Dragon Kingdom's intentions, but with the proposal's passage, they could now boldly develop quadrupedal robots. Once deployed on the battlefield, the Dragon Kingdom would eventually have to negotiate, and their bargaining chips would triple. Thomas reveled in the prospects. The proposal's approval was solely advantageous for the Eagle Nation, simultaneously suppressing the Dragon Kingdom. He anticipated recognition from the Pentagon, considering it a multifaceted victory, secretly delighting in his triumph. The United Nations meeting drew to a close, and representatives from various countries began to vacate their seats. The representatives from Pakistan and the post-80s generation, allies of the Dragon Kingdom, approached Ambassador Liu eagerly. The post-80s representative expressed indignation, whispering beside Ambassador Liu, "Ambassador Liu, I've long been intolerant of that white-headed eagle. Why indulge them?" Pakistan's representative wore an eager expression, inquiring, "Ambassador Liu, I was ready to charge alongside you. Why did we agree to the proposal?" Liu Yifeng glanced at the two representatives with a hint of resignation. Should he inform them that we had already mass-produced mechanical dogs? We certainly had our own plans. Since the Eagle Nation had become shameless, it was time to adopt a strategy of diplomacy before force. When they eventually discovered that the Dragon Kingdom had developed mature battlefield mechanical dogs, what could they possibly say? The matter was not convenient to disclose, as it had already been decided by the Dragon Kingdom and could not be altered. Just as Liu Yifeng was about to elaborate further, his assistant rushed over, panting, and whispered a few words in his ear. The expression on Liu Yifeng's face shifted dramatically as he casually glanced towards Jasha's representative, who appeared anxious, hastily relaying instructions to their assistant before swiftly departing the scene. The urgency of their demeanor belied the image of a national ambassador. Liu Yifeng excused himself and followed his assistant out of the conference hall. As they walked, he inquired intently, "When did this happen? Why so suddenly?" "It occurred just an hour ago. We were informed immediately after our contacts in Jasha received the news." His assistant replied, "How much territory do the Cataly armed forces currently occupy? Have any of our expatriates been affected?" Liu Yifeng asked rapidly, seeking updates on the situation in Jasha. The armed rebellion in Jasha was first reported to the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which promptly notified Ambassador Liu. In the Middle East, the impact on the expatriate community in Jasha had reached a staggering 1,000 individuals. The Cataly armed forces were a rebel faction, and Jasha's relations with the Dragon Kingdom were far from cordial, especially since the Eagle Nation had their backing. On the international stage, they would not show the Dragon Kingdom any favor. Despite the significant advancements in the Dragon Kingdom's defense capabilities this year, certain nations remained antagonistic. The sudden insurrection raised questions about whether the Eagle Nation was involved behind the scenes. An hour prior, the Cataly armed forces had seized several cities' government forces without warning and had now occupied 1/10 of the territory. The Jasha government was engaged in efforts to quell the rebellion. This conflict with the Cataly armed forces was likely to persist for an extended period. However, the Jasha military spokesperson indicated that the use of weapons of mass destruction would cause devastation to their cities, opting for a strategy of small-scale encirclement operations. Liu Yifeng pondered for a moment. If such small-scale operations could not be effectively suppressed with weaponry, the duration of combat would prolong, significantly endangering the lives of the Dragon Kingdom's expatriates. "Have you established contact with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Jasha? What is their stance? Are arrangements being made to return our expatriates?" His assistant sighed. "We just negotiated with the Jasha Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They stated that to prevent the higher echelons of the rebels from escaping amidst the chaos, they have closed the airport and maritime routes. They assured us that once the rebellion is quelled, they will return the surviving expatriates to our country." Liu Yifeng's expression turned frigid upon hearing this. Such audacity from a small nation like Jasha. The notion of surviving expatriates implied a blatant disregard for the Dragon Kingdom. Did they truly believe that with the Eagle Nation's backing, we would remain passive? It seemed some had forgotten our bottom line. It was time for certain clowns to witness our strength, lest they remain utterly oblivious. After entering his vehicle, he headed towards the Eagle Nation's embassy in the Dragon Kingdom. Along the way, he received numerous calls, all inquiring about the situation in Jasha. The Dragon Kingdom had been pursuing a path of peaceful development in recent years, yet some nations continued to provoke its boundaries. Chapter 032: The Evacuation of Overseas Chinese. The stricken Xiaozhou. The United Nations Conference is held in Eagle Country. Liu Yifeng promptly arrived at the embassy and convened an emergency meeting. He established contact with Minister Liao of the General Armament Department of Dragon Country. "Old Liao, a rebellion has erupted in Jasha, and the situation is extremely critical. The Cataly armed forces could potentially harm our compatriots at any moment. We must organize a rescue operation. The furious voice of Minister Liao resonated from the screen. These armed terrorists are becoming increasingly audacious. With Eagle Country backing them, do they truly believe we fear them? How infuriating. What is Eagle Country's stance? Ambassador Liu observed the bustling figures within the room. An assistant swiftly approached him, relaying information. Eagle Country is ostensibly not intervening. However, they have troops stationed in Jasha. We have yet to ascertain the reasons behind this armed rebellion. Currently, Eagle Country's position is ambiguous and can be disregarded. Minister Liao understood that mishandling military issues internationally could lead to further friction and posed some questions. Otherwise, he would have already reported for troop deployment. Fine. Even if Eagle Country dares to intervene, we in Dragon Country are not afraid. These small nations, emboldened by temporary victories, have forgotten past pains. This rescue mission must serve as a profound lesson for them. To dare disturb us is simply courting disaster. Ambassador Liu's think tank was also analyzing the favorable situation and soon proposed a method for the evacuation of overseas Chinese. He nodded and spoke. Old Liao, this matter has crossed Dragon Country's bottom line. The safety of our compatriots is not to be trifled with. We shall proceed with this operation in a straightforward manner. We must intimidate those unruly nations and showcase our technological prowess. By the way, how is the production situation at Konyu Technology? Minister Liao responded in kind. I have already instructed the Jiangning Military District to make contact. Within 3 hours, we can conservatively prepare 100 units as a starting point. Due to time constraints, we can only equip them with the Type 95 automatic rifles. The heavier weaponry is not yet ready. However, all necessary functionalities have been equipped. This marks their first debut. They will surely deal with those rebels effectively. Ambassador Liu was filled with confidence regarding these mechanical dogs. This was their first appearance on the battlefield, destined to deliver a harsh lesson to all forces across the Blue Star. Very well. We will organize the operation in 5 hours. I will also create some momentum in international news. You report to the higher-ups, and we shall act in unison. Within Konyu Technology, Gu Shunan's student, Xiao Zhao, whose full name is Zhao Tai, had been sent by Chief of Staff Song as a military advisor. Zhao Tai followed closely behind the master craftsman, marveling at the newly expanded production line. Such grand scale. Truly impressive. He observed as the components of black mechanical dogs were assembled on the line. Soon, he accompanied the master craftsman to the testing grounds, where over 100 mechanical dogs, each equipped with a Type 95 automatic rifle, stood assembled. He was struck by an overwhelming sense of disbelief. In just a few days, Dragon Country had transitioned from having no lethal robots to having them lined up in rows within this enclosed space, filling him with profound shock and awe. The production speed of Konyu Technology was astonishing. In less than a day, so much had been produced. Master Craftsman, shall we test the accuracy of the rifles? The Master Craftsman, donning an official demeanor, tapped a few times on the wrist device. Suddenly, one mechanical dog stepped forward from the ranks, positioning itself directly in front of the shooting target. With a tap on the wrist device, the black mechanical dog emitted 2 beams of red light and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Tat, 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 tat. After a round of shooting, the plastic target 100 meters away began to move toward him. Zhao Tai, filled with excitement, fixed his gaze on the bullet holes in the target ring. Incredulous as he exclaimed, 3 9s and over 10 10s? This is a target for elite soldiers. I doubt even they could achieve such accuracy as this mechanical dog. If such data were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly leave many in disbelief. With such a high hit rate from 100 meters away, how could the enemy possibly survive if they were discovered on the battlefield? Xiao Zhao began to worry for the foes. The mortality rate was a staggering 99. Moreover, while observing the stability during the mechanical dog's shooting, he noted that with such considerable recoil, it had moved less than 10 centimeters, even without an added shock-absorbing module. The stability was extraordinary. If struck by the enemy on the battlefield, would it not remain standing? Master Craftsman, did you merely use the most basic shock-absorbing module? The Master Craftsman rolled his eyes at Zhao Tai, who appeared utterly inexperienced. What else would you expect? If we were to install large-caliber grenade launchers or individual rocket launchers, The current shock-absorbing modules wouldn't withstand it. If it weren't for your urgency for results, we wouldn't have released such a simple modification. Wouldn't that make others think the products of Kongyu technology are subpar? If not for our boss's consent, I wouldn't have made these modifications. Zhao Tai coughed repeatedly upon hearing this. To the master craftsman, these high-tech products were mere trifles, while to Zhao Tai, they were unattainable treasures. This was quite disheartening. However, recalling that Kongyu technology had even developed bionic drones, he understood that such items were indeed trivial for them. Originally, the mechanical dogs were civilian products. With 1,000 units already manufactured, initially marketed as toys, now repurposed as lethal combat machines, they were still insufficient for the master craftsman. On the battlefield, there were countless considerations. To him, there were numerous areas needing modification. Weapons on the battlefield were indiscriminate. Should Kongyu Technology's products be damaged, it would be a disgrace to their company's reputation, adversely affecting future business endeavors. Zhao Tai respected this peculiar old man, yet dared not provoke him. He had previously encountered some mechanical engineering challenges, but was enlightened by the master's casual remarks, which mocked him for not knowing such basic knowledge. Deflated, Zhao Tai had lost all spirit. Just then, his phone rang, and he heard Song Jia's urgent voice. Zhao, how many operational combat mechanical dogs do we have? Chapter 033. The matter attracts widespread attention. 120 units. Colonel Song. The rifle's accuracy has just been tested. Zhao Tai had yet to finish his report when he was abruptly interrupted by Song Jia's urgent voice. All right, you shall report the data to me shortly. In 3 minutes, 10 transport helicopters from the Northwest Military District of Kyoto will arrive at the Jiangning Industrial Park. Speak with Master Qiao and instruct them to bring the 120 mechanical dogs to the open area. Someone will come to coordinate with you. Little Zhao appeared bewildered, uncertain about the urgency that necessitated the immediate retrieval of the mechanical dogs. However, he could only obey the command. Discussing matters pertaining to Kyoto City was beyond the purview of a mere doctoral advisor. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Meanwhile, in a covert military district in Kyoto, 100 black mechanical dogs were lined up in an open space. Standing before them was Major General Li, flanked by 50 specially equipped black-clad warriors. At that moment, Major General Li's expression was one of grave seriousness. You are the elite warriors meticulously selected for this unique mission. You will be engaged in protection and evacuation operations abroad. This is a real combat situation. You will not have heavy firepower to back you up during the rescue mission in the Liaga region. There are 1,000 overseas Chinese awaiting your assistance. These are our compatriots, bound by blood. Do you have the confidence to complete this mission? Yes. These 50 warriors were the Armée de l'Armée of the Dragon Kingdom's elite forces, the finest of the Sword Brigade. Having been sifted from over 1 million soldiers, they not only excel in hand-to-hand combat, but are also proficient in high-tech equipment. Each one of them is a paragon of talent in civilian society. This mission is particularly significant, serving as a demonstration of the Dragon Kingdom's strength to those on Blue Star. Major General Li proclaimed, "Excellent. When the Dragon Kingdom calls upon you, I see no hesitation in your faces. You must be prepared for sacrifice. You may face tens of thousands of insurgents. Are you afraid? No. Good. The Liaga region is densely populated with urban structures. The good news is that you will not encounter large-scale enemies. Moreover, you will each be assigned 2 units of the 100 mechanical dogs produced by aerospace technology. You have half an hour for familiarization. These high-tech killing machines must not show mercy upon encountering foes. You must ensure the safe escort of all 1,000 overseas Chinese to the port. The Dragon Kingdom's naval vessels will wait at the port for 3 days. Can you accomplish this? Absolutely. Yes. We guarantee the mission will be completed." The 50 members of the Sword Brigade wore resolute expressions, prepared to brave the perilous undertaking of rescuing 1,000 overseas Chinese amidst thousands of armed terrorists in Jashikatl. The enormity of the challenge was palpable to all present. They were soldiers, bound to execute orders, and they felt no hesitation in the face of rescuing their compatriots. Yet, as half an hour passed, and they mastered the capabilities of the mechanical dogs, The 50 elite soldiers of the Sword Brigade comprehended why only they had been dispatched. In small-scale combat, they could manage any number of adversaries with ease. Tanks in urban warfare, even if they could enter, would face significant limitations, becoming mere targets due to their slow movement. The most likely positions for deployment would be at Zhou, making it relatively easy for them to handle. Upon witnessing the functionality of the mechanical dogs, confidence illuminated their faces. In the Pentagon, within a secretive hall, Thomas reclined comfortably on a sofa, facing Lieutenant General Brandt, who had commanded numerous modern battles. Brandt leisurely held a cigar in his left hand, enjoying music. "Thomas, your provocative tactics in the United Nations meeting were quite effective, forcing the Dragon Kingdom to acquiesce. The legalization of killing machines on the battlefield has proven beneficial for our plans in Jasha." Thomas shifted to a more comfortable position, exuding an air of assured victory. "Rest assured, General Brandt. According to reports from our spies, the mechanical dogs being developed by the Dragon Kingdom can barely maintain their footing. The passage of the UN proposal merely indicates their realization that they cannot impede our progress. As for matters in Jasha, I entrust them to you, General Brandt. The Jasha region is rich in energy resources and has long been coveted by superpowers. However, recent military advancements in Jasha have begun to defy our directives, much to the chagrin of the Pentagon. The once obedient subordinate has grown rebellious. A lesson must be imparted to prevent further insubordination. Under our auspices, we support the cattle rebels, providing them with weapons and funding to incite unrest in Jasha, aiming to topple the government forces and cultivate a compliant militia. This is a standard tactic employed by us, manipulating these government forces to secure various energy resources. Jasha has grown audacious enough to oppose us, akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot, utterly oblivious to the peril. Such trifles shall be easily handled. Furthermore, we have procured 50 killing machines from Boston Dynamics, at a cost of $50 million. The government forces pose little threat. Once we orchestrate the assassination of the president, we can maneuver things such that a new spokesperson emerges in Jasha. In Kyoto City, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a high-profile press conference. A multitude of journalists, upon hearing of the insurgency in Jasha, descended like sharks sensing blood in the water. Foreign reporters made up the majority, and various news articles began to proliferate across websites and forums, given the international significance of the Jasha situation. Journalists vied to ascertain the developments of the unfolding events. Ambassador Liu Yifeng promptly returned to the Dragon Kingdom upon receiving word. The cattle insurgents in the Liaga region posed a direct threat to the lives of the Dragon Kingdom's overseas Chinese, showing no regard for our proposed protective evacuation measures. We express our strong dissatisfaction and have sparked international concern regarding this issue. Since Jasha has failed to act and implement international rescue operations, we shall deploy personnel to the Liaga region for a rescue mission. All of this stems from the inadequate handling by the Jasha government forces. Our actions do not contravene international laws regarding the interference in other nations' civil wars. Thus, we will proceed with our rescue operation under the cover of night. Any obstruction will be regarded as a threat. Chapter 034. The Doubts of Netizens. Is 50 enough? Liu Yifeng surveyed the journalists below, their hands raised in a flurry of inquiries. He chose a representative from a prominent American television station. Why has your side publicly announced the rescue mission? Doesn't this alert the enemy and complicate matters? Or have you made sufficient preparations? How many personnel will Long Country deploy for this rescue mission? Will you employ heavy firepower during this operation? Liu's expression remained inscrutable as he selected a few questions to address. You need not worry about the difficulties of this rescue mission. We will not utilize heavy weaponry. A total of 50 elite members from the Sword Assault team will be dispatched for the operation. The journalists were momentarily stunned, holding their microphones in disbelief. Did they truly hear 50 and not 500? Was this not a trivial endeavor? Liu's demeanor quickly turned frosty. Esteemed journalist, please be mindful of your words. Any further inappropriate remarks will result in your removal from this venue. The journalist, flustered, instinctively voiced the collective skepticism of the audience. My apologies, Ambassador Liu. It was not my intention. I misspoke. Please do not misunderstand my words. I was too hasty. Under Lu's penetrating gaze, the journalist felt as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. He promptly apologized, acknowledging his error. The press conference concluded, and the video was uploaded onto international news platforms, instantly igniting fervent discussions among netizens worldwide. This was an international incident, yet a mere 50 personnel were to undertake the rescue mission. Apart from Long Country's netizens, the rest were rife with skepticism, some even resorting to ridicule. A netizen from Japan remarked, "Is Long Country overly confident, bordering on arrogance? Sending 50 individuals into a war-torn region is tantamount to courting death." A netizen from the West chuckled, 50 against thousands of Qatari rebel forces? Surely, it cannot be true. Perhaps they are secretly dispatching 5,000 more. Long Country is quite the strategist. An Indian netizen chimed in, "How absurd. Long Country has outsmarted us again. If we sent merely 10 individuals for the rescue, that would suffice. I'm not boasting. Our warriors are equipped with exoskeleton gear, and one could easily take down 1,000. An American netizen countered, "The Indian seems to be daydreaming. Long Country nearly reached our capital, and they still haven't learned their lesson. Nevertheless, sending just 50 is rather risky." A netizen from the region commented, 50 personnel are insufficient. The Qatari rebels are well equipped. I do not doubt Long Country's strength, but 50 is simply inadequate. They should send 50,000 to quell the rebellion. Another netizen retorted, "In the midst of war, the minds of netizens seem to falter. Are you requesting 50,000 troops to assist you? We have been pleading for Long Country to station troops here, yet they do not come." The previous Japanese netizen added, "Long Country is not as formidable as you imagine. Sending just 50 is sheer folly." An American netizen concluded, based on their capabilities, if Long Country refrains from employing heavy weaponry, 50 personnel will hardly survive, rendering this a suicidal endeavor. Within the Pentagon, General Brandt of the 3-star rank was engulfed in confusion upon hearing the statements from Long Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He glanced at Ambassador Thomas across from him. Long Country's audacity suggested they possessed considerable confidence. Otherwise, they would not act so ostentatiously. Did they possess advanced weaponry concealed for this operation? Thomas scoffed lightly, offering reassurance. "General Brandt, you are overthinking this. Our spies in Long Country are constantly monitoring their research and weapon developments. If there were any unusual activities, would I remain oblivious?" He rolled his eyes and set down his wine glass. "This is merely a ruse. Long Country's overt display of 50 personnel is a fade. The actual numbers deployed will undoubtedly be greater. They aim to provoke a sense of overconfidence in the Qatari rebels before launching their true rescue efforts." General Brandt realized that this rescue operation was far more complex than it appeared. Yet, he could not fathom Long Country's strategies. "Thomas, do not underestimate Long Country. Remember their historical record of 1v17. We cannot afford to take them lightly. Since they dare to interject in our affairs, we, as the hosts, must extend our hospitality. What is 50 personnel? We shall see for ourselves." Thomas nodded, continuing leisurely, "In the face of absolute power, what use are schemes? It would delight me to see Long Country lose face over this, and I find myself anticipating any mishaps that may befall their 50. On the outskirts of the Kashaliaga region's border, a transport aircraft entered the neutral zone. As dusk fell, the aircraft's doors opened, revealing 50 fully armed members of the sword assault team amidst the surrounding desert landscape. Following closely were 100 activated black mechanical dogs, aligned in perfect formation, awaiting commands. This operation was dubbed Operation Hunt Kasha. As the team leader, observing a nearby cameraman recording, he called out, "Stone, 1 minute of footage will suffice. Do not forget the commander's instructions. Rest assured, Captain, with these 100 mechanical hounds, we need not even reveal ourselves. The rebels will not know how they meet their end." The members of the sword assault team engaged in light banter, seeking to alleviate the tense atmosphere before the mission commenced. "I say, must we wait until morning for the announcement? The commander is far too cautious. Even if the Qatari rebels learn of our mechanical hounds, how could they possibly discern our operational route? I believe this mission, as Stone suggested, will require no direct involvement from us. Furthermore, I've seen the derision directed at us on international forums, labeling our mission a suicidal endeavor. I eagerly await their reactions when they are proven wrong. As 10 minutes passed, the captain adopted a serious demeanor and issued commands. All right, time us up. Prepare to commence Operation Hunt Kasha. All actions must adhere to my directives. Is that understood? Yes, Captain. Let the world witness whether the Sword Assault Team, one of Long Country's elite forces, is indeed the so-called death squad they speak of. Everyone, stay sharp. Chapter 035. Is this the intelligence you gathered? Early the next morning, a brief video uploaded online within a mere minute went viral. A fully armed assault team of 50, clad in black attire, wore the crimson emblem of the Dragon Nation on their right shoulders. As the 50 Sword Strike Commandos descended from a transport aircraft, a line of black mechanical dogs emerged at the hatch. Each mechanical canine was uniformly equipped with a 95 type automatic rifle mounted on its back. Their eyes glowed ominously red as they marched with synchronized mechanical legs, gracefully touching the arid desert ground. The setting sun cast a chilling light upon the 100 mechanical dogs, rendering them eerily reminiscent of bloodied beasts. Viewers across the internet were left in shock. The uniformity of their steps and the alignment of their automatic rifles, coupled with the surrounding environment, conveyed a sense of authenticity far removed from mere theatrics. Upon the video's release, it detonated like a nuclear bomb across international networks, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Is this a quadrupedal robot? Why have I never seen any nation showcase such a thing? Is this the confidence of the Dragon Nation in their rescue mission? 100 black mechanical dogs. This must be their battlefield debut. Someone tell me this isn't real. Can a genius verify if this is an AI-generated video? Even the quadrupedal robots produced by Eagle Sauce's Boston Dynamics aren't this exquisite. I suspect it's merely a composite video. How could the Dragon Nation unveil so many mechanical dogs all at once when they have never shown any before? Perhaps the Dragon Nation has been concealing their capabilities, secretly developing this technology. A netizen from Little West 8 remarked, "There's no way this was developed by the Dragon Nation. It was secretly produced by our own country." My cousin works at a military factory and told me they sold 100 units to the Dragon Nation yesterday. The numbers align perfectly. Another commented, "You're daydreaming this early in the morning. If Little West 8 can produce them, I could swallow one of those mechanical dogs whole." A netizen from India added, "This clearly looks like a model. We haven't even managed to create one. How could the Dragon Nation possibly produce them? It must be a smokescreen to confuse the Qatarli armed forces." A Russian netizen chimed in, "This must be a model of a killing machine. The Dragon Nation is already lagging in the field of robotics. To produce such advanced mechanical dogs would take at least 20 more years." An American netizen concluded, "This looks too fake. Our own Boston Dynamics has been researching quadrupedal robots for over 30 years and hasn't achieved anything like this. It's likely just a model." International netizens were nearly unanimous in their skepticism regarding the authenticity of the video. The mere emergence of 100 robots by the Dragon Nation suggested an implausible scenario involving extraterrestrial assistance for such rapid production of lethal machines. The Pentagon serves as the Defense Department of Eagle Sauce, composed of 6 entities, including the Secretary of Defense's office, military departments, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Unified Combat Command, defense agencies, and on-site defense operations. As Thomas arrived at the entrance, still half asleep, he was met with the furious glare of Secretary Ally, who approached him briskly, her tone laced with reproach. "Thomas, is this the intelligence you've gathered? What were you thinking? Didn't you ascertain that the Dragon Nation could not possibly produce mechanical dogs? What happened to the assurances you provided me yesterday?" Suddenly alert, Thomas shook off his morning stupor, his eyes clearing. "Madam Secretary, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Ally flung her phone at Thomas's chest, prompting him to gasp in surprise. Secretary Ally instinctively stepped back, wearing an expression of disbelief at Thomas's reaction. "What on earth were you doing yesterday?" she scolded. "Madam Secretary, it's not what you think. I can't be held accountable for your personal preferences. This isn't the time for that. Watch the video and then explain this to me." Thomas attempted to respond, but the disdainful look in Ally's eyes rendered him speechless. He shook his head, transfixed by the shocking images on the screen. This can't be real. This video must be fake. How can the Dragon Nation possess so many killing machines? With AI technology being as advanced as it is, it could easily be synthesized. Ally, observing Thomas's refusal to accept the truth, intensified her tone. Thomas, are you still deceiving yourself? Yesterday, our intelligence confirmed that the Dragon Nation's Sword Strike Commandos have entered the Jashalia region. By now, they are likely engaged in combat with the Katarli forces. You expect me to believe this is fabricated? Thomas clutched his phone tightly, still in disbelief that these lethal machines were of Dragon Nation origin. Madam Secretary, our spies are closely monitoring the Dragon Nation's development progress. Just 3 days ago, my informant told me that the Dragon Nation hadn't even achieved stable standing with their mechanical dogs. How could they possibly deploy such elite killing machines? Besides, would the Dragon Nation willingly expose high-end technology during a rescue mission? This goes against their typical modus operandi. Secretary Ally pondered for a moment. This indeed did not align with the Dragon Nation's usual conduct. If they possessed advanced technology, they typically concealed it until they reached a more sophisticated level, only to reveal it when necessary. This overt display of high-end technology was unprecedented. Their positioning in Jashalia had reached a critical juncture, and if the Dragon Nation intervened, it could disrupt their plans. Additionally, from certain clues, it was not difficult to ascertain that the Dragon Nation might be supporting the Jashalia government forces, complicating their energy control plans. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Ally addressed Thomas firmly. You need to secretly contact our spies embedded in the Dragon Nation and ascertain the truth. If you mess this up, I will report to the president and recommend your dismissal. Ally snatched the phone from Thomas, wiping it with a handkerchief before discarding it disdainfully onto the ground, then swiftly headed toward the military department to convene a meeting. General Brandt, are you certain that the 50 killing machines from Boston Dynamics were delivered to the Katarli armed forces yesterday morning? Yes, Madam Secretary. Excellent. With this new weaponry and mechanical support for the Katarli forces numbering 20,000, even if they are inept, dealing with 50 individuals should be a simple task. Chapter 036. The initial emergence of bionic unmanned aerial vehicles upon hearing the inquiry. General Brandt posed a question. How shall we manage the 1,000 Chinese expatriates in the Jashalia region? After asking, he made a snapping gesture with his fingers. However, Abby shook her head and took a few steps back. No, this is a matter concerning the Jasha civil war. If we extend our reach too far, it will only provoke the Dragon Kingdom. The situation will change drastically. We should operate discreetly from behind the scenes. The Dragon Kingdom is not as peace-loving as they appear. They possess an innate thirst for blood. Brandt, heed my words. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Have you forgotten the incident in Chinatown? Brandt was indeed familiar with the Chinatown incident. The Chinese expatriates who had arrived in the Eagle country were disregarded by the local gangs, who frequently harassed them for protection money and even set fire to their properties. Ultimately, the expatriates united, armed themselves, and stormed the gang's stronghold, nearly wiping them out. Chinatown was forged through struggle, not granted by the Eagle country. As for the 50 elite strike teams from the Dragon Kingdom, they are part of a military operation. Could we perhaps provide them with covert assistance? The defense minister, Eli, revealed a knowing smile. They have come from afar. We can simply ensure that the Katal armed forces extend some care towards them. After all, any unexpected occurrences on the battlefield can be easily justified. General Brandt slowly rose to his feet, sharing a laugh. I will make arrangements for the locals to look after them. In the Liaga region, after enduring a day of bombardment from the rebels, the city lay in ruins. The streets were strewn with barbed wire and obstacles, while papers flew about amidst the ever-present flames, reflecting the brutality of the battlefield. The elite strike team, having journeyed through the night, finally arrived in the Liaga region, which was under the control of the Katal armed forces. Guided by the Dragon Kingdom's command post, they reached their destination. Upon arrival, however, they found themselves cut off from communication with their command due to the interference equipment operated by the Katal forces. They were now reliant solely on their own abilities. The captain at the forefront made a fist gesture, causing everyone to halt. Release the magpie. Determine the enemy's position within 10 minutes. Yes, Captain. One of the team leaders had a mechanical magpie bound to his left arm. This bionic unmanned aerial vehicle, produced by Konyu Corporation, had been enhanced by a skilled master with additional features, including infrared scanning capable of pinpointing enemy locations. It was the size of an ordinary sparrow, yet fully equipped with internal mechanisms and anti-jamming devices. The only drawback was that the magpie could not operate in the Jasha region. Otherwise, with the master's expertise, creating a black kite would be a matter of moments. As the team member operated the device, the magpie loosened its grip and soared into the air. It performed a spinning maneuver just before reaching the ground, its small red eyes flashing as it ascended to hover above the battle-scarred city of Liaga. The controller, crouching low, observed the red dots appearing on his wrist device, accompanied by fluctuating numbers and topographical data, his expression betraying his excitement. Captain, we have identified 156 targets, and the number is increasing. Near the Dragon Kingdom Embassy, there are 3 locations densely populated with red dots. It appears to be the ambush site of the Katail rebel forces. Upon hearing this, the captain adjusted the software for the mechanical dog's functions on his wrist device. All right, continue reporting. Let us give them a surprise this time. Captain, this bionic unmanned aerial vehicle is truly a reconnaissance marvel on the battlefield. It surpasses those reconnaissance planes significantly. With the infrared scanning system, it's as if we have full visibility of the area. Stone exclaimed, his laughter exuberant. The Katail forces thought they could hide from us. But now everything is laid bare before our eyes. We shall catch them off guard. The captain issued the command. Let us move out, but do not let your guard down. Every action must be in accordance with my orders. I brought you here to ensure each of you returns safely to the Dragon Kingdom. Report the enemy numbers. Captain, there are 3 ambush sites with a total of 754 enemies. The number of weapons is unclear, but based on images received, some appear to be wielding Eagle Country weapons and equipment, complete with holographic projection helmets, the reconnaissance team member reported loudly. The shameless Eagle Country. They are indeed meddling from behind the scenes. They are like a stick in the mud, leaving their shadow everywhere. Before long, under the leadership of the elite strike team's captain, the 50 members reached the first ambush site. Captain, there are 132 red dots inside. Should we execute an assault? Humph. No need. Let the big dogs show their strength first. Switch to assassination mode and voice mode. Let us give these Katail forces a proper greeting. Haha. Understood. The captain and the 50 elite strike team members halted 300 meters away, gazing at the 3 dilapidated buildings in the distance. They adjusted the mechanical dog functions on their wrist devices and collectively made an OK gesture. 100 mechanical dogs sprang into action, splitting into several directions, advancing towards the enemy's concealed positions at a speed of 10 paces, utilizing cover to remain undetected by the Katail armed forces. Within the 3 buildings, there were 12 concealed positions. Groups of 10 mechanical dogs approached the entrances without being discovered by the Katail forces. Under the captain's unified command, 3 mechanical dogs, moving lightly, made their way towards an entrance located in a 3rd-floor corridor. Suddenly, all 3 mechanical dogs emitted sharp sounds. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Huluwa. Ding-dong, ding-dong. Mighty skills. The piercing noise echoed throughout the semi-enclosed room, startling the already tense Katail armed personnel, who screamed in panic. What on earth is that? What is this ding-dong sound? It's terrifying in broad daylight. I thought it was an air raid alarm. Some of them jumped in fright, their rifles slipping from their grasp. Chapter 037, Psychological Warfare. Disrupting Morale. The Katail militants gazed in astonishment at the 3 black mechanical dogs that appeared at the entrance. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the surreal scene before them. The trio of mechanical canines tilted their heads in unison, fixating intently on the more than a dozen adversaries, their mechanical voices emanating a seemingly friendly greeting. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? The Katail soldiers, gripped by fear, raised their rifles and unleashed a torrential barrage upon the mechanical creatures. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 as bullets rained down in an attempt to suppress their growing dread, stirring up clouds of dust. After expending their ammunition, the militants noticed glimmers of red light piercing through the dust. Bang, bang, bang. Precise bullets struck them in the head, each shot hitting its mark without waste. In a matter of minutes, similar scenes unfolded in 12 concealed spots across 3 buildings. A pack of mechanical dogs manifested before the enemy, as if science had materialized into reality. Within 10 minutes, the elite strike team had neutralized 132 Catal insurgents, leaving a cache of weapons and grenades behind. While the 100 mechanical dogs sustained no damage whatsoever, this surprise assault was executed with utmost stealth. Had the remaining ambush points been aware of the situation, they would undoubtedly have heightened their defenses. By midday, a video was swiftly uploaded to the international network, posted by a prominent blogger. The footage quickly garnered attention, soaring to the top of trending searches. Numerous discussions erupted, with topics pinned to the official homepage. The intersection of sci-fi and reality. Everything feels so tangible. Upon clicking, international viewers were first met with the sight of vast ruins in the Liagia region, followed by the sound of twisting mechanical limbs amidst the burning streets. 10 black mechanical dogs appeared, arranged in 2 neat rows, charging towards 5 distant buildings. They moved nimbly, evading a deluge of gunfire. As they approached their target, the 10 mechanical dogs played a cheerful tune at maximum volume, creating a stark contrast against the backdrop of fear and despair prevalent on the battlefield. Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red ribbon. Good fortune comes, we rejoice. Good fortune comes, we are overjoyed. The cacophonous music tormented numerous Catal fighters. Don't let them go. What good fortune? I'll kill you all. Under the dual pressure of psychological warfare, some militants appeared to lose their sanity, exposing themselves to the open road and firing wildly, their faces contorted with madness and a manic grin. The recoil of their automatic rifles made their flesh tremble. International viewers, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled. A barrage of comments flooded the video. Good heavens, this is sheer torture. A user from the Little Sun Nation remarked, This is too discordant. The battlefield is already filled with terror, and here are 10 mechanical dogs playing such jubilant music. Isn't that a form of psychological warfare? Another commentator from the Little West remarked, Are these really mechanical dogs from the Dragon Nation? Just 10 of them wreaking such havoc. Could the blogger have used AI to fabricate this? It's too imaginative, yet the scene is so vividly realistic. A user from the Third Nation chimed in, The Dragon Nation has begun to imitate our special effects. The more exaggerated, the better. Why hasn't there been a scene of catching bullets with bare hands? The Dragon Nation still has work to do. A user from the Eagle Sauce Nation scoffed, Are the above comments serious? This is a real battlefield. And they seem so sheltered. What a disgrace to your country. This footage is undoubtedly authentic. A user from the Dragon Nation interjected, I've been to the Liagia region. I even lived in that building. This is truly a video of killer robots, remarkably realistic. Good fortune comes, we rejoice. It perfectly suits the contemporary scene. Look how terrified those militants are. They've turned into quails. If you were on site, under such oppressive conditions, you couldn't have fared better than them. As the video faced skepticism from other countries, users from the Dragon Nation initiated a counterattack. You Little West and Little Sun folks are just envious. Jealous. Aren't you? Your country has produced anything like this, and you start to grumble, oh dear. Then, the video shifted to a dilapidated alley, where 50 smaller white mechanical dogs emerged from the crumbling buildings, each equipped with automatic rifles. Their movements were accompanied by a cacophony of noise, indicative of their gasoline engine's power. However, compared to the black mechanical dogs, their appearance seemed inferior, resembling shoddy contraptions. After a few steps, they positioned themselves, aiming at the 10 black mechanical dogs. Bang, bang, bang. The automatic rifles mounted on the white mechanical dogs opened fire, their powerful recoil pushing them backward. One of the machines malfunctioned, its barrel aiming skyward as it fired at random. International viewers witnessing this spectacle expressed their disgust in the comments. My goodness, did those 50 white mechanical dogs come from a junkyard? Can these even be called mechanical dogs? They look more like mechanical waste. A user from the Third Nation laughed. This is hilarious. They're even more ridiculous than our assassination-type robots. The engine sounds louder than ours, truly a specialty of Jasha. A commentator from the Little West added, "Have these white mechanical dogs not been serviced before entering battle? The one shooting at the sky clearly has a loose screw. What kind of bizarre company manufactured these?" A user from the Little Sun remarked, "If they back up any further, they'll hit a wall. After firing for so long, not a single spark is visible. What country produced this? How embarrassing. I'd rather end it all than be associated with this." An Eagle Sauce commentator noted, "If I'm not mistaken, these are the latest killer robots from Boston Dynamics, each costing $1 million. Why do they seem so poorly made?" The users from Little West and Little Sun, who had been mocking earlier, fell silent, with some even deleting their previous comments. These were products from their Eagle Sauce daddy, and they feared being discovered by the stationed Eagle Sauce soldiers online. What a disaster. They had crossed the line and inadvertently criticized their own daddy. Subsequently, users from Little West and Little Sun vanished from the discussion, while users from the Dragon Nation began to retaliate. Haha, Little Sun, has your dad called you home for dinner yet? Weren't you just so arrogant? Chapter 038. What? Boston Dynamics robotic dogs succumbed after a single round. The video continued to play, showcasing 50 white robotic dogs completing their volley against 10 black robotic dogs, leaving only minor abrasions. A deluge of bullets pelted their frames, igniting sparks and causing a cacophony of explosions. Yet, once the smoke cleared, the black robotic dogs remained largely unscathed, revealing only a few silver streaks beneath their exterior. In a dilapidated alleyway, a multitude of black robotic dogs emerged, their 95-style automatic rifles aimed squarely at the 50 white counterparts. The sound of gunfire erupted as the white robotic dogs twitched under the concentrated fire, sporadically emitting sparks before succumbing to the barrage. Within moments, all 50 white robotic dogs lay incapacitated on the ground, a total loss. Netizens erupted in disbelief. What? Boston Dynamics robotic dogs can't withstand a single volley? Am I hallucinating? Is this truly Boston Dynamics creation? Aren't their robotic dogs the most advanced on Blue Star? In the face of Dragon Country's robotic dogs, they seem as fragile as paper. Can anyone confirm this is a product of Eagle Sauce? This must be a hoax. In the Pentagon's office, Secretary Eli pressed pause on the video, suppressing his simmering rage as he placed the remote on the table, surveying the gathered officials. "Thomas, do you have anything to say?" The ambassador from the Foreign Affairs Department. Thomas felt an involuntary tremor in his legs. "No, this is impossible. Dragon Country lacks the complete technological expertise to create lethal robots. How could they have produced these? It's unscientific. There must be some flaw in the process." Eli could no longer contain his fury and slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "The evidence is right before us. Do you still wish to argue? Weren't you absolutely certain that Dragon Country lacked this technology? You claimed they had to concede to your proposal at the UN meeting, and this is what you think?" Thomas's eyes darted, and he retorted, "I've realized. At the UN, Dragon Country played us like a fiddle. They are cunning. They must have acquired the technology for lethal robots from somewhere. They opposed initially, then agreed to the proposal. How despicable." Secretary Eli utilized the remote to replay the video. "In just 1 minute, we lost $50 million. Mr. Lawrence, can your company provide me with a reasonable explanation?" Lawrence, the president of Boston Dynamics, had been summoned to the Pentagon for this meeting. He rested his chin on his hand, intently watching the video on the screen. $1 million per unit. This is your military's own pricing. If it weren't for your corrupt officials, could the price of a robotic dog be inflated to such an extent? Minister Eli, you are aware of Boston Dynamics' prowess. Our robotic technology is unparalleled across Blue Star. The materials for this batch were designated by the military. They bear no direct correlation to our company. If the material selection had been adequate, such issues would not have arisen. Eli rubbed his temples in frustration. The Defense Department and Boston Dynamics maintained merely a cooperative relationship. Before the emergence of Dragon Country's robotic dogs, Boston Dynamics was the pinnacle of advanced technology in lethal robotics, collaborating extensively with the Defense Department. They had tested the robot's capabilities prior to purchase, equipped with small computers, numerous sensors, and terrain matching systems, allowing for ambulation, sprinting, and overcoming obstacles. Armed with automatic rifles, truly a cold and ruthless killing machine. At the time of acquisition, Eli believed he was receiving value for the investment. However, compared to Dragon Country's black robotic dogs, Boston Dynamics creations appeared toy-like. Thomas, immediately deploy our assets in Dragon Country and ascertain the origins of these robotic dogs. Were they produced by the military or a private company? Regardless of the means, we must uncover where these robotic dogs came from. Thomas nodded, inwardly cursing Dragon Country's unscrupulousness. They clearly possessed the technology for robotic dogs, yet had the audacity to deceive at the UN meeting. Recalling the demeanor of Dragon Country's ambassador, Louis Feng, during negotiations, acting helpless while demanding the most advanced technology, he felt increasingly duped. Clearly, Dragon Country had the capability to produce lethal robots while simultaneously proposing a ban on their development, leaving Eagle Sauce to advocate for legalization. How outrageous! Eli reflected on the recent land reclamation project and recalled advising Liu Yifeng to refrain from overextending their reach into other nations' waters. Yet, Dragon Country had successfully created vast expanses of islands, leaving Eagle Sauce powerless to intervene. They seemed to have shot themselves in the foot. And this proposal bore striking resemblance to that episode. A similar tactic. How had they been deceived again? Dragon Country had tricked me once more. Rest assured, Minister Eli. I will investigate thoroughly, Thomas vowed, seething at the treachery of Dragon Country. Eli contemplated the implications of the black robotic dog's emergence, which signified a shift towards small-scale skirmishes, an intolerable affront to Eagle Sauce's status as a superpower. As Dragon Country's technological advancements accelerated, regardless of Eagle Sauce's attempts to suppress them, the prospect of surpassing their capabilities loomed ever closer. Should this trend continue, their position as the international police would be jeopardized. Lawrence, if we manage to capture one of Dragon Country's robotic dogs, can your company analyze their technology? Lawrence, incredulous, responded, Minister Eli, did I hear correctly? What technology could Dragon Country's robotic dogs possibly possess? I've already made it clear, this is a material issue. The technology of robotic dogs across Blue Star is based on our standards at Boston Dynamics. Minister, this is the most amusing joke I've heard all year. You remain delightfully humorous. Chapter 39. Is this a biomimetic unmanned aerial vehicle? Ailey felt a vain throb on his forehead, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. After all, they were in the Pentagon. Was he joking? If Lawrence were one of his subordinates, he would have reprimanded him immediately. Were they blind? Compared to the mechanical dogs of the Dragon Nation, the inferior products they produced were simply incomparable. And yet, they blamed all their shortcomings on the materials. Lawrence, please be mindful of the occasion. We are discussing the direction of future small-scale battles. Ailey's tone was laden with reproach. Lawrence casually dismissed the responsibility, suggesting it was merely a material issue. Does your company not face challenges with killing machines and functional modules? You lack a voice function system like that of the Dragon Nation's mechanical dogs. Shouldn't you be optimizing your functional modules? Lawrence scoffed, standing up from his seat. Minister, the direction of our research is not your concern. We discarded the unnecessary voice system long ago. It is of no use on the battlefield. Furthermore, I must remind you that we are in a partnership. If you do not require our products, there are plenty of nations eager to purchase them. At that moment, a figure in black military attire, clutching a laptop, burst into the minister's office. Ailey and the others turned in unison towards the entrance. It was General Brand, a close friend of Thomas. Minister Ailey, our satellite system has detected something unusual in the Liaga region. Brand exclaimed, his demeanor fraught with urgency. General Brand, please remain calm. We are currently discussing this matter, Ailey replied, his tone tinged with disapproval at Brand's abrupt intrusion. Yet Brand rushed to Ailey's side, projecting an image from the satellite onto the screen, using a laser pointer to indicate a small black dot hovering over the ruins of the Liaga region. As the image zoomed in, the black dot became clearer. Minister, look closely at what this is. Lawrence squinted at the screen. To him, the black dot appeared to be nothing more than a bird in flight. Isn't that just an ordinary bird? What is so peculiar about it? Has your military department grown so complacent? Thomas, however, stood up, a hint of recognition flickering in his eyes. This resembles a magpie. Impossible. How could such a bird exist in Jasha? His bewilderment deepened. Magpies typically inhabit plains, hills, and low mountains, never in a desert region like Jasha. Then an unsettling realization struck Thomas. This is not a magpie. Could it be a biomimetic unmanned aerial vehicle? Lawrence couldn't help but laugh derisively. His company was also researching biomimetic UAV technology, yet they had only developed models the size of a fist. Huh, Thomas, you are overthinking this. How could it possibly be a biomimetic UAV? There is currently no mature technology for such devices on the entire Blue Star. Do you have any idea how many cutting-edge technologies are involved in this field? Not to mention, the data we are developing at Boston Dynamics suggests that even the smallest biomimetic UAV would resemble an eagle or a vulture. Look at the magpie in the image. How many mechanical components could it possibly contain? You are fabricating absurdities. Just as Lawrence was about to further ridicule Thomas, Brand magnified the image once more, revealing the true nature of the supposed magpie. Ailey, standing closest, immediately noticed something unusual about the bird's legs. Zoom in on the legs of that magpie, he commanded. Brand complied, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Minister, your keen eye has spotted the anomaly. As everyone present scrutinized the image, it became evident that the magpie's legs were made of steel. Eyes widened in disbelief. Lawrence, now standing with his hands braced on the table, could hardly believe what he was seeing. No, this cannot be. How is this possible? Has someone really managed to produce such a thing? Ailey now grasped the gravity of the situation. The simultaneous appearance of biomimetic UAVs and mechanical dogs in the Liaga region could only mean one thing. They were brought there by the Dragon Nation. The biomimetic aircraft were conducting reconnaissance from the skies, while the mechanical dogs provided ground fire support. In such a scenario, who among the nations could possibly stand as a rival to the Dragon Nation in small-scale urban skirmishes? It was an overwhelming advantage. Ailey's expression darkened as he contemplated the implications. The once technologically superior Eagle Nation had now been surpassed by the Dragon Nation. If they continued to remain inactive, they would face an impending technological onslaught. What deterrent power would the Eagle Nation possess in military affairs henceforth? Investigate. We must uncover how the Dragon Nation has managed to produce this technology at all costs. Ailey insisted. Thomas, the situation is worse than we imagined. If we allow this to continue, we will face a dimensional strike. We cannot permit the Dragon Nation to achieve breakthroughs in technology. We must get to the bottom of this. Taking a deep breath, Thomas's thoughts began to crystallize. These two products share striking similarities. Their craftsmanship is remarkably refined. They likely originate from the same company. We have contacts in the military district. Such a significant breakthrough cannot go unnoticed. The only possibility is that we have not deployed spies in the right places. I suspect, with a high degree of certainty, that these are products of a high-tech company from the Dragon Nation. Ailey nodded in agreement. Very well. You must investigate this matter thoroughly in the shortest possible time. I need to report this to the White House for the President's determination. Finally, Ailey cast a glance at Lawrence, who remained in shock. Lawrence, the advancement of technology cannot be achieved through mere arrogance. What you deemed inconceivable has now been realized by others, while you linger in past glories. The Dragon Nation has already taken the lead. I hope your company reflects on this. Just as international netizens believed there would be no follow-up videos. A clip surfaced online that afternoon, once again shocking viewers. This was a first-person perspective video, released from the viewpoint of the Catalay Armed Forces. Chapter 040, Is Despair on the Battlefield Music? The video was surprisingly released by the Qatari Armed Forces, who inscribed a striking title, Black Hellhounds from the Abyss. Such beings should not exist on Blue Star. Were it not for the knowledge of the events surrounding the turmoil in Jasha, one might have assumed they were the victims. International netizens, driven by curiosity, eagerly clicked to watch the video. In the footage, a severely damaged residential building came into view. The video's protagonist, a mere member of the Qatari Armed Forces named Evans, was visibly shaken. The camera trembled violently, and heavy panning revealed that his heart was gripped by fear. He crouched in a concealed corner, having just witnessed those mechanical hounds with glowing red eyes, which seemed to possess an uncanny ability to locate his comrades with pinpoint accuracy. Upon their arrival, These black mechanical dogs sang cheerful tunes, casting an eerie contrast upon the smoke-laden battlefield. It was as if they had crawled forth from the depths of hell, harvesting lives as they emerged onto solid ground. Evans bore witness to the terror reflected in his comrades' eyes, as well as the horrific sight of them being struck down by those hellhounds. He observed his companions firing desperately at the creatures, which appeared impervious to harm, merely sparking upon impact before continuing their grim harvest. A profound sense of helplessness and despair enveloped him. For the first time, Evans felt the overwhelming power of the enemy on the battlefield. As his comrades engaged in combat, he sought refuge in what he believed to be a secure corner, waiting for the hellhounds to finish their grim task before emerging from the ruins. Evans struggled to suppress his breathing, fearful that even the slightest noise could attract these demons. Clenching an advanced weapon tightly in his hands provided him no sense of security. He could only pray for the hellhounds to depart swiftly. Suddenly, that chilling melody reached his ears once more. Find a friend. Find a friend. An icy wave washed over him, and goosebumps prickled his skin. He instinctively trembled, the recording device on his head shaking visibly. One hand gripped the gun's handle while the other covered his mouth, striving to stifle any sound. Evans fought to contain his rising terror. The familiar rhythmic tune felt like the whisper of a demon. His face turned pale as he fervently wished not to be discovered. Given another chance, he vowed he would never venture into the region of Ryaga again, nor would he join the Qatari armed forces in rebellion. Regret consumed him. Yet he had to confront the reality of his situation. As the haunting lullaby drew nearer, his heart raced to an alarming tempo. He held his breath, terrified of making any noise. The rhythmic thumping of his heart slowed, suffocating dread clouding his mind. The hellhound's sinister whispers approached, and he felt the very essence of life slipping away. In that moment, nothing else seemed to matter. He curled into himself, attempting to minimize his presence and evade detection. Find a friend. Find a friend. The sound of the hellhound's footsteps echoed within 10 meters of his hiding spot. The psychological pressure rendered time itself seemingly frozen, each moment dragging on like an eternity. He prayed for time to hasten its passage. Beads of sweat trickled down his pale forehead, landing softly on the ground. His pupils dilated in terror as he swallowed the parched saliva in his throat, tilting his head back at a sharp angle, allowing sweat to cascade down his neck and soak into his clothing. At that moment, he was taut with anxiety, fervently wishing the hellhounds had not discovered him and would soon depart. It seemed his prayers were answered when the music paused momentarily before gradually fading away. Tears welled in his eyes, and they glimmered with a bright red hue. His lips quivered, striving to form a semblance of a smile, yet he dared not move. He cautiously shifted his gaze to the corner, hoping to catch a glimpse of the retreating hellhounds without making any noise. After a tense 10 seconds, the demonic whispers ceased. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, believing he had narrowly escaped, just as he thought he had evaded disaster. He heard a melody he wished never to hear again emanating from his left side. Hee, find a good friend. Instantly, fear surged through him, and he instinctively scrambled to distance himself from the sound, stirring up clouds of dust. One hand gripped the wall while the other pushed against the ground, curling into a protective ball in a desperate bid for safety. As the dust settled, he trembled uncontrollably, turning his head toward the source of the sound. There, amidst the haze, he beheld the final scene of his life, two glowing red eyes piercing through the dust, followed by the familiar crack of a gunshot. A sudden heat enveloped his head, and darkness engulfed his vision. His last coherent thought was a fervent wish to never again find a friend. With a thunderous crash, the scene fell to the ground, revealing the form of the black mechanical dog, which marched forward with an unfeeling gait, its body still echoing the refrain of find a friend, as it gradually receded from view. The video concluded, leaving viewers with a profound sense of connection to Evans's plight. They stood in his perspective, acutely aware of despair, fear, and helplessness, and became deeply immersed in the unfolding tragedy. Only after a minute did they slowly regain their senses, flooding the comment section with their reactions. How terrifying. Is this the reality of war? I felt utterly depressed after watching this. I never believed in post-traumatic stress until now. Despair. It is truly overwhelming. My heart nearly leaped from my chest while watching. I was startled at the end. My mother even asked if I was watching a horror film. What song was in that video? It felt so frightening. Find a friend. This is too fitting. It pushes one to the brink. Already terrified, yet they played such cheerful music, leaving me feeling utterly helpless. I have identified the song. It is a children's lullaby from Longwood titled Find a Friend. Chapter 041. Such terrifying music is a children's song? What? Is this a children's song? Such horrifying music is a children's song? Has the world turned upside down? Online user Zhou Yang. The charge of the horn was already sufficiently chilling. I never expected music this terrifying. The strategies of the Dragon Kingdom are too profound. It must be a song designed to undermine troop morale. Haven't we suffered enough already? Haha. Zhou Yang is totally thrown off. This is no children's song. This must be the whispers of a demon. It is akin to the death knell on the battlefield. It's so frightening, I nearly wet myself. How could such a terrifying song exist? The top 10 forbidden songs of the Blue Planet aren't even this horrific. That mechanical dog just returned, saying, "I found you, my good friend," and I nearly died of fright. Report. We collectively reported this song Find Friends on the Dragon Kingdom as website. This is clearly a forbidden song. It's too frightening. Yes. This cannot possibly be a children's song. It is a song that reaps lives. My heart is racing. Report. Let this song be banned from ever appearing again. As international users were startled, they rushed to the renowned music streaming service of the Dragon Kingdom to collectively report and demand the song's removal. Kyoto City, headquarters of NetEase Music. Staff monitoring backend data noticed a sudden influx of foreign users. From an initial few hundred thousand, within a minute, 1 million users flooded in. They immediately dialed the president's phone. What is happening? Why are so many foreign users suddenly here? Has our NetEase gained international fame? The data monitor observed a multitude of foreign users downloading and opening NetEase, all engaged in the same activity, their expressions bewildered. President, it seems they are all searching for Find Friends. Are you certain your monitoring is accurate? Over 1 million people are searching for Find Friends. Do foreigners not have a childhood? Have they all been brainwashed? Or have their minds been collectively slammed in a door? As Find Friends was located, the comments section was inundated with messages. Forbidden area. Remove it. The whispers of demons, terrifying music, a song that violates international humanitarian principles. Remove it. We strongly report for removal. The data monitor was further perplexed. Have these foreigners gone mad? They are flocking to Find Friends to leave lewd comments, claiming it's a demonic song. As the number of comments surged, it quickly climbed to the top of trending searches and comment rankings. Boss, these foreigners must have lost their minds. What are they saying? Customers are our gods. I've always taught you that. We must provide 100% service attitude to our gods. No matter how picky the customer is. They are our benefactors. How did you pass training? No. Boss, you should come see this for yourself. The president of NetEase leaned in closer and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The song Find Friends had accompanied his entire childhood. It was not only catchy, but also cheerful and joyful. How had it transformed into a horror song? These foreigners must be lacking in intelligence. He couldn't help but curse. Are these foreigners not only brainless, but completely devoid of brains? To label a children's song as a terrifying lullaby is simply a prank. Even if they don't understand the lyrics, they should grasp the melody. Music has no communication barriers on the Blue Planet. I think these foreigners are just plain foolish. Can they really not distinguish between good and bad? Do they possess any musical sensibility? Pentagon. Office of the Secretary of Defense. Eli was just about to conclude a meeting when an urgent video was uploaded by his subordinate. As he watched the black hellhound from the abyss, such a thing should not exist on the Blue Planet. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He immediately played it. He felt the despair of Evans from a first-person perspective. A chilling sensation gripped his heart. If their troops were to encounter the Dragon Kingdom's mechanical dogs in the future, how would they respond? He had studied the history of the Dragon Kingdom and was well aware of their battlefield tactics, which mirrored the strategies found in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Secretary of Defense Eli felt the temperature drop several degrees at the thought. Which ruthless individual conceived this tactic? It's simply heartless. If the morale falters, the soldiers will lack the courage to fight. How can they continue to battle? This is chaos without a fight. Such a vicious strategy. If it weren't for the timely discovery by the Qatari militants, their forces would have suffered tremendous losses. Eli took a deep breath. Lawrence, is this what you meant by an unnecessary voice system? Look, in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, they can make it terrifying. Do you still think it's superfluous? After viewing the footage, Lawrence's eyes widened. He had not anticipated the voice system could be employed in such a manner. Mr. Secretary, I must admit I was overly arrogant. I never imagined someone in the Dragon Kingdom could utilize the voice system to disrupt troop morale. The person who devised this strategy is truly a demon. Not only do they eliminate enemies, but they also aim to destroy their convictions. This is utterly horrifying. Eli placed his hands on the table, his voice trembling. All right, gentlemen, you have now witnessed the gravity of the situation. If we wait for technological breakthroughs from the Dragon Kingdom, we shall no longer have good days ahead. I will immediately meet with the president. Everyone, proceed to carry out your tasks. Jiangning Military District. Weapons Research Institute. Haha, this is hilarious. Chief of Staff Song Jie's exaggerated laughter echoed throughout the laboratory. He nearly dropped his phone, continuously calling out to the researcher Gu Shunan. Old Gu, come quickly and take a look. Those foreigners are too amusing. They have ranked the Find Friends song, which we integrated into the aerospace technology, as the #1 international forbidden song, leading the second place by over 1 million votes. Haha, these foreigners really know how to have fun. Old Gu initially had no intention of paying attention, but upon hearing something related to aerospace technology, he immediately set aside his experiments and rushed out. Looking at the comments on the screen, he sincerely remarked, "The clever master of aerospace technology is truly brilliant. Not only has it enhanced the intimidation factor of the mechanical dog, but it has also amplified the fear those foreigners have of it. What a clever strategy. Truly deserving of the title of the contemporary Jiasu. Indeed, wonderful." Song Jie beamed with pride, reflecting on their acquisition of the technology at the price of 20,000 per unit. Chapter 042. We should uphold humanitarian spirit and resist finding friends. It is all too easy to be overwhelmed by the mechanical hounds. Crafted by Boston Dynamics at the staggering cost of $1 million. Collaborating with aerospace technology has undoubtedly been one of the wisest decisions of his life. As a guiding figure, he naturally received commendations from the military district, not only enabling the Sword Strike team to successfully accomplish their mission in this rescue operation, but also instilling fear in those small nations that were eager to act. However, the fervor of discussion among international netizens on various forums remains unabated. A lengthy comment from a user from a minor region quickly ascended to the top of the forum. Their analysis was astute. From the footage, we can only discern ruins. We cannot confirm it is in the Ryaga area. Moreover, the design of the mechanical hound is excessively perfect. It seems almost too much. Has anyone ever encountered such lethal machines on the battlefield before? I think not. Even if the Dragon country possesses such advanced technology, it would hardly be deployed for a rescue mission in Jasha. Isn't this merely an exposure of high-tech? Does the Dragon country truly possess such benevolence? I surmise this is just an absurd notion, a video crafted to elicit sympathy. Recent international news has already revealed that the cattle armed forces are retreating under the pressure of the Jasha government troops. It is not difficult to deduce from various angles that this video is fabricated. Do not be deceived. This is merely a tactic from the cattle armed forces. An hour later, the cattle armed forces uploaded 2 more videos. The previous one featuring the children's song Finding Friends, which had instilled dread and skepticism among international netizens, was followed by a video that evoked despair. In the Ryaga region, 3 cattle armed members, trembling and hiding among the ruins, witnessed their comrades fall one after another to a single bullet to the head, devoid of any expression of pain. Yet, they saw only the mechanical hounds, never the faces of their assailants. How could they continue to fight? Despairing, the 3 armed members remained in hiding, awaiting support from their main forces. As they anxiously waited, they heard anguished cries, "Help me! Where are you all? Don't leave me behind. Captain Ramsey, when will our support arrive? Where are you, comrades? The three huddled in a corner, exchanging uncertain glances. One voice, tinged with doubt, whispered, "That sounds like Simon. He is still alive. That's wonderful. We must go save him." Save him? Are you out of your mind? He might be followed by those mechanical beasts. Isn't going out a death sentence? The last member nodded. Proposing a solution, why don't we call out to Simon? If it's safe, we can go rescue him. The dissenting cattle member remained unwilling to risk their lives for a comrade. We barely found a hiding place. If we reveal our position, death awaits us. You heartless creature. That's our comrade Simon. I cannot stand idly by. He has always treated us well. Can you really just watch him perish? With that, he stood up from the ruins, automatic rifle in hand, rushing toward the source of the cries. Simon, we're here. Hurry over. The two remaining members, left with no choice, armed with a rocket launcher and a rifle, hastily ventured out to investigate. Upon reaching an open area, they found no sign of life. Instantly, their vigilance heightened. One called out, "Simon, where are you? Come quickly." Their response was a rhythmic clicking sound. The three turned in unison toward a shadowy corner, where two red beams of light emerged. A black mechanical hound slowly revealed itself, emitting Simon's voice. "Why won't you save me? I'm so cold." Just as the three were struck with horror, contemplating whether Simon's soul had been consumed by the mechanical monstrosity, they then saw the dark muzzle of a gun pointed at them. The sound of gunfire rang out, ending their wicked lives. Once again, international netizens erupted into discussion. What about that astute user from earlier? What will they say about this video? I was terrified. How could that mechanical hound produce Simon's voice? This is utterly horrifying. When you think you hear your comrade's voice, it turns out to be a cold, mechanical beast. The disbelief in the eyes of those three armed members was palpable. How did the technology of the Dragon Country achieve this? It seems illogical. It's quite simple. The mechanical hound recorded the enemy's screams and synthesized them through an AI voice system to replicate Simon's voice. Goodness, what a diabolical scheme. They even exploit the voices of the deceased. By using these sounds to lure those hiding in the shadows, they can eliminate them without leaving a trace. This is a total annihilation, leaving the enemy no way to survive. Cruel. How malevolent. What kind of person devises such a strategy? We must uphold international humanitarian principles and resist finding friends. Resist mechanical hounds playing music and any sounds. Indeed, this not only signifies physical death, but also inflicts immense psychological trauma on the enemy. We must oppose the Dragon Country's continued development of lethal mechanical beings, ensuring such machines do not appear on the battlefield. A multitude of international netizens convened, initiating action to send letters of opposition against the development of lethal mechanical beings to the permanent members of the UN, spearheaded by the Eagle Nation. Outside the Pentagon, a throng of citizens and netizens gathered, holding banners reading "Oppose the Dragon Country's development of lethal mechanical beings, and we must not allow lethal machines on the battlefield." Many citizens chanted slogans. Inside a modest office within the Pentagon, Ambassador Thomas observed the agitated crowd, his complexion paling. If the public were to discover that he had advocated for the rationalization of lethal machines at the United Nations meeting, the fervent citizens outside might resort to extreme measures, potentially dragging him out of the Pentagon for a public display of outrage. The prospect of being ousted from his position loomed ominously. As he listened to the citizens' chants echoing outside, "Oppose lethal machines, starting with the Eagle Nation. We cannot live under the shadow of mechanical beasts." Chapter 043, Eagle Sauce, Boycott and Condemn Kongyu Technology. A familiar figure burst into the office with a resounding thud. Startled, Thomas turned to face the entrance. Defense Minister Eli's eyes widened in disbelief, hastening his steps. "Thomas, look at the mess you've created. You are nothing but a useless lump." Allowing the proposal from the Dragon Country to proceed. "When have you not let them take advantage, leaving us to bear the brunt of it?" Thomas stepped away from the window, fearful that the furious Eli might push him out to appease the public. He retreated, hands flailing. "Minister, please calm down. I have deployed Agent Number 2 embedded in the Dragon Country. He is investigating the mechanical dogs and bionic aircraft. He promised me he would deliver news soon. Minister Eli, just wait a moment. Eli pointed a finger at him, a look of exasperation on his face. Wait. The citizens of Eagle Sauce are seething with resentment. The people downstairs demand that the Pentagon take charge. If I go out and tell them it was you, Thomas, who consented to the Dragon Country developing killer robots, do you think they won't tear you apart? And from this moment on, you are no longer the Minister of Foreign Affairs. As Thomas stepped back, he tripped over a chair and fell onto the woolen carpet, struggling to rise, seemingly in shock. Minister, I demand to see the president. You have no authority to dismiss me. I want to see President Wang. Eli glared at Thomas, who was propped up on the floor, and scoffed. He was under immense pressure. The president had issued him a final command to secretly manage the situation in Jashana, coupled with the disorganized protests from the citizens. The pressure on the palace was mounting. A single misstep could cost him his position. With a mocking tone, Defense Minister Eli remarked, "Oh, you still wish to see the president? The palace is currently besieged by enraged citizens. The president just informed me that if you cannot handle this public outcry, you might as well resign in disgrace." Eli's approach was suddenly interrupted by a ringing phone. Ding ding, ding ding, as if hearing a cry for help. Thomas pulled out his phone and glanced at the name displayed. He extended it toward Eli for clarity and exclaimed, "It's Agent Number 2. He must have some news, Minister." At Eli's nod, Thomas answered the call. "Hello, I'm here." "What? It's all from one company? Did you verify this information?" Upon hearing the words from Agent Number 2, disbelief washed over Thomas's face. "How is that possible? It's a small enterprise from the Dragon Country." He nodded repeatedly, confirming the accuracy of the news. But then the sound of police sirens from the Dragon Country echoed through the line, followed by silence. A bad premonition struck him. Agent Number 2 had been captured. They categorized their agents sent to the Dragon Country by rank. The closer to the top, the more crucial the intelligence they possessed. A significant price had been paid to investigate this matter. Thomas was engulfed in sorrow, questioning whether the loss of their carefully trained Agent Number 2 was worth the information. Eli's irritable voice snapped him back to reality. "Thomas, what information did Number 2 uncover? Do you believe I won't strike you down in a single blow, depriving you of the oxygen of Blue Star?" Thomas brushed off his sleeves, sat cross-legged on the floor, and spoke with a heavy heart. "Minister Eli, for this information, no? 2 has likely been apprehended by the Dragon Country. Compared to the matter of their killer robots, his sacrifice is inevitable. Quickly, what should we report to President Wang regarding this situation?" Sighing, Thomas recounted the developments surrounding Kongyu Technology. It is a company based in Jiangning City of the Dragon Country that has been developing this technology. Upon discovery, their military immediately entered into collaboration with them. According to Number 2's intelligence, Kongyu Technology is far more terrifying than we imagined. On the surface, it appears to be a small enterprise, yet it is, in fact, a high-tech corporation. They have rapidly developed killer robots equipped with automatic rifles. Had time permitted, the mechanical dogs emerging in the Liaga region would have been armed with individual rocket launchers, large-caliber grenade launchers, and cloudburst munitions. Heavy firepower indeed. Eli's lips trembled slightly as he absorbed this information, a look of grim acknowledgement settling on his face. Based on the Dragon Country's past actions, when they unveiled new weaponry, they had invariably developed even more formidable devices. However, he had never heard of this company, Kongyu Technology, before. "Thomas, are you certain of the veracity of this information? Or is it merely a smokescreen released by the Dragon Country?" Thomas rarely displayed seriousness, but now he stood firmly, hands braced on the floor. "Minister, you are aware of Agent Number 2's character. He would not contact me without 100% certainty. Now that he has been captured, how can you still harbor doubts?" Eli moved to the window, gazing at the throngs of citizens outside the Pentagon, worry etched on his face. "Thomas, we have faced off against the Dragon Country before. You should know that misinformation could lead to significant concessions on our part. Since the president took office, such occurrences have ceased to be tolerated. Every technological breakthrough from the Dragon Country strikes at our core, for in the near future, we risk losing our advantage. If they were to retaliate with technological sanctions against us, do you grasp the magnitude of the threat?" Thomas voiced a thought he himself questioned. But hasn't the Dragon Country advocated for peaceful development these past few years? Surely they would not resort to such measures. Minister Eli inhaled deeply and replied slowly, "You have not delved into the history of the Dragon Country. Their humility and unity regarding territorial integrity are ingrained in their very essence. Have you not heard their saying? Those who offend the Dragon Country, no matter how far, shall be punished." As he finished speaking, he made his way toward the door. "I will report the situation regarding Konyu technology to the president immediately. Prepare for your statement at the Ministry of Defense and Foreign Affairs tomorrow. It will serve as an accountability measure to the citizens. The essence will be to boycott and condemn Konyu technology." Chapter 044. Xiaoming, are you there? "I am here. I am here." Far away in the Middle Eastern region of Liagia, the Sword Strike team has approached the location of their rescue mission near the Dragon Kingdom's embassy in Jasha. Along the way, they faced assaults from mechanical dogs, taking on a supportive role as they dismantled 3 ambush points, annihilating up to 600 enemy combatants. In a state of desperation, over 100 Qatari armed militants gathered at the entrance of the Dragon Kingdom embassy, their eyes bloodshot with rage, intent on breaching the embassy to commit murder. Several terrorists raised their AK-47 skyward, firing indiscriminately. These individuals were the fortunate few who had escaped from ambush sites, muttering vows of vengeance for their comrades and threatening to slaughter the overseas Chinese. Had it not been for the intervention of a rational officer, they would have stormed the embassy to wreak havoc. Suddenly, a shadow zipped overhead, so swiftly that it went unnoticed by the militants. Had the video previously uploaded online circulated in the Liagia region, a larger gathering of Qatari militants would have been inevitable. Not far away, members of the Sword Strike team lay in wait amidst the ruins of a residential building, using a device named Magpie to surveil the situation. Team leader Lu: "They are cornered and desperate. Shall we deploy the mechanical dogs to lead the charge? We cannot afford to delay any longer, as the situation turns increasingly unfavorable for us." The captain fell silent for a moment, assessing the chaos before him. The Qatari militants were in a frenzied state, and there was a possibility they could act irrationally. "We cannot gamble with the lives of 1,000 compatriots. I shall go out to negotiate and draw their attention. You all flank from the side for a surprise attack." Stone was the first to voice his concern, grasping Lu's uniform. "Captain, this is too risky. You cannot go. The Sword Strike team relies on your leadership to return." The captain's expression darkened, his voice rising slightly. "What time do you think this is? Do you even speak their language?" "But, Captain." "There are no buts. Follow orders." The remaining team members gritted their teeth and murmured their acquiescence. "Yes, yes." With his hands empty, Lu slowly approached the Qatari militants. The raucous rebels quickly noticed him on the open street, shouting, "Stop! Do not come any closer. Take one more step, and we will open fire." The rebels fell silent, their weapons cocked and aimed at Lu. The commanding officer raised his hand to restrain his impulsive troops, scrutinizing Lu's appearance. "A Dragon Kingdom citizen? You are from the Sword Strike team. Where are your comrades?" Lu halted, articulating his purpose. "We are here to rescue our compatriots. The Dragon Kingdom does not interfere in your internal affairs in Jasha. Let us leave peacefully. Would that not be better?" The officer cautiously scanned his surroundings, finding no anomalies, and burst into laughter. "Huh. Did you consider this situation when you slaughtered our comrades? Your actions have forced us into a corner." Lu maintained his composure and replied, "It was your comrades who ambushed us. You fired first. It was your premeditated actions that obstructed our rescue of our fellow citizens. We acted purely in self-defense." The rebel officer raised his weapon. "Are you conversing with it now? I don't know. You, unarmed, have no right to negotiate with me." "Huh. None of you will leave Jasha today." Lu surveyed the surroundings, a confident smile gracing his lips. "You are so assured?" Just as the rebel army wondered if this Dragon Kingdom citizen had lost his mind, Lu decisively yelled, "Xiaoming, I am here. I am here. I am here." Instantly, the sound of mechanical voices echoed around them. 100 black figures emerged from concealed corners, their dark gun barrels trained on the rebels, evoking fear among them as the hellish mechanical dogs appeared in their line of sight. The rebels gaped, their hands trembling, as they beheld the black hellhounds. each bearing traces of bullet holes yet undeterred in their movement. The terrifying sound of their machinery reverberated in their ears, rendering them incredulous. The once empty street filled with shouts of "I am here." The faces of the rebels fell collectively at the sight of these terrifying apparitions. Kill these demons. For our comrades, for Katare, attack. As gunfire erupted, Lu swiftly darted aside, issuing the command to fire. What began as an intense gunfight ended in mere seconds with the intervention of the mechanical dogs, resulting in only sporadic gunfire. As the smoke cleared, not a single Katare militant remained alive at the entrance of the Dragon Kingdom embassy. With the mechanical dogs exhibiting an uncanny precision, the rebels fell, each shot finding its mark. On that day, the Sword Strike team accomplished their mission without sustaining any injuries, successfully escorting 1,000 overseas Chinese to safety at the port. At Baigong, in the Defense Ministry's press hall, Thomas stood gravely at the podium, holding a document. The strobe lights from the cameras flashed incessantly, making his face appear even paler. Today, I bear tragic news to share. Just moments ago, a large-scale massacre occurred in the Jashalaigia region, claiming the lives of nearly 700 local residents at the hands of murderous machines. Upon learning this news, my heart is filled with profound sorrow. Let us observe 3 seconds of silence. Thomas closed his eyes, placing the document down and adopting a posture of prayer, his face reflecting deep anguish. I express my heartfelt remorse for my previous proposal at the United Nations conference. I never anticipated that my moment of impulsiveness would lead to the deaths of so many innocent lives on the battlefield. This is my fault. I repent to God for my transgressions. Amen. For the innocent 700 citizens. The emergence of quadrupedal machines was initially a positive development, a testament to technological progress designed to serve humanity. However, I never imagined that in the hands of certain ruthless tech corporations, they would morph into executioners. Especially under the auspices of Longwa's Kongyu technology. Chapter 045, Gaining Fame in the Dragon Kingdom. Thomas adjusted his tie, cleared his throat, and spoke with righteous fervor. The actions of Kongyu technology have jeopardized the safety of all humanity. They exhibit a complete disregard for humanitarian principles, equipping mechanical dogs with lethal weaponry, transforming quadrupedal robots into cold-blooded machines of slaughter. This is something that the Eagle Nation and all of Blue Star do not wish to witness. As he reached the crux of his argument, Thomas's voice rose in intensity. We must resist a technology company like Kongyu Technology that lacks moral integrity. The products they develop pose a threat to our nation and its citizens. The Ministry of Defense absolutely cannot tolerate such a situation to persist. Kongyu Technology is devoid of humanity. Kongyu Technology is a butcher company. Kongyu Technology is a cold-blooded killer. As Thomas concluded his speech, his expression turned one of profound indignation, culminating in fervent slogans. When the spokesperson from the Ministry of Defense and Foreign Affairs delivered this address, enthusiastic netizens uploaded it online, igniting a flurry of discussions. Netizens from the Eagle Nation commented, "Indeed, we should resist Kongyu Technology from the Dragon Kingdom. They are developing killing machines. Are you implying that whatever your godfather says is absolute? Where's your logic?" Haha. The Eagle Nation is ready to play the victim. They were the ones proposing the legalization of killer robots at the United Nations, and now that the Dragon Kingdom has produced advanced killing machines, they're having second thoughts? The Eagle Nation is all talk. They have a rationale for everything. This is utterly shameless. ISNT at you, Eagle Nation, who supports the Qatari armed forces from behind the scenes. Now that you're losing, you resort to a smear campaign? Why not show some backbone and confront us directly? Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom chimed in. Did Kongyu Technology provoke you? Or did they disturb your ancestors' graves? Have you ever purchased their products? Oh, by the way, why hadn't I heard of Kongyu Technology before if they are so impressive? I support Kongyu Technology. I want to indulge in some wild consumption. In the wake of Thomas's call for a boycott, Kongyu Technology's prominence in the Dragon Kingdom surged dramatically. Many netizens were hearing the name Kongyu Technology for the first time. Yet this did not deter them from supporting the high-tech company's products, particularly the mechanical dogs. Through the efforts of some online experts, Kongyu Technology's official website was brought to light. However, It featured only ordinary household appliances for sale: hairdryers, induction cookers, and small electronic gadgets, while the much-lauded mechanical dogs were conspicuously absent from the listings. Numerous netizens contacted customer service. "Where are your mechanical dogs? Why aren't they available? I want to buy 10. Have they been pre-ordered? I don't care. If you don't sell them to me, I'll lodge a complaint. I want 2 hairdryers. You don't need to worry about that. I'll keep one and use the other. What kind of toy is that electric yo-yo? Asking for 10,000 each? That's a bit exaggerated." With a wave of enthusiastic consumers, the risk of Kongyu Technology's products being sold out loomed large. Chief Secretary Tong Huahuan observed the surging data with excitement. "Quick, have Master Chiao increase production lines for civilian products. At this rate, we won't even need to promote them. Everyone, stay alert and maintain a courteous attitude with prompt responses. Sister Tong, our stock has sold out. Even the electric yo-yos at 10,000 each have been snatched up." Tong Huahuan busied herself in an office, orchestrating responses to the sudden spike in orders, utterly bewildered. The previously lackluster sales figures had skyrocketed overnight. She instructed her staff to investigate the cause behind this phenomenon. "Sister Tong, we've uncovered the truth. It's the Eagle Nation's diplomatic envoy sanctions against our mechanical dogs that have inadvertently fueled support and recognition from netizens, leading them to rush to purchase our products. All of this is wild consumption. In less than an hour, netizens had wiped out an entire year's worth of inventory. Such fortune arrived with extraordinary swiftness, propelling Kongyu Technology into a frenzy, nearly overwhelming their back-end data systems. An urgent announcement was dispatched on the official website. Kongyu Technology products are sold out. We support a 7-day waiting period. Customers seeking refunds can request them directly. We will uphold the principle of integrity and meet customer needs. All right, Sister Tong, what about our material suppliers? Should we place orders for production now?" Tong Huahuan nodded thoughtfully and continued, "Yes. Place orders for materials and begin production based on product popularity. We should consider expanding the production lines appropriately. Go inform Master Chiao to be prepared, and let the technical team allocate resources to produce the best-selling products." "Sister Tong, the majority of inquiries are about the mechanical dogs. How should we respond?" She paused for 2 seconds, contemplating her strategy, and replied, "Let us collectively respond that the mechanical dogs have been enlisted by the military and acquired by the state. Kongyu Technology will no longer sell them, thus tempering netizens' enthusiasm." Tong Huahuan understood the necessity of preparing for all contingencies. Some netizens, in a playful manner, might discover their purchases to be impractical, leading to a surge in refund requests. This was wisdom she had gleaned from past experiences. Faced with such circumstances, she wished for several more hands to assist her, but unfortunately, she was unable to reach Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, far away in the Zimbabwe region of Africa, had received shipments from Master Chiao at the port. Through a foreign shipping company, he had successfully evaded numerous customs inspections and safely arrived in Zimbabwe. He received the most advanced bipedal robots from the Tri-Body factory system, which represented the pinnacle of high technology for Kongyu Technology. Listening to the continuous notifications of acquired technology points within the system, he mused to himself. Surprised by the military district's purchasing power, such a sudden surge in orders was astonishing. This could now suffice to upgrade the factory. The higher the factory's level, the more branches of advanced technology it could access. Once the matters in Africa were resolved, he planned to return to Jiangning. However, he had promised Avery that as long as he dealt with his longtime rival, Barb, he would acquire 2 mines from him. At that point, Kongyu Technology would possess its own mine, proving indispensable for future technological advancements. As time progressed, the demand for rare metals would only increase. Securing these rare resources early would be a strategic advantage for Zhou Yang, addressing the resource challenges that lay ahead. Even with the Dragon Kingdom as a strong ally, the allocation of rare resources would not solely favor Kongyu Technology. He would still need to exert effort to secure those 2 rare mines. Preparing for the development of future advanced technology products. Chapter 046. Mr. President, we must prepare for the worst. In the circular confines of the Baigong Palace, Defense Minister Eli sat anxiously on a long sofa, glancing frequently at his watch. 20 minutes had elapsed, yet the president had yet to arrive. Accompanying him was Lawrence, the president of Boston Dynamics. Shortly thereafter, the door to the president's office swung open, and Eli's gaze turned toward the entrance, only to reveal a moment of disappointment. It was Catherine, the president's chief secretary, dressed in a crisp white suit. She was responsible for managing the president's schedule and the individuals he met. In her hand, she carried a delicate porcelain cup of steaming coffee, which she presented to Eli with a charming smile. "Minister, the president is en route to Bygone Palace. Please bear with us for a moment," she reassured him. Eli sipped the steaming coffee, his expression growing increasingly impatient. "Miss Catherine, it has been over 20 minutes since our scheduled meeting with the president. I explicitly conveyed the gravity of the situation over the phone." Catherine offered an apologetic smile. "Minister, the president had pressing matters that momentarily delayed him. Circumstances often change unexpectedly. The education and cultural well-being of our young students is also a significant concern for the president." She turned and refilled Lawrence's coffee, standing tall and poised. "You and the president frequently meet, while those young students have eagerly awaited half a year for this opportunity. Why the rush?" Eli took another sip of his coffee, setting it back on the table with a resigned smile. The matter of the robotic dogs pertained to the safety of the nation and was not on the same level as the concerns of school children regarding their physical and mental well-being. Moreover, he wished only to discuss strategies to counteract the threat posed by aerospace technology. The Defense Department's reliance solely on Thomas's statements could only lead to a superficial public outcry, lacking substantive impact. "Miss Catherine speaks the truth. Please, I would appreciate it if you could confirm the president's whereabouts once more." Before long, the door to the president's office opened again, revealing President Zhou Yang, adorned with tousled golden hair and blue eyes framed by white circles. He was followed by two bodyguards in dark suits. Upon seeing the president, Eli and Lawrence immediately rose from the sofa, exclaiming in unison, "Mr. President!" Zhou Yang removed his coat and settled into the presidential chair, recognizing Eli with a smile. "Eli, please, take a seat. I have an important meeting to preside over in 10 minutes. You know how it is with a president, meetings abound. If you have matters to discuss, let us be succinct." Eli approached the desk with a serious demeanor, observing the president as he perused documents. "Mr. President, we must give serious consideration to the threat posed by the killer robots. Enterprises from Longhua are poised to threaten our nation." Zhou Yang chuckled lightly, continuing his work without pause. "Is this about the aerospace technology you mentioned over the phone?" "Huh. Eli, as the Minister of Defense, you are overreacting. It's merely a small enterprise founded only 6 years ago in Longhua. Were it not for your exaggerations, such a minor company wouldn't even have the strength to enter our territory. Is this really necessary?" Eli leaned closer to the desk, his brow furrowing. "Mr. President, this is merely a smokescreen orchestrated by Longhua to conceal the true capabilities of aerospace technology. Their prowess in robotics has already demonstrated a dangerous potential. Even our Boston Dynamics robotic dogs cannot rival their products. Mr. President, I am not engaging in alarmism. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with Lawrence." Zhou Yang finally paused, directing his gaze towards the visibly anxious Lawrence, president of Boston Dynamics. "Lawrence, your company has dedicated over 30 years to robotics research and is a leader on Blue Star. Other nations look to your technology as the benchmark. How could you possibly fall behind an unheard-of company?" Lawrence swallowed hard. "Mr. President, in terms of materials, aerospace technology indeed surpasses what we use. However, in performance, we are merely a fraction behind. If our company secures sufficient research funding, I assure you we will not encounter this issue again." Eli interrupted, his anger evident. "Your company's robotic dogs cost $1 million. Do you know how much aerospace technology's cost is? 20,000. That's less than 1/10 of the price, a staggering disparity. And you still seek research funding? Furthermore, 50 units were utterly destroyed. Yet, after the Longhua Sword Team's rescue mission, not a single unit from aerospace technology sustained significant damage. Can you guarantee that?" Zhou Yang placed his hands on the table, deep in thought. "Indeed, The incident with Joshua was an unexpected setback. However, we cannot dismiss the achievements of Boston Dynamics based on one failure. Furthermore, robotic dogs are only useful in small-scale skirmishes on the battlefield. They do not wield decisive influence. With our advanced exoskeletons and superior weaponry, even if we are slightly behind in robotic dogs, Longwa cannot gain significant advantage. Eli placed both hands firmly on the table, raising his voice, "Mr. President," but he was swiftly restrained by a nearby bodyguard, who cautioned him. "Minister, please temper your actions. Release me." Chuan Zhengwo raised his hand to intervene, prompting the bodyguards to loosen their grip on Eli's arms. "Minister, should you engage in any more reckless behavior, we will take defensive measures for the president's safety. Please conduct yourself accordingly." Eli glared fiercely at the two bodyguards, adjusting his attire. "Mr. President, aerospace technology has already developed bionic unmanned aerial vehicles. Do you still consider them a mere small enterprise?" Chuan Zhengwo's pupils widened. The issue of unmanned aerial vehicles had become a significant headache for the nation. Chapter 47. The Camel Tycoon acquires mechanical dogs with a grand order. A small enterprise in the Dragon Nation has astonishingly developed a bionic unmanned aerial vehicle. If not restrained, its future growth will become increasingly uncontrollable. The Dajiang drones are on the verge of dominating the Eagle Nation's market. Currently, Konyu Technology's growth trajectory is even more alarming than that of Dajiang in its early days. Chuan Zhengwo paused momentarily. "Have you thoroughly investigated the situation regarding Konyu Technology?" Ailey nodded solemnly and began. "The president of Konyu Technology is surnamed Wang and has never shown his face. He is likely a puppet, while the actual controller is still under investigation. All their technology has been developed by an old master known as Xiao Shifu, who is also the chief engineer of Konyu Technology. This information was obtained at the cost of our loss number 2. Now, the Dragon Nation has grown wary, making any action considerably more challenging." Chuan Zhengwo rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Dragon Nation is teeming with talent, where an individual's value surpasses that of the company. This is the crux of the matter. We must go to great lengths to approach him. Regardless of the benefits we offer, we must strive to win him over to the Eagle Nation. If we succeed, it would be a remarkable twofold achievement. Ailey tentatively inquired, "Mr. President, do you mean we should not impose sanctions on Konyu Technology, but rather attract talent?" A smile spread across Chuan Zhengwo's face. "What good are sanctions? Dajiang is a prime example. Every person has weaknesses. There are no unreachable talents, only insufficient incentives offered by us. We should seize the opportunity to send spies to engage with Xiao Shifu and cater to his interests. Do you understand my intent?" Thus, an operation targeting Konyu Technology was solidified in their conversation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the master craftsman was Zhou Yang, summoned from the Trisolaris factory system, and was not human, rendering him incapable of betraying Konyu Technology. In the city of Kyoto, a group of special foreign visitors arrived at the reception center. All donned white turbans and sported black beards, representing the wealthy Camel Tycoon, who came under the guise of fostering friendly cooperation with the Dragon Nation. After their discussions, they specifically requested a meeting with Minister Liao of the General Armaments Department regarding significant collaboration. The representatives from the Dragon Nation exchanged knowing smiles, nodding in agreement. This was not the Camel Tycoon's first venture into such collaboration. Previously, they had lavishly purchased the Dongfeng series for $100 million. Since then, both parties had engaged in numerous successful collaborations, each leaving them quite satisfied. Soon, both parties convened at the negotiation table, with Prince Sisatan representing the Camel Tycoon. His elevated status within the camel community indicated the gravity he placed on this transaction. After some pleasantries, Sisatan eagerly outlined the purpose of their visit. "Minister Liao, we have engaged in multiple transactions previously. His Majesty the King is highly anticipating our collaboration this time. We have come with ample sincerity. I shall dispense with pleasantries. We intend to purchase 200 of the mechanical dogs showcased at Geolasha." Minister Liao displayed a troubled expression. How astute the Camel Tycoons were, arriving so swiftly after only a day of developments to purchase from the Dragon Nation. "Your Highness Sisatan, our past collaborations have been enjoyable. and I have no reason to refuse your request. However, regarding the mechanical dogs, it is not solely a decision made by our General Armaments Department. So Satan, upon hearing this, grew anxious and interrupted Minister Liao's explanation. Minister Liao, money is not an issue. You must trust our sincerity this time. Given your country's technological prowess, we have prepared our financial budget accordingly. High-tech products like mechanical dogs may be expensive, but there is a reason for that. Minister Liao couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The camel tycoons remained as audacious as ever. In their eyes, no problem was insurmountable with sufficient funds. They would even raise the price automatically. Your Highness, Satan, you seem to misunderstand my point. The mechanical dogs were not developed by our military, but were a collaboration with Kongyu Technology, where we provide the weaponry. And they offer technical support, leading to the emergence of the mechanical dogs at Jialasha. We have an agreement in place, and to be candid, we are still in need. Satan's eyes widened in surprise, filled with skepticism. Such advanced technology was not developed by the military, but by a private enterprise? Kongyu Technology? Minister Liao briefly introduced Kongyu Technology. After all, it was a transaction, and as long as it involved the Dragon Nation, it was of no concern. It also served to foster goodwill with Kongyu Technology. For the Dragon Nation's military district, even a transaction amounting to hundreds of millions was not considered excessive. It would indeed strengthen ties with Kongyu Technology. At Jiangning Airport, a special charter flight landed. Chief of Staff Song Jie had received Minister Liao's orders and had long been waiting at the airport. Upon seeing the renowned camel tycoon, distinguished by their white turbans, a sincere smile spread across his face. The camel tycoon was accompanied by several blonde, blue-eyed translators. Soon, the two parties met. Song Jie's smile was radiant as he approached Prince Satan with outstretched arms. This collaborative transaction was a reward from the General Armaments Department for them. He had previously communicated with Qiao Huahuan from Kongyu Technology. This commission would be split with Kongyu Technology, and half of the amount exceeding 20,000 would become research funds for his military district. This was akin to a moving fortune. On his way, Song Jie had learned that Boston Dynamics priced their mechanical dogs at $1 million each. Without a doubt, their own mechanical dogs would far outshine the competition. The princely figure before him, adorned with a distinguished beard, was utterly agreeable to him. Moreover, Minister Liao had informed him that they intended to purchase 200 units. Even at the price of $1 million, that amounted to $200 million. Jiangning's military district would receive a share of $100 million. This was no mere benefactor. It was a veritable moving treasure. Princess Satan, welcome, welcome. The citizens of Jiangning have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, unable to sleep in their excitement. Your presence is like a blazing fire in winter, igniting hope and illuminating our city. You are the great pioneer and sage, guiding us forward. You are the lighthouse in the night, illuminating the darkness for the citizens of Jiangning in their moments of confusion. So Satan, witnessing such fervent enthusiasm, constantly expressed his gratitude, having been informed of the Dragon Nation's warmth. He had not anticipated the Chief of Staff Song Jie to be so exuberantly welcoming. However, as he listened, he felt something was amiss. Were they extolling his virtues? Chapter 048, Truly Extravagant. It is settled. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Jie arranged for military vehicles to escort the group, led by Luo, to Kongyu Technology. At the negotiation table, Tong Huan continually elaborated on the functionalities of the robotic dog. Upon the arrival of Prince Satan from Kongyu Technology, he did not rush to inspect the robotic dog. He held a firm trust in the products of the Dragon Nation and directly entered the purchasing negotiations, nodding his head with an air of urgency. Prince Satan interrupted Tong Huan's presentation, saying, "Apologies, Ms. Tong. There is no need for extensive introduction of your esteemed company as product. We have already witnessed its power on the battlefield prior to our arrival. Thanks to Minister Liao's recommendation, I am delighted to be here in Jiangning, meeting the company capable of producing such a remarkable robotic dog. Today, I come with ample sincerity to negotiate." Extending 2 fingers, he continued with an imposing demeanor. "Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. We are prepared to purchase 200 units of your robotic dogs. May I inquire about the price at which you sold them to Minister Liao? We shall procure them at the same rate. Song Jie, sitting at the negotiation table, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the affluent Luo Tua would bypass him and directly question Kongyu technology, especially since he had not yet discussed the specific pricing with Tong Huanhuan. He watched as Tong Huanhuan raised her hand, also extending 2 fingers. It was over. Song Jie instinctively closed his eyes, realizing he had missed a lucrative opportunity simply by failing to consult with Tong Huanhuan beforehand. The internal price for the robotic dogs sold to the military was indeed 20,000 each, but that was an internal rate. He inhaled deeply, feeling a pang of regret as if he might faint. Leaning back, he emitted a creaking sound. Barbecue. Tong Huanhuan looked at him with her beautiful eyes, filled with confusion, wondering why he appeared as if he had lost his soul. Just then, Prince Satan smiled and solemnly stated, "Excellent. Ms. Tong is indeed a forthright person. Let us finalize the deal at 200,000 each, and you must ensure timely delivery tomorrow. Of course, the quality must match that of the robotic dogs demonstrated in Jasha, and I trust your company will not falter in this regard." At that moment, Tong Huanhuan still held up 2 fingers, her mind echoing with the figure of 200,000. Her head buzzed incessantly. Just an hour ago, Song Jie had informed her of the transaction, mentioning that the additional price would be split between them and Kongyu Technology. But he had never indicated it would be so high. This was a 100-fold increase. No wonder the arms trade was so ruthless. She glanced at Song Jie, who suddenly widened his eyes, leaning forward as his hands slammed on the table with a thud. Instantly, everyone turned to look at him. Realizing this, Song Jie laughed heartily, standing up from his seat. Prince Satan is indeed a noble among the Luo. His words resonate like thunder, awakening those in slumber. On behalf of the Dragon Nation's military, I facilitate this collaboration. The transaction has been successfully completed. The Luo merchants observed Song Jie's exaggerated gestures, nodding in agreement, astonished that a modest expenditure could yield such advanced technological weaponry. Henceforth, they felt secure in the international arena, confident that no one, apart from the permanent members of the Security Council, would dare covet their oil. The robotic dogs would decide that. It was simply worth it. Prince Satan also realized the gravity of the situation, standing up and extending his hands to shake with Song Jie. Both parties displayed satisfied smiles, content with this transaction. Only Tong Huanhuan and the senior executives of Kongyu Technology remained in a state of bewilderment. It was not until Tong Huanhuan exclaimed in astonishment, 200,000, that Prince Satan released her hand, looking at her with curiosity. Of course, it is $200,000. Do you believe the price is inappropriate, Ms. Tong? We recognize that your company's robotic dogs are indeed exceptional, having outperformed Boston Dynamics models on the battlefield. Prince Satan clenched his teeth, noticing Tong Huanhuan's silence and casting a questioning glance towards Song Jie, who was still poised with his hand raised. Was the price perhaps too low? Unbeknownst to them, Chief of Staff Song suppressed his inner excitement, restoring a solemn expression and asserting confidently, "That is indeed the price. Prince Satan is an old friend of the Dragon Nation, and we treat our friends with courtesy, ensuring their satisfaction. As for quality, you need not worry. We will provide you with the finest robotic dogs. Isn't that right, Assistant Tong?" Upon hearing this, Song Jie shot a knowing glance at the still-dazed Tong Huanhuan, awakening her from her stupor. 200,000 still means dollars. Is that not a substantial sum? It is simply extravagant. Yes. Rest assured, Prince Satan, the quality will be impeccable. Our chief engineer, Master Chiao, will personally oversee the process. With that assurance, Prince Satan felt at ease, and both parties joyfully signed the purchase contract. Song Jie discreetly gave Tong Huanhuan a thumbs up, astonished by the remarkable turnaround after an initial sense of despair. He had initially thought Tong Huanhuan was too straightforward, revealing her cards without having witnessed such grand negotiations before. Little did he know that this young lady maintained her composure, extending her fingers with even more audacity than he had anticipated. Song Jie had expected a price around $100,000. But thanks to Tong Huanhuan's gesture and inquiry, the figure had escalated to a staggering $200,000. It was evident that none of the personnel at Kongyu Technology were simpletons. Once the transaction was successfully finalized, under the guidance of Kongyu Technology, the Luodao merchants finally felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. With expressions of joy, they toured the production line of the robotic dogs. The confidence of Kongyu Technology in allowing them to observe stemmed from their assurance that no one would learn their secrets. Among the translators was a strikingly attractive woman named Belinda. While she performed her duties, her gaze was distinct from the others. Seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, she directed her eyes toward the meticulous master ahead. Observing the diminutive old man, who stood at about 1.5 meters tall and had remained silent throughout the journey, she furrowed her brow, puzzled by his apparent disinterest. Several times, as the meticulous master glanced in their direction, she displayed a captivating and endearing demeanor, showcasing her proud figure to him. Yet, to her dismay, the old man did not spare her even a fleeting glance, completely disregarding her presence. This led her to question herself, as the men present, aside from the meticulous master, had at least briefly lingered their gazes on her. Only that little old man remained indifferent. Chapter 49. The indifference of the master artisan and the weeping translator. Belinda cast a sorrowful glance at the master artisan, who remained wholly uninterested, leading the way ahead. It was only after the tour of the aerospace technology assembly line that she found an opportunity. Observing the master artisan, who had brought a stool from somewhere and was leisurely seated, watching the employees on the assembly line while gesturing with a distant demeanor, she mustered her courage. Having prepared herself for this task, seizing this rare moment, she approached him gently and said, "Master artisan, why are you here alone? Why not engage in conversation with everyone?" The master artisan glanced at her before returning his gaze to the assembly line. "Not interested," he replied dismissively. Belinda noted his disheveled appearance, a white t-shirt, crossed legs, and the way he idly wiggled his flip-flops as the gentle breeze ruffled his sparse hair. He seemed nothing like the esteemed chief engineer of aerospace technology she had envisioned. Had it not been for the confirmation from so many, she would scarcely have believed it. The task at hand was exceedingly challenging, and even initiating a conversation proved problematic. How could she approach him and win him over? This conundrum weighed heavily on Belinda's mind. Holding her nose against an odd odor, she forced a smile and said, "Master artisan, as the chief engineer of aerospace technology, you must be working tirelessly. I can hardly bear to see it. May I offer you a shoulder massage?" To her surprise, the master artisan raised a hand to stop her approach, displaying evident displeasure. In an admonishing tone, he retorted, "Humph. What would you, a woman, know? To revel in the ocean of technology is a joy, not toil. What do you want? If it's nothing of importance, please don't bother me." Belinda stood frozen, uncertain whether to stay or leave, feeling as though she might as well have been a dinosaur. This made her question her own allure. It was only when she noticed several intense gazes scrutinizing her that she realized the issue lay squarely with the old man before her. When she received her assignment from the Hexagon building, she had known it would be no simple task. Researchers often possess their own peculiarities, but she had not anticipated that this little old man would be so unique, lacking even a modicum of interest in conversing with her. It seemed her plans needed to be adjusted. Tears welled in her eyes as her voice trembled. "Master artisan, do you truly dislike me so? If there is something about me that bothers you, please tell me directly, and I shall change." Stealing a glance at the master artisan, who had uncrossed his legs, she thought to herself with a smirk that perhaps this tactic would work on him. However, he merely shifted on his stool, glaring at her with cold eyes, and barked, "Scram! Don't block my sunlight. Do you not realize how annoying it is to have you chattering in my ear?" Belinda was momentarily paralyzed. To be told not to block his sunlight was too much, even for her, who had undergone extensive psychological training as a spy. Generally, she would remain composed, but at that moment, she felt her defenses crumble. With a cry of indignation, she dashed toward the crowd, as if bearing a great grievance, nearly causing the master artisan to lose his balance as he shouted, "What a lunatic!" Tong Huanhuan approached to offer a few words of comfort, while the onlookers sighed in disappointment. They had not expected such a beautiful translator to have such peculiar tastes, favoring a reclusive old man. That's just his nature. Don't take it to heart, they advised. Belinda, having regained her composure, joined Tong Huan to inquire further about the master artisan. Have I truly offended him? I approached him to say hello, and yet. Tong Huan, not overthinking it, explained, he is not targeting you. He is like this with everyone. Except for our sales manager, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang. Belinda's interest was piqued at the mention of this name. But Tong Huan offered only a few perfunctory remarks before moving on. Soon, under the master artisan's guidance, they arrived at the practical demonstration area, where mechanical dogs showcased their capabilities. As night fell, arrangements were made for the guests to stay within the factory to observe the production of 200 mechanical dogs the following day. Belinda was assigned to a private room. Holding her phone, she received a stream of encrypted messages. The old man was impervious to persuasion, and approaching him posed significant challenges. She required more intelligence. Then, a cold message appeared on her screen. No, this is a test of your will. Find every possible way to approach your target and complete your mission. The text vanished after 3 seconds. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Belinda flung her phone onto the mattress in frustration. After a moment of contemplation, she picked it up again and began typing. I have observed the target for a day. He seems solely interested in machinery. I request 1 million in funding from headquarters as a means to approach him. The screen lit up again with a response, approved. 1 million will be credited to your account in 1 minute. Regardless of the conditions proposed by the target, you must win him over and incite his rebellion. You shall be granted a Medal of Honor. Remember, agree to any condition first. Reading the disappearing text, Belinda retrieved an heirloom mechanical watch from her bag. Her expression filled with deep nostalgia. She replied on the software, I promise to complete the mission. After meticulously preparing herself, she made her way to the master artisan's quarters. Gently knocking on his door, she took a deep breath and waited outside. Who is it? Is someone bothering me at this hour? Suppressing her disdain for the master artisan, she replied in the softest tone, Master artisan. It's me, Belinda. I apologize for my earlier insensitivity and have come to make amends. From within, the master artisan's icy voice responded, Are you bored out of your mind? If you have no business, leave me in peace. Belinda's voice wavered, yet she remained undeterred. Master artisan, I'm dressed lightly, and the night air is chilly. Please allow me to come in and speak with you. When she received no reply, she held her antique mechanical watch and gently added, Master artisan, I know you possess profound expertise in mechanics. I have a family heirloom watch that I would like you to examine. I assure you, I will compensate you fairly. Chapter 050. I lost a father's love from a young age. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the master craftsman, screwdriver in hand, standing at the threshold. His gaze fell upon the intricately adorned Belinda, who clutched a mechanical watch. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, Why didn't you say so earlier? It's my break time. I can help you with your watch, but it will cost extra. Under the influence of Zhou Yang, the master craftsman had become primarily focused on earning money through Kongyu technology, aside from his mechanical endeavors. Faced with an opportunity to profit that was practically handed to him, he certainly would not let it slip away. As Belinda gasped in surprise, the master craftsman snatched the mechanical watch from her grasp, peering at it as he retreated into the room. What are you dawdling for? Come in, and remember to close the door. Belinda observed the modest arrangement of the room, noticing an array of exquisite mechanical components displayed on the table. She cautiously shut the door and watched the master craftsman disassembling the watch, a look of reluctance crossing her face. Naturally, she settled onto the bed, inching closer to the master craftsman. Master craftsman, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable warmth. I lost my father at a young age. Seeing you evokes a sense of nostalgia. Although you seem stern, I can tell you possess a kind heart. May I address you as? The master craftsman, without turning his head or pausing in his work, coldly interrupted. No. Regardless of your connections, the price for watch repair remains unchanged. This watch is in terrible condition. Why would you expect it to be restored? How foolish. However, the fee cannot be less than 100,000. Considering this is my break time, the total is 120,000. Do you wish to proceed? Belinda surveyed the dismantled watch parts, her face displaying a mix of helplessness. She never anticipated that repairing a mechanical watch would cost such an exorbitant amount, far exceeding its original value. Yet, a flicker of delight ignited within her. So the old man loved money after all. This presented her with an opportunity to achieve her goal. Master Craftsman, please proceed with the repair. I do have a bit of money. I'm not too concerned. This watch was passed down from my grandmother and holds significant sentimental value to me. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Oh, by the way, Master Craftsman, as the chief engineer of Kongyu Technology, have you encountered any difficulties? The Master Craftsman, upon hearing this, replied blandly, just making a living. Your inquiries are too numerous. He continued to fiddle with the ancient watch components, grumbling. How have you maintained this? The hands are bent. It's evident you haven't cared for it properly. If it weren't for my exceptional skills, no one else could possibly repair it. Humph. You've certainly come to the right person. Belinda's gaze wandered to an exquisite mechanical controller, about the size of a mobile phone, placed neatly upon the table. She speculated whether it might be the latest product from Kongyu Technology. Slowly rising, she approached the Master Craftsman, pondering how men often reveal their true natures when in safe spaces, shedding their gentlemanly facade. Master Craftsman, there's no need to rush. The night is long. Let us share our thoughts. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, but to her surprise, the Master Craftsman abruptly seized her right hand with his bony fingers, growling. Humph. Speak. What exactly are you after? Why are you getting so familiar with me? What is your purpose at Kongyu Technology? Belinda winced in pain, rolling her eyes at the old man's behavior. Master Craftsman, you're hurting my hand. I meant no harm. Your silhouette just reminded me of my father, hence my hand resting on your shoulder. You've misunderstood my intentions. The Master Craftsman shot a glare at her. Behave yourself, and first, transfer the money to me. After I finish the repairs, you may leave. Belinda rubbed her reddened arm, her expression one of profound grievance. She nodded. Master Craftsman, please don't be angry. I was the one being forward. I will heed your words. After transferring the funds, she obediently stood beside the table, arms crossed, resembling a wronged wife. Finally, after the Master Craftsman repaired the watch, he turned and exclaimed, Here. Belinda accepted the ticking mechanical watch, a smile blooming on her face, completely disregarding her previously injured arm. Thank you so much, Master Craftsman. This watch is a cherished memory of my grandmother. You have helped me reclaim that sentiment. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Yet, Belinda, undeterred, sought to win over the Master Craftsman one last time. The Master Craftsman, however, growing weary of her advances, snapped impatiently, Enough. Leave me be. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he stood up, ushering her out. Belinda, unsteady on her feet, exclaimed, Oh, as she grasped the table for support, feigning a stumble. Unbeknownst to her, her left hand stealthily acquired the mechanical controller resting on the table. Confident that the old man would catch her, she leaned into him. Thud. Belinda fell heavily to the ground, helplessly gazing at the Master Craftsman, who stood with his hands raised. I didn't touch you. You're not trying to pull a scam, are you? Half reclined on the floor, Belinda's hopes shattered. This old man was devoid of emotion, his demeanor now icy. Struggling to stand, tears glistened in her eyes as she shot him a fierce look. With a loud bang, she flung the door open and left, slamming it shut behind her. The Master Craftsman, bewildered, muttered to himself as he heard the door slam. What a lunatic. Should you dare return, I shall deal with you. As Belinda hurried down the corridor, clutching the mechanical controller pilfered from the Master Craftsman's table, she quickened her pace. Arriving at her assigned room, she hastily tidied up. Internally, she lamented that her plan to approach the target had faltered. Fortunately, she had stolen a peculiar mechanical product, its purpose unknown. It was roughly the size of a mobile phone with a screen. Now that she had drawn attention, she realized that taking this product back to the United States might redeem her misdeeds. However, she could no longer afford to linger at Kongyu Technology. This incident would inevitably come to light. If she delayed her departure, she risked capture. Earlier, she had encountered personnel from the Dragon Kingdom's military district. Chapter 051, A Magnificent Fire Wheel. One of the figures was an officer serving as the chief of staff. There was no doubt that the Dragon Kingdom would not let her slip away. Belinda tidied herself up and, under the cover of night, departed from Kongyu Technology. Zhao Tai, a military advisor and PhD in mechanics at the Jiangning Military District, had spent several days at Kongyu Technology, which transformed his understanding of mechanical engineering. Following the footsteps of the master craftsman, he encountered an entirely new realm of mechanical knowledge and was profoundly impacted by the master's unconventional methods. Rather than succumbing to despair, he diligently sought to unravel more complex mechanical challenges. As he grappled with problems in his room, he gazed out at the night sky, contemplating a stroll to refresh his thoughts. Upon stepping outside Kongyu Technology, he noticed a hurried figure departing in a vehicle. He mumbled to himself, "Isn't that the beautiful translator from earlier?" After a moment of confusion, he shook his head and wandered off. Meanwhile, Belinda, seated in the awaiting vehicle, exhaled a sigh of relief as they exited the industrial park. Even if the personnel from Kongyu Technology discovered her absence, it would be too late to pursue her now. Holding a mechanical controller, driven by curiosity, she pressed the activation button and watched as various texts illuminated the screen, ultimately selecting Activate. 300 meters underground at Kongyu Technology. 3 linear passages connected to the surface. The subterranean space, with its intricate network of tunnels, resembled an enlarged beehive, extending deep beneath the ground. This was the underground laboratory designed by Zhou Yang, intended for secrecy, where most of the summoned workers from the three-body factory system appeared as peculiar beings. Only the master craftsman, resembling humans, was seen on the surface, while the others remained hidden, secretly developing advanced technological blueprints provided by Zhou Yang. Among the concealed apparatuses, a black, 2-meter oval sphere suddenly emitted a brilliant red light from its center connection point. Within the confines of the launcher, it began to rotate rapidly, producing a shrill mechanical, grinding noise. Upon closer inspection, the sphere was composed of 2 hemispheres, with a red, transparent glass-like substance connecting them. Astonishingly, the trajectories of the 2 black hemispherical bodies moved in opposite directions, causing a dazzling display of sparks to erupt from the center of the sphere. The mechanical sound echoed throughout the 3 levels of the underground laboratory. Beep. Activating the mechanical vibrational spiral ball. Beep. Operation complete. The mechanical vibrational spiral ball will launch in 10 seconds. 10. A worker summoned from the 3-body factory, towering at 2 meters with 1 large eye and 1 small, rushed to investigate upon hearing the unusual mechanical alert. He had not been informed of any launch from Kongyu Technology. Gazing at the erratic behavior within the launcher, his eyes widened in shock. Who activated the mechanical vibrational spiral ball? Quickly contact the master craftsman for confirmation. Around Kongyu Technology, Zhao Tai wandered aimlessly under the night sky, pondering mechanical enigmas. Suddenly, he noticed the ground ahead shifting, interrupting his thoughts. He swallowed hard, scanning the empty space around him. The night was eerily quiet, save for the distant lights of a factory. A chill crept down his spine as he whispered to himself, "Could I really be so unfortunate as to encounter something here?" This industrial park hardly seemed conducive to such occurrences. Zhao Tai halted, cautiously lifting his foot to retreat from the area, when he suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath him. He turned to see the spot where the earth had stirred, accompanied by a mechanical sound. A circular opening, approximately 3 meters wide, appeared, emanating a red glow into the night. Zhao Tai's heart raced as he recognized the familiar scene. Is this the emergence of the Black Mountain Old Demon? Panic-stricken, he watched as the tremors intensified around the opening, as if something were about to emerge from the glowing abyss. With a thunderous roar, a sound akin to an amplified firework erupted into the air. Zhao Tai lost his footing and fell to the ground, witnessing a spectacle that would forever leave him in awe. Before him was a red glowing mechanical sphere, producing a deafening explosion, its 2 hemispheres defying the laws of physics as they moved in opposite directions, creating a shower of sparks. Ascending to over 100 meters into the night sky, it resembled a crimson moon against the dark backdrop. Zhao Tai gaped in astonishment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, only to find that the black sphere had vanished from view. As he exhaled, the ground quaked violently once more, reminiscent of a collapsing skyscraper. Following closely was a powerful shock wave that hit him squarely, causing discomfort from the pressure. His eyes were forced shut by the force, instinctively raising a hand to shield himself. Once the wave passed, he coughed a couple of times, and before him stood a 2-meter-tall black iron sphere, radiating intense red light. Instinctively, Zhao Tai exclaimed, "What a magnificent fire wheel!" The mechanical vibrational spiral ball appeared to possess a will of its own. Upon detecting Zhao Tai, it twisted and surged forward as if composed of octopus-like tentacles. In an instant, it was before him, leaving a path that resembled freshly plowed fields. What kind of power was required to achieve such a feat? The mechanical vibrational spiral ball came to a halt, its red light sweeping over Zhao Tai's entire being. Beep. Carbon-based life form detected, no immediate threat. Beep. Requesting permission to engage? Simultaneously, in a vehicle traversing the road, Belinda observed the screen of the mechanical remote control displaying requesting permission to engage. Her face contorted with confusion. How could this mechanical device present such messages? Was it some sort of game console produced by Kongyu Technology? Otherwise, how could such bewildering text appear? Perplexed, Belinda furrowed her brow, compelled by curiosity to press yes. Just then, the vehicle jolted, causing her right hand to slip and inadvertently select no. She chastised the driver. "Be more careful. How are you driving? The road is all over the place." As she gazed out at the nighttime scenery of Jiangning, weaving through high-rises, her thoughts drifted to the cities of Eagle Sauce. The allure of the mechanical remote faded, and she stowed it away in her accompanying backpack. Chapter 052. The Mechanical Vibrational Spiral Ball. Jiangning Industrial Park. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Zhao Tai rolled and crawled on the ground, desperately trying to distance himself from the mechanical vibrational spiral ball. The shrill sound attracted the attention of those in the industrial park. Song Jie from Kongyu Technology was also awakened by the vibrations, instructing his subordinates to ensure the safety of the affluent merchants. He donned his coat and rushed outside, heading towards the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he noticed a gathering of familiar faces, particularly Zhao Tai, whose face was covered in dust and whose clothing was tattered. The crowd's collective gaze was fixed on one direction, their eyes wide with astonishment. They beheld a towering iron sphere, seemingly imbued with a life of its own, pulsating with a red glow at its core, drawing circles within a fixed radius and displacing copious amounts of earth. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Song Jie blinked rapidly, wondering if extraterrestrial technology had invaded Blue Star. He soon spotted Tong Huan and others, hurriedly approaching to inquire about the situation. "Assistant Tong, what on earth is happening? How did this iron object come to be here?" Tong Huan, equally perplexed, pointed to the trembling Zhao Tai. "By the time we arrived, Dr. Zhao was already here. I'm not clear on the specifics, but I've summoned Master Qiao. He seems to have knowledge about this iron object." Song Jie nodded, commanding his soldiers to maintain order. Just as he was about to question Zhao Tai, a panicked voice from behind caught his attention. "Damn it! Which heartless wretch activated the mechanical vibrational spiral ball? That cursed scoundrel! They've stolen my control device. This is a disaster. A calamity." The corners of Song Jie's mouth twitched as he realized that the 2-meter-tall iron object was indeed a product of Kongyu Technology, aptly named the mechanical vibrational spiral ball. He seized the anxious Master Qiao, his mind swirling with questions. "Master Qiao, what is going on? The control device was stolen? Is this mechanical vibrational spiral ball dangerous?" Master Qiao hopped in agitation, gesturing animatedly, his face a picture of frustration. "I knew that wretched woman had ulterior motives, drawing near just to steal the control device. That despicable thief. I shall not let her escape." After understanding the circumstances surrounding Belinda, Song Jie gazed at the rolling iron sphere and the ravaged ground. The power of the mechanical vibrational spiral ball was formidable. If it were to collide with a person, it would reduce them to mere fragments. He quickly sought to calm Master Qiao's emotions. "Master Qiao, we will search for Belinda with all our might. However, we must first find a way to halt that iron menace. If it injures someone, the consequences would be dire." Master Qiao's eyes widened in despair as he shook his head. Once the mechanical vibrational spiral ball is activated, it can only be operated via the control device. It will not cease until its energy is depleted. Song Jie felt a chill run through him. His worst fears were materializing. With a flicker of hope, he asked, "How long can this iron menace operate?" "Under full power, it can run for 3 hours," Master Qiao replied, observing the mechanical vibrational spiral ball, which appeared to be in a standby state, tracing circles in the dirt. If Belinda were to take control, the entire industrial park could face catastrophic destruction, especially with Kongyu Technology's presence. The situation was grave and could spiral out of control. Song Jie's mind raced as he inquired, "What materials were used in the construction of the mechanical vibrational spiral ball? Is there a possibility of destroying it?" Master Qiao scoffed, shaking his head. "It is entirely forged from martensitic steel. Destroy it? It is designed solely to wreak havoc." Hearing about martensitic steel sent a shiver down Song Jie's spine. Its renowned hardness and toughness made it a staple in aerospace applications. This was akin to a steel behemoth. However, Song Jie's greatest dread soon came to fruition. The mechanical vibrational spiral ball halted its rotation, coming to a standstill as if awaiting commands. Meanwhile, in the city of Jiangning, Belinda, having found a safe refuge, sat within a nondescript room. As a spy for the Eagle Country, she possessed a keen sense of counter-surveillance. Venturing to Jiangning Airport or the train station would be tantamount to walking into a trap. To ensure her safe return, she opted to conceal herself within the city, biding her time until the dust settled before making her next move. Without the use of any electronic devices, locating her in Jiangning would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After observing the surroundings from her window and finding no signs of disturbance, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then retrieved the control device to study it. Gazing at the red dots and virtual lines on the screen, she felt utterly bewildered, as if engaged in a simple game, and began to manipulate it haphazardly. Meanwhile, the soldiers under Song Jie's command maintained order in the industrial park, forbidding unauthorized personnel from approaching. Yet, they could not deter the curious workers, many of whom stood on tiptoe, gazing at the distant, red-glowing iron sphere. Whispers of awe filled the air, just as the crowd believed they were witnessing a performance. The mechanical vibrational spiral ball emitted a piercing sound, scraping against the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. It roared like a high-powered motorcycle, revving its engine to the max, creating a rhythmic mechanical clatter as it twisted rapidly. Suddenly, with a tremendous force, it launched itself from the ground, soaring toward the nearby steel mill. It produced a thunderous sound as it ascended, moving at a speed that nearly transcended human perception. Spectators caught a fleeting glimpse of a red light before it vanished into the night, followed by a deafening boom. Song Jie stood frozen, realization dawning upon him as he understood the reason behind the name mechanical vibrational spiral ball. This mass of steel, weighing several tons, had not only launched skyward but had also executed a double leap in midair. The sheer power required to elevate a 2-meter diameter iron sphere at such velocity was unfathomable. It could obliterate anything in its path, be it a person or even a tank, into mere fragments. Chapter 053, The Devastated Industrial Park. The crowd collectively tilted their heads to gaze at the crimson dot in the night sky, enveloped in an eerie silence. Some individuals even initiated a live stream, the dim lighting further accentuating the terror of the mechanical vibration sphere. The online viewers inundated the chat with a flurry of comments. What a firework display at this late hour. Which company dares to set off fireworks in an industrial park? Are they courting death? Where's this? Please share the location. I'm heading over now. Are you new here? Did you not see that massive iron sphere that just ascended? Don't go there. You'll get crushed by that gigantic iron ball. Are you joking? That's an iron ball. It can fly? Must be hallucinating. If that were an iron ball, I'd eat it raw. Could it be a missile launch? I just heard an enormous roar. Chief of Staff Song Jie gasped in astonishment. What kind of mechanical vibration sphere possesses such immense power? Master Qiao, what propulsion system did you employ for that device? It actually launched from a standstill and performed a mid-air leap. Are we still on Blue Star? Master Qiao snorted lightly. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The black technology within the Trisolaris factory system is abundant. This is simply an upgraded weapon, utilizing a hydrogen-oxygen rotary vibration engine. Is there any reason to be astonished by mere launch capabilities and double jumps? Song Jie observed the composed old man. If he heard correctly, it was indeed a hydrogen-oxygen rotary vibration engine. Wasn't that technology implemented in the 6th-generation aircraft? How could it manifest in such a metallic sphere, and why was there no exhaust emission? How does its internal mechanism operate? This must be a product that defies the laws of physics. Master Chiao, isn't the hydrogen-oxygen rotary vibration engine supposed to be elliptical in shape? Master Chiao, observing the trajectory of the mechanical vibration sphere, replied without turning his head. Foolishness. Who dictates that it must be elliptical? The devices designed by our manager, Zhou, have never erred. There are countless incredible things beyond your comprehension. Song Jie regarded Master Chiao with a peculiar expression, silently pondering that he was likely referring to their employer. He had long harbored doubts about the president of Kongyu Technology. Through their information gathering, they discovered that the man surnamed Wang was not the president at all. There was a strong likelihood that he was Zhou Yang. However, what puzzled them was why Zhou Yang chose to conceal his identity. Their final analysis concluded that Zhou Yang sought to protect himself, seemingly anticipating that high-tech products would be unveiled. Currently, the only lead they had regarding Zhou Yang was that he had traveled to Africa. The military district was aware of Zhou Yang's significance, and they had dispatched personnel to monitor him in Africa. However, they had yet to ascertain his whereabouts. Master Chiao, your manager Zhou is truly enigmatic. Has he informed you of his return? Master Chiao shook his head vigorously. No. Why do you ask this? Song Jie lowered his voice, solemnly stating, the military district has entrusted me with a directive. Should Zhou Yang encounter any challenges, we will ensure his safety. No one in Longwood dares to harm him. Master Chiao, if you can reach Zhou Yang, please convey my words to him. He must trust in Longwood's resolve. For those who have rendered service, we shall not allow them to fall into hardship. Just as Master Chiao was about to speak, a resounding explosion reverberated through the air. The mechanical vibration sphere, radiating a crimson hue, accurately struck a steel pipe manufacturing plant within the industrial area. The tremendous roar, combined with the force of gravity, rendered the plant's entrance as fragile as paper, shattering it into fragments and creating an opening over 3 meters wide. With the momentum still propelling it forward, the mechanical vibration sphere continued to roll, plowing through the concrete floor, carrying a multitude of debris and stones as it raced towards the workshop. Click, click, click. The rhythmic mechanical sounds echoed throughout the steel pipe manufacturing plant, startling the workers within. An earthquake. Crap. The factory has exploded. Run. Help. Fortunately, the shattered workshop was devoid of workers. The moment the mechanical vibration sphere made contact with the workshop's wall, it leaped, cleaving the roof in twain, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions and the sound of machinery collapsing. Sparks and severed steel pipes erupted, dancing chaotically in the night sky. The sound of collapsing walls melded with the shrieks of terror, instantly plunging the entire steel pipe manufacturing plant into chaos. Manager Ma, accompanied by senior executives, emerged from his office only to witness the horrific sight of a workshop split in two, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a mere meeting and a few extra hours of work, this cataclysmic scene had unfolded. He meticulously surveyed the ravaged workshop, seeking the source of the calamity. When he glimpsed the glowing iron sphere rolling from the wreckage, seemingly in search of its next target. Where in the world did this infernal sphere come from? Before long, a worker emerged from the crowd. Manager, that iron sphere seems to have originated from Kongyu Technology. Just as the worker began to elaborate, the ominous red sphere glowed even brighter, rolling towards another workshop. In a panic, Manager Ma shouted, "Quick! Stop it! Bring in bulldozers, excavators, rollers, and large trucks. Crush it for me." The steel pipe manufacturing plant housed various large machinery, and in comparison to the 2-meter-high iron sphere, their sizes were not significantly different. The workers had seen larger equipment, and the bulldozers possessed considerable power. In an instant, numerous workers scrambled to operate various machines. preparing to block the trajectory of the mechanical vibration sphere. However, before they could even board their vehicles, the red iron sphere began spinning rapidly, bounding towards the adjacent workshop. They witnessed a bulldozer obstructing its path being effortlessly severed in two by the sphere's high-speed rotation, like gears in a machine. With a resounding crash, the bulldozer emitted a defiant roar before being split in half without a struggle. That bulldozer weighed over 30 tons, far exceeding the mass of the iron sphere. Yet, before the menacing red sphere, it succumbed in mere moments. The workers, previously eager to assist, collectively halted, rooted to the spot, their voices echoing in disbelief. Run. What in the world is that? Has extraterrestrial technology invaded Blue Star? Chapter 054. Cut off the entire network of Jiangning City. Zhou Tai, serving as a military advisor, rose from the ground, gazing at the devastation wrought upon the industrial park. He sprinted towards Song Jie, his mind racing. Having observed the mechanical explosive vortex sphere up close, the sense of helplessness it instilled still lingered vividly. Commander Song, we must think of a solution. If this continues, the entire industrial park will be obliterated. Song Jie, his face etched with worry, was engulfed in a throbbing headache. He was all too aware of the destruction that the iron sphere could unleash. Could he possibly be oblivious? Casting a look at Zhou Tai that conveyed utter incredulity, he then turned his attention to the master craftsman nearby. Master Qiao, is there no other way to halt it aside from obtaining the controller? Please, think of something. With a sigh, the master craftsman fell silent for a few seconds before a thought struck him. There is another method. The mechanical controller connects via satellite. If we cut off the entire network of Jiangning City, we can stop the mechanical explosive vortex sphere. At that point, I can manually deactivate it. Song Jie, perplexed, rubbed his ears, as if to confirm he hadn't misheard. The implications of severing an entire city's network were staggering, and as a chief of staff in the military district, he held no authority to make such a decision. Even the leadership of Jiangning City would hesitate to take such drastic action. Even a moment's interruption could lead to irreversible consequences. The potential economic loss was far beyond his capacity to bear. At that moment, Song Jie loathed the translator who had stolen the mechanical controller. Is there truly no other option? If we cut off the signal covering the industrial park, could we disrupt the controller? He scrutinized the master craftsman, hoping to glean some possibility from his expression. But to his dismay, Master Qiao shook his head. No. During the design phase, we enhanced the signal reception on the controller. There are no alternatives. We either locate the controller or wait for its energy to deplete. We can only hope that Thief tires of it and shuts it down. Frustrated, Song Jie slapped his forehead, his mind racing for solutions. If he were to pin his hopes on Belinda, he might as well resign as chief of staff. Moreover, this matter was exceedingly grave. It was not a decision he could make unilaterally. He needed to report it to higher authorities. He informed Zhou Tai and then retrieved an encrypted phone, promptly reporting the situation regarding the mechanical explosive vortex sphere to Minister Liao. Upon learning of the incident in Kyoto City, Minister Liao understood that severing a city's network was an enormous undertaking beyond his authority. After reporting the situation, he awaited directives and quickly contacted Song Jie. With the encrypted phone in hand, Song Jie nodded repeatedly in confirmation. Understood. Minister, I will handle it. I will clarify all relevant details. Understood. Master Qiao, how long do you need to control the mechanical explosive vortex sphere? The master craftsman shouted, 3 minutes. Song Jie continued to respond quietly to Minister Liao. Yes, it is 3 minutes. Understood. I will definitely complete the task. Rest assured. Regarding the translator, I will keep you updated. Yes, I guarantee the completion of the task. With Minister Liao's consent, Song Jie finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He approached Tong Huan from Kongyu Technology and the master craftsman, his expression turning grave. Master Qiao, be prepared to act. The entire network of Jiangning City will be severed in 3 minutes. This is of utmost importance. You must give it your all, and I will vouch for you. Master Qiao signaled an okay with confidence. You can rest assured, this minor task is well within my capabilities. Nodding, Song Jie instructed his soldiers to evacuate personnel from the industrial park. Fortunately, The incident occurred at night, and there were not many people present. Only a few factories still had workers, while most had already clocked out. As for the unfortunate steel pipe factory, it was the target of the mechanical explosive vortex sphere's attack, resulting in only 3 minor injuries, thankfully without any fatalities. Meanwhile, the 3 major network operators in Jiangning City received mysterious phone calls. Among them, Miao Xiao, the local representative of the mobile network, had been preparing to rest when he glanced at the unusual number on his screen. Rumors from previous social gatherings flashed through his mind, prompting him to take a deep breath before answering the call. What? Cut off the entire network of Jiangning City? Are you joking? Do you know the magnitude of the repercussions? Regardless of which department you represent in Longhua, this is no laughing matter. I have not received prior notice to prepare the citizens of Jiangning City for such an action. I cannot take on any consequences. The heads of the 3 major network operators in Jiangning City, upon receiving the call, would have dismissed it as a scam had it not been from a special number. Miao Xiao dared not act unilaterally. The city's development was at stake. After hanging up, he noticed the caller ID indicated it was the president, which made him realize the gravity of the situation. Yes, President, rest assured, we will shut down the network in 3 minutes. No, President, you misunderstand. I am not being reckless. It was that previous call. Such significant matters would typically come with advance notice. I thought it was a scammer. Understood. Subsequently, every resident of Jiangning City received a text message from the 3 major network operators. Ding. Due to uncontrollable factors, the network will be shut down in 3 minutes. It will resume in 3 minutes. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Thank you for your cooperation and wish you a pleasant day. Instantly, discussions erupted among the citizens of Jiangning City and netizens. The 3 network operators are collectively shutting down the network? Could it be a collective attack by Eagle Sauce hackers? Oh my, is Jiangning City about to face an alien invasion? This is unprecedented. I live near the industrial park. I just heard a loud rumble and thought there was a fight. Guess what I saw? Hee hee. A crimson moon appeared over the industrial park. Is it really that mystical? Could it be a resurgence of spiritual energy? Everyone, stop fantasizing and get some sleep. Song Jie's expression grew serious. Assistant Tong, when did your company develop the mechanical explosive vortex sphere? This matter is of utmost importance. How could a weapon with such lethal capabilities come from Kongyu technology? Tong Huan was equally bewildered. She had no prior knowledge of the mechanical explosive vortex sphere. If it caused widespread destruction, Kongyu technology would not escape responsibility. The catalyst for this incident was that translator, but ultimately, it was a product of Kongyu technology. Commander Song. We are not. Chapter 055. What electric yo-yo? Are you joking? Tong Huan muttered softly, her words barely escaping her lips, when she was abruptly interrupted by Song Jie's stern voice. How could Kongyu technology fail to notify us in advance? The military district has a signed contract with you, clearly stating that any newly released products must be in collaboration with us. Little Assistant Tong, have you forgotten? Faced with Song's admonishment, she initially appeared flustered. Casting a peculiar glance at Song Jie, she had anticipated that the military district would impose penalties on them, given the extensive damage caused by the mechanical vibration spiral ball to the industrial park. The situation was indeed dire. With a pleading look, Tong Huan turned to the master craftsman. Calmly, he pointed to the mechanical vibration spiral ball in the distance and began to explain. Commander Song, this is merely an upgraded version of the electric yo-yo. You are well aware of our products at Kongyu Technology. Have you forgotten? What electric yo-yo? Are you jesting? Song Jie realized something was amiss. As he gazed at the mechanical vibration spiral ball, it increasingly resembled the mode of transportation used in the military district. Wasn't he just a miniature version of a balance scooter? After signing the contract with Kongyu Technology, Tong Huan had received a sample of their products, with the electric yo-yo being her favorite. It was essentially an electric balance scooter that not only offered convenience, but also excelled in stability. As long as it did not face maximum impact, it could maintain its balance effortlessly, alleviating any concerns about falling off. Initially, upon learning of Kongyu Technology's pricing of 10,000 yuan, He thought they had lost their minds for pricing a balanced scooter so exorbitantly. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he deemed it a remarkable bargain. Observing the enlarged electric yo-yo, he could hardly associate it with weaponry. No wonder this oval iron mass could withstand impacts and still maintain equilibrium. It utilized the balance principles of the electric yo-yo. At that moment, Zhao Tai interjected, glancing at the master craftsman with uncertainty. Master Qiao, what balance principle does this mechanical vibration spiral ball employ to support several tons of steel without toppling? With today's scientific advancements, it seems impossible to sustain such weight and near supersonic speed while remaining so stable. Song Jie silently admired Zhao Tai's astute inquiry. Acknowledging his intelligence as a graduate from Hucking University, the master craftsman replied nonchalantly, "It employs a mechanical electronic gyroscope. What is beyond its capacity?" Zhao Tai, familiar with electronic gyroscopes, understood their applications in aerospace, aviation, and maritime industries. They maintain stability under any climatic conditions, autonomously generating force to keep the gyroscope in a consistent position, an ancient yet wondrous device. The electronic gyroscope, a precision mechanical apparatus based on the law of conservation of angular momentum, calculates orientation through angular motion while maintaining equilibrium under gravitational influence. However, this stability is achievable only in the absence of significant external forces. He had clearly observed the mechanical vibration spiral ball, not only flying at super high speeds in the air, but also executing secondary jumps and surviving multiple impacts upon landing, all while maintaining balance. This was no ordinary electronic gyroscope. Master Qiao, a standard electronic gyroscope cannot possess such stability. Zhao Tai pondered aloud. Did I ever say this was standard? The master craftsman began to elaborate further when the mechanical vibration spiral ball, now reduced to a third of its operational capacity, ceased functioning, its red glow dimming. It appeared the network had been severed. He immediately sprinted towards the steel pipe manufacturing plant. What are you waiting for? It has stopped. If you miss this moment, there will be no opportunity. Song Jie observed the master craftsman's diminutive stature and feared he would not make it in time. He swiftly directed two nearby soldiers. Quick, take Master Qiao and reach there as swiftly as possible. If you delay, you'll have to trek 3 days through rugged terrain. Upon hearing Commander Song's orders, the soldiers' expressions turned fearful, yet they shouted in unison, yes, and swiftly disappeared from sight. They hurriedly caught up with the master craftsman, one on each side, grasping his arms and exclaiming, Master Qiao, please bear with us. We are accelerating. With that, the soldiers exerted all their strength, lifting the master craftsman as they dashed toward the mechanical vibration spiral ball's location. The master craftsman's frail form soared through the air, the wind howling past him, causing his sparse hair to flutter wildly. In a mere 30 seconds, they arrived at the site. As they came to an abrupt halt, the soldiers called out to the still dizzy master craftsman, Master Qiao, we have arrived. The master craftsman, brushing a hand through his hair, noticed one of his slippers had gone missing. Ignoring the discomfort, he glared at the soldiers. Are you two trying to dismantle my old bones? Are you in such a hurry to meet your maker? With my skills, a minute's delay is inconsequential. Why are you in such a frenzy? Hurry and retrieve my other slipper. Despite his grumbling, the master craftsman did not pause his actions. With a series of clicks and taps on hidden buttons, he swiftly regained control over the mechanical vibration spiral ball within 2 minutes. The network was restored to normal. Observing the flames and sporadic explosions erupting from the steel pipe manufacturing plant, several concerned workers from the industrial park dialed emergency services. Hello? Is this the emergency hotline? There's been an explosion at the industrial park. Yes. I saw a large red iron ball causing it. Please hurry. It seems like aliens are invading Jiangning City. The personnel at the police station's call center recorded the details. Team leader, we received a report from the industrial park, and I've calmed the caller. The call center supervisor nodded, recalling the directive from Director Su Wei 10 minutes prior. They were instructed to disregard the content of these calls, merely assuring the callers that assistance would be dispatched, while also documenting their numbers for future reference, awaiting further instructions for isolation and confidential discussions. Just as Song Jie had discovered the mechanical vibration spiral ball, he contacted Su Wei to ensure that confidentiality measures were in place and to search for Belinda's whereabouts. Chapter 056. The city is under lockdown. She must not escape. Song Jie rushed over and heard the skilled master exclaim, "All set." His previously anxious heart finally eased. The matter of potential technology theft at Kongyu Technology must be thoroughly investigated. This directive had just been communicated from higher-ups. Moreover, this was not the first incident concerning Kongyu Technology. From what Song Jie gathered, previously, the Eagle State had exposed their long-hidden to spy to gather intelligence on mechanical dogs, thereby obtaining sensitive information from Kongyu Technology and subsequently issued statements from the Pentagon to resist Kongyu Technology. The Intelligence Department of Longwood analyzed that the Eagle State would not let up on sanctions against Kongyu Technology, a situation that was unwelcome to the upper echelons of Longwood. In recent years, as Longwood rose in technological prowess, numerous high-tech companies faced suppression and exclusion from the Eagle State, causing significant difficulties. Now, with the emergence of Kongyu Technology, the directive from above emphasized the need to ensure their security. With the recent spy incident, a thorough investigation was mandated. Seeing that the mechanical explosive spiral ball situation was under control, Song Jie knew he could not let the translator named Belinda slip away. He immediately dialed the contact at the Longwo Intelligence Department. "Director Zhang, how is the investigation on your end? Can we initiate the arrest plan?" "Colonel Song, we have confirmed Belinda's identity. She is the Eagle State's number 7 spy, tasked with enticing skilled craftsmen in Longwa." Song Jie turned to glance at the elderly technician who was still fiddling with the mechanical explosive spiral ball, suddenly understanding Belinda's peculiar actions during the day. She had been stealing technology from Kongyu, specifically for the mechanical dog. Fortunately, no significant incidents had occurred. He quickly contacted his old partner, Director Su Wei. "Old Su, the directive has come down. First, we must enforce a news blackout regarding tonight's events in the industrial park. Second, the entire city of Jiangning must be locked down. We will spare no effort in locating Belinda. She is a spy trained by the Eagle State. We cannot allow her to escape this time." "Understood. The insidious Eagle State has now extended its reach to Jiangning. I will arrange personnel for the search immediately. How are the airport, high-speed rail, and ports being managed?" "The relevant departments have already been notified to suspend operations." Song Jie had witnessed the power of the mechanical explosive spiral ball firsthand. Its appearance could significantly alter the dynamics of large-scale combat on the battlefield. The advanced tanks of the Eagle State paled in comparison to the mechanical explosive spiral ball. He had seen massive bulldozers succumb within seconds to being sliced in half. The tanks on the battlefield were hardly superior to those bulldozers. Could even the toughest tanks withstand the assault of a mechanical explosive spiral ball made of martensitic steel? It was akin to alien technology, capable of dominating the future army battlefield. The hydrogen-oxygen rotary explosive engine provided power for secondary leaps, making it impossible for any large tanks on land to resist. If the mechanical dog was a tool for small-scale warfare, then the mechanical explosive spiral ball was the terminator of large-scale conflict. They had to contain this information within Longwa. The Eagle State spy, Belinda, must not disseminate any details. Regardless of her awareness, Song Jie dared not take that risk. Furthermore, he had been instructed to ensure Belinda's capture and prevent any leaks regarding the mechanical explosive spiral ball. All transportation hubs in Jiangning received the news and ceased operations. Further travel would require waiting for relevant notifications. The airport, high-speed rail, and ports were flooded with armed police, officers, and soldiers. Dressed in uniforms, they continuously questioned and searched at various locations. The citizens of Jiangning received news of the lockdown, stirring a wave of anxiety among them. Many residents grew tense, speculating wildly. The online discourse became increasingly animated. Is Jiangning under lockdown? Is there a viral outbreak? This is too large-scale. I've been informed that we cannot leave tonight regardless of the situation. What exactly happened? The military district has dispatched personnel to assist in the investigation. This is quite the spectacle. Hey, I heard an unidentified object appeared in the industrial park, causing significant damage to factories. It must be related. Is your news credible? Will the Blue Star not commence the S3 season? This is terrifying. The lockdown suggests the situation is more severe than we imagined. Could it be that an alien spacecraft was shot down? As the discussions among Jiangning's netizens heated up, they suddenly found their internet connection severed. The website was directly shut down. A warning popped up on the screen, "State secret. Any further dissemination or rumors will result in criminal charges." Instantly, the netizens were frightened into silence, refraining from further discussion on the site. Cyber police searched for these keywords online, and any discovered were promptly sealed off. At the Jiangning airport, a bespectacled businessman, clutching a ticket in one hand and a phone in the other, angrily confronted the ticketing staff. "What is going on at your airport? Why is everything suspended? I need to go to Kyoto tonight for negotiations on a 5 million project. If this falls through, will your airline compensate me? Get your manager out here to provide a reasonable explanation." The airline staff, maintaining a sweet smile, patiently responded, "We apologize for the inconvenience caused. Sir, we received word that Jiangning is conducting an anti-terrorism drill, and all transport services have been suspended. Please cooperate with our efforts and await further notifications from the relevant departments. We believe flights will resume shortly." The businessman, after apologizing and explaining on the phone, became increasingly agitated after hanging up. "Cooperate? How can I cooperate? Your airline cancels flights at the last minute. Will you compensate me for my losses? How can you do this? I will file a complaint against you." The raucous commotion attracted the attention of patrolling armed police. 3 fully armed officers swiftly approached the scene. "Sir, please present your identification for inspection." "How can you treat me this way? Have I committed a crime? Please cooperate with our work." Jiangning is currently in a state of heightened security due to a terrorism drill. Any further disturbances will be regarded as threats to national security. This is your first warning. Chapter 57. The Grand Memory Restoration Technique. The Stormy Pear Blossom Needle. Upon witnessing the scene, the merchant immediately regained his composure, repeatedly gesturing his hands in denial. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I am merely cooperating with this terrifying drill. There is no issue on my part. Please, carry on. Do you not require an explanation from the Jiangning authorities regarding your project?" No. I fabricated that. The workers in the industrial park have not yet been evacuated." Curiously, they opened their phones to capture images of the mechanical vibrating spiral ball. The white flash of the camera was particularly glaring against the night. Just as the workers took 2 photographs, soldiers clad in camouflage appeared behind them. "Sir, photography is prohibited here. Please hand over your phone." "By what right? This is my personal property, and you have no authority to confiscate it." The fully armed soldier cocked the safety on his automatic rifle with a decisive click. "Sir, please cooperate with our operations. Your actions have resulted in the potential breach of national security. I urge you to reconsider. We will delete the photos and videos on your phone, and relevant personnel will speak with you. This is a restricted area. Kindly comply." "Very well. I shall comply. Is that not sufficient?" Meanwhile, the entire police force of Jiangning was mobilized, conducting an extensive and thorough search. All law enforcement personnel were fully engaged in the operation. Belinda, residing in a modest dwelling, grasped the mechanical controller as she observed the absence of lines and red dots on the screen. After several attempts, she noted the message indicating loss of control and momentarily lost interest. At that moment, a rapid knocking echoed from the door. "Open up. We are the armed police of Jiangning, conducting registration as per regulations. Please open the door and cooperate with the real name registration." Belinda, alert within her room, had only departed from Kongyu Technology half an hour prior. Could it be that her actions had been exposed? However, she reassured herself that even if exposed, it would not be discovered so swiftly. It must be a coincidence, perhaps an unexpected inspection in Jiangning. As a capable spy, she possessed an exceptional reaction speed in the face of unforeseen events. Moreover, she had not utilized any electronic devices, made purchases, or registered at any hotels. Even if Dragon Country's tracking capabilities were swift, they could not possibly uncover her so quickly. Everything was mere coincidence. "Just a moment. I will be right there." After tidying her attire, Belinda calmly opened the door with a yawn, appearing as though she had just awakened. Leaning against the door frame, Her disheveled hair cascaded over her shoulders. What is the matter? Must you conduct checks at such a late hour? Are we not allowed to sleep? The two armed police officers produced their phones for image comparison. After a glance, they maintained a facade of composure. Routine inspection. Please present your identification. Wait a moment. I will fetch it. At the instant Belinda turned away, she was tackled to the ground by the two officers, who quickly shackled her with silver handcuffs. Within Kongyu technology, the ingenious master observed the mechanical controller on the table, a rare smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Song Jie was on the phone, inquiring in a low voice. Old Sue, has she not confessed yet? What? Is she that stubborn? If this persists, send her to the intelligence office in Kyoto. They handle such matters efficiently. I am not concerned about her refusal to divulge information. However, during transport, safety must be ensured. No errors must occur. The ingenious master harbored a deep loathing for this female spy. He had not anticipated being outsmarted by her. Should she fall into his hands, she would not have a pleasant fate awaiting her. If their boss, Zhou Yang, were to find out, he would be utterly humiliated. He interjected vehemently, "What is so difficult about this? Just employ the grand memory restoration technique on that thief." Song Jie paused, perplexed, and turned his head to inquire. What is this grand memory restoration technique? The ingenious master tousled his disheveled hair. First, cover her face with a towel, then pour water until she reveals everything. Trust me, even if she is a spy, she will not last 10 minutes. Song Jie had heard of such coercive methods before. They were often employed during trials against uncooperative offenders, most commonly in ancient times. Such techniques could induce a living hell for the victim, leading them to confess everything, whether known or unknown. The agony experienced was akin to the most severe tortures of the Qing dynasty. Even accusations not directed at them could be admitted by the victim. This old man truly had a cruel side. He was indeed worthy of being the one who proposed the Find Friends voice module, the living embodiment of judgment. This grand memory restoration technique was strictly prohibited in Dragon Country. However, for Belinda, a spy for the Eagle Nation, whether she fell under the prohibited category remained uncertain. Clever master, I will report your suggestion. The matter concerning Belinda would ultimately be handled by the intelligence office. Now let us discuss the mechanical vibrating spiral ball. The ingenious master adopted an indifferent expression. As for pricing, you may negotiate with Assistant Tong. My responsibility lies solely in the technical aspects. Song Jie felt a surge of joy at the emergence of the mechanical vibrating spiral ball. He had prepared a range of arguments to compel Kongyu technology into collaboration, but he was unexpectedly spared some trouble. Of course, I must also inquire about the technical details. How many of these mechanical vibrating spiral balls has your company produced? What additional functionalities do they possess? Are there any areas for improvement, such as integrating some shells or howitzers? The ingenious master set aside the mechanical controller, clicking his tongue. Currently, there are only 5 finished products due to material constraints. Do you think this is akin to a mechanical dog? Adding shells is unnecessary. Moreover, do you see any possibility of adding anything to the mechanical vibrating spiral ball? That would only compromise its balance. Commander Song, you truly dare to dream. Song Jie chuckled softly, his expression tinged with disappointment. In his mind, products from Kongyu technology were nothing short of perfection. A mere modification of the mechanical dog could easily surpass products developed over 30 years by Boston Dynamics. With the introduction of the mechanical vibrating spiral ball, a slight enhancement to increase its firepower output would render it even more perfect, would it not? Would this not augment the power of the mechanical vibrating spiral ball? Relying solely on impact and cutting capabilities limited it to close combat. Without long-range attack capabilities, was that not a significant shortcoming? However, the ingenious master grew displeased. Rising from his seat, he raised his voice by several degrees, exclaiming, "Who told you that the mechanical vibrating spiral ball lacks long-range attack capabilities? It is merely that foolish thief who does not know how to operate it. Have you heard of the stormy pear blossom needle? Chapter 058, Remote Attack. Rare Ore. The Reign of Pear Blossom Needles." Song Jie exclaimed, his face alight with anticipation. The master craftsman promptly began to elucidate. What is so surprising about it? Do you know why we were able to achieve a secondary jump in midair during the initial design? Master Craftsman, pray enlighten me. Song Jie implored, his expression one of earnest inquiry. This demeanor greatly pleased the master, as he relished witnessing their naive yet eager faces, which satisfied his vanity. Why else? Do you think we merely employ the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine as a power source for simple collision or cutting of targets? Huh. You underestimate aerospace technology far too much. Absolutely not. Seemingly having grasped the master's weak point, Song Jie adopted a humble posture. The master craftsman grinned, wearing an expression of a teacher proud of his pupil. Naturally, within the mechanical detonation spiral ball lies a hidden cache of 500,000 steel needles. Each needle measures 30 centimeters in length, with a radius of 1 centimeter. Under the formidable power of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine, can you fathom the extent of the damage it can inflict? Such a considerable amount? Song Jie gasped, his reaction providing immense emotional gratification to the master. Can you imagine the devastation wrought by each steel needle traveling at near supersonic speeds? The sheer power is unfathomable, capable of effortlessly piercing through steel, let alone concrete walls. At these words, Song Jie's eyes gleamed with fervor. The mechanical detonation spiral ball was truly a weapon of mass destruction. As the head of the Weapon Research Institute, he could immediately discern the magnitude of its power. Under conditions of high speed and pressure, even water could slice through wood and steel with ease, let alone 500,000 steel needles approaching the speed of sound. Even tanks could be penetrated. Imagine when the mechanical detonation spiral ball executes a secondary jump into the air, unleashing a downpour of pear blossom needles within a 1,000-meter radius above the ground. Even earthworms 10 meters underground would be instantly obliterated. How terrifying is that? Can any missile compare in such might? The enemies on the ground would be rendered into pincushions. This is no mere weapon. It is akin to the ledger of life and death wielded by the king of hell. Song Jie swallowed hard, casting a glance at Tong Huan. I want them all. The military district will take them all 5 mechanical detonation spiral balls. Tong Huan coughed lightly twice, prompting Song Jie to regain his composure. I got a bit too excited. Ultimately, after negotiations, they settled on a transaction price of 30 million each, finalizing this collaboration. After all, merely the martensitic aging steel used as material incurred a cost of 5 million. Not to mention the core power system, the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine. Song Jie was quite satisfied with this partnership, though 5 units still felt a tad insufficient. If they could secure 30 or more, the mechanical detonation spiral ball would become a weapon of deterrence within the army. This represented a monumental leap in technology, rivaling even extraterrestrial advancements. Master Craftsman, 5 units are still somewhat lacking. It won't meet the military district's expectations. After we secretly transport them to the military district in Kyoto for performance testing, we may require you to produce another batch. I wanted to give you a heads up so you can begin procuring materials. However, the master craftsman shook his head, an expression of helplessness on his face. There's no technical issue with the mechanical detonation spiral ball. However, the power system requires an exceedingly rare material. Our manager Zhou Yang has expended considerable effort to acquire just 50 grams. This ore is exceedingly scarce on Blue Star. It's not that we do not wish to produce more, but we are constrained by material limitations. If you can procure it, then it poses no problem. What ore? So rare? Song Jie inquired, puzzled. Taffy stone, one of the 10 rarest ores on Blue Star. To my knowledge, it is absent from the Dragon Kingdom. This ore originates from Eagle Sauce's Jiazhou. Less than 10 grams are unearthed annually. The value of a single mechanical detonation spiral ball containing taffy stone is 10 million. The price of 30 million each is already quite reasonable. Upon hearing this, Song Jie fell into deep thought. He had indeed heard of this ore. He was astonished that Zhou Yang managed to procure 50 grams of taffy stone. Such a feat cannot simply be achieved with money. He had not anticipated Zhou Yang's mysterious capabilities in acquiring such rare materials. He was uncertain about the reserves within the Dragon Kingdom, but as the master craftsman stated, taffy stone was not easily obtainable. Such endeavors would require consent from above, contingent upon the value of the mechanical detonation spiral ball and whether it could garner attention from high authorities. This would ultimately determine whether production could proceed. He would need to report this information as well. Song Jie nodded. All right. Should the military district require it later, I will trouble Master Craftsman. Following the arrest of the Eagle Sauce spy Belinda, the lockdown order in Jiangning City was lifted. Under the cover of night, 5 military green trucks emerged from the industrial park, all flashing their hazard lights, their cargo securely wrapped. Accompanied by a line of mounted police and military SUVs, they appeared on the bustling streets of Jiangning City. Such a grand escort immediately caught the attention of vehicles and pedestrians alike. Upon seeing armed soldiers in the SUVs, they instinctively distanced themselves from the escort vehicles, speculating amongst themselves. The recent surge of armed forces in Jiangning City had led many to wonder if the S3 season had commenced. The following day, within a secret military base in Kyoto City, an expansive combat training area was adorned with numerous military devices. The perimeter was secured with barbed wire to deter unauthorized personnel. The ground bore patches of green grass, interspersed with swathes of yellow earth. A closer inspection revealed numerous deep and shallow pits, evidence of extensive bombardment. Within the area stood over 100 retired tanks, their steel thickness and quality comparable to modern tanks. Fully armed soldiers patrolled the perimeter while numerous personnel gathered within the combat zone to collect data. The guards at the entrance observed as high-end military vehicles entered the training ground, their expressions turning solemn. As the vehicles drove in, hushed whispers erupted among the onlookers. If I'm not mistaken, the vehicles that just entered seemed to belong to Major General Li. With such high-ranking officials present, it appears this combat drill is being taken very seriously. What is so surprising? We signed a confidentiality agreement last night. I had a feeling today would be quite the spectacle. Stay calm. There's no need to be alarmed. Wait, those are vehicles from the General Technology Institute and the General Armament Department. Steady yourselves. Salute. Chapter 059. Testing at the Ministry of Science and Technology. Do not obstruct me. As a series of influential figures capable of shaking the foundations of the Dragon Nation alighted from their vehicles, the soldiers tasked with guarding the area displayed signs of nervousness and exhilaration. These eminent individuals were typically engrossed in their affairs, rarely seen in person, witnessing their familiar faces. The soldiers' expressions reflected admiration. These were the individuals who had made extraordinary contributions to the Dragon Nation. Now, they were gathered together. The prominent figures, well acquainted with one another, exchanged pleasantries upon arriving at the Battlefield Command Center. Director Zhang, you have come in person. There was no need for such exertion. We can ensure that the testing data is delivered to you promptly. There was no need for you to make this trip, remarked a colleague. The elder known as Director Zhang was the head of the National Academy of Science and Technology in the Dragon Nation, as well as a distinguished member of its 2 academies. He had made remarkable contributions to the aviation industry of the Dragon Nation, serving as the chief engineer for wind tunnel construction and as the principal designer for the production of 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation aircraft. It was rumored that under his leadership, the aviation sector of the Dragon Nation had saved over a decade's worth of time. He was undoubtedly a leading figure in the field. Upon hearing the news that the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine had been developed, he set aside his work to attend the testing. I am curious to see how an obscure technology company has managed to create a hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine. Xiaoyao, are you certain of the accuracy of this information? Do not make this old man travel in vain. Minister Liao of the Ministry of Armaments, who had heard of Director Zhang's illustrious reputation since his early days as a soldier, patiently explained, Director Zhang, we have indeed received the news. While I cannot guarantee the authenticity of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine, I must say that the capabilities of Kongyu technology should not be underestimated. Their mechanical dogs exhibit cutting-edge technology and should not disappoint you. The National Academy of Science and Technology had been focusing on the research and development of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine, which had reached a critical juncture, with several challenges yet to be overcome. If successful, this development would position the Dragon Nation at the forefront of the aviation sector. The achievement of such a high-tech product would also herald the advent of the sixth-generation aircraft. For 3 years, Director Zhang had led the entire academy in pursuing this project, confident that with the most advanced wind tunnel facilities in Blue Star, they could develop the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine within 6 months. Initially skeptical upon hearing that a company named Kongyu Technology had succeeded in developing the engine, he dismissed it as impossible. Furthermore, the notion of applying the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine to a metal sphere seemed absurd. Had it not been for the practical data testing being spearheaded by the Ministry of Armaments, he would not have attended. Let us hope for the best. The products touted by contemporary tech companies are becoming increasingly unreliable. Were it not for your involvement, Xiao Liao, I would have shown little interest. Minister Liao had received a report from Song Jie the previous night, and his first reaction was disbelief that something still under development at the National Academy of Science and Technology had been produced by Kongyu Technology. Had it not been for their previous success with mechanical dogs, he would not have escalated the matter. Moreover, Minister Liao assured the higher-ups of the technical prowess of Kongyu Technology, affirming that they would not engage in frivolous claims, which led to the approval for the practical data testing to proceed with the assistance of Major General Li. Director Zhang, you should remain in the command room and calmly observe the testing of the mechanical detonation spiral ball. We have arranged various assessments. You will soon see for yourself. Having finally calmed Director Zhang, the dignitaries in the command room brimmed with anticipation. If the performance aligned with the reported information to any significant degree, the military prowess of the Dragon Nation would witness a substantial enhancement. The technological advancements in weaponry would draw increasingly close to that of the Eagle Nation, and the success of this practical data test would validate the capabilities of Kongyu Technology in the eyes of the leadership. As the technical staff conducted their operations and preparations for the data testing were finalized, Minister Liao, unable to conceal his excitement, took the intercom and declared, "All experimental equipment is ready. Testing the power system." Affirmative. With the issuance of Minister Liao's command, the dignitaries in the command room immediately felt a tremor beneath their feet. They were situated over 1,000 meters away from the testing site, yet the sheer force of the initiation was palpable. All eyes turned to the central screen, where they witnessed a large iron sphere beginning to roll in place. The high-speed rotation of the sphere was astonishing. Whoosh! 3 seconds later, a plume of smoke erupted from its original position. The large iron sphere was propelled upward, ascending to several hundred meters into the air. A collective gasp filled the command room as everyone fixated on the screen. The unmanned reconnaissance drone struggled to keep pace with the ascent of the mechanical detonation spiral ball, at times nearly disappearing from view. A loud boom resonated from the distant sky. Boom! They observed the mechanical detonation spiral ball ascend to a certain altitude, its speed increasing, leaving behind a billowing cloud. The large iron sphere vanished from the screen, traveling at near supersonic speeds. Is this an aerial second jump? Could it truly be the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine? It must be. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such velocity with several tons of weight. This is terrifying. It is undoubtedly a formidable weapon on the battlefield. To rotate to such high speeds in just 3 seconds without a launch platform, it could only be attributed to the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine. Director Zhang, quickly stop. What are you doing running out there? It's dangerous. Return to the command room. Major General Li, seated beside Director Zhang, noticed him suddenly rise from his seat, an unusual expression on his face, and his eyes reddened. As the discussions continued in the command room, Director Zhang rushed toward the exit. Quick! Stop, Director Zhang. The other dignitaries, now alert, shared a look of concern. What was happening to Director Zhang? Why was he recklessly rushing toward the exit? At that moment, Director Zhang, gazing at the soldiers guarding the door, wore an expression of unrestrained enthusiasm. His face radiated excitement as he shouted, "Do not stop me. I must go out and see for myself." Chapter 060, Phased Array Radar. Minister Liao was taken aback, rising abruptly from his seat, his scalp tingling with apprehension. The thought of anything going awry with Dean Zhang under his watch was unbearable. He could not afford such a responsibility. Even the commander would not spare him. Dean Zhang's stature in Longhua was more precious than that of a giant panda. The current advantages in Longhua's aviation sector were largely attributed to Zhang Chang's contributions. Dean Zhang, no. This is a live test, and once outside, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Should any mishap occur, how am I to explain it to the superiors? Please, do not put me in this difficult position. Zhang Chong, visibly agitated, felt his face flush as he trembled. Xiao Yao, if anything goes wrong, I will bear the burden alone. Are you opposing me? Do you have any idea how long I have awaited this day? How long the aviation field in Longhua has waited? Today is crucial for our nation's leadership in aviation. I am fully aware of my health condition. The progress of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine project is publicly stated to be half a year. But I know in my heart that I am uncertain whether we can overcome the challenges within a year. I fear I may not live to see that day. The esteemed figures present gazed at Dean Zhang, whose head was crowned with white hair. Now over 90 years old, he had devoted his entire life to aviation, still leading the General Science Institute and dedicating himself to the research of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine. It was said that Dean Zhang slept no more than 5 hours a night, tirelessly striving for the advancement of aviation in Longhua. Having finally glimpsed hope, how could he not be emotional? Minister Liao's eyes reddened. He truly could not find it in himself to refuse Dean Zhang. Gritting his teeth, he finally conceded, Dean Zhang. Very well, I will allow a soldier to accompany you outside, but they must remain within 3 meters. No, I will accompany you to observe. That way I will feel more at ease. Minister Liao supported Zhang Chong as they stepped outside. Upon emerging, Dean Zhang quickly took a few steps forward, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, scanning the skies for the mechanical detonation sphere until he spotted the large iron sphere, black and red. Soaring above, he pointed a trembling finger towards the distant sky, his voice quivering with excitement. There? Yes, yes. A joyful smile illuminated Dean Zhang's face, akin to a child discovering a beloved toy. Suddenly, a cacophony of piercing sounds filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh. He witnessed the large iron sphere soaring above, erupting with thunderous roars, blinding white flashes assaulting his vision. He gasped, stammering to Minister Liao, What is that? Minister Liao beamed with confidence, hastily explaining, Dean, that is the attack mechanism of the mechanical detonation sphere. Kongyu technology refers to it as the rain of pear blossoms. It can instantaneously launch 500,000 steel needles, striking targets with pinpoint accuracy. Currently, we are controlling the launch to 100,000. Those densely packed dummy targets are for testing its precision. Once the tests are completed, we will take a closer look. Zhang Chong strained to endure the blinding light, contemplating the technologies involved, and speculated. This integrates phased array radar to precisely locate the targets. But 500,000. That cannot be possible. The most advanced phased array radar can manage only 10,000 targets simultaneously, which is already terrifyingly precise. What does 500,000 even mean? What is the strike radius? The strike radius is a diameter of 1,000 meters, Minister Liao replied nonchalantly. Though internally, he felt a sigh of relief. The live combat data test was already halfway through, and the mechanical detonation sphere had flawlessly completed the relevant data evaluations. He believed that there would be no further unforeseen issues. Dean Zhang stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the terrifying data. The Army and Air Force were not aligned in their research directions, yet he understood the sheer scale of target range and quantity. The enormous iron sphere in the sky seemed to be purposefully designed for warfare. He could already envision the mechanical detonation sphere's role on future battlefields. Truly terrifying. Who designed this? Kongyu technology? Huh. Wonderful. Wonderful. If this weapon were to be unveiled, can you imagine the uproar it would cause on Blue Star? I cannot resist the allure of youth. Minister Liao listened to Dean Zhang's musings, recalling his own first encounter with a mechanical dog, filled with the same excitement and anticipation for the future. Dean, there are still many tests to conduct. Look over there at those 100 or so black dots. They are retired tanks. Do you know why we positioned them there? Minister Liao pointed knowingly towards the distance. Dean Zhang followed his gesture, shaking his head and playfully chiding. You little rascal. still keeping secrets from me. When I first arrived, I was filled with preconceived notions, never expecting such high-tech companies existed in Longhua. Kongyu technology has truly opened my eyes. Now, hurry up and tell me. You're driving me mad with anticipation. Do not rush, it's about to begin. Minister Liao's words had barely left his mouth when the mechanical detonation sphere began to whirl at an astonishing speed, plummeting towards the ground. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as Dean Zhang watched the iron sphere crash violently into a tank, the impact compelling it deep into the earth. As though crushed by a colossal hydraulic press, it erupted with a thunderous explosion, transforming into a crumpled wreck. The mechanical detonation sphere continued its relentless spin, moving towards another target without a hint of damage, maintaining its original form. Dean Zhang staggered back, nearly losing his footing. What material is this made of? To withstand such tremendous force without a single pause, and continue operating without any signs of wear? Surely, the mechanical detonation sphere is not entirely composed of aerospace materials? Minister Liao nodded, a blissful smile gracing his face. It was evident that Dean Zhang's keen eyesight had not dulled with age. The mechanical detonation sphere was crafted entirely from martensitic aged steel, exhibiting exceptional resilience and impact resistance. It was indeed indestructible. Its exterior was adorned with numerous tiny, hardened spikes, capable of extending sharp whips to slice and strike at targets. Chapter 061. The Perfect Test. Minister Liao, like a breath of spring. As Minister Liao's words fell, the mechanical vibration sphere surged towards the 100 or so tanks in the distance. Wherever it passed, it erupted with thunderous roars. The iron whips entwined around the mechanical sphere seemed to come to life, bending, contracting, and slicing through the air with an ease that rendered the tanks powerless for even 3 seconds. The rapidity of its movements was so swift that Director Zhang could scarcely discern its location until the explosions resounded. In a mere 6 minutes, the testing ground transformed into a scene of hellish devastation. Flames licked at the remnants of the destroyed tanks, while the rumble of grinding gears intermittently pierced the air, accompanied by the distinctive crackling sounds that stood out amidst the chaos. Each moment was filled with sparks as steel was relentlessly shredded, illuminated by the pulsating red glow emanating from the mechanical sphere, creating an atmosphere akin to a fierce battlefield. Director Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the mechanical vibration sphere, the harbinger of destruction. He could hardly fathom that in modern warfare, dominated by artillery and heavy firepower, such a weapon reminiscent of the cold weapon era could exist, capable of cutting through targets with blades sharper than any conventional shell. Its potency and coverage rivaled that of heavy artillery shells, particularly that formidable iron whip, which cut through everything in its path as though it were a legendary sword, leaving no object unscathed. Though the tanks were retired models, their resilience was only compromised by missiles and anti-tank explosives, as ordinary shells were utterly ineffective against them. 10 minutes later, what was once a serene testing ground lay in ruins, ravaged by the mechanical vibration sphere. Debris was strewn everywhere, and flames flickered ominously in the aftermath. Only after the personnel and soldiers had tidied up did the smoke-laden battlefield return to a semblance of calm. Under the operator's control, the mechanical sphere ceased its data testing. The high-ranking officials in the command room emerged one by one, applauding and casting admiring glances at Minister Liao, evidently pleased with the performance data of the mechanical vibration sphere. Old Liao, congratulations. Discovering such a formidable weapon is no small feat for your department, one remarked. Minister Liao, your leadership is commendable. Your team has unearthed such an impressive high-tech company. Another added with a hearty laugh. Now the commander will certainly await your accolades. This is indeed a lethal weapon. Over 100 tanks couldn't withstand even 10 minutes. It will surely be a trump card on the battlefield. No one had anticipated the prowess of Kongyu technology. After the mechanical dog made waves in the RIA area, they now unveiled the mechanical vibration sphere as a heavy artillery weapon. In the future, our soldiers could operate these mechanical beasts from a distance, sweeping across the battlefield with ease. At that moment, Minister Liao's face glowed with pride. Under his steadfast advocacy, he had braved significant pressures, and the risk of economic loss for Jiangning district. Although the testing data had yet to be released, the displayed power was evident to all. Kongyu Technology had not disappointed him, flawlessly executing the operational test data. He mused that Song Jie was truly his lucky star, from the mechanical dog to this astonishing revelation. He felt a surge of confidence before the crowd. In future discussions regarding research funding, which department would dare to contest with the General Armament Department? In meetings, their voices would be amplified, and who would dare to criticize them as merely a money-burning department? If anyone had the audacity to speak condescendingly to him today, Minister Liao would simply present the recorded footage, silencing any dissent. Those who had looked down upon their department would have no choice but to fall silent. You claim we squander money? Just look at what we have produced, he thought, brimming with ambition, yet maintaining an air of humility as he graciously acknowledged the accolades from the dignitaries. Not at all. I merely played a role in the recommendation. I never anticipated such remarkable results. Your flattery is excessive, Major General Li. It is truly the leadership above US that deserves the credit. The onlookers beamed at Minister Liao, whose face was alight with a smile. His luck was indeed extraordinary. His subordinates had discovered Kongyu Technology, whose products were purpose-built for the battlefield, each holding epic-making significance. Minister Liao was bound to receive commendations and accolades. However, Director Zhang could no longer contain his eagerness. Ahem, let us postpone the celebration for a moment. Young Liao, why don't we take a closer look at the mechanical vibration sphere to check for any damages? The data won't be available for a while, and waiting idly is rather dull. Many generals nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be beneficial to examine this mechanical beast up close. Minister Liao's heart swelled with joy. Such attention had never centered around him before. He never imagined he would experience a day as the host of such an event. In previous meetings, he had felt like an invisible man, but today he stood proudly in the spotlight. Of course, I will instruct the operator to move our General Armament Department's mechanical vibration sphere over so everyone can get a clearer view. The dignitaries could not help but mutter in disbelief. When did the mechanical vibration sphere become the property of your General Armament Department? Those unaware of the details might think it was developed by you. Look at how smug you are, they thought. If it weren't for Kongyu Technology being located in Jiangning City, and the Jiangning Military District conveniently under the jurisdiction of the General Armament Department, such fortune would never have come your way, Liao Wu. Despite their grumbling, smiles remained on their faces. Well, this has certainly broadened our horizons. We shall take a good look at this mechanical beast. Before long, they were all scrutinizing the 2-meter-tall iron sphere. Beneath its glossy exterior, the mechanical vibration sphere continued to operate, motionless until commanded otherwise. Its core pulsed with a red glow, slowly revolving in mesmerizing circles. Under the scorching sun, the dark red radiance exuded a chilling aura. The unique clicking sound of its mechanical movements was particularly enchanting. Director Zhang studied the mechanical vibration sphere, which had withstood such tremendous impact and explosions, marveling at its unblemished exterior. Remarkable, he exclaimed, his admiration echoed by the chorus of awe surrounding him. Chapter 062, is it too much to ask for our design institute to have one? Truly, this mechanical marvel, crafted entirely from martensitic aging steel, leaves not a trace behind. Its exquisite design features the left hemisphere rotating clockwise, while the right hemisphere spins counterclockwise. What principle governs this? Director Zhang, have you disowned the power system at work? Zhang Chong gazed in rapt attention. The mechanical shockwave spiral ball operated in chaotic motion under immense power, surpassing his comprehension. A mere glance left him astounded by this peculiar energy until he was roused from his reverie by someone calling his name. Sighing deeply, he lamented, I am growing old. He never anticipated the existence of such advanced companies like Kongyu Technology in Longhua. Today has indeed been an eye-opening experience. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Minister Liao. Resolving in his heart to advocate fervently for the hydrogen-oxygen rotary shockwave engine of the General Technology Department, even if it meant sacrificing his dignity. Xiaoyao, how do you think the old man treats you? Did he not bestow upon you 3 chicken legs during your time of hardship? Oh no, this is a demand for a favor. Minister Liao's expression fell at the mention of chicken legs. The prominent figures present exchanged puzzled glances. Why was chicken legs suddenly brought up? Moreover, Liao's countenance had shifted. Could it be that Director Zhang held some leverage over Minister Liao? When Liao first enlisted, it was his momentary craving that led him to Director Zhang, who kindly offered him 3 chicken legs. At that time, he had pledged to honor Director Zhang in the future. Little did he know that such a promise would now come to bear fruit. Director Zhang, you still remember that? Haha, how could I forget? I'll personally marinate 300 chicken legs for you. Tomorrow, I will deliver them right to your doorstep. What do you think? Director Zhang huffed lightly, adopting an expression that conveyed, "You think you can dismiss me so easily?" This was a debt of gratitude. How could it be repaid so simply? Xiao Liao, can the circumstances be compared? Back when you were in dire straits, the old man risked disciplinary action to generously provide you with chicken legs. Now that you've become a minister, do you feel entitled to play coy? Minister Liao sensed there was no escape. With the conversation having reached this point, it was evident that Director Zhang had set his sights on the mechanical shockwave spiral ball. Playing hard to get would be futile. Director Zhang feigned a sigh, shaking his head in disappointment. I am old now. My words carry little weight. Xiao Liao, consider my earlier remarks as mere trifles. You are now in a high position, a significant figure, looking down upon those who once were. The old man is a nuisance to you here. I shall take my leave. Feeling parched and as if he were being scorched alive, Minister Liao felt trapped, akin to being in a no-win situation. Director Zhang, you jest. I wouldn't dare. Please, state your business. Zhang Chong lowered his head, revealing a knowing smile. Xiao Yao, I've heard that your department has procured 5 mechanical shockwave spiral balls. Allowing them to gather dust in the General Armaments Department would be a disservice to them. So here is my proposition. I shan't be concerned about my old face. Today, I seek a favor for our Design Institute. In exchange for the 3 chicken legs I provided you, you shall grant me 3 mechanical shockwave spiral balls. A fair trade, wouldn't you agree? Minister Liao was taken aback, coughing in shock. Surely you jest. While favors are favors, such a trade is absurd. 3 chicken legs for mechanical shockwave spiral balls valued at 90 million? You truly are shameless. This was no jest, it was serious business. His expression turned troubled. Director Zhang, you are making this difficult for me. Regarding the chicken legs, perhaps I could find another way to repay you. Currently, there are only 5 mechanical shockwave spiral balls, and they might be requisitioned at any moment. Director Zhang pretended to clutch his head, staggering as if about to faint. At my age, I've shared so much with you. Can't you understand my feelings? How much use would they serve in your department? Only in our Design Institute can they truly fulfill their potential. Drawing from them, we could expedite the development of the 6th-generation fighter jets. Surely, the higher-ups would consent. These are merely your excuses, Xiao Liao. How about this? I won't press you too hard. Is it too much to ask for one for our Design Institute? Having reached this juncture, Minister Liao realized that further resistance would be futile. His motivation for compliance stemmed from a desire to deter other departments from coveting the mechanical shockwave spiral balls. If one department were to claim one, it would not suffice for the others. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Director Zhang's proposal. Director Zhang, I must remind you of certain information. Observing Director Zhang's smug smile, Minister Liao inwardly lamented his past greed. 3 chicken legs exchanged for 1. Had it been another department, they would have required considerable concessions to agree. As for the hydrogen-oxygen rotary shockwave engine, it is round in shape, unlike the oval design of your department. There could very well be functional discrepancies. Round. How could that be? Director Zhang, who had been reveling in joy, was suddenly beset with questions upon hearing this. During their initial design discussions, they had explored numerous concepts, including round designs, which they deemed impractical due to various technical considerations. The hydrogen-oxygen rotary shockwave engine boasts enhanced responsiveness and conversion efficiency, incorporating a pump to intensify the combustion process. Through detonation combustion, it amplifies power. The energy generated from the explosions is released through the engine to provide propulsion. As long as the explosive process is controlled, the engine can operate continuously. In comparison to conventional engines, the hydrogen-oxygen rotary shockwave engine engages in a sustained explosive process. generating temperatures reaching 3,000 degrees. It requires materials that can withstand extreme heat. The Design Institute has surmounted the challenges regarding materials, yet several internal difficulties remain unresolved. How could it possibly be round? The hydrogen-oxygen rotary shockwave engine is oval-shaped, which is the most suitable design. Director Zhang could not fathom it. Nevertheless, he had just witnessed and heard the evidence. Only the hydrogen-oxygen rotary shockwave engine could yield such immense power. And the continuous explosions in the air were indicative of its signature explosive sounds. Which engineer from Kongyu Technology conceived this? I must journey to Jiangning City at once to clarify this matter. Xiaoyao, please introduce me. Chapter 63. The Camel Tycoon bears the blame. Betrayal in plain sight. In the industrial park of Jiangning City, the Camel Tycoon was escorted into a conference room for discussions. Last night, a significant disturbance erupted in the industrial park, resulting in severe damage to the steel manufacturing plant. Belinda, who was apprehended, had accompanied the Camel Tycoon. As of now, no information has been extracted from her. Whether the Camel Tycoon's visit was connected to the Eagle sauce remains uncertain, as does any potential deal that may have been struck. The atmosphere in the conference room was thick with silence. Prince Satan appeared perplexed. They had all heard the commotion from the previous night. Yet the guards at the entrance had prevented their exit. Today, the translator Belinda was absent. Connecting the events of yesterday with Belinda, he broke the silence first. Chief of Staff Song, what transpired last night? And what about Belinda? Song Jie, arms crossed, wore a hesitant expression as he awaited news from the capital. He was uncertain whether the matter was linked to the Camel Tycoon. However, given the involvement of Kongyu Technology, he felt compelled to take it seriously. Any leakage of high-tech information would constitute a significant loss for Longhua, and he could not afford to treat it lightly. Prince Satan, Belinda has stolen our nation's important secrets. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. What is her relationship with you? This pertains to our future cooperation. He added, you may as well disclose it now. Belinda will reveal everything in due course. A wave of panic washed over Prince Satan as he contemplated the implications of acquiring mechanical dogs, now entangled with national secrets. If he mishandled this, it could jeopardize diplomatic relations between their two nations, and he could become the scapegoat for the Camel Tycoon. Since their dealings with Longhua, they had procured firecrackers that ensured 30 years of stability for their nation. The Camel Tycoon, a wealthy oil magnate, had an annual oil sales figure that could easily attract the envy of major powers on Blue Star. Without sufficient weaponry to deter other nations, they risked becoming a colony. They had studied Longhua's culture and understood the principle of being cautious in the face of wealth. With so much wealth unprotected by military force, they would ultimately become a mere pawn in the game of others. Over the years, the Camel Tycoon had been researching Longhua. Prince Satan waved his hands repeatedly, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. Chief of Staff Song, there must be a misunderstanding. How could we, the Camel Tycoon, dare to commit such acts? Belinda is affiliated with the Embassy of Asen in Kyoto. She is merely one of our translators whenever we visit Longhua. Our relationship is strictly professional, with no collaboration whatsoever. We know nothing about her. Nothing untoward has occurred before. What happened yesterday? Song Jie's expression shifted slightly. How had Belinda become entangled with so many nations? The intelligence department had identified her as agent number 7 from Eagle Sauce, having been hidden in Longhua for 5 years, fluent in 8 languages, proficient in judo, an adept in various computer and professional skills. Had it not been for last night's unguarded moment, her capture would have been exceedingly difficult. Further information would have to await the interrogation results from the intelligence department. Prince Satan, Belinda is an agent of Eagle Sauce. She accompanied you to Kongyu Technology yesterday and stole vital technological secrets, causing extensive damage to the industrial park. The estimated economic loss is around 50 million. Are you unaware of Belinda's true identity? Prince Satan slammed his palms on the table, leaning forward with an expression of genuine ignorance. Chief of Staff Song, had I known her identity, I would never have dared to employ her. I would have been inclined to eliminate her myself. This is a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Since we established trade with your nation, there have been no frictions over the past 30 years. Recently, We even requested your nation to station troops in our territory. We are fully aware of our limitations. Your military strength on Blue Star is among the finest. How could we have the audacity to act against you on your soil? That would be tantamount to courting death. Chief of Staff Song, you must uncover the truth and restore our reputation. As for the losses incurred by your country, we bear responsibility as we failed to vet our personnel. We will compensate for the damages, provided it does not hinder our cooperation. Prince Sisatan's lengthy explanation left Song Jie speechless. True to the Camel Tycoon's reputation, 50 million was a mere trifle to them. Shortly thereafter, his phone vibrated with results from the Longhua Intelligence Department's interrogation. It revealed that Belinda had been dispatched by Thomas, an ambassador from Eagle Sauce's foreign ministry, to Longhua to woo a skilled craftsman. Failing that, she opportunistically stole the mechanical controller. Indeed, there was no connection to the Camel Tycoon. It was all a coincidence. Belinda had long been infiltrating Longhua and had merely seized the chance to blend into Kongyu technology. However, the Camel Tycoon had inadvertently taken on the financial burden, bearing the blame. Clearing his throat, Song Jie looked up at the sincere and worried faces of Prince Sisatan and the others. Belinda has confessed. The matter is indeed unrelated to you. However, she was brought here by you, and therein lies the... Prince Sisatan exhaled in relief, eager to interject. Rest assured, we will compensate for your country's losses as long as it does not affect our bilateral relations. Chief of Staff Song, what about our transaction? Song Jie chuckled lightly, rising from his seat, returning to his demeanor from the previous day. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, the transaction shall proceed as normal. Prince Sisatan released a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to Tong Huan. Assistant Tong, did the situation with the mechanical dogs affect your company last night? Tong Huan maintained her composure, responding professionally. Prince Sisatan, there is no cause for concern. We were not affected. 200 mechanical dogs have been produced and will be shipped out today. After a moment of contemplation, Prince Sisatan earnestly stated, given the high technological content of Kongyu technology, its services will undoubtedly be in demand across Blue Star. I have a humble request, and I hope it will not be taken amiss. Please, Prince Sisatan. He glanced at Song Jie, pondering for a moment. Might Kongyu technology consider establishing a branch in our territory? Prince Sisatan looked at the puzzled Tong Huan and immediately promised additional benefits. Of course, with the strength of Kongyu technology, once established in our region, we will implement various preferential policies. Any obstacles you encounter can be raised. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. And regarding the venue and taxation, you need not worry. We will take care of it. Chapter 064, Rare Minerals Discovered at the Manxiang Mine in northern Myanmar. Song Jie felt a shiver run down his spine. What was going on? Camel, despite your wealth, you dare to start mining in front of our military? And so brazenly invite Kongyu technology? Do you not regard him at all? A surge of resentment welled up within him. You, with your bushy beard. Why not dig into Airbus or Boeing over in Eagle Sauce territory? Wouldn't that be an absurd fantasy? Just a moment ago, he seemed amicable. Now, his audacity knows no bounds. Can Kongyu technology be measured by money? Has the world turned upside down? Song Jie's expression grew as cold as a December day, and he coughed loudly in discontent. Prince Sisatan, is this action of yours not against the rules? Perhaps we should move our weapons research institute to your country. What do you think? Prince Sisatan failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Song Jie's words and incredulously repeated, Chief of Staff Song. How delightful. Are you certain? This happiness has come too suddenly. Splendid. I must inform His Majesty the King. At this, Song Jie nearly lost his composure. How could he not comprehend? Camel was so desperate for the Dragon Nation's military presence, disregarding their national policies. Was he not concerned about becoming a colony? He wore an absurdly cheerful expression, seemingly taking it all seriously. The Dragon Nation has always advocated for peace, favoring the cultivation of flowers and plants. They do not interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. Yet, many countries still seek their presence. Was this not a grave error on his part? Quickly, Song Jie intervened, stopping the telephone call Prince Sisatan was about to make. No. You have misunderstood my intent. Kongyu Technology has a cooperative relationship with our military district. It is a high-tech, state secret company of the Dragon Nation. It is impossible for it to establish a subsidiary in another country. You should abandon that notion. There will be ample opportunities for cooperation between us. Investing in projects in your nation is feasible, but do not entertain the idea of a subsidiary. What a ridiculous notion. Allowing Kongyu Technology to establish a subsidiary there would only lead to high technology flowing into your territory. What a well-calculated scheme. Prince Sisatan, while proposing various favorable conditions, noticed Song Jia's increasingly icy expression and ultimately refrained from further mention of the subject. He promptly settled the finances and left Kongyu Technology, albeit reluctantly. At the Energy Bureau of the mining field in Kyoto, Director Chong Hao, wearing black glasses, was diligently attending to documents on his desk when he heard the door swing open with a loud bang. His brow furrowed, revealing signs of irritation. Without needing to look up, he knew it was Minister Liao from the Ministry of Armaments. This was the 7th such encounter in 3 days. Old Chong, is there any news? I've been waiting for 3 days, and I'm nearly beside myself, while you're still fiddling with papers. What about the toffee stone? Can't you fetch a few kilograms from the warehouse for me, as a stopgap? Director Chong Hao, disturbed from his work, set aside his glasses. How can a dignified minister come to me like a bandit demanding goods? A few kilograms of toffee stone, you think it's cabbages? The Dragon Nation relies on imports. The annual quantity is limited. Many universities and research institutes are waiting for their share. If it weren't for our alumni connection, I would have kicked you out long ago. You lack decorum. Minister Liao, lounging on the sofa with a smile, appeared unfazed by Chong Hao's remarks. Ever since he learned that the key to the mechanical explosion vibration spiral ball was the toffee stone, he had honed in on his fellow alumnus. The director of the Energy Bureau. Old Chong, you are mistaken. The higher-ups have already approved the allocation of toffee stone to our Ministry of Armaments. Why does it not work here? Are you deliberately making it difficult for me? Chong Hao, now irked, slammed his hand on the table. Even his usually steady demeanor was fraying under Liao's incessant demands. Yes, I received the notification, but there is always a queue, isn't there? Every department is in urgent need. If everyone comes to me for resources, who am I supposed to prioritize? Am I the one making this difficult? It is you who is creating obstacles for me. Minister Liao stared, surprised by the intensity of his old friend's reaction. Old Chong, calm down. Why are you so worked up over a mere mineral? It's not a matter of life and death. Chong Hao could no longer contain himself. His fingers tightened around his glasses, producing an ominous cracking sound, ready to explode. He pointed at Minister Liao, shouting, "Leave. Do not let me see you again. Do not come here to bother me anymore." Liao, hands raised in surrender, replied, "Fine. I will leave. I'll come back tomorrow." As Chong Hao raised his right hand, Liao slowly retreated toward the door. Just as he was about to exit, he nearly collided with a staff member from the Energy Bureau. "Little Ma, why are you in such a hurry?" "Ah, Minister Liao, my apologies. I have crucial intelligence to report to the director, and didn't he notice you were inside?" Upon seeing Little Ma, Chong Hao resumed his authoritative demeanor. "Little Ma, what has happened?" Little Ma, clutching a document, promptly replied, "Director, it concerns the news from the Monxiang mine in northern Myanmar. A few days ago, you instructed us to monitor information regarding toffee stone, correct?" Upon hearing the words toffee stone, Minister Liao halted in his tracks, pivoted, and clapped Little Ma on the shoulder. "Quickly, tell me what news you have. Monxiang mine. Has toffee stone been discovered there?" Little Ma did not hastily respond, glancing at Director Chong Hao for confirmation. Once he received a nod, he eagerly recounted the specifics. Just 3 hours ago, toffee stone was discovered at the Monxiang mine. According to our reliable sources, it is highly likely to be true, and the yield could rival that of the Jiazhua mine. Chapter 065. A complex situation. Have I not received any news? Upon hearing this, Minister Liao's face betrayed a surge of excitement. Aside from Jiazhou, the discovery of taffy stone at the Monxiang mine was an unexpected delight. Compared to eagle sauce, it was considerably easier to obtain from northern Myanmar. He hastily inquired, "What is the yield of taffy stone?" A conservative estimate suggests that the entire Monxiang mine contains 1 kilogram, of which 200 grams have already been found. Such a quantity. The thought of 200 grams translating into the production of 20 mechanical explosive vibration spiral balls filled Minister Liao with uncontainable joy. Haha. Splendid. I shall head to northern Myanmar to negotiate with them immediately. He was about to leave when he was halted by Chong Hao. Old Liao, have you lost your mind? As a minister, you cannot go abroad. Have you forgotten? Do you wish to defect? Only then did Minister Liao come to a stop, awkwardly chuckling. You see, I got carried away in my excitement and forgot. Yes. I will contact Liu Yifeng right away and have him reach out to the Myanmar government to initiate diplomatic discussions. In the Foreign Affairs Office of Kyoto, Ambassador Liu Yifeng, having returned to the Dragon Nation, listened intently as Minister Liao recounted the situation. After a moment of reflection, he began tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk, prompting the anxious Minister Liao to interject. Ambassador Liu, please, say something. Can we proceed? If not, I will discreetly send someone to northern Myanmar. Even if we must resort to force, we will retrieve the Taffy Stone. Ambassador Liu paused, weighing the pros and cons. Minister Liao, the Dragon Nation's foreign policy has always been one of peaceful development, refraining from interference in the internal affairs of other nations. You must temper your fiery temper. This will only complicate matters for our country. The situation in northern Myanmar is intricate, with 3 major warlords and 4 prominent families controlling the region's economy and military. Furthermore, in recent years, the Dragon Nation has seen an increase in victims from that area. If we take action, it may disrupt the arrangements of the armed police there. Allow me to think this through. In northern Myanmar, warlords and families engage in a web of alliances and constraints. They are involved in telecommunications, online scams, gambling, and organ trafficking. Many individuals from the Dragon Nation have fallen prey to the allure of high salaries and wealth, only to find themselves trapped in a dark existence. Once ensnared in the industrial zones of northern Myanmar, escape becomes an impossibility, draining countless families of their life savings and leading to tragic outcomes. Currently, the Dragon Nation is taking the issue of fraud in northern Myanmar very seriously, especially the unscrupulous organ trafficking. The warlords and families, emboldened by their remote strongholds, have become increasingly reckless after reaping their rewards, exploiting thousands of innocent citizens from the Dragon Nation. As the Minister of the Ministry of Weapons, Liao Wu is acutely aware of the heinous acts taking place in northern Myanmar and harbors a deep-seated disdain for these malignant elements. Ambassador Liu, there is no need for further deliberation. The bandits in northern Myanmar are utterly inhumane. We should proceed with commercial negotiations with Liu Hushi. If that fails, we can find a pretext to strike. It is only a matter of time before we confront them, and the armed police are nearly ready. We have gathered sufficient evidence. We must seize this opportunity to eradicate them. Liu Hushi is one of the 4 prominent families in northern Myanmar, controlling a significant portion of the mining industry, including the Monxiang mine where Taffy Stone was discovered. None of these 4 families can be trusted. They have benefited from the Dragon Nation while simultaneously draining its resources. Akin to ungrateful wolves, the plight of countless citizens from the Dragon Nation who have suffered at their hands has placed these families on the Dragon Nation's blacklist. The severity of their actions has incited outrage among the populace, many of whom feel compelled to take matters into their own hands. Ambassador Liu furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply. The rampant fraud in northern Myanmar is widespread, and the armed police have spent years preparing to eliminate it entirely. It is estimated that a joint operation with Myanmar's police force would deploy around 100,000 personnel. However, if we act hastily without sufficient firepower, we risk alarming the warlords and families, leaving the door open for similar incidents in the future. This has been a point of hesitation for Liu Yifeng. After all, deploying large-scale military forces and tanks in northern Myanmar would equate to war. Instead, we can only mobilize police forces to apprehend and neutralize threats. Minister Liao, any movement in northern Myanmar will have far-reaching consequences. The directive from above is to eradicate them entirely. We cannot deploy troops while simultaneously executing precision strikes. This task is exceedingly complex. It is best left to the armed police. As for the matter of Taffy Stone, we shall negotiate gradually with Myanmar. Upon hearing the term precision strikes, Minister Liao's previously troubled expression lit up as he recalled the mechanical explosive vibration spiral balls, the rainstorm pear blossom needles, capable of precisely targeting objectives within a 1,000 meter range with 500,000 steel needles. Is this not perfectly suited for precision fire coverage? He exclaimed eagerly. How many targets are we looking to capture or eliminate? Lu Yifeng gazed at Minister Liao, puzzled. This is the armed police's responsibility. Why is the military district getting involved? Wouldn't that escalate to war? He shook his head, bemused. Approximately 70,000, I suppose. What? Minister Liao, do you truly dare to consider this? Minister Liao responded with a knowing smile, hastily retrieving his phone to share a video with Lu Yifeng, exuding confidence that his insight would be evident. Lu Yifeng, feeling somewhat cornered by the persistent minister, took the phone, seeking a reason to dissuade Minister Liao from pursuing discussions in northern Myanmar. What is all this secrecy about? Lu Yifeng inquired, only to find Minister Liao signaling him to watch the video. Amused, he pressed play. The video showcased a portion of the testing for the mechanical explosive vibration spiral ball. What began as indifference transformed into astonishment as Lu Yifeng's eyes widened. When did your department develop such a mechanical marvel? Upon witnessing the visuals of the rainstorm pear blossom needles, Lu Yifeng could no longer maintain his composure. Are those 100,000 steel needles? Capable of penetrating steel? Such a weapon with such precision. How did I not receive any news about this? Minister Liao's enigmatic smile conveyed his satisfaction at Lu Yifeng's astonished expression. You haven't forgotten the mechanical dog incident, have you, Ambassador Lu? Upon hearing the mention of the mechanical dog, Lu Yifeng quickly deduced, is it from Konyu Technology? Chapter 66. Negotiation ahead. The smiling tiger Lu Hushi. Can Lu Hushi accurately lock onto 100,000 targets? Minister Liao smiled calmly. If I told you, it might scare you. With the phased array radar system from Konyu Technology, 100,000 targets is merely a trivial matter. Minister Liao shook his head and extended 5 fingers. How many? 500,000. Ambassador Lu gazed at the decisively nodding Minister Liao, unable to suppress his excitement within. Such precision is indeed remarkable. 7,000 targets are no trivial matter either. Within 1,000 meters, they can be resolved in less than 3 seconds. Near the Amur River, numerous scam parks, both large and small, spread across a 10-kilometer radius, resembling a beehive. Various chaotic parks abound, particularly the notorious Kentucky Park. However, with the velocity of that large iron sphere captured in the footage, each park could be dealt with in mere seconds. Their sole concern is locking onto the dispersed targets, allowing them to strike each one systematically. Those parks constructed of cement and color steel tiles would be no sturdier than paper under the mechanical explosive vibrations of the spiral ball steel needles. Lu Yifeng pondered continuously, assessing the feasibility of the plan. Even if the commercial negotiations collapsed, the military region possesses such weaponry, providing a means to counter the warlords and the 4 prominent families. They need not endure such frustration any longer. You've concealed quite deeply at the Ministry of Weapons. Why not inform me sooner and spare me all this effort? This led to contacting the ambassador on the Myanmar side. Northern Myanmar lies at the border with Longwa, near the Amur River. 3 black diplomatic vehicles traverse the road. Inside the rear of the central black car sits Wang Yu, the ambassador from Myanmar's Longwa embassy. At this moment, he gazes out at the dense forest and several 3- to 4-story houses, along with the distant parks clad in blue-color steel tiles. The periphery of the parks is heavily guarded with barbed wire, intermittently crackling with electric sparks. Wang Yu's expression darkens. Armed factions vie for territory here, such as the Myanmar Army and the Wa Army. Over the years, the Myanmar government and anti-government forces have engaged in a tug-of-war, with victories and defeats alternating. Ultimately, when the government forces deemed it unsustainable, they retreated, allowing the Wa Army to grow in power. As the Wa Army expanded, they profited significantly by extorting protection fees from the scam parks. To directly strike at the scam parks across national borders is no easy feat. After receiving the task from Longwa's ambassador Lu Yifeng yesterday, he contacted Myanmar officials and accompanied them here for the commercial negotiations. This time, The troublesome Liu Heshi family is their target. They are akin to local emperors near the Amur River, and with the protection of the armed Hua army. They act with impunity. Soon, the convoy enters a vast estate. At the entrance, guards armed with AK rifles scrutinize the 3 black vehicles. After a brief inquiry via intercom, they allow them to pass. Their blatant disregard makes Wang Yu feel displeased, not to mention the notorious Liu Heshi. As the Longwood diplomatic convoy enters the estate, the luxurious architecture and central fountain starkly contrast with the surroundings, underscoring the immense power of the Liu Heshi family. Fortunately, upon reaching the entrance of an opulent building, Liu Heshi awaits with a welcoming smile, ushering Wang Yu inside. Liu Heshi has always greeted guests with a smile, leading them to the second floor and offering a simple opening statement. Ambassador Wang, your presence here truly elevates our humble abode. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will forgive us. Prior to this meeting, Wang Yu had learned about Liu Heshi. This man appeared amiable, projecting an image of never being irate. Yet behind the facade, he engaged in unsavory dealings. He is notably treacherous and ruthless, earning the moniker Smiling Tiger among those behind him. Once seated, Wang Yu swiftly addressed the purpose of his visit, initiating the standard procedure for commercial negotiations. We have come with a mission, which I believe has been communicated to you by the Myanmar side. I am here representing Longwa for commercial negotiations. Let us proceed directly to the matters at hand. As a diplomatic ambassador, every word and action reflects Longwa's image abroad. In formal settings, maintaining an unyielding yet respectful demeanor exemplifies Longwa's strength. Liu Heshi continued smiling, fiddling with the microphone on the table, appearing somewhat distracted. Ambassador Wang, since you have spoken so directly, I shall not hold back either. You are here for the toffee stone, and I am aware of that. I understand the rationale. Previously, the Mundar mine yielded only iron and tin. Who would pay it any mind? Liu Heshi spread his hands, smacking his lips and leaning slightly as he spoke. Now that my mine has produced rare minerals, with my family's strength, I certainly cannot be so confident as to safeguard the toffee stone. As for the price, naturally, it will be a matter of comparison. I shall sell to whoever offers the best price. He adopted an indifferent demeanor, showing no concern for Longwa's international standing, behaving as if he were merely a street hustler. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Ambassador Wang. I am merely a businessman, engaged in simple trade. The international rules and regulations do not apply to me. I hope you will not take offense. Wang Yu maintained the authoritative presence of Longwa's diplomatic ambassador, speaking professionally into the microphone. Mr. Liu Heshi, we are here to conduct commercial negotiations. Since you are considering a sale, we are interested in purchasing the toffee stones you have discovered. This does not involve political disputes or stances. It is purely a matter of commercial cooperation. Naturally, the toffee stones within your mine are your personal assets, and we will purchase them at international market prices. Upon hearing this, Liu Heshi leaned back in his chair, displaying a troubled expression. Ambassador, it seems you may not have grasped my point. Let me share some news. Before your arrival, a representative from the Eagle Nation presented me with an offer that I could not refuse. You are aware that prior to the discovery of toffee stones at the Mundar mine, only the Jiazhou production of the Eagle Nation existed. They are willing to offer double the international market price to monopolize the toffee stone market. If you were in my position, what would you choose? Wang Yu discerned the implication. Liu Heshi was seeking a higher price. However, he did not expect that the Eagle Nation would act more swiftly than they had. Since Liu Heshi had not accepted the Eagle Nation's offer, there remained a possibility for negotiations to continue. I am quite curious, Mr. Liu, as to why you declined their offer. Since this is a commercial negotiation, we have come with the intention to purchase. Why not share your desired price with us? Chapter 67. What? Legalizing fraud? No, no, no. Liu Heshi waved his finger nonchalantly, appearing utterly indifferent to the gravity of the commercial negotiations at hand. Ambassador Wang, you still do not comprehend my intentions. He spread his hands wide upon the table, his smile unwavering, revealing a set of golden incisors. We are all reasonable individuals here. Does Longwa not understand my demands? Or perhaps you, Ambassador Wang, underestimate my capabilities. I possess some modest wealth in the northern regions of Myanmar, and no matter the price you propose, I shall not part with the toffee stones unless you agree to one condition. I will personally present you with 200 grams of toffee stone. At that moment, Wang Yu's expression turned frigid. Throughout this negotiation, Lu Hushi had consistently disrupted the proceedings, repeatedly interrupting the discussions. To refuse a cash offer of 200 million was to assert that his demands far exceeded the value of the toffee stones. Wang Yu, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What is your request?" Lu Hushi interlocked his fingers and fixed a piercing gaze upon Wang Yu. "You are undoubtedly aware of the current situation in northern Myanmar. Your country has repeatedly deployed police forces in collaboration with the Myanmar authorities against our northern region. Do you consider this to be justifiable? Your citizens willingly come here for education, yet there are rumors and misunderstandings that have fostered deep-seated prejudices against us. Since your side seeks our cooperation, we are open to negotiation. My sole condition is that you refrain from interfering in the affairs of the northern region. If you can agree to this, the deal is sealed." Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. His right fist slammed onto the table, producing a deep thud. "Humph. You are threatening Longhua. That condition is utterly unacceptable. Abandon this notion." His face darkened ominously. He had not anticipated Lu Hushi, one of the 4 prominent families, to display such audacity. To demand non-interference in the northern region was an explicit threat to Longhua, which had thousands of its citizens suffering there. Some were even facing life-threatening dangers. Rescuing them was an urgent matter for Longhua, and it would never permit those deceived into coming to northern Myanmar to remain unprotected. It seemed Lu Hushi had received some inside information. Was this condition a blatant proposition to legalize fraud? Wang Yu was astonished by Lu Hushi's boldness. The mere mention of toffee stones could elicit such outrageous demands, disregarding the essence of commercial negotiations altogether. An unexpected voice emerged from the doorway. "Ambassador Wang, calm down. Commercial negotiations cannot be resolved in a single sitting. If your side has any conditions, feel free to present them." Wang Yu turned to see a middle-aged man in a yellow military uniform striding in confidently, adjusting his yellow cap as he approached. Wang Yu's brow furrowed upon recognizing the individual. General Wen Sheng of the Hua United Army, the most formidable warlord in northern Myanmar, and a key supporter of the 4 prominent families. Under his protection, these families had dared to act so brazenly, flouting Lungwa's warnings. "Wen Sheng," Wang Yu exclaimed, pivoting to face Lu Hushi, who wore a smug smile. "What is the meaning of this? Your actions have already breached our negotiation agreement. You are challenging the bottom line of Longhua. In formal negotiations between our 2 nations, the presence of a third party is strictly prohibited, and the contents of the agreement must remain confidential." Before departing, Wang Yu had explicitly confirmed the confidentiality of the talks with Lu Hushi. The fact that he disregarded this agreement by allowing the Hua United Army leader to attend was extremely grave. Fuming, Wang Yu ordered his subordinates to gather the documents on the table. "We are leaving," he declared, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. However, Wen Sheng leisurely seated himself, placing his yellow cap on the table, and calmly regarded Wang Yu. "Ambassador Wang, this is where you are mistaken. As the host of northern Myanmar, you should have notified me of your arrival. Had it not been for Hushi's information, I would not have had the opportunity to extend my hospitality. You come here under the guise of commercial negotiations to procure toffee stones, yet I perceive a lack of sincerity on your part. I, Wen Sheng, have the authority to make decisions. Why not sit down and discuss this amicably?" Wang Yu scoffed. "This is not akin to a gangster negotiation where a powerful figure appears to dictate terms. This is a legitimate negotiation between 2 nations that must adhere to established protocols, where face and decorum are paramount." Rising from his seat, his demeanor remained frosty. He continued, "Wen Sheng, what is there to discuss? The Monxiang mine is not under your jurisdiction. Do you presume you can act recklessly through force? This negotiation is being conducted through official channels of the state. You would not wish to provoke a conflict between our 2 nations, would you?" Wen Sheng's lips twitched slightly, betraying no discernible change in expression. "Ambassador Wang, you overestimate my significance. Is it necessary for a simple business meeting to escalate to such tension? In business, discussions can occur with anyone. The Monxiang mine has always been under my protection. Changing the legal entity is a trivial matter. Your side has been persistently investigating my affairs, has it not? Let us clarify matters while we have the chance. Harmony breeds prosperity. I understand the rules. My subordinates have not harmed any citizens of Longhua. Surely, that cannot lead to conflict between our nations. Wang Yu offered a derisive smile. What a jest. You, a rebellious warlord, have no standing to negotiate with Longhua. If word of this were to leak, where would Longhua's dignity lie? This is no different from collaborating with terrorists. Warlords are warlords, and families are families. The four prominent families may have registered businesses, yet they have secretly harmed thousands of citizens from Longhua. Were it not for the urgent need for toffee stones from the military district, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not have engaged in these negotiations. The goal was to procure the toffee stones smoothly to conduct a crackdown. However, Wen Sheng's sudden appearance has derailed the entire negotiation. It appears that acquiring the toffee stones through official channels is now impossible. If the discussions were to proceed, the nature of the agreement would be irrevocably altered, tarnishing Longhua's reputation. There is nothing left to discuss. I have already informed the Myanmar government about this negotiation, and President Bamin has consented to it. Wang Yu disregarded Wen Sheng, casting a glance at Lu Heshi. I declare this negotiation concluded due to your disrespect for the agreement and violation of established protocols. Do you think I fear Bamin? Wen Sheng bellowed. Chapter 068. The northern Myanmar zone has found its path to destruction. Observing Wang Yu's complete lack of willingness to engage in discussion, the simmering frustration within him could no longer be contained. Wang Yu, I am attempting to converse with you patiently, yet you show me such blatant disrespect. That fellow, Bamin, is merely fortunate. The Myanmar government forces are utterly laughable. If only my strength were a few degrees greater, I would ascend to the position of head of state within a few years. At that time, you Longhua could not hope to extract even a gram of toffee stone from me. As Wang Yu witnessed the true colors of Wen Sheng emerge, he showed no intent to continue the conversation. Standing up, he prepared to leave the conference room, only to see Wen Sheng wave his hand, summoning over a dozen soldiers armed with AKs. They positioned their rifles at their chests, standing guard at the door, their eyes fixed menacingly upon Wang Yu and his companions. Realizing that negotiations had broken down, Wen Sheng donned his yellow military cap with a cold smirk, eyeing the flustered Longwood diplomats. Wang Yu, since you refuse to show me respect, why the rush to depart? Wang Yu's expression darkened. Was Wen Sheng truly bold enough to encircle them? Where did the Hua State Army derive such confidence to challenge the dignity of Longhua? Wen Sheng, do you dare to threaten the Longwood diplomatic envoy? Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? Wen Sheng calmly patted his yellow uniform and replied, Ambassador Wang, threaten? Are you that narcissistic? I have not commanded my men to do anything. Since you wish to adhere to the rules, I shall indulge you. This negotiation is officially only between you, Wang Yu, and me. As for the others, I have no knowledge of whether they are coveting the Lu family's possessions. Are they planning to steal from the estate? We must conduct a search, mustn't we, Hechi? Lu Hechi, who had also risen, squinted in response. General Wen raises a valid point. When I was on the first floor of my estate, I observed them casting glances at my belongings. Just now, my butler informed me that an antique has gone missing. I would appreciate everyone's cooperation to avoid any misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, the 5 diplomats accompanying Wang Yu displayed evident panic, all casting anxious glances at him. This was a blatant attempt to frame them, and so brazenly at that. Ambassador Wang, old Wang Yu could no longer suppress the fury swelling within him. They intended to confine the diplomats of Longhua. The northern Myanmar zone had indeed found its path to destruction. Before him, Wen Sheng had evidently resolved to sever all ties and oppose Longhua entirely. Did he believe that Longhua would refrain from retaliating due to its commitment to peaceful development? Or did he assume that Longhua would not take appropriate measures regarding the northern Myanmar zone? How naive. Having crossed the line, Wen Sheng must be prepared to face the wrath of Longhua. Frustrated, Wang Yu returned to his seat. Very well. I shall not leave. Unleash whatever tactics you wish. As a diplomatic envoy at the ministerial level, I shall observe how you handle me in the northern Myanmar. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Lu Yifeng, his face etched with concern, dialed Wang Yu's number in his office. Hearing the busy tone, he realized that something must have gone awry during the negotiations. Analyzing the current situation in his mind, he glanced at Liao Wu, who lounged casually on the sofa, and anxiously remarked, "Wang Yu's phone has been disconnected for 10 minutes. There must be an issue in the northern Myanmar zone. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would not be so tardy in answering." Liao Wu stretched lazily, attempting to reassure the anxious Lu Yifeng. "Old Lu, there's no need to fret. Perhaps they are engaged in crucial discussions. Wang Yu may not have had the chance to answer your call. Everything is under control, so rest easy." Suddenly, Lu Yifeng's left eye twitched, and an ominous premonition surged through him. Something must have gone wrong in the northern Myanmar talks. Even during critical moments, he would typically send me a message. This was our unspoken understanding. There must be an issue in northern Myanmar. No, I will contact the accompanying personnel for an inquiry. Liao Wu sat up straight, shaking off his drowsiness. What could possibly go wrong? The northern Myanmar industrial zone is but a tiny speck. What kind of storm could arise? Even if they had 100 times the courage, they would not dare to harm Wang Yu, unless they've lost their minds. Despite his unease, Lu Yifeng dialed the numbers of the accompanying personnel. As he listened to one after another unable to connect, his expression grew increasingly cold. Various unsettling speculations flooded his mind. Wang Yu, as the representative of Longhua in these negotiations, not answering during a crucial moment was understandable. However, the fact that all 5 accompanying personnel were also unreachable indicated that their phones had been compromised. The more he pondered, the more he felt that something was amiss. This is bad. Wang Yu and his team have likely had their freedom restricted. We must prepare for the worst and thoroughly investigate this matter. Liao Wu was increasingly drawn into Lu Yifeng's anxiety. Reflecting on the audacity of the northern Myanmar zone, he nonchalantly remarked, "Even Lu Hachi would not be foolish enough to undertake such actions. If they dared to control Wang Yu and the others, it would be tantamount to tearing our relationship apart, preparing to confront us head-on. Given the meager armed forces of the northern Myanmar zone and the Wa State Army, they wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke Lu Hachi into action. That would be akin to courting death." Just as Liao Wu finished speaking, a sudden, urgent knock echoed at the door. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing from each other's eyes that the situation was grave. The northern Myanmar zone truly dared to act. "Come in," Lu Yifeng called urgently, and an assistant rushed in, his face betraying a look of terror. He hastily reported, "Not good. Ambassador Lu. Wang Yu, they. What has happened to them?" Lu Yifeng's heart sank, hastily inquiring. The news he most dreaded had indeed come to pass. Wang Yu and his team had been detained by the Wa State Army of northern Myanmar. All 6 of them were confined within Lu Hachi's estate, and at this moment, no word had been released regarding their intentions or demands. Upon hearing the report, Lu Yifeng slammed his hand on the table in front of Liao Wu, his face a mask of fury. What audacity! How dare they? To restrict the personal freedom of the diplomatic envoy of Longhua. They truly do not regard Longhua. They are challenging our dignity. We must retaliate. Liao Wu, equally stunned by the news, sprang to his feet from the sofa, gritting his teeth in anger. They have indeed grown brazen. Did they not witness the recent events in Riyadh? I shall report to the higher-ups immediately and take action. Chapter 069, Matters in Northern Myanmar. Capture those who should be captured, eliminate those who should be eliminated. In the estate of Lu Hachi in the northern Myanmar zone, Wen Sheng observed the surveillance footage featuring Wang Yu and his 5 companions. The captured individuals were confined in a cramped room, indistinguishable from common prisoners. Lu Hachi, watching the screen, felt a growing sense of unease as he reflected on how the situation had spiraled out of control. They had irrevocably offended the Dragon Nation. With a somber expression, he voiced his concerns. "General Wen, will your plan succeed? Will the Dragon Nation negotiate with us?" Wen Sheng, exuding an air of confidence, glanced at the visibly anxious Lu Hachi. "Are you afraid now? Do you think the Dragon Nation will dare to engage in battle with us?" Lu Hachi's heart raced. They had no path of retreat left. "You know that we recently acquired intelligence indicating that the Dragon Nation has already commenced preparations to strike against us. Do you really believe the outcome will be the same? In any case, we are destined for death. Why not take the initiative?" Lu Hachi's face betrayed his hesitation. He could not fathom the Dragon Nation's stance. If they decided to retaliate with full force, it would be a mere trifle for them. Now, he pondered the implications of a desperate gamble. What if the Dragon Nation indeed takes military action against us? At that point, we would have no escape. Wen Sheng's voice grew darker, revealing a hint of malice. He had taken a considerable risk with this daring maneuver. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Every decision carries its own risks. Liu Hexi's repeated vacillation and concerns infuriated him. Hexi, where is the fighting spirit you once possessed? Being overly cautious will lead to nothing. The die has already been cast. What is there to fear? With the involvement of the Eagle Sauce, would the Dragon Nation dare to take military action? Use your mind. At most, they will send some law enforcement personnel to deal with us. Large-scale weaponry and troops will not be deployed. Besides, our State Army comprises 70,000 regular troops. In terms of small-scale combat, even if the Dragon Nation dispatches 100,000 law enforcement officers, I am not afraid. Liu Hexi, observing Wen Sheng's grim demeanor, began to set aside his worries upon hearing Wen Sheng's analysis of the situation. He steeled himself and declared, "You are right. General Wen, I have been too cautious." In Kyoto City, Liao Wu and Lui Feng began their respective actions. The situation in northern Myanmar had drawn significant attention after being reported upwards. The diplomatic mission abroad represented the face and will of the Dragon Nation, a matter of national dignity. The arbitrary detention of Wang Yu and others in the northern Myanmar zone was a blatant provocation. The stance from above was one of zero tolerance. Liao Wu, at the Ministry of Armaments, contemplated the 3 mechanical vibration spheres being calibrated. The military district commander had already devised a plan for the encirclement and large-scale arrests in the northern Myanmar zone. Those stubborn and resistant armed individuals were to be eliminated, while others would be apprehended. In essence, it was a straightforward directive: eliminate those who should be eliminated, and capture those who should be captured. This challenging task fell to Liao Wu, who found himself in a predicament. The mechanical vibration spheres made it all too easy to kill targets. However, apprehending a portion of them would prove considerably more difficult. Liao Wu contemplated the use of the torrential rain needle. Under the precise targeting system of phased array radar, it could strike vital areas of the enemy, such as the brain or heart. A 30-centimeter steel needle, propelled at high speed, would leave no chance of survival for the enemy. However, if it struck a non-vital area, it would not incapacitate the target, nor would it hinder their mobility. Liao Wu felt a headache coming on. He glanced around at the ongoing discussions, but none offered a viable solution. "Minister, we could increase the length of the steel needles to pin the targets directly to the ground. This would effectively immobilize them." Liao Wu pondered this suggestion for a moment. Such modifications would require significant human and material resources. The mechanical vibration spheres stood at a mere 2 meters tall, making it impractical to produce excessively long needles. Moreover, with time running short, it was too late to manufacture them. Shaking his head, he deemed it unrealistic. Then, he heard an even more outrageous proposal. "Minister, we could attach small explosives to the steel needles. This way, we wouldn't take the target's life, but could still inflict injuries to limit their mobility." Liao Wu shook his head once more. Concealing explosives within the mechanical vibration spheres would risk premature detonation when the core power system activated. Listening to the incessant discussions and suggestions around him, Liao Wu felt increasingly frustrated. He mused to himself about the excessive lethality of the weapons produced by Kongyu technology. Was there truly no middle ground? Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he realized he could consult Kongyu technology. The mechanical vibration spheres were their creation, and no one understood their structure better than they did. Clapping his hands, he eagerly dialed the military advisor Zhao Tai at Kongyu Technology. At Kongyu Technology, Zhao Tai followed the ingenious master, attentively listening to every word of instruction and observing each guiding gesture. When the elderly master paused momentarily, Zhao Tai naturally fetched a small stool to place beside him, wiping it down with care. He then hurriedly went to get a thermos and presented it with a smile. This display of earnest flattery might lead one to believe Zhao Tai was merely the master's assistant. However, he relished this role. As long as he served the elderly gentleman well, a single piece of advice on mechanics could enlighten him profoundly. The soldiers transporting weapons from the military district to the Jiangning Military Academy were often astonished by Zhao Tai's genius, a title he had earned in the military district. Aside from his respect for the elder, he maintained a cold demeanor towards others. Since becoming a military advisor for Kongyu Technology, he had devoted himself to following the elderly master. He had never shown such diligence to even the elder. As Zhao Tai recorded the master's instructions for the assembly line workers, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. Cursing under his breath, he reluctantly pulled out his phone, preparing to scold whoever dared to disturb him at this critical moment. To his surprise, the screen displayed a special number from the Jiangning Military District. Instinctively, he straightened his posture and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Zhao Tai, military advisor and doctor affiliated with the Jiangning Military District. How may I assist you, sir?" Chapter 070, A Pinprick of Arsenic. This old man is quite toxic. On the other end of the line, Liao Wu's serious voice resonated. "Is Master Qiao there?" Zhao Tai, in respectful reply, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, this was a superior's superior. He handed the phone to the master craftsman with deference, whispering, "Master Qiao, Minister Liao wishes to speak with you." With his leg crossed nonchalantly, Master Qiao continued to fixate on the assembly line, unconcerned, and bellowed, "Minister Liao? Who is he? What does he want? Can't you see I'm busy? If it's important, let us talk after work." His voice boomed so loudly that Minister Liao could hear it clearly on the other end, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. He had heard from Song Jie that Master Qiao, the chief engineer of Kongyu Technology, possessed unique insights in mechanics and profound knowledge in various high-tech fields. Yet his eccentric nature made him difficult to deal with. Today, he was witnessing this firsthand. Zhao Tai found himself in a precarious position, wary of offending either party. He painstakingly explained the matter. Finally mentioning it concerned the mechanical vibration spiral ball. Only then did Master Qiao reluctantly take the phone. "Hello? Speak quickly, my time is precious." Listening to the urgency from the other side, Minister Liao felt a wave of frustration. As a minister, he was rarely addressed in such a tone. He recounted the situation regarding the mechanical vibration spiral ball patiently. After a moment of silence, Master Qiao responded, 20. Perplexed, Minister Liao instinctively asked, "What do you mean by 20? Master Qiao's indifferent voice replied, 200,000 to help you figure it out. "What? You expect it for free, being a minister?" Taken aback, Minister Liao was momentarily stunned. A mere suggestion would cost 200,000? He hadn't anticipated that the chief engineer of Kongyu Technology would be so mercenary. In less than a minute, aside from finding him difficult to deal with, Minister Liao also tagged him as one who values wealth above all else. Previously, he had introduced a significant client to Kongyu Technology, yet Master Qiao seemed utterly oblivious to the nuances of human relations. Given the pressing time constraints, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. "Master Qiao, the money has been transferred to your account. Please. Wait. I haven't received the SMS notification yet. Why the rush?" Minister Liao, hearing this, cursed under his breath, branding Master Qiao a miser. Yet again, Master Qiao's voice came through. "That's simple. Just apply a touch of arsenic to the steel needle. Problem solved. Next time, don't bother me with such trivial matters." Minister Liao slapped his forehead in realization. Of course, how had they not considered this earlier? In modern warfare, they had been preoccupied with firearms and methods to control targets, neglecting the use of poison, which had unnecessarily complicated a straightforward issue. Master Qiao had resolved the problem with just 2 sentences, earning 200,000 for it, which felt like a gross injustice. He even managed to throw in some sarcasm, leaving Minister Liao feeling an urge to vomit blood. The previous incident involving the mechanical dog had already led him to regard Master Qiao as a living nightmare. Now, with the suggestion of using arsenic on a steel needle, he truly embodied the reputation of a living tormentor, adhering to the philosophy of harming others without regard for his own moral standing. A swallow was heard from Minister Liao, who uncertainly inquired, "Isn't arsenic highly toxic? Wouldn't tea that kill someone if injected?" Master Qiao coldly clarified, "Use a small enough quantity, and at worst, it will cause nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, limb cramping, unconsciousness, convulsions, and respiratory paralysis. Rest assured, it won't kill anyone. They may just lose their ability to move and require assistance in daily life. Minister Liao felt a shiver run down his spine. A cold draft swept through the room, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Master Qiao's casual tone, discussing symptoms like limb cramping, unconsciousness, convulsions, and respiratory paralysis as if they were mere inconveniences, made him realize that death might indeed seem preferable to such a fate. Upon reflection, it was a pity that a mind like Master Qiao's, as the chief engineer of Kongyu technology, was wasted in this era. Had he lived in ancient times, he would surely have been a renowned poison master, truly the contemporary equivalent of Jiasu. Meanwhile, on the evening news broadcast by the central government, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Liu Yifeng, appeared on screen. His demeanor was grave as he announced a series of developments under the glaring white lights. This morning, our diplomatic envoy was unlawfully detained. Criminal terrorists have blatantly disregarded international treaties, openly challenging the bottom line of our nation. This is an egregious affront. In response to actions that jeopardize the safety of our citizens and trample upon our national dignity, we will take concrete measures to ensure that those who defy our limits face the consequences they deserve. He continued, at the invitation of the Myanmar representative. We will conduct a small-scale joint police exercise in northern Myanmar tomorrow. In just 2 minutes, Liu Yifeng's brief address sparked widespread attention and discussion on the international stage. The central government explicitly confirmed his impending visit to Myanmar, and the assertive statements from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs ignited fervent discourse worldwide. Joint police exercises between the two nations. This is escalating. How bold of the Myanmar officials to detain a diplomat from Dragon Country. With a total military force of merely 30,000, how dare they? This is truly Dragon Country's fury. Has the incident with the mechanical dog been forgotten so soon? Some netizens remarked, it's just a joint police exercise, not a military one. Is Dragon Country really that cowardly? Those up top must not understand the current state of Myanmar, which is rife with warlords vying for control. The Myanmar government forces struggle against these warlords. A military exercise would infringe upon their sovereignty. Isn't it merely a police exercise? Will it really dismantle the Myanmar northern region? In the end, won't they have to negotiate with those warlords? Isn't the northern region a den of scammers? After years of joint crackdowns, has Dragon Country achieved anything? Are they all talk and no action? Those above are just shooting their mouths off. This time, the situation is different. Chapter 071. You three are here to command the operation, aren't you? Clearly, the provocation originated in northern Myanmar. This approach is merely to save face internationally. In my opinion, we should directly send troops to eliminate the cancerous presence in northern Myanmar. Eagle Sauce Netizen. Haha. Our station forces are near Myanmar. Does Dragon Country possess such audacity? I surmise it's merely a show of deterrence to neighboring nations. Does Dragon Country truly wish to commence Season 3? Dragon Country Netizen. Oh, your Eagle Sauce has such long arms. Wherever a hint of trouble brews on Blue Star, you must meddle. Have you forgotten the intercontinental missile response from our country 6 months ago? What happened to your previous arrogance, claiming our country was merely offering a reminder? Weren't you the ones condemning us? How has this transformed into congratulations? Haha. The following day, amidst speculation and discussions from various nations, Liu Yifeng, the ambassador of Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, arrived in Myanmar on a special aircraft under tight security. He engaged in secret talks with the Myanmar government regarding the joint armed police exercise operation, codenamed Southern Expedition. Last night, nearly 30,000 law enforcement personnel gathered at the border with northern Myanmar and crossed into its territory. Simultaneously, in the military district of Kyoto, 3 members of the Dragon Assault Team, accompanied by 3 mechanized explosive spiral balls, successfully arrived in northern Myanmar under the protection of a Y-20 transport aircraft, which can carry a load of up to 66 tons. The 2 groups swiftly congregated near the northern Myanmar zone, awaiting orders from Liu Yifeng, the highest commander of this northern expedition mission. At that moment, a figure was seen wandering in the northern Myanmar market, dressed like a rogue. He greeted several shop owners with a scruffy beard and a playful demeanor, seamlessly blending into the local environment. He was in Jingjia, an undercover agent planted by Dragon Country in the northern Myanmar zone 3 years prior. In the chaotic milieu of the northern Myanmar zone, risks lurked at every corner. After arriving in northern Myanmar 3 years ago, Zhou, through sheer personal strength, infiltrated a zone controlled by Liu Hushi and was promoted to the position of manager due to his capabilities. Throughout these 3 years, he maintained a heightened state of vigilance, gathering evidence of crimes committed within the northern Myanmar zone, along with the specifics of their locations and personnel relations. Any misstep could lead to his secret disappearance from Blue Star. He had witnessed numerous compatriots deceived into northern Myanmar, suffering various torments, while he himself managed the economic situation of his zone, enduring both physical and mental duress. As he strolled, he suddenly received a special alert. The smile faded from his face as he carefully scanned his surroundings. Finding no signs of pursuit or surveillance, he opened his phone to reveal an encrypted urgent directive. Excitement glimmered in his eyes. He had awaited this day for 3 long years. To his knowledge, there were originally over 20 colleagues collecting information in northern Myanmar, but only 7 remained now. He was tasked with compiling the data, ready to provide useful information during the impending arrest operation aimed at minimizing casualties. The urgent mission from above instructed him to rendezvous secretly with the Northern Expeditionary Force and relay all information he possessed, as well as cooperate with them in executing the operation within northern Myanmar. Zhou suppressed his inner exhilaration. Ever since he learned of the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs statements the previous day, he had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the operational team to strike at the northern Myanmar zone and rescue his compatriots. After enduring humiliation and hardship for 3 years, he was finally ready to confront those demonic adversaries. Taking a deep breath, he departed swiftly. Amidst the dense forests of northern Myanmar, an off-road vehicle sped along the narrow paths flanked by trees. Having made contact, Zhou observed the 3 individuals in the vehicle, all clad in casual attire like himself. Upon confirming their identities, he learned that they hailed from the Dragon Country's 4 elite mysterious units, the Dragon Assault Team, an Apex combat unit, composed of the finest soldiers meticulously selected from the army. They were not to be compared with anyone from the armed police system. In terms of small-scale combat and hand-to-hand combat skills, they far surpassed any individual from the 4 major forces. Yet, during their conversation, Zhou sensed a nonchalant attitude from the Dragon Assault Team regarding this southern expedition. They did not seem to approach it as a life-and-death mission, but rather as if they were embarking on a leisurely trip. Pointing to the route, they headed towards a discreet location in the higher forest. Their purpose was to observe the conditions of the northern Myanmar zones near the Imo River and the military deployment of the Wa Alliance. Having spent 3 years in deep cover, Zhou, holding a mid-level position within the Liu Hushi family, had thoroughly grasped the dynamics of personnel, troop deployments, and relationships within the northern Myanmar zone, as well as the surface-level military equipment and general troop placements of the Wa Alliance. He had a comprehensive understanding of the northern Myanmar zone's situation. Glancing at Captain Zhang Hua beside him, he voiced his curiosity. "Captain Zhang, how many personnel has the higher command dispatched for this southern expedition?" Zhang Hua, seated in the passenger seat, flashed a bright smile and casually pointed at the 4 individuals in the vehicle. Him, you, and me. Do you think our little group can sweep to the northern Myanmar zone?" Zhou was momentarily taken aback, believing he had misheard. He pointed at everyone in the vehicle, ultimately directing his finger at himself in a daze, his mind swirling with questions. The legendary Dragon Assault Team was so starkly different from his expectations. The elite among elites in the army should be fierce and emotionless executioners, treating enemies and missions with utmost seriousness, cold-blooded war machines. How could they be so humorous in reality? A smile crept across Zhou's face as he chuckled lightly. "Captain Jiang, I didn't expect the Dragon Assault Team to have such a sense of humor. It truly opens my eyes. I thought you were all Zhang Hua, however, smiled mysteriously and interjected, cold-blooded machines? Haha. It's merely a bit exaggerated by rumors. We're not as dramatic as the outside world imagines. Captain, relax a little, don't be so stiff. With our arrival, the southern expedition is already destined for success. After 3 years of lurking in the northern Myanmar zone, and Zhongjie had honed his ability to read people's expressions and think quickly. From Jiang Hua's tone, he inferred some information. It appeared that Dragon Country was determined to uproot the northern Myanmar zone entirely. The deployed law enforcement forces would certainly be substantial. His previously tense nerves eased somewhat as he removed his hat and fanned himself, cursing the oppressive heat of northern Myanmar. He then remarked, "You three are indeed sent by the higher-ups to command the armed police operations, right? The next chapter will be delivered in an hour." Chapter 072. How much you have deceived me. The three individuals in the vehicle cast him peculiar glances. What a jest! They had come to execute a mission, not to take orders. It was Jiang Hua who patiently began to explain. The supreme commander of the southern expedition was none other than Ambassador Liu Yifeng, who was visiting Myanmar. Did you not receive notification from the armed police department? Upon hearing this, and Zhongjie's eyes filled with questions, his brow furrowed in confusion. He instinctively exclaimed, "Ambassador Liu as the supreme commander." What nonsense! Realizing he had spoken too freely, he immediately ceased his words. It was not that he doubted Liu Yifeng's capabilities. Indeed, in diplomatic matters, his prowess was unparalleled. However, this southern expedition was a joint exercise with the armed police. To put it plainly, it involved small-scale warfare, necessitating careful consideration of the operational environment and the mobilization of personnel and forces. From what he understood, the Wa army alone boasted a force of 70,000 troops, each equipped with combat weapons, complemented by the guards of the four prominent families. Not to mention the tanks, aircraft, and heavy artillery. This was no trivial matter. If they commenced their operations, the Wa army would certainly respond. If the objective was merely to deal with the four families, the arrest operation would be considerably simpler. And Zhongjie analyzed the current situation, feeling increasingly uneasy as his expression grew grave. The Wa army, combined with the guards of the four families, numbered at least 100,000. It was not that he doubted Ambassador Liu's competence, but commanding 100,000 troops was no small feat. Jiang Hua and the others observed in Zhongjie's anxious demeanor and shared some details about the southern expedition's plan. "Captain, remain calm. There is nothing to worry about. Do you not trust the higher-ups' judgment? The situation regarding the imprisonment of the ambassador in northern Myanmar has already been assessed and simulated. They possess absolute confidence in this southern expedition." Yet, Zhongjie remained unconvinced. While he knew the higher-ups had made arrangements, his unease lingered. Upon arriving at their destination, he pointed to the various facilities in the vicinity and elaborated on the personnel deployment. Taking a deep breath, his expression remained dark and uncertain. Has the police force already arrived at the northern Myanmar border? With 100,000 armed police, coupled with the regular army of Myanmar, that should suffice. Under the absolute military pressure of both countries, the northern Myanmar facility will not escape this time. This malignant tumor can finally be eradicated. Meanwhile, Jiang Hua was observing the terrain and locations through military binoculars, nodding in satisfaction. Nonchalantly, he added to Zhongjie's remarks, "The armed police have deployed 30,000 troops. I think that's excessive. The higher-ups might be overly cautious. A mere 10,000 would suffice for a facility in northern Myanmar. There's no real danger." Upon hearing this, Zhongjie nearly lost his footing. The notion that only 30,000 police personnel were dispatched, and that even that was deemed excessive, left his mind buzzing. No, confidence must have its limits. He had clearly stated that the opposing force numbered at least 100,000. The regular army of Myanmar had attempted several encirclements and had failed to subdue the Wa army. Moreover, this was a joint exercise with the armed police. Armed with only conventional weapons, they likely did not even possess grenades, let alone heavy artillery. How could they possibly succeed? Jiang Hua surveyed the surroundings from the mountaintop and remarked, "This position is excellent, elevated and expansive in view. It is not far from the Imo River, making it an ideal battlefield. Attacking from here, whether against the Wa army or the guards, they would all be akin to paper." The two other members of the Dragon assault team nodded in agreement, displaying an air of assured victory. This scene made Zhongjie feel as though he were witnessing an illusion. Watching the three converse casually while determining the fate of 100,000 people was surreal. How could this be so fantastical? Attacking from this position would not only expend manpower, but also be on a mountaintop. Would they truly have everyone fly down to launch an attack? Even if they succeeded, they would be perilously close to the northern Myanmar facility's security perimeter, which was a stronghold of the Wa army with numerous personnel on guard. Once discovered, they would be surrounded. With mountains encircling them, how could they mount an offensive? There would be no routes for retreat, even without an extensive knowledge of military strategy. And Zhongjia understood that launching an attack here would be akin to allowing the encroaching enemies to easily capture them. The 3 members of the Dragon Assault team should surely recognize such an elementary truth. What had gone awry? He pinched his thigh sharply to dispel the illusion, yelping in pain. What is wrong, Captain? Jiang Hua turned with concern, and Zhongjia waved his hand repeatedly, feigning nonchalance, though his face betrayed his distress. He continuously reassured himself that he must have misjudged the situation. As the elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they must have a strategy that could not be perceived through the lens of an ordinary person. Captain Jiang, I wonder if this mission is equipped with advanced weaponry? Jiang Hua smiled enigmatically and nodded, as if to suggest that Zhongjia had hit the nail on the head, yet he refrained from revealing the specific weapons. It was surprising that Captain N was so well informed. However, this was classified information, and he must not divulge it. Jiang Hua was also perplexed. The mechanical explosive vortex ball was a mechanical marvel known to few, and the higher-ups had tightly controlled the information to prevent it from leaking to the Wa army in northern Myanmar. Understood. I see now. And Zhongjia, who had previously been despondent, breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled the Dragon Kingdom's mechanical war dogs that had debuted in Liajia, and suddenly everything made sense. If 30,000 armed police were equipped with mechanical dogs, then the Wa army and the guards of the 4 families would be insignificant in comparison. A smile finally broke across his face. Haha, Captain Jiang, you have concealed this from me so well that I have worried for nothing. We are set. We are set. And Zhongjia finally laid to rest all his concerns. Standing beside Jiang Hua, he pointed out the blue-roofed factory below the mountaintop. Feeling the refreshing breeze atop the mountain, the oppressive heat had significantly diminished. Captain Jiang, are there any other observation points? If not, I must confess that during my 3 years in northern Myanmar, I know this terrain around the Imo River better than my own hometown. I could even identify the origin of a new dog in the facility. Jiang Hua put away his binoculars and laughed. No need. As long as we understand the general location, that is sufficient. Captain, you have truly endured much these past few years. Let us proceed to the command center and report our findings. Chapter 073. Commander, I have several questions. In a rudimentary, concealed dwelling along the northern border of Myanmar, and Zhongjia, led by Jiang Hua and others, arrived at the command center for the Southern Expedition operation. Guarding the entrance were 2 fully armed soldiers. As the doors swung open, a bright light spilled into the room, illuminating Ambassador Louis Feng, who was bent over documents. And Zhongjia immediately stood at attention, honoring the busy figure with a crisp military salute. Reporting, Commander. Officer 26597 reporting for duty, requesting to rejoin the team. Louis Feng paused in his tasks and revealed a sincere smile. Welcome back to the team, Comrade Shaoan. Your 3 years of service in northern Myanmar have been arduous, and the Dragon Nation will not forget your contributions. Your efforts will exact a heavy toll on northern Myanmar. Don't just stand there, come in. At these words, and Zhongjia felt his eyes welling with emotion. The 3 years of being undercover in northern Myanmar had been for this moment. All his toil and forbearance were validated in an instant. The grievances of the past dissipated like mist. For the Dragon Nation, it was worth it. However, as he surveyed the makeshift command room, which was surprisingly sparse, he began to feel uneasy. Even a simple temporary operations center should not be so rudimentary. There were no monitoring devices, no sand table maps, no computer screens, and none of the advanced equipment one would expect. This was far too simplistic. Was it a hastily assembled setup that hadn't been prepared? Reporting, Commander. Where are the other commanders? Why are there no command devices? And Zhongjia inquired. Did we arrive too hastily, and others have yet to arrive? Louis Feng smiled warmly, scanning the room before taking a seat with the documents. No one else is coming. This Southern Expedition operation hinges on just you four. Comrade Shaolin, have you not prepared yourself? And Zhongjie stood frozen, his eyes darting around as he began to stutter. See, Commander, I must have misheard. You mean to say that the meeting for the Southern Expedition has commenced, and it's just as few to heed the operational tasks? His mind momentarily froze again. The Southern Expedition targeted over 100,000 terrorists. This was not the same as the meetings held when he first arrived at the police station to apprehend a few petty thieves. The nature of this was entirely different. No matter how much it was prioritized by higher authorities, he felt it was not excessive. Just moments ago, he had mentally prepared himself to meet more than a dozen high-ranking generals. Yet now, in the command room, including the soldiers at the entrance, there were only 9 people. Even the personnel responsible for relaying battlefield information were absent. This could not possibly be a meeting for an operation involving 100,000 troops. It resembled a meeting for capturing a thief instead. Liu Yifeng sat with a serious demeanor. He raised his hand to check the time. Comrade Zhongjie, please take a seat. I hereby announce that we are officially commencing the mobilization and command of the Southern Expedition. If you have any questions, feel free to raise them during the meeting. This operation concerns the dignity of the Dragon Nation and its unchallengeable bottom line. All meeting contents must remain confidential, and you will be required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Every action taken and task executed must be reported to me promptly. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, Commander. And Zhongjie and the 3 members of the Dragon Strike team immediately saluted and took their seats. For soldiers and armed police, obeying orders is their foremost duty. In operational command, the commands of the commander must be followed unconditionally. Liu Yifeng nodded and delivered an opening address, briefly outlining the reasons and objectives for this operation. The command meeting for the Southern Expedition commenced among the 7 present. As Liu Yifeng's serious expression settled, the meeting transitioned into a questioning phase. He turned his attention to Jiang Hua, the upright captain of the Dragon Strike team. Captain Jiang, how did the reconnaissance of the northern Myanmar terrain go during the day? Jiang Hua immediately stood from his seat, reporting loudly. Reporting, Commander. The terrain of northern Myanmar is entirely under my control. We have a thorough understanding of the positions of the Hua Army and the security teams of the 4 major families. We are ready to proceed with the Southern Expedition at any time. Please instruct us, Commander. Liu Yifeng glanced at the documents on the table, gesturing for Jiang Hua to sit down as he continued to preside over the meeting. Good. You are well prepared, as expected from the Dragon Strike team. The Southern Mission is a test from the Dragon Nation and an expectation from the people of the Dragon Nation. This task pertains to the honor of the Dragon Nation. We have taken various measures and actions, yet the warlords and families in northern Myanmar have disregarded our warnings, committing the atrocious act of imprisoning our ambassador. This is intolerable for the Dragon Nation. You 4 must complete this mission perfectly and flawlessly. There must be no mistakes. Do you have confidence? Yes. 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 The 3 members of the Dragon Strike team shouted in unison, their faces displaying neither panic nor fear, only immense confidence and composure. Initially, Zhongjie was taken aback, uncertainly echoing, why? Yes. He then realized something was amiss. Had he not heard Liu Yifeng correctly? The 4 people he mentioned, did that include him and the 3 from the Dragon Strike team? How had the situation on Blue Star transformed into something so surreal? He swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was not that he feared death, but the notion that 4 individuals would confront an army of 100,000 was daunting. This was the real world, not a realm of immortals. They were not transcendent beings, yet they were expected to face 100,000 mortals, armed with weapons and artillery, tanks and aircraft. Caught in this reverie, Zhongjie's lips trembled slightly as he hesitantly raised his right hand, softly reporting, Commander. I have several questions. Liu Yifeng cast a serious gaze in his direction. Comrade Shaolin, what questions do you have? Is it really just us 4? And Zhongjie's quivering voice drew puzzled looks from the 3 members of the Dragon Strike team beside him. Hadn't he already learned about the secret weapon? Liu Yifeng replied with a puzzled expression, indeed. Is that not sufficient? That is sufficient. And Zhongjie observed Liu Yifeng's serious demeanor. Realizing he was not jesting, He had steeled himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Even if the Dragon Nation commanded them to confront 100,000 troops in northern Myanmar, he would not flinch. Yet, this sacrifice felt almost trivial. Even if they were to commandeer tanks into northern Myanmar, it would be improbable to accomplish the southern expedition perfectly and flawlessly. Was there perhaps something more to this situation? The manuscript is now exhausted. I am striving to write more. Chapter 074, The Action of the Dragon Strike Team. And Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, still unconvinced, and inquired once more, Commander, what about the 30,000 police forces from Long Country and the 100,000 regular troops from the Myanmar government? What arrangements have been made for them? Liu Yifeng glanced again at Zhou Yang, bemused by his multitude of questions. The Dragon Strike team should have briefed him on the specifics. He seemed like an incessant questioner. Had his years of covert operation in northern Myanmar instilled a sense of paranoia in him? Shaking his head, Liu felt no reproach towards him. Rather, he patiently elucidated. We have stationed them at the northern border of Myanmar to guard the entrances, preventing the rebels from fleeing. They are also tasked with monitoring key figures such as Wen Sheng and the heads of the 4 prominent families to ensure they do not escape amidst the chaos. Once your southern campaign succeeds, they will be responsible for mopping up the battlefield and apprehending relevant individuals. In essence, they are here to support your logistical needs. Comrade, if you have any further queries, feel free to voice them. And Zhou Yang was left astounded. So, the combined force of 130,000 from both nations was merely cheering for them at the northern border? Surely, this was a mistake. They were to confront the enemy with only the 4 of them, while leaving the bulk of the troops idle. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his breathing grew labored. He turned to the 3 members of the Dragon Strike team, who were equally engaged in the operation, and noticed they voiced no objections. Instead, they wore expressions of unwavering confidence, seemingly possessing absolute faith in the southern campaign. And Zhou Yang, now restless, attempted to reassure himself they must have secret weapons. Surely, that is the case. Ambassador Liu must have devised a flawless battle plan. He gazed at Liu Yifeng, awaiting his response, and stammered, Report, Commander. There are no problems. Liu Yifeng nodded once more, tidying the documents on the table, and stated solemnly, Very well. Since there are no issues, I hereby declare the Southern Campaign officially launched. The operation will commence at night, with Jiang Hua serving as the squad leader. The other 3 will follow his operational orders and report any issues to the command center. Upon hearing this, Captain Jiang Hua of the Dragon Team rose from his seat. Rest assured, Commander, we will accomplish the mission flawlessly. And Zhou Yang mechanically stood up as well, his mind struggling to keep pace, accepting the command without fully grasping the situation. Where was the promised battle plan? Ambassador Liu had only specified the time for the operation, leaving the specifics to Jiang Hua's temporary command. In a daze, he departed the operations command center. As night fell, and Zhou Yang followed Jiang Hua to the summit of Baitian Mountain. The evening air was refreshing, a stark contrast to the daytime heat. And Zhou Yang trailed behind the Dragon Strike team like a lost soul. The 3 members of the team were now fully armed, adorned with peculiar equipment and weaponry. Once they halted, excitement was evident on their faces. Jiang Hua leaned in to whisper, Leaderin, have you heard of our secret weapon? You probably haven't witnessed its true form yet. His expression turned animated as he recalled his first encounter with the mechanical vibration spiral ball. It had left him profoundly awestruck. The emergence of the mechanical vibration spiral ball was poised to revolutionize future large-scale battlefields, rendering traditional military assets like tanks and laser weapons obsolete. Turning to Zhou Yang, he revealed a mysterious grin. Don't be frightened when you see it. Are you prepared? And Zhou Yang, still in a stupor, was jolted awake by Jiang Hua's loud exclamation. He watched as the 3 members of the Dragon Strike team retrieved strange controllers from the sides of their camouflage pants, their lips curling into enigmatic smiles. He scanned the area but saw nothing unusual, stretching his neck to peer around. Meanwhile, in a low-lying area by the Ima River, deep croaks of frogs echoed. The night sky was devoid of the moon, with only scattered starlight illuminating the water. Reflected in the river were 3 circular objects wrapped in oilcloth. These were the mechanical vibration spiral balls from Konyu technology. Upon their arrival in northern Myanmar, Zhang Hua had covertly transported the 3 mechanical vibration spiral balls to this secluded spot where human presence was minimal even during the day. Suddenly, the oilcloth coverings emitted a crimson glow, erupting with a thunderous sound. As if responding to a signal, the 3 objects surged toward a specific direction. Just as Zhengjie was about to voice an inquiry, the ground beneath him quaked violently, nearly unbalancing him. The roaring noise gradually reached his ears, and Zhengjie's eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted 3 glaring red dots rapidly approaching from the foot of the mountain. The 3 red dots moved in unison, appearing exceptionally vivid against the darkness, accompanied by a colossal rumble that intensified within mere seconds. The peculiar sound heightened Zhengjie's unease, and his instinct urged him to flee from the impending threat. He shouted as he ran, "Jiang, hurry! Monsters are charging toward us." The trio controlling the mechanical vibration spiral balls was momentarily taken aback by Zhengjie's reaction. "What monsters?" They sighed, lamenting the daunting nature of their covert mission. After 3 years of lurking, they were all too familiar with the anxiety it brought. Jiang Hua called out, "Leaderin, don't run wildly. That's our secret weapon for the southern campaign. Didn't you already know about it?" And Zhengjie abruptly halted, realization dawning upon him that the 3 glowing red objects were, in fact, the secret weapon. How was I supposed to know? I thought they were mechanical dogs. His mind was a flurry of questions as he paused. But just as he turned around, he felt the rumbling and the ground tremors drawing nearer. A powerful gust of air surged toward him, and he beheld 3 large iron spheres flashing with red light before him. The rhythmic sound of mechanical rotation filled his ears, and Zhengjie lost his footing, collapsing to the ground. He stared at the bizarre iron spheres, which twirled erratically in place. The towering spheres, over 2 meters high, parted in the center, revealing 2 hemispheres rotating both clockwise and counterclockwise, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. Chapter 075, Discovery of 3 Suspicious Targets Approaching. Zhengjie stood agape, gazing at the 3 mechanical monstrosities before him. His mouth opened and closed, muttering inaudibly, while his pupils reflected a crimson glow. Seated on the ground, he seemed frozen. Unable to move, he raised a hand, gesturing as if to block the sight before him. His mind was filled with the mechanical clanking sounds, and he stared in disbelief at the surreal scene, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Could this be the secret weapon? The black exteriors, accentuated by the red light, emitted a chilling aura, further embellished by irregular, spiked gears. The sheer visual impact jolted Zhengjie's nerves deeply. How could these 3 iron spheres possibly be weapons from Blue Star? They could easily be mistaken for extraterrestrial armaments. Only when Jiang Hua's voice broke through his shock did he awaken from his daze. "Comrade Zhengjie, prepare to execute the southern expedition. You were tasked with pinpointing the approximate locations of any armed elements from northern Myanmar. The mission begins." Upon hearing the mission details, Zhengjie sprang to his feet. Taking a deep breath, he produced a night vision binocular. Nodding vigorously, he exclaimed, "Yes." Jiang Hua continued issuing commands, pulling down the night vision visor with a decisive snap. With a flick of his left hand, he activated a button on his helmet. A stern voice resonated through the night sky. "Report to command. Activate the bionic aircraft, Magpie, and prepare to commence the operational plan." Zhengjie watched as Jiang Hua nodded, a dark object entwining around his arm. It twitched slightly, seemingly coming to life, flapping its wings before circling around his left arm. Zhengjie's eyes widened in astonishment. What marvels of technology were these? Had the Dragon Country's military arsenal advanced to such futuristic heights? First, there were the 3 bizarre mechanical beasts, and now this magpie, clinging to his arm? What on earth were these entities? Then, he witnessed the magpie, with its mechanical movements, its eyes flashing a red light. With a swift motion, it detached from Jiang Hua's arm, soaring into the night sky, flipping and vanishing from view. In disbelief, Zhengjie rubbed his eyes until he felt the ground tremble beneath him. A rush of air swept past, lifting his hair as he beheld the 3 red iron spheres charging towards the northern Myanmar region. He quickly raised his night vision binoculars to scout their precise positions. The 3 mechanical vibrating spheres traversed the rugged terrain with ease, crushing stones and trees as if they were mere obstacles. They barreled down towards the basin, shielded by the surrounding mountains. Meanwhile, not far from the Imao River, in a clandestine base, a 6-story luxurious building housed the leader of the Yuan National Army, Wen Sheng. He reclined on a sofa, intently listening to reports from his aide, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and concern. Since learning of Ambassador Liu Yifeng's visit to Myanmar to conduct joint military exercises, an ominous premonition gnawed at him. He promptly dispatched numerous soldiers to observe the movements of the Dragon Country and government forces along the northern Myanmar border, awaiting news from Ambassador Liu. He grew increasingly anxious as no updates arrived. To him, if it were not a military exercise, then the Dragon Country must be secretly negotiating with him. At this critical juncture, Wen Shen became increasingly restless. General Wen, we have confirmed that the Dragon Country has deployed 30,000 police forces, now gathered at the northern Myanmar border. However what? Speak. Wen Shen barked, dissatisfaction lacing his tone. He held hostages, including Wang Yu and others, and could not fathom the Dragon Country daring to launch a secret offensive against them. The Dragon Country would not openly violate international treaties. However, their presence, conspicuously displayed, does not appear aggressive. Moreover, they are not armed with firearms, but equipped with batons and similar tools. It seems they are not here to engage in battle, but rather to apprehend petty criminals. Wen Sheng pondered for a moment before inquiring, what about the movements of the Myanmar government forces? The aide hesitated, struggling to believe the information just received. After a brief pause, he replied, General Wen, the Myanmar government forces are in a similar situation. They have amassed 100,000 troops, but unlike previous engagements with us, they are not equipped with heavy weaponry. I instructed reconnaissance units to confirm 3 times, and the results were consistent. No tanks, missiles, or aircraft were detected. Not even a single weapon or grenade was carried. It appears more like a team-building exercise than a prelude to combat. After absorbing the report, Wen Shen closed his eyes. He had already ordered the entire army to initiate Level 1 combat readiness to guard against a potential surprise attack from the Dragon Country. The current situation perplexed him. The Dragon Country was neither negotiating nor engaging in warfare. Stalemate was not advantageous for them either, especially since they were not on their home turf, lacking any geographical advantage. What was the Dragon Country planning? Just as Wen Shen grappled with the Dragon Country's intentions, a sudden, urgent alarm blared from outside. The low, piercing sound resonated throughout the northern Myanmar region. Wen Shen slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly from the sofa. Enemy attack. All forces prepare for combat. Eliminate any enemies that appear. He seethed, damn the Dragon Country. They are indeed blurring our vision and launching a surprise attack. Do they not fear my retaliation? Through gritted teeth, he issued orders. Engage Level 1 combat protocol. All forces ready. Deploy heavy weaponry. He commanded reconnaissance aircraft to assess enemy numbers and movements. Once targets are identified, tanks will advance, and aircraft will launch ground missiles. Crush the enemy. His aide stood at attention, a serious expression on his face. Yes. The sudden transition into a combat state ignited a fierce glint in Wen Sheng's eyes. He swiftly moved towards the window, witnessing a flurry of soldiers springing into action beneath the flashing white searchlights of the base. He then hurried to the command center on the top floor, observing the bustling figures as the command operations commenced. His anxiety dissipated. In the northern Myanmar region, they held advantages in terrain and conditions. As long as the Dragon Country's forces did not mobilize, Wen Sheng was confident in securing victory in this battle. Seated in his commanding position, his gaze swept over the gathered personnel. Have we detected any signs of the enemy? General, we have identified three suspicious targets rapidly approaching the region. Chapter 76. The Terror Governed by the Red Beams. What are those 3? Wen Sheng bellowed. Is the radar monitoring system unable to detect them? Despite the enveloping night, his forces possessed advanced radar technology capable of identifying any weapon. The operator at the scene reported 3 suspicious targets, causing his blood pressure to surge. Were they tanks, aircraft, or other advanced weaponry? Identifying the enemy's position was crucial to formulating an appropriate combat strategy. Furthermore, there had been no sign of the Dragon Kingdom's movements. They lurked in the shadows while his forces remained in the light. The radar operator's next words compelled him to rise. Report, General One. They are three spherical objects. They are advancing from south to north and are about to reach the industrial zone in northern Myanmar. No, this is bad. Their speed is increasing. Upon hearing this, Wen Sheng could no longer remain seated. He approached the observation point and seized the night vision binoculars from his aide. In the distance, he spotted three red dots moving swiftly towards the periphery of the industrial area. He scrutinized their movements while issuing commands. Quick! Have the missile vehicles lock onto those three moving targets and execute a precision strike. They must not be allowed to approach. Yes, sir. As Wen Sheng's orders were carried out, 6 long-range missile vehicles were activated within the Wa State Army's base. The missile tubes of the vehicles slowly elevated to a 60-degree angle, aimed skyward. Wen Sheng continued to observe the 3 red dots while his aide reported the situation. General 1. The targets are moving too quickly to lock onto their positions. There may be a risk of targeting deviation, making it impossible to destroy them reliably. Wen Sheng roared in response, launch. A little deviation won't matter. If one strike fails, there will be 2 or 3 until the targets are obliterated. Understood. Boom. Boom. He intently watched the unfolding situation as the sound of missiles launching echoed from the base. 6 simultaneous blasts reverberated through the air. The missile vehicles emitted plumes of white smoke as they sped towards the positions of the 3 targets. Wen Sheng remained unconvinced, no matter how fast those red dots moved. Could they possibly outpace the missiles? As the leader of the Wa State Army, he had invested all his resources into procuring advanced weaponry, including these 6 anti-tank missile vehicles, purchased at great expense from Northern Alliance nations. With a maximum flight speed of 120 meters per second and a range of 25 kilometers, they could easily take down typical aircraft. Even if those 3 targets moved rapidly, they would be hard-pressed to escape the concentrated firepower. After a brief pause, the 6 anti-tank missile vehicles unleashed 2 volleys, firing a total of 18 missiles, 6 aimed at each of the 3 red targets. Whoosh! Boom! Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed from a distance in the industrial zone. A fierce blaze illuminated the dark night over northern Myanmar, startling all personnel still at work, who looked up at the sky. The 18 missiles descended, billowing enormous clouds of smoke. From his vantage point, Wen Sheng peered through the night vision binoculars at the explosive spectacle, a faint smile gracing his lips. No matter how elusive the suspicious targets, under sufficient firepower, they were destined for annihilation. However, before Wen Sheng could indulge in his triumph, 3 red glimmers emerged from the smoke in the distance. His eyes widened as he observed the rapidly accelerating red dots, prompting him to issue another command. Deploy all tanks hidden in the 3 directions of the industrial zone. Obliterate those 3 targets. Yes. Immediately, numerous tanks emerged from concealed positions outside the industrial zone. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that there were 7 or 8 hidden tanks in each location. It seemed Wen Sheng had meticulously prepared for this scenario, devising multiple contingency plans. The presence of such a formidable arsenal reflected the inability of the Myanmar government forces to subdue the northern warlords despite their repeated offensives. With such a wealth of weaponry and military strength, the Wa State Army had indeed carved out its territory, becoming the largest warlord in northern Myanmar. As the dark muzzles of the cannons aimed at the 3 approaching red dots, the sounds of thunderous artillery reverberated throughout northern Myanmar. Amidst the chaos of gunfire, the personnel in the northern industrial zone could no longer remain idle. The guards of the 4 prominent families, under the orders of their patriarchs, rushed to the open factory area, drawn by the cacophony of artillery. Their AK rifles trembled in their hands, despite not yet having seen the Dragon Kingdom's presence. The tumultuous scene before them instilled fear in the guards. Some began to crouch and lift rocket launchers, their sights set on the fiery battlefield, ever ready for combat. Suddenly, a loud sonic boom pierced the air, the unmistakable sound of an aircraft exceeding the speed of sound. The guards of the 4 families felt the ground shake beneath them as they witnessed an unforgettable sight. A massive iron sphere, glowing red, ascended into the sky like a crimson moon, casting its light upon the dark earth below. They then beheld the great red sphere unleashing countless red beams of light, silently locking onto each one of them. It felt as if their lives were being targeted by infrared rays from a sniper rifle. Fear enveloped the guards as the scent of death permeated the air. Instinctively, they glanced at their companions, noticing red dots appearing on their heads, bodies, and thighs, with others illuminating the blue steel roof and walls. The sensation of being governed by impending death rendered most of them paralyzed with terror. The red beams seemed to have ensnared their very lives. Panic spread among the crowd, with many standing frozen in place. Some guards, having succumbed to despair, looked up to see countless death rays shining upon them, shouting in alarm as they frantically moved in an attempt to escape the terror of the red lines. Yet they soon discovered that the red beams possessed the ability to lock onto their movements. No matter if they crouched, ran, bent down, or sought shelter, evasion proved futile. Above them, the mechanical explosion of the spiraling sphere had activated phased array radar and infrared targeting capabilities, identifying the profiles of all individuals present. The red mobile targets hidden within the structures and undercover were aimed at non-vital areas. The infrared system systematically locked onto all living entities within the 3 industrial zones. Within the Hua State Army's base, when Sheng gripped the night vision binoculars tightly, transfixed by the astonishing scene unfolding in the sky, the 3 spherical objects ascended, instantaneously dispersing countless red beams toward the ground, enveloping the locations of the 3 industrial zones. Chapter 077, the first battlefield debut of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. When Sheng's gaze was fixed on the unfolding scene beneath the night sky, 3 crimson moons hung several hundred meters above the ground, casting countless red rays over the 3 zones, evoking a profound shock within him. The scene seemed frozen in time, prompting a sense of dread. What in the world is this? How did your reconnaissance fail so miserably? The enemy is already at our doorstep, and you have uncovered nothing useful. What purpose do you serve? Wen Sheng's voice echoed through the command center of the Hua Alliance military base, filled with frustration. As his words faded, the 3 mechanical vibrating spheres in the darkness began to emit a low, resonant hum, spinning rapidly through the night sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A flurry of piercing sounds erupted. Countless steel needles shot forth from the spheres, hurtling towards the ground at a velocity that the human eye could scarcely perceive. Their chilling gleam resembled weapons wielded by the grim Reaper himself. When Sheng blinked, witnessing a flash of blinding white light that vanished almost instantly, leaving him questioning his own senses. In that moment, the 3 zones fell eerily silent. The clamor of battle, the sounds of artillery, and the cries of the wounded seemed to have been paused. Life beneath the red rays appeared to have been extinguished. A foreboding premonition gripped Wen Sheng's heart. He bellowed at his aide. Why have the tanks ceased their assault? Have all the crew members perished? How dare they disobey my orders? Contact the drivers immediately and inform me of the situation. Faced with the fury of his leader, the aide hastily summoned personnel. However, after 3 agonizing seconds, the only response was a suffocating silence. If only a few had failed to respond, it would have been understandable. But the drivers of over 20 tanks across the 3 zones remained unreachable. Trembling, the aide reported, General 1, we are unable to contact any of them. When Sheng struck the bulletproof glass in a fit of rage, releasing his pin-up frustration, he roared once more, What do you mean they are all unreachable? Are they staging a collective rebellion? The aide quickly tried to clarify, General 1, they are your most trusted men, fiercely loyal to the Hua Alliance and to you. Even if given 100 opportunities, they would never defy your orders, let alone betray you. Then enlighten me as to what is happening. When Sheng could no longer maintain his composure, the 3 spheres in the night sky were too enigmatic. He had no knowledge of the nature of those red rays. They were neither artillery shells nor laser beams. They merely spun in the air before erupting with a deafening blast, leaving the 3 zones shrouded in silence. Confronted with the unknown, fear gripped Wen Sheng. The surreal image was indelibly etched into his mind, refusing to fade. The aide hesitated before stammering his conjecture. General Wen, they might all be dead. Wen Sheng clenched his jaw, feeling his heartbeat quicken. After a moment's thought, he replied, Do you think those tanks are made of paper? These armored vehicles are constructed from aluminum and titanium alloys, with armor plating up to 200 millimeters thick, capable of withstanding conventional missiles. Moreover, none of them exploded. Explain to me how the drivers could have perished. Did they collectively succumb to asphyxiation? The aide's eyes darted as he speculated. Could it be that the enemy employed a gas attack? Perhaps those red rays are radiated? Wensheng shut his eyes tightly, nearly kicking the aide in frustration. Use your brain. Even if it were a gas or radiation attack, it is improbable that everyone would lose their capacity to act simultaneously. Immediately intercept those 3 spheres. Mobilize all aircraft and obliterate them. Yes, the aide, despite receiving a kick, complied with Wensheng's orders without hesitation. Furrowing his brow, Wensheng leaned against the bulletproof window, peering through a night vision telescope to assess the battlefield. To this point, they had yet to detect any personnel from Longhua. The 3 mechanical spheres had wreaked considerable havoc on their own. Contact the commanders of those 3 zones and ascertain what transpired. A communications officer promptly switched channels, desperately calling for the relevant personnel. Within the Hua Alliance command room, a chorus of calls echoed through the air, but as time passed, there was no response. The command room fell into an eerie silence, the earlier bustle replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair and powerlessness. Wensheng was reluctantly compelled to accept that the personnel in the 3 zones had likely perished. He raised his left hand weakly, uttering, "No need to continue the calls." Those spheres came from the south to the north. Longhua truly possesses remarkable tactics. They intend to massacre us in the northern territories. Everyone, rally your spirits. Dispatch all forces along 3 routes to encircle them. As he issued commands, he gazed at the crimson spheres suspended in the night, pondering the origins of these mechanical monstrosities. Were they a secret weapon developed by Longhua? With no information available internationally, the speed and hovering capabilities of these spheres, along with their ability to unleash those red rays, raised alarming questions. What kind of attack could have rendered so many incapacitated in an instant? It was likely that they had all met their demise. This was utterly unfathomable. The industrial zones, under attack, seemed as though they had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Just as Wensheng grappled with the bizarre situation, he suddenly witnessed the 3 spheres vanish into the night sky, now heading northward. Deploy all aircraft and armored tanks. Reinforce the middle distances with an additional 10,000 soldiers. Equip all rocket launchers and heavy weaponry. Wensheng's defiance surged as he declared, "I refuse to believe that those 3 metallic spheres can obliterate the 70,000 armed forces of the Hua Alliance. Even if they are forged from diamonds, I will reduce them to rubble." Chapter 078. Let us await the spectacle. With Wensheng's command issued, the operation in the northern region of Myanmar commenced swiftly. Numerous soldiers, illuminated only by white lights, moved through the darkness. The first warlord of northern Myanmar, the Hua National Army, officially unleashed its fangs near the Ima River. As the war machinery roared to life, the cacophony of various aircraft and helicopters filled the air, accompanied by the rumbling of heavy armored tanks crushing the earth beneath them. A multitude of troops marched in unison, their heavy weaponry slung across their backs, as they formally entered a state of combat readiness. Simultaneously, hidden amidst the vast forests along the northern Myanmar border, throngs of people concealed themselves. Some donned white headlamps and brandished electric batons, all clad in green military uniforms and caps, the unmistakable attire of the government forces of Myanmar. Following the orders of the nation's leader, Ba Min, they awaited further instructions at the border. One individual at the forefront displayed a look of dissatisfaction, dispatching scouts to observe every movement within northern Myanmar. This was Miao Shan, the military commander of Myanmar, who, despite his inner discontent regarding the joint exercise with the Dragon Kingdom, had repeatedly reported to the leader. He was confident in his ability to vanquish the Hua National Army warlords. He had previously led numerous encirclement missions, each time nearly eliminating Wensheng. No one understood Wensheng's tactics better than he did, having engaged in multiple battles with the Hua National Army. However, he harbored great dissatisfaction towards the Dragon Kingdom, which was to serve as the primary offensive force in this operation. Under his guidance, the government forces had undergone significant enhancements in both weaponry and personnel training over the years. He felt assured of their capability to eradicate the northern warlords. Unfortunately, Ba Min staunchly supported the Dragon Kingdom's proposal, leaving Miao Shan seething with frustration. How audacious of the Dragon Kingdom! They have only brought 30,000 troops. What confidence do they possess to exclude us from the battle? He scoffed. His subordinate chimed in agreement. Indeed, Commander Miao. The Dragon Kingdom is unfamiliar with our terrain and likely cannot even locate the Hua army's base. 30,000 troops against 100,000? They underestimate us and the strength of the Myanmar government forces. Miao Shan paced back and forth, waving his hand to signal for a chair. He took a seat. Clutching a walkie-talkie, his face etched with anxiety. Have we waited over 10 minutes without any news? He lamented. Commander, there is still no word from the northern region, replied a soldier responsible for communications, hastily. Swatting away the mosquitoes that buzzed around him, Miao Shan grumbled. The Dragon Kingdom is far too arrogant. They expect us to merely stand by and watch. Do they think the northern region is still equipped with outdated weaponry? Not long ago, they unveiled mechanical dogs, impressive, indeed. Yet the Hua National Army is not to be underestimated. They have procured advanced tanks and aircraft. Even if I were to personally lead the encirclement, I would only have a 70% chance of success. One of his aides, holding a piece of paper, continuously swatted away mosquitoes, smiling as he complimented. What you say is true, Commander. They won't even allow us to bring our weapons and equipment. Isn't that a complete waste? Even if the Dragon Kingdom employs mechanical dogs. This is a large-scale battle. In the vast basin, they hold no advantage. Under the heavy firepower of the Hua National Army, those mechanical dogs will hardly be effective. If the Dragon Kingdom is defeated, will it not fall upon us to intervene? Miao Shan, already irked, grew even more anxious at his subordinate's words. If the Dragon Kingdom failed, would he not be left to clean up the mess? Given his understanding of Wensheng, retaliation from the Hua National Army was inevitable, potentially leading to dangerous actions that would sour relations between them and the Dragon Kingdom, a situation Myanmar wished to avoid. Moreover, in this southern expedition, the chief commander was none other than Liu Yifeng, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Dragon Kingdom, who was visiting Myanmar. Is this not a grave underestimation of northern Myanmar? He pondered. What business does someone without military command experience have meddling here? The more Miao Shan contemplated, the less credible the situation seemed. He abruptly pushed aside the paper his aide was using to swat mosquitoes. Enough of that. We must prepare for the aftermath. Have the government forces ready to transport weapons and equipment at a moment's notice, so we can respond promptly if news of the Dragon Kingdom's defeat reaches us. 30,000 against 100,000, and they won't even let us participate? They insist we only bring simple clubs. What on earth are they thinking? They promised a joint exercise, yet they proceeded unilaterally. Is this not a blatant disregard for our existing military force, increasing the risk of encirclement? Just as Miao Shan finished his complaints, he heard a report from the liaison soldier. Commander Miao, there is news from the northern region. Upon hearing this, the liaison soldier attentively listened to the updates. After relaying the information, he stood frozen, as if struck by an explosive revelation. Miao Shan, noticing the liaison's stunned expression, bellowed. What news? Why the daze? What is the current situation? Speak swiftly. The liaison, jolted back to reality by Miao Shan's roar, anxiously reported, Commander, the Hua National Army is already engaged in combat. However, we have yet to confirm who they are clashing with. Miao Shan's expression darkened as he rose from his seat, approaching the liaison with a light slap to his head. You cannot even ascertain who is engaging the Hua National Army? What purpose do our scouts serve? He then inquired about the situation with the Hua National Army. The liaison quickly adjusted his headset and resumed inquiries regarding the reconnaissance information. After gathering details, he reported in a hushed tone, Commander, within the first 5 minutes of engagement, the Hua National Army has already suffered over 30,000 casualties. Numerous heavy armored tanks and aircraft have sustained various damages. 1/5 of the northern region has been captured, and the Hua National Army is showing signs of retreat. Upon hearing this report, Miao Shan's eyes widened in terror. In just 5 minutes, the Dragon Kingdom had engaged so fiercely. How many troops had they deployed? Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom, while publicly claiming a joint exercise with the police, had secretly mobilized their military forces? His first instinct was to assume that the Dragon Kingdom had sent troops. However, he reconsidered. this did not align with their external policies. Even with the Dragon Kingdom's ambassador held captive by the Wa National Army, it did not meet the threshold for military intervention. Chapter 79. This mechanical monster can dig underground? The Dragon Kingdom's deployment of troops signifies a drastic shift in nature. This is an infringement on Myanmar's sovereignty, a declaration of war. Within a mere 5 minutes, 30,000 Wa League troops were utterly annihilated. Miao Shan found it hard to believe. Having faced the Wa League multiple times, he was acutely aware of their military prowess. Not to mention 5 minutes. Even 5 hours would not suffice to eliminate 30,000 troops. How did the Dragon Kingdom achieve this? Even if he ruminated on it, he could not fathom the answer. He hastily inquired again about the Dragon Kingdom's command center. How many troops and weapons had they mobilized? Surely they had not deployed a multitude of fifth-generation fighter jets. Had the Dragon Kingdom truly severed ties? The liaison officer, in response to Miao Shan's probing, delivered yet another bewildering piece of news. Commander, the reconnaissance personnel reported sighting 3 mechanical spheres emitting red light. Upon the discovery of these 3 colossal iron spheres, they surged forward like a tidal wave, crushing the Wa League troops and obliterating a significant number of the 4 great families' guards within the compound. Miao Shan furrowed his brow. What on earth was happening? 3 red iron spheres had decimated a large contingent of the Wa League forces. To an outsider, it would seem as though science fiction had burst into reality. This was the most absurd scenario Miao Shan had ever encountered. Was there anything more ludicrous than 3 massive iron spheres obliterating 30,000 Wa troops? He inhaled deeply and vociferously questioned, "Do the scouts not understand the gravity of misreporting military intelligence? This is a matter for a war tribunal. Delaying the opportunity for action could cost Myanmar dearly. Confirm the battlefield information with them. If there is any deception, let them face the F-Rare's wrath." The liaison officer, upon receiving the order, dared not delay. He re-established contact with the scouts, confirming the information multiple times, and looked at Miao Shan with hollow eyes. "Commander, they guarantee with their lives that the transmitted information is devoid of error. It seems the military intelligence is indeed accurate." Miao Shan's expression shifted continuously. If this were true, then the Dragon Kingdom's capabilities surpassed mere appearances. He recalled his previous meeting with Ambassador Louis Feng, remembering the resolute gaze and unwavering attitude that brooked no dissent. It turned out the Dragon Kingdom possessed such formidable means. With just 3 iron spheres, those mechanical beasts had dispatched the Wa League. What would happen when they faced these mechanical monsters? Miao Shan, lost in thought, sought excuses and reasoning, but ultimately could not convince himself. They would likely meet the same fate as the Wa League. The earlier unveiling of mechanical dogs had already prompted nations across Blue Star to reassess the Dragon Kingdom's strength. Now, with the emergence of these mechanical creatures, had the Dragon Kingdom attained the capability to dominate Blue Star? The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread, standing there in a daze. His subordinate beside him spoke up, "Commander Miao, the battle has commenced. Should we prepare to send troops to support the Dragon Kingdom?" Miao Shan turned to look at this sycophantic subordinate, his lips twitching. "Have you lost your senses? Go where? To deliver ourselves to death? His Excellency, F-Rare Baman, has ordered me to hold my ground here. That is the mandate. We must trust in the Dragon Kingdom's strength and refrain from causing chaos. Your current mindset is perilous. Who instilled such thoughts in you?" The subordinate was about to respond to Miao Shan's unusual reprimand, but was cut off. Violation of military orders. Disrespect towards the Dragon Kingdom warrants punishment after the war. All personnel, heed my command. Yes. Awaiting orders from Commander Miao. Hold your positions. Await the directives of Ambassador Louis Feng, the Supreme Commander. We cannot allow any Wa League troops or 4 great families' guards attempting to escape across the Myanmar northern border to slip by. Not even a mosquito. Is that understood? Yes. Yes. In the frontline battlefield of the northern Myanmar compound, during the recent skirmish, faced with over 30,000 Wa League troops and a heavy bombardment, the mechanical shockwave spheres executed rapid evasions and unleashed tremendous force. They wreaked havoc on the heavy armored tanks and second-generation fighter jets in their wake. As they advanced, they continually altered their weaponry attack patterns. Those formidable tanks were effortlessly sliced in half before the mechanical shockwave spheres. The second-generation fighter jets soaring in the night sky locked onto the massive iron spheres, unleashing a torrent of missiles and shells. The resultant explosions reverberated violently. Despite the onslaught of heavy firepower, only 3 mechanical shockwave spheres remained, sustaining several hits, but momentarily pausing before erupting with sound and ascending hundreds of meters into the air. They unleashed 6-meter-long, razor-sharp whips, cleaving a second-generation fighter jet in two, producing a deafening roar as it plummeted to the ground. Boom! Observing the battlefield from a distance, Wensheng's countenance darkened considerably. In just 3 minutes of engagement, according to his aide's report, they had lost 60 heavy armored tanks and 3 second-generation fighter jets. The enormity of the losses inflicted immense pain upon Wensheng. At that moment, the only glimmer of hope on the battlefield was the 3 mechanical beasts. Despite the relentless barrage of missiles, shells, and rocket launchers, one of the spherical mechanical monsters emitted a flurry of sparks from its red center, indicating it had sustained severe damage. Its trajectory on the ground became increasingly unstable. Good. Open fire, Wensheng commanded. If we can capture even one of those mechanical monsters, all our losses will be justified. Inform the frontline soldiers to spare no effort. Let those 3 mechanical beasts witness the might of the Wa League. As soon as Wensheng issued his command, he beheld a scene that filled him with despair through his night vision binoculars. The injured mechanical monster revealed sharp gears on its exterior and leaped high into the air, rotating violently as it descended towards the ground. In just 3 seconds, it had burrowed halfway into the earth. A sense of helplessness washed over Wensheng. How could they combat this? They had barely managed to injure one mechanical monster amidst their concentrated firepower, and now that creature could simply burrow underground to escape. He stood frozen in place until the wounded mechanical shockwave sphere completely vanished beneath the surface. His mouth agape, he licked his already parched lips. How could they continue? They could not match it in combat, and even when injured, it could flee without a trace. Wensheng's left fist slammed against the tempered glass window in frustration. Damn it! It can dig underground. It's escaped. Chapter 080. The 4 major families of northern Myanmar begin to panic. General 1. We have already deployed 60,000 troops. Now, there are less than half of them left on the battlefield. The loss of heavy artillery has exceeded 1/3. Our Wa alliance has suffered severe casualties. As General Wen listened to his adjutant's report on the battlefield losses, he could no longer maintain his composure. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "How dare that despicable dragon country do this? Liu Yifeng is still unreachable. Are they refusing to negotiate with us, the Wa alliance?" The adjutant shook his head. His face drained of color, and said in a hollow tone, "The dragon country still refuses to contact us. General 1, they have abandoned negotiations. We should retreat. Flee to another country. There may still be a chance to rise again." Wensheng seized his collar, glaring at the adjutant who had followed him for over a decade. "What did you say? You want me to be a coward? Do you realize what you are saying? As a part of the Wa alliance, how dare you utter such words? Do you believe I want to end your life right now?" In a fit of rage, Wensheng drew his sidearm and pressed the barrel against the adjutant's temple, his expression akin to a dying beast making one last desperate struggle. At that moment, the adjutant's eyes reflected despair. He spoke in a flat tone, "General 1, I fear death. In this battle, we have yet to see the enemy and have already lost half of our troops and equipment. I watch as my men perish under the bombardment. It pains my heart. They have followed us all this way. Is there any point in continuing this battle with no hope of victory?" Wensheng, in that moment, resembled a gambler with only a few chips left, eyes wide and bloodshot. "Ah!" he shouted, slamming his sidearm into the ground to vent his frustration. "Cursed dragon country, detestable Liu Yifeng. Since you offer no path for the Wa alliance to survive, neither shall Wang Yu and the others escape from northern Myanmar. Bring in Liu Hishi and have him act now. Eliminate those 6 dragon country individuals." Indeed, a quarter of the northern Myanmar region had already been crushed by the mechanical explosive spiral spheres. Along the route of attack, apart from large assault weapons, heavy armored tanks, and second-generation fighters, most areas were devastated by the shells and missiles of the Wa alliance. For those mechanical explosive spiral spheres, only the torrential pear blossom needles were employed. Some areas still housed Dragon Country citizens, and to ensure their safety, the 50,000 steel needles were laced with anesthetics, converted from poison by a skilled craftsman. This also ensured the safety of the Dragon Country civilians. In contrast, the Wa Alliance, armed with rocket launchers and AK-47s, faced no such reservations. During the process of cutting through and destroying numerous heavy armored vehicles, they effortlessly crushed everything in their path. Fortunately, those areas had not suffered extensive artillery attacks. In the case of one mechanical explosive spiral sphere being damaged, the remaining two converged, moving in parallel and at great speed. One had already approached Lu Hushi's lavish estate, causing a tremor within its walls. The servants and guards began to panic, rushing outside, only to see the red lights in the night not far away. Screams and shouts filled the estate as Lu Hushi, the smiling tiger, hid in the room where Wang Yu and the sixth person were held, a revolver in hand. Anxiously watching the butler still on the phone. What is the situation? Have you contacted Ambassador Lu from the Dragon Country? The butler nodded, handing the satellite phone to Lu Hushi. Hello, is this Lu Yifeng? If you want Wang Yu and the others to live, you must order that mechanical monster to cease its attack. Otherwise, I will pull the trigger. Lu Yifeng's voice came through the phone, stern and commanding. Lu Hushi, calm down. If anything happens to Wang Yu and the others, you will bear the consequences. With a trembling voice, Lu Hushi shouted into the satellite phone, I don't care. You must halt that mechanical monster's advance, or we all perish together. I'm willing to trade 1 for 6. After all, death is certain. He gave them 1 minute to consider. Hearing the chaos outside and the red lights drawing closer, he could no longer maintain his composure or laughter. At this critical moment of life and death, the arrogance of the past evaporated. He aimed his gun at Wang Yu and the others. Having previously warned Wen Sheng against opposing the Dragon Country, the best course was to flee to another nation, where they might find the opportunity to rise again. 7 or 8 minutes earlier, upon receiving the news, he had already contemplated escape. However, he was fully aware that over 100,000 troops awaited them outside the northern Myanmar border, ensuring their capture was inevitable. The Dragon Country's southern campaign aimed ruthlessly to uproot the 4 major families and the Wa Alliance. Yet, the obstinate Wen Sheng disregarded his counsel, determined to confront the Dragon Country head-on. Was this not a path to self-destruction? Now, Wang Yu and the other 6 presented his last chance for survival. He watched as the butler produced a vibrating phone, urgently stating, Sir, it's an emergency call from the Wa Alliance. Answer it. Lu Hushi shouted in a panic. A serious voice resonated from the other end, issuing commands. Master Lu, General Wen orders you to kill Wang Yu and the other 6 from the Dragon Country immediately. Lu Hushi scoffed. If it weren't for Wen Sheng's obstinacy, how would we find ourselves in this predicament? The family I have spent my life building will cease to exist tonight. At that moment, he felt no fear toward Wen Sheng, only deep-seated resentment. He despised the disaster Wen Sheng had brought upon the northern Myanmar region. He loathed his tyrannical ways, which had long suppressed the 4 major families and extorted their protection fees. Now, even their personal safety was not guaranteed. Do you take me for a fool? They are my only chance of survival, a situation created by your Wa Alliance. Do you still wish to drag the 4 major families to their doom? Lu Hushi ground his teeth and declared, I refuse to comply. Chapter 081. A dire situation, Lu Hushi's final struggle. A low, somber voice resonated through the phone from Wen Sheng. Humph. Hushi, when did you muster such audacity? How dare you defy my orders? Have you forgotten how you ascended to the position of head of the Lu family? Lu Hushi approached the phone, gripping the satellite device in one hand. He instructed the butler to keep an eye on the red light flickering outside, a look of relief washing over his face. Wen Sheng, you alone are responsible for the current predicament, yet you remain oblivious. You are in no position to threaten me while you struggle to save yourself. Yes, were it not for your underhanded schemes and coercion, I would never have claimed the position of family head. But what does that matter now? Without the financial backing of our 4 prominent families, what strength would you possess, Wen Sheng? Speaking of such matters is futile now. Your greatest blunder was leaving Wang Yu and the others in my custody. Now I hold the leverage for my survival. You may await your demise. Haha. After Lu Hushi's maniacal proclamation, he abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Wen Sheng, consumed by rage, shattered the telephone in his fury. Deploy a second-generation fighter jet to attack the Lu estate. I want Lu Hushi dead. On a nondescript mountaintop near the border of northern Myanmar, a team led by Jiang Hua was diligently operating a mechanical explosive vibrational sphere when Zhengjia's phone vibrated softly. Upon seeing the incoming call from Ambassador Lu Yifeng, he swiftly answered. Commander, what are your orders? Switch to speaker. Let Jiang Hua take the call. Jiang Hua relinquished control of the mechanical sphere to another team member and approached Zhengjia. Captain Jiang, is the mechanical explosive vibrational sphere nearing the Lu estate? Jiang Hua reported the current situation earnestly. Commander, we are 2 kilometers away from the Lu estate. We should arrive within a minute. Ambassador Lu Yifeng's anxious voice came through. Can we achieve a swift kill of Lu Hushi within a kilometer in 3 seconds? As the leader of the southern expedition, Jiang Hua had become intimately familiar with the mechanical sphere's capabilities over the past 10 minutes of operation. Under the radar's phased array and infrared scanning, any heat-emitting target could be detected, although identifying the target remained elusive. If the target were struck by a steel needle infused with a tranquilizer, it would retain a few moments of consciousness. In such a scenario, the lives of Wang Yu and the others could be endangered. To eliminate a singular target within a kilometer, Jiang Hua understood that they must pinpoint Lu Hushi's position the moment the mechanical sphere was airborne. This would allow for a precise strike. With the immense power of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary explosive engine, this could indeed be accomplished within 3 seconds, provided Lu Hushi appeared within the sphere's field of vision. Once locked on, they could deliver a lethal blow before the target had time to react. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hua reported, Commander, as long as Lu Hushi is within sight, we can accomplish the task of swiftly eliminating him. Waiting for further commands, Jiang Hua anticipated Ambassador Lu's response. A few seconds later, Lu Yifeng's decisive order echoed through. Good. Continue operating the mechanical explosive vibrational sphere and halt 1 kilometer from the Lu estate. Await my signal. When I say Hua State Army, you shall act. Understood. Inside the Lu estate, Lu Hushi held a satellite phone in one hand and aimed a revolver at Wang Yu's head with the other. Wang Yu and 5 others were bound, their mouths gagged with cloth as they struggled against their restraints. Lu Hushi, watching the clock on the wall tick away, felt as though time was dragging mercilessly. He pressed himself against the wall, away from the window, and shouted to the butler nearby, Is that red dot still moving? Sir, it's still approaching, getting closer. As his finger trembled on the trigger, hesitating over his decision, the satellite phone rang, startling Lu Hushi to the point of almost pulling the trigger. He barked into the phone, Ambassador Lu, what are you doing? I'll count to 3. If you don't stop that mechanical beast, I'll pull the trigger. If I die, so be it. Taking 6 ambassadors from the Dragon Kingdom with me would be a considerable gain. Lu Yifeng's calm voice responded from the other end. Lu Hushi, I've ordered my men to halt their movements. The mechanical explosive vibrational sphere will soon come to a stop. Please, do not act rashly. We can negotiate. Do not harm Wang Yu and the others. Hearing this, Lu Hushi realized he had a chance to live, and his initial agitation began to dissipate. He took a deep breath, signaling the butler to observe the outside situation, contemplating how to escape northern Myanmar and what conditions he could negotiate with Lu Yifeng for a safe exit. Before he could formulate a plan, the butler's excited voice broke through. Sir, the red dot has finally stopped moving. We are saved. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, Lu Hushi shouted into the satellite phone, Ambassador Lu, I will send out 2 vehicles to leave with Wang Yu and the others. But you must dispatch a mechanical beast to escort us. Once we reach a safe location, I will release the hostages. Lu Yifeng's voice rose slightly on the other end. Humph. Lu Hushi, you are playing a clever game, yet you show no sincerity. How can I ensure Wang Yu's safety if I allow you to leave? If you turn against us, we will have no recourse. Lu Hushi responded urgently, as long as I am alive, they will live. The longer I linger in northern Myanmar, the more perilous it becomes. I have already severed ties with Wen Sheng. Continuing this stalemate is untenable. What do you propose? Lu Yifeng inwardly noted Lu Hex's knack for trouble, having provoked Wen Sheng as well. As he pondered a strategy, his assistant brought over a call from Injungjia. Jiang Hua's urgent voice came through. Commander, we spotted a second-generation fighter jet 10 kilometers away, flying rapidly in our direction, seemingly targeting the Lu estate. In this critical moment, Lu Yifeng hastily informed Lu Heshi, "What should we do?" "Look out the window. Wen Sheng has dispatched a second-generation fighter jet towards you. Only the Dragon Kingdom can protect you now. I will instruct the mechanical explosive vibrational sphere to shoot down the Wa State Army's aircraft before we negotiate." Lu Heshi was momentarily taken aback, shuffling his position slightly. Chapter 82. The defeat of the Wa Alliance and the demise of Wen Sheng. Having just severed ties with Wen Sheng, he dispatched second-generation fighter jets to eliminate him. He never anticipated Wen Sheng's swift action. Lu Heshi, taking small, hurried steps, reached the window and spotted a distant red light emitting a tremendous roar, soaring into the night sky hundreds of meters above. He recognized the familiar sound of the approaching fighter jets. Just as he exhaled in relief, the red light that had taken flight unleashed a barrage of crimson rays that flashed before his eyes, instantly enveloping him in a chilling sense of impending death. Lu Heshi cursed under his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Was that not a death ray? How dare Lu Yifeng deceive him? Turning his body, he noticed a red dot on the forehead of his oblivious butler, sending a shiver down his spine. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shoot at Wang Yu and his companions. Suddenly, a faint sound of shattering glass reached his ears. He felt a wave of coldness wash over his head, and, propelled by inertia, he staggered back 2 steps before losing consciousness. The last image in his mind was of his lifelong butler, blood gushing from his brow, as he fell toward the ground. Darkness enveloped him as he closed his eyes, marking the end of his sinful existence. The mechanical explosive spiral ball, utilizing the stormy pear blossom needles, directed its assault away from Lu Heshi and his butler, targeting the non-vital areas of all other life forms within the estate. Meanwhile, the second-generation fighter jets aimed their ground missiles at Lu's manor, racing toward their target. Suspended in the air, the mechanical explosive spiral ball spun rapidly, emitting a deafening sound as it hurtled toward the enemy missiles, calculating their trajectory with precision. It extended its long, sharp steel whip, slicing through the air and causing the ground missiles to detonate mid-flight. Upon witnessing this, the fighter pilots hurriedly adjusted their course, attempting to distance themselves from this mechanical monstrosity. Yet, a thunderous explosion erupted on the ground nearby, as another red light whirled into view before the second-generation jets. The pilot, peering through the glass, saw the massive red iron sphere in the night sky and prepared to launch a missile. However, the aircraft shook violently, and the mechanical explosive spiral ball collided with it, reducing it to mere fragments before the evacuation mechanism could even be activated, resulting in utter destruction. After rescuing Wang Yu and his companions, the remaining 2 mechanical explosive spiral balls propelled northward through the darkness. One was tasked with deploying stormy pear blossom needles from the sky, while the other engaged nearby artillery fire, coordinating their efforts. The Wa Alliance suffered another loss of 20,000 troops. On the battlefield, the Guards and Wa Alliance forces recognized the overwhelming might of the mechanical explosive spiral balls. Under the terrifying crimson rays, those who fell victim to the targeting were left with small blood holes in their foreheads, a mysterious form of attack. As they witnessed their comrades collapsing around them and the heavy armored tanks and aircraft inexplicably halting and exploding, fear gripped their hearts. They began to scream loudly, discarding their weapons and fleeing towards the distance. Within the Wa Alliance base, Wen Sheng observed the chaotic retreat of his remaining 20,000 soldiers. The morale was shattered, sealing the fate of the battle to culminate in their complete annihilation. He pounded weakly against the bulletproof glass, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. He muttered to himself, "Defeated. There's no hope left. I never imagined Long would possess such formidable weaponry. Truly terrifying. Haha, let them flee. The Wa Alliance is destined to perish tonight." Turning to the increasingly frantic command room, he closed his eyes, refraining from intervening. He reflected on the missteps that led to this catastrophic downfall. Realizing he had underestimated Longwa's resolve and the hidden technological marvels it wielded. This advanced weaponry had been unleashed against the Wa Alliance for the first time. It struck him that Longwa had truly regarded him with significance. Slowly, he reached for the pistol at his waist, only to feel a hand grasp his right arm. Opening his eyes, he saw the anxious face of his aide, who implored loudly, "General 1, we still have a chance. If we can escape, we can rise again. Let us flee before those mechanical beasts draw near." When Xing raised his arm, shaking off his aide's grip, his demeanor now one of despondency, devoid of his former confidence and arrogance. "You may escape. It's over. Wen Sheng, have not placed my bets wisely. 50,000 Wa Alliance soldiers lie dead. How can we ever rise again? Flee. Where can we go? In the presence of these mechanical beasts, where can we find refuge? Just 3. Merely 3. They have reduced our 70,000-strong army to chaos. Haha. It's utterly ludicrous. With such powerful weaponry at Longwa's disposal, what can we possibly use to resist? Can we even escape from Blue Star?" As he spoke, he drew his pistol and aimed it at his own head. "As the leader of the Wa Alliance, I shall not endure the shame of becoming a prisoner. After all these years of following me, do you not understand my character?" "No, General 1, his aide cried out, collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "We still have a chance." "No, please," the aide shouted desperately as he saw the resolute look in Wensheng's eyes. Bang! Accompanied by the aide's anguished cries, Wensheng pulled the trigger. Blood splattered from his forehead as he collapsed to the ground. Thus, the leader of the Wa Alliance, Wensheng, perished. The battlefield erupted with sparks and explosions as the Wa Alliance, having surrendered, fell under the targeting of the mechanical explosive spiral balls. Steel needles laced with sedatives struck their bodies, plunging them into unconsciousness. With Wensheng's death, the Wa Alliance descended into chaos without leadership. Many discarded their weapons and began to flee toward the borders, realizing that by relinquishing their arms, their fallen comrades would no longer bear blood holes above them. Each soldier eagerly followed suit, casting aside their weapons. The remaining forces of the Wa Alliance fell into slumber under the relentless stormy pear-blossom needles from the mechanical explosive spiral balls, losing all capacity for resistance. A few hundred seized the opportunity to escape toward the northern border, only to find themselves surrounded by the forces of Longwa and Myanmar, totaling 130,000. The mechanical explosive spiral balls continued to execute their mission. Chapter 083. Hey, the people of Myanmar have come out to clear the battlefield. In those parks, red beams of light shot forth. The guards of the 4 great families lay lifeless, their weapons cast aside, while those who surrendered fell into a stupor. In just a few minutes, the northern region of Myanmar returned to an eerie calm. Apart from the flickering flames on the ground, the wreckage of shattered tanks, and the remnants of downed aircraft, little had changed since a mere 10 minutes ago. At the border of northern Myanmar, just 2 minutes prior, Miao Shan had apprehended the remnants of over 200 Wa troops advancing towards him. From them, he gleaned the specifics of the battlefield, an atmosphere thick with fear of the red mechanical monstrosity. Yet, as he pondered what manner of mechanical beast could so decisively vanquish 70,000 fully armed Wa troops in just over 10 minutes, his respect for the Dragon Kingdom deepened. He understood all too well the prowess of the Wa troops, who had roamed northern Myanmar for more than a decade. The notion that they could vanish in such a brief span was staggering. Miao Shan shook his head, gasping at the thought of the 3 red spheres. What extraordinary alien technology had such formidable power? With so many heavy armored tanks and 7 second-generation fighter jets rendered impotent. If the Dragon Kingdom harbored malevolent intentions towards the Myanmar government forces, their ambush of 100,000 would amount to nothing more than sheep awaiting slaughter, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. As Miao Shan pondered, his subordinates began pointing into the distance, shouting in alarm. "The red lights are approaching us. This is bad. That mechanical monster won't see us as enemies, will it? It's moving faster. It shows no signs of stopping. Who speaks the Dragon Kingdom's tongue? Quickly, declare that we are their allies. Tell that mechanical beast to halt. It can't truly be charging at us. If it does, we will surely be slaughtered." "Meow, Commander. What do we do?" Think of something. Wait. We are unarmed. It shouldn't attack us. Everyone, drop your electric sticks to avoid misunderstandings. In the midst of the chaos among the Myanmar troops, Miao Shan, as commander, bellowed, "Calm yourselves. What is there to panic about? Anyone who dares speak foolishly will answer to me later." Silence. The Dragon Kingdom is our ally. They would not attack us. What are you afraid of? I am here. His commanding shout silenced the 100,000 troops who collectively discarded their electric sticks, fearfully gazing at the approaching red light, now growing ever larger. Miao Shan, feigning composure, stepped forward, struggling to steady his trembling legs as he faced the encroaching mechanical beast. He swallowed hard, feeling the shockwave rush towards him, a gust of wind striking his face. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes, awaiting the wind's departure. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld a massive metallic sphere towering 2 meters high, pulsating with red light. The surface of the sphere bore the scars of battle, pockmarked and scarred, with traces of artillery fire evident. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned what he believed to be his friendliest smile. "Sir, can you hear me? What is the situation on the battlefield? Do you require our support?" No, I mean our cooperation." Miao Shan was uncertain whether the mechanical creature could comprehend his words, yet he spoke in the gentlest tone possible. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the mechanical beast. "Hey, you people of Myanmar have come out to clear the battlefield." Miao Shan, confronted with the creature's commanding proclamation, felt no sense of impropriety. Nodding earnestly, he inquired, "Very well. Thank you for coming to inform us. We are truly honored. We shall proceed immediately to ensure the battlefield is cleared to your satisfaction, sir. Is there anything else you would like us to attend to?" On the mountaintop, wearing protective goggles, Zhang Hua observed the Myanmar officials displayed in the virtual frame, taken aback by their unexpected humility. Musing to himself about the warmth of the Myanmar people, he locked onto the foremost figure with his red targeting beam. The AI system beside him confirmed that this individual was none other than Miao Shan, the defense minister and commander of Myanmar, a man of such high standing displaying such cordiality. However, encased in the red beam, Miao Shan's heart raced with trepidation. From the fleeing Hua troops, he had already learned the dire consequences of the red beams. His calves trembled involuntarily as his subordinates distanced themselves from him, retreating from the reach of the red light. Miao Shan thought to himself that were it not for the presence of his 100,000 subordinates, he would have openly expressed his fear. The mechanical voice of Zhang Hua resonated from the vibrating sphere. "It is over." The vibrating sound followed as the machine departed from the northern Myanmar border. Miao Shan exhaled a sigh of relief, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Had it not been for a keen-eyed subordinate who caught him, he would have thoroughly embarrassed himself tonight. Another vibrating sphere notified the 30,000 armed police of the Dragon Kingdom, its tone markedly more courteous. Miao Shan commenced issuing orders for his 100,000 troops to begin clearing the battlefield. In the face of such formidable mechanical entities, he found himself devoid of earlier grievances, accepting the situation as a matter of course. Leading his troops toward the battlefield in northern Myanmar, he was struck by the eerie silence that enveloped the area. Aside from scattered flames and smoldering grass, the scene bore little resemblance to a sight of intense conflict. It appeared as if no battle had ever taken place. Miao Shan had commanded numerous campaigns, and he was well versed in the chaotic nature of warfare. In Myanmar, where warlords held sway, he had often led government forces to quell unrest in various regions. He had witnessed many battles, but none had compared to the profound stillness that now pervaded the air. Silence. It was an unsettling quietude. After battles, the air was typically thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and the cries of wounded soldiers. The atmosphere was usually laden with the stench of death, oppression, and suffering. Yet Miao Shan felt only an overwhelming void, an eerie absence of life. As he stepped onto the battlefield, gazing at the lifeless bodies, he noted a small blood hole on each forehead. Were it not for the crimson stains trickling down their brows, it would have been impossible to discern the cause of their demise. Chapter 084, The Incident Unveiled, sparked discussions among international netizens. Some individuals bore faint bloodstains upon their garments near the chest area. Upon further examination, no wounds were discovered. However, upon lifting the bodies, it became evident that the ground was stained with a considerable amount of bright red blood. A meticulous inspection revealed that the area corresponding to the heart had been penetrated. Yet, the cause of death among the Wa soldiers remained an enigma. A search of the nearby battlefield yielded no results regarding the weapon responsible for these fatal injuries, leaving Miao Shan perplexed. Deep within, his dread of the iron sphere that emitted a crimson glow intensified. This silent assault left them utterly bewildered as to how the enemy had perished. While clearing the battlefield, they apprehended the unconscious Wa soldiers and their guards. The personnel from Longwo were entrusted to the care of 30,000 armed police. Miao Shan's inquiries into the Wa troops bore no fruitful information. All they could recount was a blinding white light, akin to being stung by a wasp, followed by a dizzying sensation that caused them to collapse. Thus, the joint military exercise between Longwo and Minghua concluded flawlessly. In a scenario involving the injury inflicted by a mechanical explosive spiral ball, Longwo had dismantled the warlords and 4 prominent families that had plagued northern Myanmar for over a decade without losing a single soldier. The following day, the central media reported on the incident for 5 minutes. The 4 prominent families in northern Myanmar paid a heavy price under the joint crackdown of both nations. The transnational fraudulent activities of these criminals received due retribution, thanks to the valiant efforts of 30,000 armed police. 7,000 citizens of Longwo were rescued and returned to the embrace of their homeland. Moreover, during this southern expedition, the advanced technology firm, Kongyu Technology, provided cutting-edge weaponry to the armed police, ensuring that no harm befell the brave officers during their operations. With a commitment to technological innovation and excellence, Kongyu Technology emerged as a leading tech company in Longwo, compensating for the nation's deficiencies. The news broadcast by the central media triggered extensive discussions among netizens. The fraudulent zone in northern Myanmar has finally been eradicated. The southern expedition rescued so many people. Families devastated by fraud have finally found relief. 7,000 people. Have all those deceived in northern Myanmar been rescued? Longwo's actions were incredibly powerful, exacting a painful toll. This must have uprooted the 4 prominent families. The northern Myanmar zone truly deserved its fate. The amount defrauded from Longwo over the years has reached hundreds of billions. Those deceived in northern Myanmar suffered greatly. Not only were they brutally beaten, but they were also forced to borrow money from their families and acquaintances. Failure to meet the demands resulted in various forms of abuse. The dismantling of the northern Myanmar zone is immensely gratifying. The 4 prominent families committed unspeakable atrocities in their pursuit of profit, engaging in not just online fraud, but also gambling and organ trafficking. The original northern Myanmar zone was a precursor to the Golden Triangle, where various warlords engaged in illicit trade. After drug trafficking was curtailed, they merely shifted their industry. The essence remains unchanged. Why does Kongyu Technology sound so familiar? Isn't it the company that developed the mechanical dog? As the topics of discussion among netizens shifted, Kongyu Technology garnered renewed attention. The central media specifically highlighted Kongyu Technology's significant role during the southern expedition. Longwo netizens began to speculate. Isn't Kongyu Technology based in Jiangning City? I remember them as a toy manufacturing company. How did they transform into a high-tech firm? A toy company? Don't be ridiculous. A company capable of producing cutting-edge mechanical dogs would hardly stoop to making toys. Could the weapons provided by Kongyu Technology be mechanical dogs? The warlords in northern Myanmar must have had an army of tens of thousands. Surely Kongyu Technology supplied thousands of mechanical dogs, with the central media naming them. Kongyu Technology is bound to soar. While Longwo netizens engaged in fervent discussion, a video surfaced on international forums depicting footage from the joint armed police exercises in northern Myanmar. The video, presented from the first-person perspective of the Wa soldiers, comprised multiple segments. As the video emerged, its viewership skyrocketed, dominating various live-streaming platforms. Discussions surrounding the large iron sphere surged dramatically. Longwo has obtained extraterrestrial technology. The advent of such weaponry has disrupted military assessments on Planet Blue. The power of the mechanical explosive spiral ball is hundreds of times greater than that of the mechanical dog. It has been confirmed that Longwa scorched extraterrestrial beings on the far side of the moon. Longwa no longer adheres to a path of peaceful development. It intends to dominate Planet Blue. The Pentagon will surely have a sleepless night. What is this large iron sphere? It's like the eye of a demon. Utterly terrifying. Those expressions of despair on the WA soldiers reflect that this weapon is synonymous with fear. That red death ray, who is it aimed at? With such weaponry emerging, I feel left behind in this era. Under Longwa's leadership, will the cosmic civilization of Planet Blue evolve to level 2? That red demon eye can hover, spin, and even burrow underground, truly without weakness. 3 were enough to incapacitate an army of 100,000. Utterly dominating the battlefield with no means of defense. With the emergence of extraterrestrial weaponry, it appears no nation will dare to provoke Longwa in the future. Xiaoxiba netizen, what demon eye? It's merely a smokescreen released by Longwa. Could such exaggerated maneuvers, defying Newton's laws, even be plausible? A several-ton iron sphere can't be launched into the air without violating the 3 fundamental laws of physics. Newton would surely rise from his grave. Xiao Rizi netizen. What Longwa has unveiled becomes increasingly sci-fi. This resembles something out of their novels about blood droplets. Have they merely imagined this after reading their Xinxia novels? Furthermore, it's nighttime. Employing wires and steel cables could achieve this. Could the blogger have pilfered a sci-fi film from Longwa and posted it on the forum for attention? A San netizen. Longwa dares to film what we wouldn't even consider. How frustrating. A large iron sphere can fly. I'll drink the Ganges dry. Luo to a netizen. I wonder what our prince thinks. Why are we not purchasing such advanced equipment? Everyone, please hold on. Once we acquire confirmation from Longwa, we will know the truth. Chapter 085. The Pentagon holds a meeting. Confident participants. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom remarked, "Are you envious? Are you jealous?" Meanwhile, they are still busy making films. What accomplishments can those up there boast of besides slandering us? All they do is chatter. When the mechanical explosive spiral ball is deployed in your country, then you will know the truth. Eagle Sauce netizens responded, "Huh? We, the Eagle Sauce, possess the most advanced technology on Blue Star. This weapon seems too far-fetched. Even we wouldn't dare to dream of it. Just producing images to deceive. What bold imagination from the Dragon Kingdom. One glance from a red ray, and you're done for? Now that's audacious. Is this supposed to be a laser attack?" Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom fired back. "Eagle Sauce, you can keep your fantasies. Has the Dragon Kingdom not produced tangible results before? Keep flapping your gums, and watch out for your space station satellites. If we block your path in space, we might just clip the wings of your satellites." Haha. Within the Pentagon's Defense Office, Defense Minister Eli was anxiously awaiting the analysis of the video by professionals. The footage depicted the operations in northern Myanmar. Upon receiving information, he urgently convened a national security preparedness meeting. He surveyed the various department members already seated in the conference room, his face drawn, hands resting on the table before him. He pulled up a relatively clear image of the mechanical explosive spiral ball and spoke gravely. "Ladies and gentlemen, the technological breakthroughs from the Dragon Kingdom are far more severe than we imagined. If we allow the Dragon Kingdom to continue on this path, our Eagle Sauce's over a century of dominance on Blue Star will come to an end." Eli then turned his gaze towards Frank, the Minister of New Technologies, and inquired with a heavy tone, "Frank, based on our advanced scientific knowledge, what is your assessment of the mechanical explosive spiral ball? Is it genuine? Can such technology be realized with our capabilities?" Frank, well acquainted with the advanced technologies on Blue Star and possessing secret files on extraterrestrials from Area 51, was regarded as an absolute authority on all technological matters among Blue Star inhabitants. He fixed his gaze on the enormous iron sphere suspended in the air, its red glow flickering, and disdainfully remarked, "This iron sphere weighs several tons. The power system required to elevate it does not exist on Blue Star. Only the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine, which was merely a concept over 30 years ago, could achieve this. The New Technologies Department had, 3 years prior, determined that the challenges inherent in developing a hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine were insurmountable with the current technological level on Blue Star. We abandoned the project 3 years ago. Such an engine is utterly unattainable. With a confident expression, Frank delved deeper into thought. Increasingly convinced that the mechanical explosive spiral ball was merely a product of imitation by the Dragon Kingdom, employing impossible technologies to undermine their economy. Minister, do you not perceive this as a conspiracy by the Dragon Kingdom? It mirrors our dealings with the Soviet Union half a century ago. Following Frank's analysis, everyone present, except for Eli, nodded in agreement, some vocalizing their support. I believe Frank's analysis is correct. This old trick from the Dragon Kingdom lacks innovation. It's merely a tactic we've seen before. How laughable that the Dragon Kingdom would attempt such a ploy. Haha, they think we're fools. Do they really believe we would fall for it? Minister Abbey, this technology, which exists solely in extraterrestrial realms, is non-existent on Blue Star. Was it truly necessary to convene an emergency meeting? Indeed. Minister, you seem to be overreacting. It feels as though you're scaring yourself. Are we to believe that the project we abandoned could ever be realized by the Dragon Kingdom? Suddenly, the previously serious atmosphere of the meeting lightened with Frank's banter, and the attendees appeared much more at ease, jesting about the Dragon Kingdom's audacity. Eli, presiding over the meeting, felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu. These individuals exhibited no sense of crisis whatsoever. He quickly rapped 3 times on the table with a small hammer. Quiet down. We have yet to confirm the authenticity of the video, and you're already celebrating. Have you forgotten the incident with the mechanical dogs in the Liaga region? What many believe to be impossible, the Dragon Kingdom managed to produce. As Eli spoke, his expression grew somber. The Eagle Sauce had dominated Blue Star for over a century, maintaining a superior posture towards other nations. They boasted the largest fleet of aircraft carriers and once held the title of maritime overlords. The F-22 fighter jets reigned supreme in the skies. Yet, despite having suppressed the Dragon Kingdom in both technological and economic spheres for half a century, they had failed to halt its rise. The era of Eagle Sauce's unilateral dominance on Blue Star had come to an end, and Eli, as defense minister, was deeply troubled. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom could no longer be dismissed. Every morsel of information warranted attention. There was no such thing as being overly cautious. Frank, seemingly oblivious, maintained his confident demeanor and pointed at the red ray on the screen, laughing. Haha, Minister Eli, there must be limits to our caution. We cannot exaggerate the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. We, the Eagle Sauce, remain the sole superpower on Blue Star. Observe those details from the video. The red ray is merely infrared, emitted through phased array radar targeting. It does not possess any offensive capability. Thus, this is merely a scheme from the Dragon Kingdom. Eli furrowed his brow at Frank's words. He wished that the situation matched Frank's analysis. However, a nagging sense of foreboding lingered within him. He believed that the Dragon Kingdom was investing significant effort into this endeavor, ostensibly to intimidate other nations. Such actions seemed unnecessary and offered no tangible benefits to the Dragon Kingdom. Turning his gaze to the technical personnel, he inquired, "What is the status of the analysis? What are the results?" The technician, having paused their keystrokes, glanced at the data displayed on the screen and responded, after 3 rounds of confirmation. "We can assert that this video contains no synthetic elements. Every image in the video is authentic." Chapter 086. Analyzing the situation. Preparing to sanction Kongyu technology. After the technical personnel concluded their report, the meeting room fell into a profound silence once more. Frank, who had raised his hand, found his right hand frozen in the air. Softly, he murmured, "How is this possible?" His face flushed crimson. Thoroughly disgraced, he felt the sting of reality. Struggling to regain composure, he abruptly rose from his seat, directing his inquiry solely towards the technical team. "How did you arrive at this analysis? Are you certain? Can you confirm it thrice?" In response to Frank's furious outburst, Minister Eli, who presided over the meeting, rapped his wooden gavel against the table, producing a jarring sound. Thud, thud, thud. With a gaze as cold as ice, he fixed his eyes on Frank, halting his disruptive antics. "The facts are laid bare before you, Frank. Cease your foolish behavior. Do you find any amusement in this? Reluctantly, Frank muttered to himself as he resumed his seat. How can this be? The hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine was developed by Longhua. The technology we deemed impossible has indeed been realized by them. Can anyone assure me that this is true? Crushed by the revelation, Frank slumped back into his chair, seemingly drained of all strength, choosing to surrender completely. Observing this, Minister Eli inhaled deeply, disheartened that the very scenario he feared had come to fruition. Faced with Longhua's advancements in science and technology, he felt utterly powerless to maintain the flow of the meeting. He spoke again. The emergence of the hydrogen-oxygen rotary detonation engine is of paramount importance. It is evident that Longhua has already integrated it into their sixth-generation aircraft. Our time is running short, my fellow Americans. This groundbreaking progress will erode our advantages in both aviation and ground forces. This is a consequence none of us wish to witness. Eli then shifted the image on the large screen, revealing a precise emblem, the logo of Kongyu Technology. Through his analysis of news reports regarding Longhua, he surmised that the mechanical detonation spirals were indeed products of Kongyu Technology. The existence of such a high-tech company in Longhua had captured his utmost attention. After 2 clandestine operations involving high-level spies, they had acquired crucial information, albeit at the cost of 2 invaluable CIA operatives. Kongyu Technology, a fledgling enterprise founded merely 6 years ago, was under the effective control of Zhou Yang. Under his leadership, the company had astonishingly evolved within a few short years into a high-tech firm capable of producing mechanical dogs and detonation spirals. The specifics regarding the technology Kongyu had secured remained elusive. Minister Eli pressed a button, causing the image to transition to a photograph of Zhou Yang. He proceeded with his introduction. According to our intelligence, this individual is the key figure behind the development of the mechanical detonation spiral. Under Zhou Yang's guidance, Kongyu Technology transformed from a modest startup into a prominent high-tech firm in Longhua. Initially, Kongyu was relatively obscure until the Longhua military's discovery propelled it into the limelight. The imagination and creativity of Longhua had surpassed our expectations. Everyone in the room took note. The officials gasped in unison, acknowledging that this was the president of Kongyu Technology, responsible for producing revolutionary products. However, Zhou Yang's youthful visage, appearing to be in his early 20s, led to skepticism. One voice rose above the others, questioning, "Minister Eli, are you certain this is the individual who developed the mechanical detonation spiral? It seems improbable. He looks like a mere student. How could he have engineered such formidable war machinery?" In the eyes of the elevated officials, such an advanced weapon would typically be the result of a collaborative effort among various departments in Longhua, spearheaded by numerous research teams and esteemed academicians over decades. How could it possibly be the work of someone so youthful? Eli, striking his gavel to silence the murmurs, reminded them how much effort had gone into uncovering Kongyu Technology's details. He, too, found it hard to believe that the head of such a company could be so young. Nonetheless, the reality was undeniable. The pressing issue now lay in how to impede the progress of Kongyu Technology. Among those seated was Mitchell, the CIA director, who had harbored a grudge against Kongyu Technology after losing 2 capable spies in their operations. He interjected with fervor, "Minister, Belinda has already been apprehended by Longhua's intelligence agency. Their vigilance towards us is intensifying, making it increasingly challenging to execute effective operations. Enticing their chief engineer would be exceedingly difficult. I propose we target their president and hardware instead." Eli's interest was piqued, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. "Director Mitchell, do you have any promising suggestions?" A confident smile graced Mitchell's face. Since receiving the plan against Kongyu Technology, he had been leading intelligence efforts across various avenues, gathering information about Kongyu and analyzing its connections. He began to articulate, "Our relentless investigation has revealed that the president of Kongyu Technology is currently in Africa. We could deploy the Marine Corps to issue a global warrant for Zhou Yang's assassination." Mitchell paused, glancing at General Brandt beside him, his expression serious as he continued. "Through our comprehensive investigation of Kongyu Technology, We discovered that their semiconductor components are sourced from a minor Japanese semiconductor company. We could exploit this to our advantage, either persuading the Japanese company to cease supplies to Kongyu Technology or sabotaging the semiconductor components, resulting in significant losses for them. Minister Eli sat up straight, hastily inquiring, "Is Kongyu Technology aware that their semiconductor components originate from Japan?" Mitchell shook his head. "They are likely unaware. The Japanese company had acquired a shell company in Longwa for sales." "Minister, you are well aware of the relationship between Japan and Longwa." Chapter 087. Do not forget your identity. Let it be known to Kongyu Technology that if a company named Zyorigy provides them with semiconductor components, they will undoubtedly refuse. They are currently unaware of this information, and our operational space is vast. Ailey finally displayed a smile, contemplating the possibilities against Kongyu Technology. Since Kongyu Technology cannot be bought off, we can suppress them using these two crucial pieces of information. Nodding, he expressed his approval to Mitchell. "Excellent. The CIA's intelligence capabilities are commendable, far more reliable than those of Thomas from the Foreign Ministry." As Ailey spoke, he glanced at the grim-faced Thomas, offering him no favor, then turned back to Mitchell with a smile, stating, "Now we can approach Kongyu Technology from these two angles. I will first contact the relevant personnel at Zyorigy. Mitchell, you will subsequently devise a sanction plan against Kongyu Technology." He then directed his gaze towards General Brand, issuing another task. "General Brand, initiate a global manhunt for Zhou Yang under the Eagle's authority. Locate him in Africa's military bases and dispatch elite Marines to hunt him down, regardless of the cost. Ensure he cannot return to Longwa." Ailey finally glimpsed a ray of hope. The president of Kongyu Technology, Zhou Yang, was untouchable within Longwa, but dealing with him in the chaos of Africa would be far simpler. He contemplated numerous methods to confront Zhou Yang. Brand immediately rose from his seat, inquiring about the specifics. "Sir, upon locating Zhou Yang, how shall we proceed? Should we arrest him or eliminate him?" Brand was utterly confident that once they discovered Zhou Yang's whereabouts, there would be no escape from the Eagle's grasp. They had military bases in Africa, making the task of dealing with one individual quite manageable. The defense minister, resting his chin on his hand, contemplated briefly before responding. If possible, attempt to arrest him. If arrest proves impossible, proceed with elimination. All decisions should be made based on the specific situation. You have the authority to decide. Understood. After Ailey briefed them on some details, the urgent meeting concluded. An operation targeting Zhou Yang and Kongyu Technology was set in motion. Meanwhile, the Pentagon became increasingly bustling with activity. Before long, Mitchell, having received his orders, connected to a multinational video conference with Zyorigy's personnel. As Mitchell opened the video link, he was met with the sight of two diminutive figures clad in formal suits, respectfully kneeling before the screen. Their faces bore obsequious smiles as they exchanged pleasantries with Mitchell. One of the individuals was Yuzhang Uchikara from the Foreign Ministry. "Mr. Mitchell, upon receiving a call from Defense Minister Ailey, I immediately reached out to you. It is our honor to collaborate with you, Mr. Mitchell. On behalf of Zyorigy, I welcome your leadership in this meeting." Mitchell, the director of the CIA, was accustomed to the sycophantic demeanor of Zyorigy, who had effectively become their subordinate, even a means of securing their future. They continually harvested Zyorigy's wealth while maintaining a subservient attitude, leading Mitchell to question the inherent inferiority complex of Zyorigy's nation. He did not offer a warm reception even to Uchikara, who was a foreign minister, interrupting him to cut straight to the point. "Ailey has already briefed you on the matter, so I shall not repeat it. Is the person beside you Murakami K from Kitamura Electronics?" Upon being named, the other Zyorigy individual straightened up, excitement illuminating his expression. "Yes, Mr. Mitchell. How may we assist you? Our company will certainly comply with your directives." Kitamura Electronics ranks among the top 3 companies in Zyorigy, producing various high-end electronic products and components, with semiconductor devices being just one of their offerings. Mitchell inquired, "Have you sold your JP3 semiconductor components to a company called Kongyu Technology in Longwa?" "Kongyu Technology?" Murakami instinctively responded, recalling the company. especially since it had recently placed substantial orders for semiconductor components from their shell company. He had heard of them, although he was not intimately familiar. Nodding, he replied, "Yes." "Mr. Mitchell, is this task related to that company?" Mitchell's cold voice emerged. "You do not need to inquire about the specifics. Can you manipulate the JP3? Murakami exhibited a puzzled expression. Why was Kongyu technology attracting such attention from the CIA director? After conducting an investigation, he found that it was merely a small enterprise within Longhua. Why would it provoke such a targeted response from the Eagles? Hesitating, he respectfully replied, "Yes, we can." Mitchell finally allowed a hint of a smile to surface. "Excellent. This task is of significant importance to the minister. You must ensure that the JP3 semiconductor components are equipped with explosive devices that can be detonated remotely." Murakami's eyes widened in shock. Was this an act of terrorism within Longhua? If they caused the semiconductor components to explode, the ramifications would be catastrophic, potentially resulting in casualties. Their company would no longer be able to sell anything in Longhua and could even provoke retaliation. Even Uchikura, who had remained silent until now, straightened his posture. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his face displayed uncertainty as he quickly spoke. "Mr. Mitchell, if Longhua discovers this, they will harbor even greater animosity towards us. It would also jeopardize the fragile economic trade we have established there. I need to discuss this with President Abe." Mitchell, with an air of superiority, interrupted Uchikura's words. With a cold scoff, he declared, "Humph. Such a simple task requires me to guide you. You can always claim it was an unfortunate accident afterward. Surely you can fabricate something. Besides, your relationship with Longhua will never improve. Remember your identity." Chapter 088. The Dragon Nation awards aerospace technology. Following the completion of the Southern Expedition mission, the government of Myanmar, with the assistance of the Dragon Nation, successfully reclaimed the long-contested northern region of Myanmar. The foreign minister of the Dragon Nation, Liu Yifeng, engaged in post-war discussions regarding the distribution of interests with Myanmar's leader, Baman. After several rounds of negotiations, a consensus was reached between the two nations. The northern region was recognized as belonging to the Myanmar government, while the mining rights to all mineral resources in the area were granted to the Dragon Nation. It was acknowledged that the success of the Southern Expedition was largely due to the strength of the Dragon Nation, allowing Myanmar to regain control. The Myanmar government did not contest the ownership of the mining resources, as their military did not incur any casualties during the expedition. The military district of the Dragon Nation also resolved the issue concerning Toffee Stone. Both countries benefited from this arrangement. In Jiangning City, the Minister of Armaments, Liao Wu, donned in casual attire, arrived at aerospace technology accompanied by a dozen soldiers, bringing with him the damaged mechanical vibration spiral ball. He also carried several tasks from the military district. Upon meeting the esteemed master craftsman and his assistant, Tong Huan, he greeted them with a broad smile and initiated discussions. After taking a seat, Liao Wu turned his gaze toward the master craftsman, saying, "Master craftsman, I must trouble you to repair the mechanical vibration spiral ball and also produce 10 additional units. Surely, this poses no challenge?" The master craftsman, having examined the damaged mechanical device, noted the significant damage to the power system. With a stoic demeanor, he replied, "Have you been conducting missile tests with this? It's in a deplorable state. The level of damage exceeds 50%. The repair cost will amount to 5 million. If you provide Toffee Stone, each mechanical vibration spiral ball will cost 20 million, totaling 205 million. Liao Wu, observing the master craftsman's unyielding expression, felt buoyed by the accolades he had received for the flawless execution of the Southern Expedition. In a light-hearted manner, he jested, "Master craftsman, considering our history of collaboration, let us waive the small change this time." To Liao Wu's surprise, the master craftsman sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "Waive the fee. You intend to take advantage of aerospace technology. We adhere to principles of integrity, and our earnings are hard-won. How can you, a high-ranking military official, bargain like this? You lack the authority of a leader." The master craftsman's pained expression left Tong Huan wide-eyed. She was acutely aware of the profit margins associated with the mechanical vibration spiral balls. Each sale yielded a net profit of 5 million, totaling 50 million for 10 units. This was equivalent to the entire annual income of aerospace technology. She had not anticipated such steadfastness from the master craftsman in the context of a large project. Previously, she had managed smaller projects, but now she recognized the master craftsman's newfound assertiveness in financial matters, likely influenced by Zhou Yang. Major clients in the realm of high-tech products typically do not quibble over trivial sums. Witnessing the master craftsman's fervor, Liao Wu quickly interjected, all right. We will adhere to the price you set, master craftsman. Additionally, I bring news of subsidies from the Dragon Nation for your aerospace technology." Clearing his throat, Liao Wu produced the relevant documents and handed them to Tong Huan. As she perused the contents of the documents, her expression transformed into one of astonishment, alleviating some of Liao Wu's earlier frustrations. He spoke with an air of triumph, in recognition of aerospace technology's breakthroughs in technology that have significantly enhanced our weaponry. The upper echelons of the Dragon Nation have decided to exempt you from 20% of your taxes for research purposes. Furthermore, we will provide you with advanced laboratories for scientific experimentation, and the military district will grant annual military subsidies for your weaponry research. Tong Huan, absorbing the multitude of favorable policies, felt her breath quicken. The Dragon Nation's generosity towards aerospace technology was astonishing, particularly the substantial economic support. The tax exemption alone suggested an additional income of several tens of millions annually. With the provision of laboratories and military funding, it was evident that the Dragon Nation placed immense importance on aerospace technology. Minister Liao, I'm not sure what our aerospace technology needs to do. Tong Huan began, but Liao Wu interrupted, understanding her intent. There is no requirement for you to do anything specific. Just ensure that when you develop any products, you collaborate with our military district immediately. Should you encounter technical challenges, feel free to consult with military advisor Zhao Tai. Additionally, in terms of energy minerals, you will receive priority supply. Tong Huan was taken aback. The prospect of receiving such extensive benefits from the Dragon Nation without any obligations was nothing short of extraordinary. All right. Thank you, Minister Liao. The two parties continued discussing specific details. Meanwhile, on a highway near the industrial park in Jiangning City, a large truck was transporting a load of precision semiconductor components, emblazoned with the name Lida Technology, heading toward aerospace technology. Lida Technology was a shell company purchased by the North Village Electronics in the Dragon Nation. At that moment, the highway was congested due to rush hour traffic, with the truck driver incessantly honking to urge the vehicles ahead to move. Accompanying him was another large truck laden with flammable and explosive chemical materials. As the driver watched the traffic ahead, he slammed on the brakes but was unable to stop in time, crashing into the vehicle in front. The inertia caused his truck to sway before gradually coming to a halt, but the front of the vehicle had already collided with another truck, igniting flames. Panic-stricken, the driver leapt from his seat, hurriedly retrieving the fire extinguisher to douse the flames. However, the fire spread uncontrollably, and he discarded the extinguisher, shouting in alarm, "Everyone, run. I'm carrying chemical fuels that will explode. Hurry, run." The truck driver's frantic cries sent waves of panic through the nearby motorists, who scrambled from their vehicles. Witnessing the intensifying flames and the flammable hazard symbols on the truck, they fled in terror, abandoning their beloved cars. The driver transporting the semiconductor components for aerospace technology also disregarded the high-value technology products in the chaos. Chapter 089. A major incident occurs in Jiangning City. Amidst the chaos, a mass exodus ensued as people fled from the scene. The driver of a chemical materials truck, witnessing the unfolding disaster, realized he could no longer contain the spreading flames. In a desperate bid to minimize casualties, he ran while shouting loudly to alert nearby vehicle owners. Mere seconds later, the congested highway erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The chemical materials truck finally succumbed to the flames and detonated. As the hazardous materials leaked, a vast inferno spread across the ground, radiating outward from the truck. The flames surged towards the vehicles of Lida Technology with blinding speed, leaving those escaping in the distance unable to comprehend the unfolding horror. Soon, A torrent of flames engulfed the transport vehicles of Litai technology. Boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds echoed in rapid succession. The fire spiraled out of control, extending over 30 meters of the highway. The enormous explosion propelled Litai Technology's truck high into the air, leaving it shattered into pieces. Green semiconductor components scattered like confetti across the pavement. Even more terrifyingly, upon hitting the ground, these semiconductor fragments detonated under the pressure, unleashing a cacophony of explosions reminiscent of festive fireworks. A chain reaction ensued, spiraling the scene into utter chaos. The highway transformed into a sea of flames, intermingled with blood-curdling screams, cries for help, and the relentless sound of explosions. Those palm-sized semiconductor pieces resembled diminutive grenades, wreaking havoc with their terrifying power. Many fleeing individuals suffered unforeseen calamities as the shrapnel ricocheted through the air, rendering several victims unconscious. The flames continued to rage, igniting nearby vehicles, creating a series of explosions that seemed never-ending. The sky was obscured by towering flames and thick smoke. Shortly thereafter, the distant wail of sirens filled the air as all firefighters in Jiangning City and almost half the ambulances rushed to the scene. Police vehicles followed closely behind. As Police Chief Zhou Yang approached, he was met with the sight of the towering inferno. Even from within his vehicle, he felt a shiver run down his spine. This was already a catastrophic explosion. Concern for the congested vehicles weighed heavily on him, as intermittent explosions made it difficult for fire trucks to maneuver. The only silver lining was that beneath this stretch of highway lay Qingyu Bay, abundant in seawater, and the explosions had not caused the road to collapse. Upon arriving at the scene, Chief Zhou immediately took charge, directing the rescue of injured individuals and using a forklift to clear the obstructing vehicles to the sides. At this moment, he could no longer afford to be overly cautious. The safety of the public was paramount. As seconds ticked by, fire trucks slowly advanced and reached the heart of the blaze. With the ability to draw seawater, firefighting efforts progressed effectively. As the flames diminished, the situation regarding the explosions finally came under control. Chief Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief. After several hours of frantic rescue efforts, the fire and explosions subsided. Zhou observed that a significant amount of liquid from the chemical materials truck had flowed into Qingyu Bay, instantly overwhelming him with dread. Qingyu Bay was a prized scenic area in Jiangning City, classified as a 4A protected lake. If it were to become contaminated with a significant quantity of chemical waste, it would deliver a devastating blow to the city, both environmentally and economically. He urgently instructed his subordinates, immediately notified Director Meng from the Environmental Protection Bureau to come and assess the situation. Inform him that Qingyu Bay may be contaminated. This is an emergency, call now. After issuing his orders, Zhou steadied himself against the railing by the highway, gazing down as dark pigments continued to seep into Qingyu Bay, his face growing ashen. The flames at the scene had been extinguished, while investigations into the cause of the explosions were simultaneously underway. Before long, numerous patrol boats appeared on the surface of Qingyu Bay. The maritime police and environmental protection agencies, alerted to the crisis, arrived promptly and surrounded the affected area to conduct sampling investigations. The waters of Qingyu Bay had turned pitch black. On board a patrol boat, the head of the Environmental Protection Bureau, Meng Baiyu, examined the water quality analysis in his hands, his expression immediately darkening. The nearby waters had suffered severe pollution. If the spread of chemical contamination was not swiftly contained, Qingyu Bay would degrade from Class 1 water quality to Class V, transforming drinkable water into toxic waste. Beside him, the recently hired Luo Cheng, noticing the water quality test strip in Meng's hand, exclaimed anxiously, "Director Meng, at this rate of spread, Qingyu Bay will be utterly ruined. What should we do now?" Meng Baiyu felt as if the ground had shifted beneath him, nearly losing his balance. He fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. The pollution of Qingyu Bay had become an undeniable reality, with vast amounts of industrial waste now contaminating its waters. Desperately, he raised his hand to observe the still dripping black liquid and hastily dialed Sue's number. "Old Sue, quickly seal off the source of the liquid leak to minimize the pollution. Hurry." Otherwise, Qingyu Bay will truly be lost. Dealing with wastewater issues is often a thankless task. Restoring Qingyu Bay to its former glory would require not only time, but also effective remediation efforts, decades, if not centuries, of painstaking work. After ending the call, Meng felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. He gazed at the darkening waters, mumbling despairingly, "It's over. It's all over." He then turned to the inquiring Luo Cheng, his voice heavy with resignation. "What can we do? What is there to be done? The chemical waste has already spread. There is no remedy left. We might as well prepare for the consequences." As a resident of Jiangning City, Luo Cheng could not bear to watch Qingyu Bay fall victim to pollution. He quickly began brainstorming solutions. "Director Meng, let us use materials to cordon off the unaffected water areas, slowing the spread. Perhaps we can salvage something." Meng Baiyu rolled his eyes in exasperation, nearly gasping for breath and frustration. "How can we block it? Young Luo, you are being utterly unrealistic. Not only are we unable to keep pace with the water flow, but even if we could, what would we use to block it? Human effort? The depth of Qingyu Bay is substantial. You know it is several dozen meters deep. What do you propose we use to intercept it? A forklift?" Chapter 090. Journalistic Reporting. Unmasking the Culprit. As Luo Cheng gazed upon the increasingly polluted waters of the lake, a sudden thought struck him. He tugged at Meng Baiyu's sleeve, exclaiming, "Wait, Director Meng. Yesterday, I purchased a water purifier from the official website of Kongyu Company. The results were astonishing. It transformed the water quality in just 3 minutes. Perhaps we could employ it to address the pollution." Meng Baiyu stared incredulously at the new recruit before him. The situation had escalated to alarming levels. Yet this young man seemed to be jesting. To suggest using a water purifier for wastewater treatment? Surely, no sensible person would entertain such an idea. His already darkened expression grew even more somber. "Oh, what do you propose? Do you intend to use thousands of purifiers to filter the water from Qingyu Bay? Barrel by barrel? Xiao Luo, your idea is dangerously unrealistic. Have you considered the practical implications? This is a critical moment, and you still find time for jest." Luo Cheng, however, shook his head in disapproval, believing Meng had misunderstood his intentions. "Director Meng, I did not propose using the purifier to treat Qingyu Bay. What I meant to convey is that since Kongyu Technology has developed this water purifier, they may possess relevant technology for wastewater management. We could inquire if they would send someone to assess the situation. Surely, that would be more productive than remaining idle here." Meng Baiyu sighed in resignation. Given the current technological capabilities of Longhua, wastewater treatment was a slow process, merely addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Restoration would take an extensive period. The structure and functionality of water purifiers had long been developed, but they merely provided localized filtration to reduce excessive metals in water, which was fundamentally different from wastewater treatment. Frustrated, Meng Baiyu retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Am I less knowledgeable about the capabilities of water purifiers than you? If these devices were effective, would the numerous polluted lakes and seas of Longhua still be in their current state? Xiao Luo, one must remain grounded and not aspire to unattainable heights. Before you voice your suggestions, think them through." Yet Luo Cheng remained resolute in his perspective. "But Director Meng, Kongyu Technology is a burgeoning high-tech company in Longhua. They might have enough." "No more," Meng Baiyu interrupted sharply. "The situation at Qingyu Bay cannot be concealed any longer. Our immediate priority is to inform Secretary Gao and have him oversee the situation." The catastrophic explosion in Jiangning City had captured the attention of the public. With reporters arriving at the scene in advance, ready to conduct interviews once the flames had been extinguished, the road was littered with wrecked vehicles and uneven surfaces, leaving behind remnants of destruction. Jiangning City journalist Xiao Tao approached the site and spotted the familiar figure of Director Su Wei. She promptly inquired, "Director Su, regarding the recent explosion incident in Jiangning City, what is the extent of the damage? The citizens are keenly interested in this matter. We arrived immediately to seek accountability from your police department." In response to the live interview, Director Su adjusted his attire, revealing a grave demeanor. "We have a preliminary understanding of this unfortunate event. Based on our initial assessments at the scene, This major explosion has resulted in the immediate death of 7 citizens, with 103 sustaining serious injuries and 352 suffering minor injuries. Through the cooperation of various departments, we have managed to contain the situation. We extend our heartfelt condolences to the families of the deceased. Upon hearing these figures, viewers at home could no longer contain their emotions, flooding the screen with comments. This is a significant traffic accident. It's utterly tragic. Who is the culprit? What caused this incident? Is the police department providing any explanations? Indeed, the truth must be revealed. We need to identify those responsible for the explosion. Xiao Tao, observing the agitated comments from viewers, turned the microphone back toward Director Su. Director Su, have you identified the individuals responsible for such a massive explosion? The public is eager for answers. Please disclose the truth. With a heavy sigh, Su replied, the cause of this accident was a chemical truck that suffered a collision, leading to an explosion. The flames then spread to a nearby vehicle transporting precision instruments, resulting in a secondary explosion. We are still investigating the specifics of the incident and will provide a satisfactory response to the public once we have conclusive results. Xiao Tao noticed 2 drivers, currently being restrained by officers while documenting the scene, and signaled to the cameraman. With microphone in hand, she rushed toward the drivers, intent on uncovering the details of the incident. Su, taken aback by the reporter's reckless pursuit of information, shouted, "Stop! There are still explosive semiconductor components nearby. Do you wish to endanger your lives? Halt them at once." However, Xiao Tao and the cameraman, possessing remarkable agility, evaded the officers' attempts to detain them and reached the 2 drivers. The arriving police quickly restrained them. Xiao Tao exclaimed, "Director Su, do you intend to conceal the truth? We reporters have the right to inform the public, and are you attempting to abuse your authority? Or is there something you wish to keep hidden?" Hearing this, Su gasped in shock. He dared not shoulder such a heavy burden. Were reporters truly this audacious nowadays? His lips quivered slightly as he turned to Xiao Tao, gravely stating, "You must be cautious with your words. Your actions are interfering with our law enforcement. This is reckless. How can you wander in such a perilous area? If another explosion were to occur, who would be responsible for your safety?" Su felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and, looking at the 2 reporters, added resignedly, "I will give you 3 minutes. Complete your interviews, and then leave." Xiao Tao flashed an OK sign to Su Wei and turned her attention to the 2 drivers involved in the major explosion. "Hello, I am Xiao Tao, a reporter from Jiangning City. Can you explain how you handled the situation when the incident occurred while you were driving on the road? Which company do you represent?" The chemical truck driver spoke up first. "I am from Hongxiang Chemicals." At that moment, After a minute, it was the turn of the driver from Litai Technology. He rubbed his cracked lips, paused for a moment, and then said, "I received a special order from Kongyu Technology to deliver goods. I had no idea the truck was loaded with explosive electronic products." Chapter 91. Did I ask you? This is how you conduct your work. 2 truck drivers elucidated the sequence of events. Information regarding Hongxiang Chemical and Kongyu Technology was swiftly unearthed by netizens, igniting widespread discontent. With the encouragement of certain individuals, it was further revealed that Kongyu Technology was situated in Jiangning City. The online audience in the television broadcast studio was incensed. How can Kongyu Technology act in such a manner, transporting hazardous electronic products without the relevant department's approval? Even if Kongyu Technology has received commendation from the central government, they must not become complacent. Transporting such perilous electronic components to factories raises grave concerns about the safety and quality of Kongyu Technology's products. Investigate. A thorough inquiry must be conducted, and Kongyu Technology ought to apologize to us, the citizens. Indeed, what does it matter if they collaborate with the military? Should they remain aloof, disregarding public safety? Some companies, once they ascend to high-tech status, neglect product quality. Transporting volatile electronic products to their facilities shows a blatant disregard for consumer safety. Kongyu Technology is a morally bankrupt enterprise. Relevant authorities must initiate an investigation to deliver justice to the citizens. Kongyu Technology must provide an explanation to the deceased. The online discourse surrounding the catastrophic explosion in Jiangning City swiftly turned its ire towards Kongyu Technology. Meanwhile, The puppeteer orchestrating this chaos was ensconced in a luxurious office in Jiangning City. The room was filled with numerous phones, all displaying news reports about Jiangning City. Standing at the center was a middle-aged man, Ding Chuan, the president of Litai Technology, who had hurried from Kyoto City. He had received a clandestine directive from Kitamura Electronics to target Kongyu Technology. Initially, his employer, Kuramoto K, had devised a plan to transport explosive semiconductor components to Kongyu Technology and remotely detonate them within the company, intending to wreak havoc on their factory. However, an unforeseen incident on the road disrupted this meticulously crafted scheme. Upon receiving a call from the drivers, he promptly devised an alternative strategy. By manipulating online sentiment, he aimed to suppress Kongyu Technology's reputation. He hastily engaged additional online influencers to tarnish Kongyu Technology's image, directing the blame for the explosion squarely upon them. Intent on leading them to disrepute in Jiangning City and even across Longhua, no matter the cost. He was determined to amplify the exposure of this explosion incident across the internet. I doubt Kongyu Technology can cleanse their name online, Ding Chuan declared while placing his hands on his hips, instructing his subordinates as he connected with Kuramoto K on the phone. Boss, the plan has been thwarted by an unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, I have already set my subordinates to malign Kongyu Technology online. Yes, the results are promising. Under our guidance, the blame has shifted to Kongyu Technology. Rest assured, they will not be able to stir any significant backlash. After all, they are merely a fledgling company. With our strength and resources, await good news. Moments later, several patrol boats appeared on the surface of Qingyu Bay Lake, heading towards the location of the pollution source, where Environmental Protection Bureau Director Meng Baiyu awaited. Director Meng eagerly gazed upon the approaching patrol boats. Aboard the lead vessel stood several individuals clad in administrative jackets. He immediately straightened his posture, anticipating their arrival, and called out with a smile, "Secretary Gao, what brings you here in person? This matter must have warranted your direct involvement." As the patrol boat drew near, Gao Xiaoyuan surveyed the now murky lake surface, his expression darkening. If I had not come, Jiangning City would be engulfed in a haze of pollution. How could you not report such a significant issue to me promptly? Speak. Gao Xiaoyuan's demeanor soured as he listened to Meng Baiyu recount the events, his brows furrowing in concern. Qingyu Bay, as a hallmark for a scenic spot of Jiangning City, held paramount importance. Any pollution or degradation would not only harm the environment, but also impede the economic development of Jiangning City, a scenario Gao Xiaoyuan wished to avert. If Qingyu Bay were to transform into a cesspool, which reputable enterprises would dare invest in a city reeking of foul waters? Such occurrences were not unheard of in Longhua. Since his appointment, Gao Xiaoyuan had placed great emphasis on protecting Qingyu Bay, even relocating certain factories away from it to prevent industrial pollution. Yet, despite his precautions, the situation had deteriorated to its current state. Now was not the time for finger-pointing. The immediate priority was to halt the spread of the wastewater. He turned to Meng Baiyu and inquired solemnly, "Is there a way to prevent this?" Meng Baiyu, beads of sweat forming on his brow, reluctantly shook his head. "Secretary Gao, the industrial waste has already spread extensively. There is no remedy." Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoyuan surveyed the downcast faces of the gathered officials. "We all understand the significance of Qingyu Bay to Jiangning City. The losses incurred from its destruction would be incalculable. We must not abandon any possibility. Let us brainstorm ways to halt the wastewater spread. Discuss." As Gao Xiaoyuan regarded the silent assembly, his final glimmer of hope began to fade. He understood that halting the wastewater's proliferation was unlikely, yet a faint hope lingered. Perhaps a solution to salvage Qingyu Bay still existed. Just as he sighed and surveyed the crowd, a young man timidly raised his hand. Curious, he inquired, "Young comrade, what is your name? What thoughts do you have? Please share them for us to discuss." The individual called upon was Luo Cheng, who had recently joined the Environmental Protection Department. Meng Baiyu, startled, quickly grasped Luo Cheng's hand and hurriedly explained, "Secretary Gao, this is Luo Cheng. He has only recently joined the department and is not yet familiar with the protocols. Please do not hold it against him. He is merely anxious. I will ensure proper management of my team upon returning." Gao Xiaoyuan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow deeper. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he adopted a stern yet authoritative demeanor and spoke gravely. Meng Baiyu, did I ask you? What time is it now? Do not engage in this nonsense. Young Luo, please share your thoughts. The insights of today's youth can be quite enlightening. Speak freely. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Luo Cheng composed himself and said, Secretary Gao, I am aware that Kongyu Technology possesses unique expertise in wastewater purification. Their water purification devices have demonstrated remarkable efficacy in treating wastewater. We could enlist their assistance. Perhaps they can offer a solution. Chapter 092. Your space technology company truly exhibits a grandiose air. Upon hearing these words, Gao Xiaoyuan, who had his hands clasped behind his back, felt a flicker of emotion cross his face. The secretary, Xiao Mei, standing behind him, leaned closer to whisper a few words in his ear, which caused Gao Xiaoyuan to display a look of hesitation. He spoke, Everyone is aware of space technology, right? As a high-tech company that has risen to prominence this year, it has garnered commendations from above. Their advancements in technology are well known, and given their production of water purifiers, they must have conducted relevant research. Therefore, we should invite space technology to take a look. At this moment, Director Meng interjected, reminding everyone that the recent news broadcast had clearly identified them as the culprit behind the explosion incident. Director Gao, the investigation into space technology is still incomplete. Acting hastily might incite discontent among the populace. Their company is currently under scrutiny, and I am concerned that this could reflect poorly on our leadership. Gao Xiaoyuan indeed harbored such concerns. The sudden rise of space technology had significantly boosted the economy of Jiangning City, propelling it to the forefront of top taxpayers. The higher-ups were closely monitoring and protecting space technology, which maintained a close collaboration with the military district. It was unlikely that space technology would be so unreliable. Nevertheless, for Gao Xiaoyuan, the primary objective was to resolve the issue of pollution spread. Any other drawbacks were secondary. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Xiaoyuan made up his mind and declared, Very well. One matter at a time. We have yet to reach a conclusion. I still place my trust in space technology. Meng Baiyu, do you have any solutions to the crisis? Meng Baiyu lowered his gaze, reminded of Litai Technology, another foreign enterprise that had come to seek investment today. They were preparing to establish a branch in Jiangning City and, like space technology, belonged to the realm of high-tech companies, especially their parent company, Beitsuan Electronics, which was among the foremost high-tech firms. Director Gao, hasn't Litai Technology arrived in Jiangning City? We could also invite them for a discussion. By combining the strengths of both high-tech companies, we might devise a viable solution. Gao Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement and instructed his secretary, Mei Zihua, who promptly departed in another patrol boat. Meanwhile, in the conference room of space technology, the attendees were engrossed in discussing the details of their agreement when a frantic executive barged in. He hurried over to Assistant Tong Huanhuan and whispered urgent news. Upon hearing the information, Tong Huanhuan leapt from her seat, her face reflecting alarm. She reproached the executive, turning to Minister Liao with an apologetic tone. Minister Liao, I must excuse myself to attend to an important guest. It's urgent. Please wait a moment. I'll be back as soon as I can. Minister Liao displayed a disdainful expression. After several hours of discussion, they were on the verge of concluding. He inquired, Wait, what guest could be so important that you abandoned such a significant contract? Assistant Tong, everything has its priorities. We are not first-time collaborators. And I have never seen you so flustered. I must know who this person is. Just as Minister Liao was about to rise, he was halted by Tong Huanhuan, who, after a moment of contemplation, revealed the identity of the visitor. Minister Liao, please don't make it difficult for me, a mere assistant. The visitor is Secretary Xiao Mei, and she claims to have urgent matters to discuss with space technology. She is waiting at the entrance, and since she is associated with Secretary Gao, it would be inappropriate for us to keep her waiting. Minister Liao straightened his casual attire, sitting back down with a serious demeanor. I arrived first, and anything of importance must wait until we finalize our agreement. Am I expected to sit idly here? Assistant Tong, this is rather inconsiderate. It's nothing to worry about. Once we conclude, I'll accompany you to meet her. Do you truly fear that Secretary Zhou May will create trouble for space technology? I doubt she would dare. Minister Liao was resolute in finishing his business first, leaving Tong Huan in a difficult position as she reluctantly resumed her seat. At the entrance of space technology, Mei Zihua had already waited for 10 minutes, frequently checking her watch. The situation at Qingyu Bay was pressing. Every passing moment exacerbated the pollution. Following Secretary Gao's orders to extend an invitation to space technology, she had personally come to wait for their representatives. To her dismay, space technology was displaying such arrogance. Despite having introduced herself and mentioned the pollution issue, they made her wait for 10 minutes, demonstrating a blatant disregard. As Secretary May paced back and forth at the entrance, anxiety etched on her face. Her impatience grew palpable. It has been far too long. Space technology is simply unreliable, showing no regard for time. Her complaints drew sympathetic smiles from the security personnel stationed at the entrance. The security guard had realized the significance of the arrival when 3 black Autos pulled up, and he was nearly unsettled when they introduced themselves. 10 minutes passed, and observing the increasingly anxious Secretary May, he dared not breathe a word. Secretary May, please hold on. The executives are currently in a meeting and should conclude shortly. Would you like to sit in the security booth while I report this again? Secretary May, taken aback, turned to the security guard. This was a matter of utmost importance for Jiangning City. She had no time to waste. It's one thing for your company not to properly entertain me, but to suggest I sit in the security booth is absurd. In my position, I am affiliated with an even more formidable company than Space Technology, whose leaders personally come to greet me. Yet here, I am met only by security. This is a blatant insult, compounded by the fact that I have been made to wait so long, having never encountered such unprofessionalism. Secretary May felt that Space Technology was grossly underestimating her presence. Just as she was about to take out her phone to report to Secretary Gao, she noticed a group approaching, laughing and chatting, further souring her already poor impression of Space Technology. As they drew closer, she exclaimed, "Your space technology company truly exhibits a grandiose air." Chapter 093, The Lake Water of Qingyu Bay. How could I have been made to wait here for over 10 minutes? Where is the person in charge from Kongyu Technology? Did we not convey the urgency of the matter? Or do you at Kongyu Technology, relying on your collaboration with the military district, look down upon our leadership? Tong Huan's face was filled with anxiety. Just as she was about to explain, she was preempted by Liao Wu, who had accompanied her. No. There is always a precedence in doing things. Do you think this aggressive demeanor is appropriate for someone seeking assistance? What is the harm in waiting for 10 minutes? Secretary Zhou May scrutinized Liao Wu, who was dressed casually. This person had distinct facial features, exuding an air of authority. Could he be the president of Kongyu Technology? She inquired, "Who are you?" Liao Wu chuckled and replied nonchalantly, "Does it really matter who I am? Don't you have urgent matters? Stop rambling. Do you even have anything to discuss?" Secretary Zhou May, uncertain of this person's identity, recalled Secretary Gao's instructions and reluctantly led the entourage from Kongyu Technology to the location at Qingyu Bay. At this moment, a considerable number of people had gathered by the side of Qingyu Bay. It turned out that the group on the lake had returned to shore, congregating to discuss feasible solutions. Upon seeing the arrival of the Kongyu Technology personnel, they all cast their gazes in their direction. Secretary Gao, who had extended the invitation to Kongyu Technology, forced a smile and offered a welcoming greeting. Among the opposing faction, Ding Chuan, the president of Litai Technology, had arrived on site ahead of time. His expression was grim as he immediately mocked, "The people from Kongyu Technology certainly have a grand attitude," showing no regard for Secretary Gao's standing. "What a show! You've kept so many of us waiting. Do you realize the immense losses that each passing minute incurs for Qingyu Bay? Can you at Kongyu Technology bear the consequences of this?" Ding Chuan launched a targeted ridicule right from the outset, placing a heavy blame on Kongyu Technology. Tong Huan's expression turned grave. During the journey, the public relations manager had informed her about the recent catastrophic explosion incident. Moreover, she was well acquainted with Ding Chuan, who was a materials supplier for Kongyu. The semiconductor components of Kongyu Technology were sourced from Litai Technology. The mastermind behind the recent catastrophic explosion had yet to be identified, but it was undoubtedly linked to Litai technology. She boldly retorted, Ding Chuan, ISNT, your company based in Kyoto? Why the rush to Jiangning City without prior notification? It would have allowed us to host you properly and spare you from consuming anything unsavory. The stench is unbearable. Ding Chuan stepped forward, anger etched on his face, and grinned maliciously. Ah, how witty. But I've heard that the recent catastrophic explosion is closely tied to your Kongyu technology. How dare you show your face here at Qingyu Bay? Meanwhile, Xiao Tao, a reporter from Jiangning City News, was conducting a live broadcast. As Ding Chuan spoke, netizens began flooding the screen with comments. They are the people from Kongyu Technology. How shameless to appear here, being the culprits. After causing such a significant incident and loss of life, how can Kongyu Technology still show their face? Provide Jiangning City with a reasonable explanation. Or get out of Jiangning City. If it weren't for the issues stemming from Kongyu Technology, would Qingyu Bay be polluted? To still have the audacity to appear is utterly shameless, maintaining a calm demeanor. How infuriating. At this moment, Gao Xiaoyuan stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, I invited you here to address the issue of lake water pollution. As for the catastrophic explosion, the relevant departments are already investigating. Now is not the time for disputes. Both companies should consider possible solutions. Of course, we will provide the necessary technical support and funding. We won't let your efforts be in vain. Please discuss feasible plans. Ding Chuan cast a resentful glance at the Kongyu Technology personnel before turning to consult with the accompanying technical staff. The chief engineer from Beitsuan Electronics, Mizutani, a recipient of the Blue Star Nobel Prize, was among them. His remarkable talents in physics and mechanical engineering were instrumental in establishing Beitsuan Electronics' current status. Ding Chuan inquired earnestly if Mizutani had a feasible solution. He believed that being able to suppress Kongyu Technology in addressing the pollution issue would be advantageous for their plan to undermine them. Mizutani assessed the situation on the surface of Qingyu Bay and spoke rapidly, prompting Liao Wu, accompanying Kongyu Technology, to glare intently at the Litai Technology Group and mutter a few curses. How could there still be such a day? It seems Litai Technology is not a good entity. He then took out his phone and instructed Song Jie to investigate Litai Technology's background. Ding Chuan, overhearing, began to smile, exuding an air of confidence, and proposed their plan. Secretary Gao, we have formulated a feasible solution to address the pollution of Qingyu Bay. Gao Xiaoyuan finally released a breath of relief and eagerly inquired, what is the plan? How confident are you? As long as it can be resolved. Ding Chuan cast a provocative glance in the direction of Kongyu Technology, his expression triumphant as he had his subordinates present the map of Qingyu Bay. Approaching Gao Xiaoyuan, he unfurled the map and pointed to a specific area. Secretary Gao, observe these two rivers that flow into Qingyu Bay from the Yangtze River. First, we will block these two tributaries, allowing us to control the water flow. Ding Chuan's finger moved to the nearest point of Qingyu Bay to the Yangtze River basin, continuously tapping. Then, we will deploy 100 large pumping stations at various locations around Qingyu Bay, draining all the lake water downstream into the Yangtze River. Once the lake is emptied, we will unblock the two tributaries, effectively giving Qingyu Bay a complete water replacement, thus resolving the pollution issue. Gao Xiaoyuan listened attentively, his brows furrowed. Your plan is to drain the lake water of Qingyu Bay? He contemplated the feasibility of this approach. Such an action, aside from other implications, would involve an enormous engineering undertaking and significantly disrupt the original ecological balance of Qingyu Bay, causing irreversible consequences. This, Chapter 94, 100 million? We only need 10 minutes. Ding Chuan lifted his gaze to meet the hesitant expression of Gao Xiaoyuan. He spoke slowly, Secretary Gao, do not hesitate. Do you wish to witness Qingyu Bay transform into a pool of waste? The current situation necessitates a fundamental resolution to the water replacement issue. You are well aware of the challenges involved in rectifying the polluted water quality. It is not something that can yield results in a short span of time. Gao Xiaoyuan pondered the pros and cons. This proposal involved numerous complexities. A misstep could adversely affect the ecology of Qingyu Bay. However, If the lake water could be restored to its original quality, introducing some freshwater fish later on would be feasible. Yet, he remained uncertain about Li Tai Technology's capabilities in handling such a substantial project. President Ding, the challenges lie in damming the two tributaries and operating the pumps, which require large machinery. Is your company adequately equipped? Ding Chuan smiled, confidently patting his chest in assurance. Secretary Gao, you need not worry. You are aware of our company's strength. The method of damming is quite straightforward. We possess high-capacity pumps, with power hundreds of times greater than standard pumps. Draining the entire lake of Qingyu Bay is entirely within our capabilities, so you can rest assured. Do you have a better solution? There are currently no rapid wastewater treatment cases. Replacing the water is the most effective approach. Please do not hesitate. Gao Xiaoyuan took a deep breath and turned to discuss the matter with his leadership team. At present, there seemed to be no better solution. After a moment of silence, he turned back to Ding Chuan and asked, "How much time will your company's proposal require for completion? What is the financial investment needed to initiate this plan?" Ding Chuan chuckled softly and gazed at the distant surface of Qingyu Bay. Given the scale of this project, our preliminary estimate indicates that it will require at least 1 month, with personnel divided into 2 shifts working simultaneously. This is the fastest plan we can offer, and it requires continuous operation around the clock to complete the project. It will necessitate substantial manpower, resources, and the mobilization of considerable machinery. Naturally, the cost will be somewhat higher. Ding Chuan extended a finger, and Gao Xiaoyuan speculated, 10 million? In Gao Xiaoyuan's view, investing 10 million to restore the water quality of Qingyu Bay seemed quite reasonable. However, Ding Chuan burst into laughter, shaking his head with a smirk. Secretary Gao, I did not realize you had such a sense of humor, joking with us. With a project of this magnitude, 10 million is utterly insufficient. 100 million. Gao Xiaoyuan felt a shiver run down his spine. How much did the chemical waste flowing into Qingyu Bay cost? Now, to restore it, he needed to invest 100 million. He harbored resentment towards the 2 companies responsible for the pollution. Casting a glance at Kongyu Technology, he felt a twinge of blame towards them. 100 million. How audacious. I never imagined there could be such unscrupulous companies. This is truly an eye-opener. An abrupt voice interrupted, drawing the attention of everyone present. A diminutive old man squatted at the edge of Qingyu Bay, observing the water. He wore a sleeveless white t-shirt and flip-flops, and the sea breeze tousled the sparse hair atop his head. It was the esteemed Master Qiao. Ding Chuan recognized him, recalling the familiar visage. This man was the chief engineer of Kongyu Technology, a pivotal figure in the company, and a key target of their actions. He deliberately feigned mockery, shouting, "Who are you? How did you sneak in here? Someone, remove this irrelevant person." After issuing his command, he gestured for his subordinates to take action. However, he was interrupted by Tong Huanhuan's loud protest. "Ding Chuan, dare you lay a finger on Master Qiao? I fear you may not leave Jiangning City today." Ding Chuan waved his hand, halting his subordinates' actions, feigning enlightenment. "Oh, Assistant Tong, why didn't you mention earlier that this old man is from your company? I thought he was just a drifter who wandered in." "Haha, a misunderstanding." Master Qiao approached the crowd. As he passed by Ding Chuan, he remarked, "What a dog. Its owner has failed to keep it leashed, allowing it to bite indiscriminately." Ding Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief, pointing at the departing Master Qiao, his voice trembling with indignation. "You old fool, say that again." Master Qiao, hands clasped behind his back, turned his head and scoffed, shouting, "You insolent cur! Are you going to reflect on your words again?" Infuriated, Ding Chuan cursed under his breath, preparing to charge at the old man, only to be restrained by his subordinates. Gao Xiaoyuan noticed Master Qiao and turned his attention to Tong Huanhuan. "Who is this?" Tong Huanhuan explained the situation to Secretary Gao. Master Qiao interjected, "Isn't it just a matter of treating some wastewater? 100 million is rather exorbitant. In a month for completion? That truly invites ridicule, claiming to be a high-tech company. How shameful." As Master Qiao spoke, disdain etched across his face. He continued, "And the plan to drain the lake? What era are we in? There is no technical merit in that. Who would devise such a foolish scheme? Truly ignorant." Ding Chuan glared at the impudent Master Qiao, veins throbbing on his forehead. fists clenched in frustration. Were it not for the crowd, he might have succumbed to the impulse to physically confront the old man. Master Qiao, hands behind his back, squinted at Ding Chuan. What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? You look rather displeased. He then glanced at Ding Chuan's clenched fists, sneering. What's the matter? Hands itching for a fight? Come at me. The tension between the two parties escalated, causing Gao Xiaoyuan considerable distress. He interjected, Master Qiao, do you perhaps have any insightful suggestions? He posed the question without harboring high hopes, acknowledging the considerable challenges that modern science faced in wastewater treatment, which often resorted to superficial solutions. However, Master Qiao replied with an air of indifference. With our technology at Kongyu, treating this wastewater is a matter of mere minutes. Given the extent of the pollution, it could be resolved in 10 minutes. Chapter 095, The Neutron Purification Centrifuge. What kind of black technology is this? As Master Qiao's words fell, a mocking voice echoed nearby. It was none other than Director Meng Baiyu from the Environmental Protection Agency. He appeared to have heard the most amusing joke, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily, his mirth so loud that it astonished those around him. Director Meng showed no semblance of the decorum expected from someone in his position. After bending over and laughing for a while, he wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Only when he sensed the unusual gazes directed at him did he manage to clear his throat and stifle his laughter, finally speaking up. Apologies, everyone. I merely find Master Qiao's claims to be utterly ridiculous. It takes decades, even centuries, to restore a single lake. To suggest it could be done in just 10 minutes is preposterous. I mean, no offense, Master Qiao. I just believe that such a time frame is exaggerated. Let me take a look. Hearing this, Gao Xiaoyuan felt that the representatives from Kongyu Technology were utterly unreliable. The incident at Qingyu Bay was a grave matter, and those present had already brainstormed numerous proposals, none of which were feasible. The old man before him seemed devoid of any characteristics one would expect from a technological expert, his assertions lacking any foundation. His grandiose proclamations transformed the previously serious atmosphere into one of absurdity. Gao Xiaoyuan inquired, Master Qiao, may I ask what gives you such confidence? The issue of wastewater treatment has always been a core challenge on Blue Star, as Director Meng pointed out. It typically requires extensive time to gradually alleviate the situation, separating and neutralizing heavy metals and pollutants in the wastewater. What innovative technology does Kongyu Technology employ? Before Master Qiao could respond, Ding Chuan, the president of Litai Technology, scoffed derisively at Master Qiao. This is sheer fantasy. If you wish to undertake this project, at least present a credible plan. Everyone can boast. It's easy to make grand claims. Don't embarrass yourselves. You fancy yourselves a high-tech company, but I see you as merely a purveyor of deception. Without the right tools, do not attempt delicate tasks. How do you propose to purify wastewater in just 10 minutes? Are you suggesting that you will simply sip it away and filter it clean? In the Jiangning News live broadcast room, a flurry of comments began to flood in. This old man has quite the temper, looking down on everyone present. Is everyone at Kongyu Technology so grandiose, daring to spout nonsense in such a solemn setting without any technical backing? I bet Secretary Gao is quite frustrated by this. Could this old man be a jester sent by the monkeys? Is he perhaps the comic relief for Kongyu Technology, tasked with lightening the tense atmosphere? I originally thought Kongyu Technology had advanced technology and would propose something reliable, but to claim it could be resolved in 10 minutes? Do they think Qingyu Bay is just a tiny pond? I don't know about Kongyu Technology's capabilities, but they certainly speak without any draft. Liao Wu, who had followed along, wore a puzzled expression. In his impression, while this old man was indeed difficult to engage with, he possessed undeniable confidence in his technical expertise. Surely, he wouldn't be speaking without substance. However, Liao Wu was also aware of the methods for wastewater treatment, which primarily included sedimentation, filtration, flotation, and centrifugal separation. These physical methods invariably required extensive time to treat the polluted waters piece by piece, not to mention chemical, biological, and disinfection treatments, which might improve water quality in a short time but could compromise the surrounding ecological environment, methods that were ultimately counterproductive. He regarded Li-Tai technology with disdain, yet could not deny their water replacement method was currently the fastest. Unfortunately, the workload was substantial and the effectiveness remained uncertain. Liao Wu quietly asked Tong Huanhuan, "Does Master Qiao have confidence? Can anything be accomplished in 10 minutes? Isn't that a bit hasty?" Tong Huanhuan, however, wore a confident expression and retorted, "Director Liao, have you not used our Kongyu water purifier? I recall I had Commander Song bring one over to you." Liao Wu pondered, recalling that Song Jia had indeed sent him some household electronic products from Kongyu Technology. Yet, he had always considered them to be ordinary appliances, many of which lay untouched in his office. Had Tong Huanhuan not mentioned it, he might have forgotten entirely. He stammered, "Yes. Oh, I received it and used it. The purification effect is indeed excellent, but how does that relate to wastewater treatment?" As realization dawned upon him, Liao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Assistant Tong, are you suggesting that your water purifier is merely a simplified version? Do you have an enhanced machine for purifying wastewater? Tong Huanhuan smiled mysteriously. Our purifiers are unparalleled in the market. You will see shortly, Director Liao. Liao Wu pondered what kind of black technology Kongyu Technology had developed this time, instinctively asking, "What do you know?" Before long, four powerful headlights appeared behind the group. Once the intensity subsided, they saw 4 large trucks from Kongyu Technology parked behind them. Master Qiao turned to Gao Xiaoyuan and declared, "I have sent 3 neutron purification centrifuges from the company. For the scope of Qingyu Bay, 3 units will suffice. We'll complete it in 10 minutes. We won't charge you a penny more if it takes any longer. However, I will not demand $1 billion for the project." Gao Xiaoyuan observed the arrival of the 4 trucks from Kongyu Technology. A large forklift descended from one of the trucks and began unloading machinery from the others. It appeared to be what they referred to as the neutron purification centrifuge. Gao Xiaoyuan examined the black machinery showcased on the truck, each about the size of a small vehicle, entirely encased in black steel, obscuring its internal structure. The overall design resembled that of a tank, with no distinguishing features. As he watched Kongyu Technology's operations, it seemed they were not jesting about wastewater treatment. He stood there, momentarily transfixed, as the neutron purification centrifuge was unloaded from the truck. Only when Master Qiao shouted, "Hey, Secretary Gao, what are you dawdling about? Are we proceeding or not?" did Gao Xiaoyuan snap back to reality. Chapter 096, a discount of 40. That circle of purple light. Gao Xiaoyuan nodded, apprehensive that Kongyu Technology would take the neutron purification centrifuge back. He decided to test its effectiveness, thinking it was worth a shot since he had nothing to lose. The master craftsman waved his hand, directing the employees in their tasks as they positioned the centrifuge by the shore. He addressed Gao Xiaoyuan, stating, "We'll give you a 40% discount on the engineering fees. After all, Kongyu Technology is a conscientious enterprise, unlike those unscrupulous companies that inflate their prices indiscriminately. Isn't that a disruption to the market?" While Gao Xiaoyuan was still contemplating, he observed the 3 neutron purification centrifuges being towed by patrol boats, evenly distributed across the surface of Qingyu Bay, forming a perfect triangle. It seemed that Kongyu Technology was not merely posturing. They were fully prepared and awaiting his approval. Noticing the positions of the 3 patrol boats, a smile finally graced Gao Xiaoyuan's face as he inquired of the master craftsman, "A 40% discount? Is that 60 million? The master craftsman's cold voice resounded again. "Of course. Isn't 60 million a tremendous bargain? I hardly felt justified in asking for $1 billion. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Xiaoyuan concluded that if Kongyu Technology could indeed purify the wastewater effectively, it would be the ideal solution. He promptly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ding Chuan and others approached the shore, observing the 3 positions on the lake's surface, chuckling derisively as they pointed at the patrol boats. What can these little things do? Are they going to put on a show for us? Ridiculous." However, before Ding Chuan could finish his sentence, the master craftsman raised his right hand and pressed a button, exclaiming loudly, "Behold! Open your eyes wide and witness what high technology truly is. You may end up blinding yourself." Ding Chuan, dismissive, used 2 fingers to pry his eyelids open, glaring at the lake with exaggerated gestures. "Oh, Let me see. What could possibly blind me? Where is it? Haha. Where is it? As he turned back towards the lake, a deep rumbling sound resonated from the water. The noise was akin to a slumbering beast awakening, emitting low, resonant roars. Waves cascaded outward from the centers of the 3 patrol boats, forming 3 circular ripples that gradually spread to the shore. The violent tremors created intense waves over half a meter high that surged towards the bank. Soon after, 3 strong, vibrant purple rings materialized, flashing briefly. The fierce purple light caused Ding Chuan, who had pried open his eyelids, to cry out in agony, "My eyes! What on earth is that?" Ding Chuan shut his eyes tightly, bent over, face contorted in pain, shaking his head. The onlookers, hearing Ding Chuan's anguished cries, squinted their eyes and gazed towards the lake. They noticed that the first purple ring, upon reaching the shore, did not continue to expand outward, but rather began to retract towards the center, increasing in speed. It swiftly shrank back to its original position before radiating outward again, repeating this cycle. Under the operation of the neutron purification centrifuge, the surface of Qingyu Bay became tumultuous. Had it not been for the patrol boats in the center, all vessels on the lake would have been overturned. As the pulsating purple rings rapidly expanded and converged, everyone observed that the lake was enveloped in a shroud of purple light. Qingyu Bay appeared to be under constant X-ray scanning. The lake's original green and black hues transformed under the relentless sweeping of the purple light. A cameraman stationed on the shore, mouth agape and eyes fixed on the lake's activities, was oblivious to the live broadcast. The reporter, Xiao Tao, continued to explain from the lakeside, urging the cameraman. "What are you doing? We're live. Can you show a little professionalism?" The cameraman, entranced, pointed towards the lake, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Only then did Xiao Tao remove her earpiece and turn around, her jaw dropping in astonishment at the breathtaking scene. The live broadcast momentarily paused, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen. "What on earth? What am I witnessing? Is this a grand party? Such a commotion. It feels like Qingyu Bay is about to be uprooted. Terrifying. Is this the noise created by those 3 machines? It's like boiling the ocean, wow. Cameraman, move closer. This scene is phenomenal. Oh my, that purple light sweeping across the lake. Could there be treasures emerging from beneath Qingyu Bay? Fellow cultivators, hurry and seek your fortunes. What is happening? Is a monkey causing chaos in Dragon Palace? It seems like the entire lake is about to turn upside down. That eerie purple light must be an omen. Are treasures truly surfacing? Dear fellow cultivators, the era of immortality has begun. Don't fight me for it. The treasures beneath Qingyu Bay are mine. The half-meter-high waves reached the shore, and employees of Lida Technology stood afar, calling out Ding Chuan's name. "Ding! Hurry over, the waves are coming. President, run. It's dangerous. Ding! Open your eyes and see the half-meter-high waves behind you. They're about to engulf you." As the neutron purification centrifuge activated, the sound of an F-1 engine roared, drowning out all other noises in Qingyu Bay. The employees of Lida Technology shouted until they were hoarse. Yet, Ding Chuan, still with eyes shut, bellowed, "What are you all yelling about? Speak louder. I can't hear a thing. What nonsense are you all on about?" Ding Chuan and the Lida Technology employees faced each other like deaf mutes, devoid of any possibility for communication. Ding Chuan, losing patience, became increasingly furious and began to curse. Meanwhile, the employees of Lida Technology, witnessing the approaching waves, lost their patience for communication as well and collectively shouted, "Ding! Yes, just stay right there." Chapter 97. What technology was employed? Nothing at all. Maintain that pose. We are capturing a photograph of General Manager Ding. That stance is incredibly striking. Smile over here. Just as Ding Chuan was about to loudly inquire, unable to hear clearly, he suddenly felt droplets of rain cascading down his back. Puzzled, he wondered why it was raining so late at night. Gazing ahead, he saw no signs of rain. However, many onlookers were shouting and pointing behind him. A sense of foreboding gripped Ding Chuan's heart as he turned to look. To his astonishment, a towering wave, nearly a meter high, was surging towards him. His already bloodshot eyes widened in horror as layers of tumultuous water reflected in his pupils. Swallowing hard, His calves began to cramp, and instinctively, he raised his hands and took a few hurried steps forward. In the face of the impending tidal wave, he instinctively began to run, shouting for help. Yet, he had hardly covered any distance before the rushing lake water knocked him to the ground. Akin to a ferocious dog pouncing on its prey, he fell flat onto the surface. Fortunately, the waves were not too high and did not drag him back into Qingyu Bay. As the water receded, the crowd hastily distanced themselves from the shore. The employees of Litai Technology rushed over, one of them grabbing Ding Chuan's hand and dragging him away as if he were a lifeless dog, pulling him to safety. Ding Chuan, being dragged along, continuously coughed up the contaminated lake water, his complexion pale and his hair matted with the peculiar detritus of Qingyu Bay. In the television news studio, the unfortunate Ding Chuan became the focus of a barrage of comments. Haha. It's the first time I've seen the company president in such a predicament. This is truly unfortunate. I'm dying of laughter. First, he was blinded by the purple halo, then swept 3 meters by the lake water, and finally dragged back like a dead dog. After all this, he must be left with a mere half-life. How arrogant he was before, and now look at his utter disgrace. Having just been submerged in the lake water and consumed a fair amount of the contaminated liquid amidst the chaos, Ding Chuan's consciousness faded into oblivion. Immediately, the employees of Litai Technology, upon assessing the situation, anxiously exclaimed, "Oh no! General Manager Ding has choked on the lake water and lost consciousness. Who here has first aid experience?" "I do." Suddenly, a burly man emerged from the crowd, licking his lips with utmost seriousness. Following this, under the artificial respiration administered by the employees of Litai Technology, Ding Chuan eventually regained consciousness. As he squinted awake, he found himself cradled in the arms of a male employee, looking up at the man before him, who had an unexpectedly attractive appearance. He felt a chill run down his spine, as Ding Chuan gradually regained his composure with the assistance of the burly man. He noticed the peculiar glances cast his way by those nearby, leading to a sense of confusion about the situation. He instinctively reached up to touch his damp hair. Just as he stood, darkness clouded his mind again, and he toppled sideways, landing once more in the embrace of the man resembling a flower. This spectacle caused the onlookers to widen their eyes in shock, with several female employees covering their mouths, stifling their gasps. They instinctively took 3 steps back. Once Ding Chuan steadied himself, he inquired loudly, "What is wrong with all of you? Why are you acting so strangely? Have you seen a ghost?" At that moment, the chief engineer of Beitsuan Electronics, Mizutani, approached Ding Chuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe before uttering, "I didn't expect you to have such preferences, General Manager Ding." Ding Chuan, bewildered, adjusted his clothing and replied, "What preferences? Nothing at all." Mizutani, however, gazed intently at the rippling lake surface, his expression laden with concern. Ding Chuan, finally steady on his feet, noticed Mizutani's unusual demeanor and, enduring the burning sensation in his eyes, wiped away the tears forming at the corners, braving the chill enveloping him. He asked, "Mizutani-san, have you noticed anything unusual?" Mizutani pointed towards the undulating lake surface, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. "General Manager, the water's movements are exceedingly rhythmic. I am now speculating what technology the neutron purification centrifuge from Kongyu Technology employs to create such substantial waves." At this moment, Ding Chuan contemplated leaving to change out of his damp clothing. After taking a towel offered by an employee and giving himself a cursory wipe, he instinctively replied, "What is there to guess? It simply involves generating mechanical resonance through machinery or employing sonic wave technology via mechanical operation." Unbeknownst to him, Mizutani appeared to have an epiphany, staring intently at the still-churning lake surface. "I understand now. Kongyu Technology's machinery utilizes dynamic centrifugal technology to induce resonance in the lake water. However, if they pursue this method, they won't be able to purify the water quality." Still pondering, Mizutani scrutinized the lake's changes to ascertain the technology behind the neutron purification centrifuge. He observed the lake's surface, realizing the situation was far more complex than he had initially thought, with some principles eluding his understanding. Having finished drying his hair, Ding Chuan dismissed the notion that Kongyu technology possessed any wastewater treatment capabilities, remaining indifferent. Mizutani-san, the commotion created by Kongyu technology is merely to attract attention. Do they genuinely believe they have the means to treat wastewater? With a scoff, he tossed the white towel aside and began to analyze disdainfully. If Kongyu technology possessed such technology, wouldn't they announce the neutron purification centrifuge immediately? They are still unaware that this breakthrough could elevate their company to prominence in Longhua, or even across the entire Blue Planet. Due to the industrial era, the Blue Planet has produced vast amounts of pollutants. In recent years, countries across the globe have invested significant sums into environmental protection and pollution control, yet to no avail. This technology is desperately needed by every nation. With various forms of pollution, including industrial, garbage, and oil contamination, the human living environment has been greatly compromised. Each country has poured substantial resources into researching solutions for pollution. Yet after decades of continuous investment, the conclusion remains that progress is elusive. If Kongyu technology could indeed develop machinery capable of treating wastewater, their company would become a sought-after guest in nations suffering from pollution. Chapter 098. Do not challenge our technology with your limited understanding. Ding Chuan became increasingly convinced that Kongyu technology lacked the requisite expertise. Rubbing his still throbbing eyes, he cursed the company under his breath, frustrated by the commotion that nearly cost him his life at Qingyu Bay. This infernal device almost left me blind. The cursed violet light was alarmingly potent. Could it possibly be some form of X-ray? I wonder what radioactive materials are present and whether they may inflict harm upon my body. Fuming with indignation, Ding Chuan, adorned in exquisite leather shoes, had no time to dispose of the foul water within. He strode purposefully towards the crowd from Kongyu technology, embodying a figure that demanded accountability. Upon reaching the skilled master, he bellowed, "You, old fool, what sort of nonsense are you up to? Look at my eyes. The damage is a direct result of your company's actions. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, none of you from Kongyu technology shall leave unscathed." Liao Wu chuckled, unfazed by Ding Chuan's confrontational demeanor. He swiftly interjected with mocking disdain, "You stumbled in here, blinded by your own folly while attempting to scrutinize our operational technology, and now you seek to lay blame upon others? Are you jesting? What a disgrace it is for a company president to resort to such tactics." Initially, Liao Wu had no favorable impression of Ding Chuan, especially upon discovering the presence of individuals from a rival company, Lingtai Technology. This only solidified his disdain, prompting him to blacklist Lingtai Technology outright. Consequently, his tone turned increasingly unrefined. "Here, take this," he declared, producing a 100 yuan note. "Go to the hospital for an examination. If that violet light has damaged your brain, it would be unfortunate if you were rendered incapable of managing your company in the future." Ding Chuan, recognizing the ridicule in Liao Wu's words, struggled to contain his fury. His eyes darkened, yet he forced a smile, threateningly retorting, "How audacious of you. Just wait. I, Ding Chuan, possess ample means to deal with you. You would do well to tread carefully when alone. Accidents have a peculiar way of occurring." Liao Wu found amusement in Ding Chuan's blatant intimidation. As the chief of armaments, he had never encountered such overt threats before, and the novelty of the situation intrigued him. Nodding with a glimmer of anticipation, he replied with a mysterious smile, "I await your arrival. What sort of accident do you envision?" At that moment, the journalist Xiao Tao, accompanied by a cameraman, hurried over, eager to capture the unfolding news. She rushed forward, microphone extended, almost colliding with Ding Chuan's mouth, prompting him to instinctively cover it. "Apologies, Mr. Ding. Are you all right?" Xiao Tao inquired, noticing his bent posture and hand over his mouth. His anger simmered as he glared at the representatives from Kongyu Technology, transferring all his pain onto them. Unable to speak due to the agony, he simply gestured dismissively. "Mr. Ding, as the first victim on the scene, what are your current feelings?" Xiao Tao pressed, undeterred. Ding Chuan shot her a venomous glance and cast a dark look at Minister Liao. "You shall pay for this. Just wait," he spat, before retreating in disarray to change his damp attire. Moments later, as the sound of the neutron purification centrifuge began to subside, The violet scanning light gradually faded, restoring calm to the surface of Qingyu Bay. The three patrol boats began to glide back to shore, while the technicians from Kongyu Technology commenced their recovery operations. Meanwhile, the ever-impatient Secretary Gao Xiaoyuan, eager for data on the testing results, dispatched personnel to collect samples from the site of the recent contamination. Driven by curiosity, he led a group to observe the recovery efforts directed by the skilled master. Be cautious. All pollutants must be absorbed into the central nanosponge, the master instructed. When extracting, exercise utmost care. Some of these materials may be radioactive. As Gao Xiaoyuan and his team approached the shore, they witnessed the technicians from Kongyu Technology pressing buttons on the three neutron purification centrifuges. With a loud click, a cylindrical metallic object, resembling a thermos, was ejected from the apparatus, capturing the attention of everyone present. Gao Xiaoyuan, observing the professionalism exhibited by Kongyu Technology, was beset by questions. Did they truly cleanse the sewage from Qingyu Bay? Without results from the water quality testing, I remained skeptical. He hurriedly approached the skilled master, asking, "What are you doing? What is this nanosponge? Does this cylindrical object contain the pollutants?" The skilled master, overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries, expressed his exasperation. "What else could we be doing? We are recovering all pollutants from Qingyu Bay. The nanosponge is the material that absorbs these contaminants. Do not ask such elementary questions. That cannot be right," Gao Xiaoyuan protested, observing the three cylindrical objects being taken away, each no larger than a thermos. Meanwhile, the black sewage that had poured into Qingyu Bay was in excess of a truckload. Is this all that was absorbed? Despite the skilled master's dismissive explanation, Gao Xiaoyuan was left with many lingering questions, but could only await the water quality testing results in silence. Meanwhile, Meng Baiyu, the director of the Environmental Protection Bureau, was incredulous at the skilled master's assertions. "Impossible. You are merely deceiving us. The sewage contains a plethora of heavy metals and recent chemical pollutants. How could centrifugal force alone separate solids from liquids? Even if you could extract the pollutants from the water, how could you possibly collect them into those three cylindrical containers?" The skilled master replied coldly, "Do you truly believe that what seems impossible cannot be achieved? Have you ever heard of neutron rays? Of superconducting centrifugal devices? Of sonar resonance energy? Do not challenge our technology with your limited understanding." Chapter 99. Contributing this technology, a plethora of specialized technical terms emerged from the mouth of the master artisan, causing Meng Baiyu's cheeks to quiver slightly. Although he comprehended the individual words, their collective meaning eluded him, as he had never encountered terms such as rays, superconducting devices, and sonar before. To him, these sounded like grandiose technological marvels, yet in the presence of this seemingly unremarkable old man, they reduced to mere fundamental physics concepts. He noticed the master artisan's incredulous gaze, as if questioning whether he was truly unaware of such elementary concepts. In an effort to maintain his composure before the crowd, Meng Baiyu raked his fingers through his hair, striving to project an air of confidence and knowledge befitting his position as the director of the Environmental Protection Agency. He understood that any display of ignorance regarding wastewater treatment would not only cast doubt on his expertise, but also create a misleading impression for Secretary Gao, standing nearby. Observing Gao Xiaoyuan's expectant expression, he forced a smile, adopting a demeanor of an experienced senior. "Of course I am familiar with these straightforward academic issues. I merely wish to offer a gentle reminder." However, the master artisan showed no leniency, pointing towards the neutron purification centrifuge being serviced by the technicians of Kongyu Technology, and posed several pointed questions. "Do you know the types of materials used in synthesizing superconductors? How does the neutron ray achieve back-and-forth scanning to shatter contaminants in water? Furthermore, how do we separate and identify the structure of suspended solids and water molecules?" Faced with this trio of inquiries, Meng Baiyu could no longer maintain his facade. He stammered in response. "Well, the types involved are all advanced materials, and the technologies applied are." His voice dwindled as he approached the critical data, eliciting increasing urgency from the nearby reporter, Xiao Tao, who leaned closer, nearly thrusting her microphone into his face. "Director Meng, why has your voice grown so faint? Are you experiencing discomfort? Please clarify your points. What are the technologies involved? Share some common knowledge with the citizens. Are you holding back due to the crowd? At this juncture, Meng Baiyu found himself compelled to persist. Under the glaring lights of the cameras, he yearned for an escape into the ground. He was well aware of Xiao Tao's incisive reporting. Her unique questions often left him amused. Now, however, he felt the weight of the moment pressing down upon him, as if he were being roasted alive. Should he fail to provide satisfactory answers today, he would be deemed a fraud. Clearing his throat twice to regain his composure, he prepared for a tactical retreat. Haha, I hadn't anticipated you would catch on. Reporter Xiao, we adhere to strict confidentiality agreements regarding the technical matters. You know as well as I do that some core academic challenges cannot be fully explained. His assistant, Tong Huan, chimed in with a feigned humility. Director Meng need not worry about disclosure. Kongyu technology is not so petty. If you have differing opinions, perhaps you could discuss them with Master Qiao. Meng Baiyu chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension. Indeed, there will be opportunities. Next time. With that, he swiftly concocted an excuse and executed a strategic maneuver, disappearing from sight. The live stream became lively with commentary. It seems this director has reached his limit. Is he not employing the infamous tactic of the East Gui gentleman, merely filling space? He's stammering. If he doesn't understand, why pretend to be knowledgeable? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Haha. He'll inevitably become a source of amusement in the live stream. If I were him, I would find a crack in the ground to hide in. This is a grand spectacle of social embarrassment. Xiao Tao, please cease your relentless questioning of Director Meng. Can't you see his thinning hair is nearly gone? I initially believed Director Meng was a serious inquirer, but it turns out he is merely a novice. Meanwhile, Shuiguji, closely following Ding Chuan, attentively absorbed every word from the master artisan. Upon hearing references to superconductors and neutron rays, an expression of excitement illuminated his face. As a Nobel laureate with profound expertise in mechanics and physics, he eagerly maneuvered through the crowd to observe the 3 neutron purification centrifuges up close. Disregarding his own distinguished status, standing before the master artisan, he could no longer conceal his yearning for scientific knowledge. In halting Chinese, he spoke, Master Qiao? Greetings. You just mentioned the superconducting centrifuge. Has Kongyu technology achieved this? This represents a monumental breakthrough in science and technology. You must be aware of the significant impact it could have. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I recognize this may come across as abrupt. Yet this advancement in technology could greatly benefit all of Blue Star's inhabitants. Might you consider sharing this technology with the scientific community, guiding the progress of our era? As Shuiguji's words hung in the air, they incited hostile reactions from those nearby. He seemed to be attempting to bind the artisan of Kongyu technology with the shackles of ethics. This young man's audacity was astounding. He spoke without a hint of embarrassment, seemingly oblivious to the historical tensions between Blue Star and the Dragon Nation. The live stream's viewers erupted with comments. This young man is far too arrogant. Does he dare speak so boldly in the Dragon Nation? He must be seeking trouble. He has lost all sense of propriety. If I were there, I would confront him directly. My temper is flaring. Everyone, follow me. I'll be there in 10 minutes to confront this impudent youth. Don't hold me back. Don't compete with me for the chance to make my mark. I'm already on my way. I'm at the venue. Even if it means jail time, I'll ensure this young man receives a lesson he won't forget. Please inform my mother that I am no coward. Chapter 100. The Incident of Conflict. The water quality testing results are out. The master craftsman gazed at the audacious individual before him, his expression one of incredulity, as if he were staring at a fool. The audacity to discuss the spirit of contribution was astounding. He had encountered many with thick skin, but never had he met someone so brazen. Right from the outset, this individual sought to exploit the core technology of Kongyu technology without compensation. With a calm demeanor, the master craftsman's voice emerged cold and detached. Have you completely lost your sense of shame? Are you begging me for technology? Influenced by Zhou Yang, the master craftsman firmly believed that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The blatant demand for technology from this individual struck him as no different from that of a beggar. Shocked, Mizutani Kaori stood frozen, unable to fathom that someone engaged in technological research could utter such words. Casting a glance at the crowd that loomed with predatory intent, he retorted, "What do you mean?" To the master craftsman, everyone apart from Zhou Yang and the personnel of Kongyu Technology held no significance. He reprimanded Mizutani Kaori sharply. "What do you mean? Are you deaf or simply incapable of understanding? You reach out to us for technology, and you're not a beggar? What else could you possibly be? I have the utmost disdain for individuals like you who, under the guise of morality, seek to extract technology from others. Is this not the very definition of a beggar?" As a Nobel laureate, Mizutani Kaori had never been subjected to such indignity, being likened to a beggar. He was one of the foremost scientists on Blue Star. And in his view, academia transcended borders. Those who engaged in financial transactions regarding science were, in his opinion, tarnishing the noble pursuit of scientific advancement. He had anticipated that the esteemed master craftsman would rise above worldly concerns and share this technology with scientists across Blue Star. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Master craftsman, do you truly intend to hoard your precious knowledge and remain isolated? Science is an endeavor that transcends national boundaries. Such a sacred technology should not be tethered to monetary considerations. We possess a lofty ideal of advancing human scientific progress. Do you not see this? Your actions have left me profoundly disheartened." The master craftsman, growing increasingly impatient as Mizutani Kaori approached, began to clean his ears, flicking away the debris towards him, thus interrupting Mizutani's lengthy tirade. "This is intolerable. Have you finished your incessant chatter? Begging is still begging, regardless of how you attempt to elevate your stance. All this talk merely serves to mask your desire for a free handout. Enough. Given your pitiable state, we at Kongyu Technology currently have an opening for a janitorial position. You may report for duty tomorrow." Mizutani Kaori's eyes widened in disbelief as he sidestepped an unknown object, still reeling from the mention of a janitorial job. The absurdity of it all left him momentarily speechless, but soon the crowd erupted in laughter. Many doubled over, advising Mizutani Kaori, at his advanced age, that cleaning toilets was no easy task, and some even suggested other respectable roles for him. The live stream chat was ablaze with comments. "This individual has truly met his match. He thinks he can exploit our Dragon Nation's technology without consequence. Look at that flushed face. It's utterly satisfying. There's still a janitorial position available for you. Go ahead and apply." Mizutani Kaori's chest heaved in agitation, clearly incensed. "How utterly crude. As a member of the scientific community, I am embarrassed for you. You are a blight upon the field of science." After uttering these words, Mizutani Kaori turned to leave. But the master craftsman was not finished. He stepped forward, gripping Mizutani's shoulder with increased force, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Ignoring Mizutani's anguished wails, the master craftsman locked his grip tighter, observing the beads of sweat trickling down Mizutani's forehead. With an icy gaze, he inquired, "You old fool. I kindly offered you a job, and rather than showing gratitude, you mock me. Do you think I am made of clay, devoid of any temper? Who is truly the blight here? Today, I shall put an end to you." As the master craftsman tightened his grip once more, Mizutani Kaori cried out for mercy, his pleas echoing through the crowd. The sight of two elderly men, both frail and thin, engaging in a physical altercation struck those present as comically absurd, reminiscent of street thugs who disregarded their esteemed identities. Secretary Gao Xiaoyuan, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. It was only upon the prompt from his secretary, Xiaomei, that he rushed to intervene, instructing his subordinates to separate the two. Observing the panting Mizutani Kaori, Gao Xiaoyuan noted with concern how, in less than a minute, the man's face had turned ghostly pale, sweat soaking his white hair, and he had collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, appearing on the brink of collapse. Ding Chuan, accompanied by personnel from Litai Technology, rushed over to assist Mizutani, ushering him to a safer position. Ding Chuan then confronted Secretary Gao Xiaoyuan, his expression marked by discontent. "Secretary Gao, we from Litai Technology were invited by you. If something were to happen to Chief Engineer Mizutani, I would struggle to explain the situation to our headquarters. As the inviting party, will you simply stand by as this unfolds without addressing the aggressor, Kongyu Technology? You must understand Mizutani's position at Beitsuin Electronics. He is being persecuted, and his life is at stake. If this reaches our headquarters, it could jeopardize investment in Jiangning City. You must provide me with an explanation. Gao Xiaoyuan, intending to say a few words to the master craftsman, was cut short by the latter's icy demeanor, which suggested that nothing had occurred. Thus, he swallowed his words. The personnel from Kongyu Technology and Litai Technology had been invited by him to address the wastewater issues. As the intermediary, should anything go awry, he was uncertain how to manage the situation, which could escalate to an international incident. Just as he prepared to speak, a technician from the water quality testing team approached, holding the relevant testing data. Secretary Gao, the water quality testing results are in. Chapter 101. A remarkable improvement in water quality. Gao Xiaoyuan turned to the technician holding the testing data file and immediately inquired about the results. How was the water quality affected by the pollution? At that moment, Gao Xiaoyuan was deeply concerned about the pollution issue in Qinjiyuan. He wished to maintain a balanced approach towards both Kongyu Technology and Litai Technology. On one side stood the newly emerging high-tech company from Longhua, a local enterprise in Jiangning City, gaining attention from the nation. On the other side was a well-established technology firm in Japan, boasting substantial financial resources and technological prowess. In such matters, favoring one side would inevitably alienate the other. However, in the face of irreconcilable circumstances, the water quality testing report would ultimately dictate his stance towards both companies, as the situation in Qinjiyuan was crucial for the future development of Jiangning City. Gao Xiaoyuan observed the palpable anxiety on the technician's face, who exclaimed loudly, "Secretary Gao, there's something peculiar about the water quality issue in Qinjiyuan. I can't explain it clearly. You should see for yourself." Gao Xiaoyuan's heart sank at these words. Had the polluted water quality shown no signs of improvement? He extended his trembling hands to accept the document, his expression darkening. Casting a glance towards the group from Kongyu Technology and the 3 neutron purification centrifuges already loaded onto vehicles, he felt that the efforts expended in Qinjiyuan had been utterly in vain. The earlier confidence displayed by the skilled technician now seemed like an elaborate charade. If the pollution issue in Qinjiyuan remained unresolved, he would have no choice but to accept Litai Technology's water replacement proposal. Under no circumstances would Gao Xiaoyuan willingly choose such a perilous option. Ding Chuan, witnessing the technician's words, couldn't help but sneer. I thought all this commotion was due to some groundbreaking technology from Kongyu. Turns out it's nothing more than a bunch of clowns. How embarrassing for you to still be here. Do you really expect Secretary Gao to pay you? Ding Chuan then turned to Gao Xiaoyuan, adopting an insistent demeanor. Secretary Gao, regarding the recent incident involving Kongyu Technology's aggression, don't you think you should address it? Gao Xiaoyuan found himself with limited options. Mr. Ding, rest assured, I will provide you with a response. He had lost interest in examining the water quality report and handed the documents to his secretary, Xiaomei. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the composed, skilled technician and ultimately felt compelled to concede. Master Qiao, I understand that Kongyu Technology has a close collaboration with the military on certain products. However, the investigation into the pollution in Qinjiyuan is not yet complete. Your reaction was rather hasty, while the remarks from Beitsuin Electronics were somewhat harsh. Resorting to violence was unwarranted. Before Gao Xiaoyuan could finish, he heard his secretary, Mei Zihua, whisper beside him, Secretary Gao, the issue of pollution in Qinjiyuan has been perfectly resolved. It's wonderful. Furthermore, the water quality is even better than before. It's miraculous. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Gao Xiaoyuan's lips twitched, and he quietly turned to inquire, Are you certain? The data is authentic? Rest assured, Secretary Gao, the wastewater has been completely treated. I have verified it 3 times, and there are no issues. Qinjiyuan is finally saved. Gao Xiaoyuan nodded subtly without revealing his emotions, while the skilled technician observed him, puzzled by his silence. What couldn't be done? Was I truly impulsive? At that moment, Gao Xiaoyuan's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, oscillating between despair and elation. It was exhilarating. A smile broke across his face as he regarded the elderly technician, finding him rather endearing. Master Chiao, I meant to say you were too lenient in your response to the provocation. Impulsive? Where was the impulsiveness? It was that individual from Japan who initiated the provocation against you, Master Chiao. You were merely defending yourself when he threatened your safety. It was a lesson. No, rather an educational moment. Clearing his throat, he continued, as an intermediary, I believe your actions were justified. The blame lies entirely with the provocateur who ultimately faced the consequences of his actions. This turn of events left Ding Chuan wide-eyed in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. Casting a bewildered glance at Gao Xiaoyuan. No, you must realize that you are now left with no choice but to accept our proposal from Litai Technology. Why are you still supporting Kongyu Technology? What are you thinking? Ding Chuan gestured insistently towards Gao Xiaoyuan, his eyes darting to Qinji Yuan, clearly implying that Gao Xiaoyuan needed to bow to their demands to facilitate cooperation between the two parties. He wanted Gao Xiaoyuan to recognize that only they could remedy the pollution in Qinji Yuan. Yet, Gao Xiaoyuan completely disregarded Ding Chuan's gestures. Stepping forward instead to clasp the hands of the skilled technician, his face beaming with joy. Master Chiao, your efforts at Kongyu Technology are truly commendable. Ding Chuan, seething with frustration, noted that the previous incident of aggression had yet to be resolved. The rapid shift in Gao Xiaoyuan's demeanor was alarming. He raised his voice in protest. It was clearly the personnel from Kongyu who struck first. Everyone witnessed this. Are you really going to turn a blind eye to the truth? Gao Xiaoyuan spread his arms wide, feigning ignorance. He scanned the surroundings and declared loudly, did anyone see Master Chiao strike first? No, absolutely not. A person of such refinement would never resort to violence. Indeed, I distinctly saw that individual from Japan strike first, insulting Master Chiao and physically attacking him. Master Chiao was merely acting in self-defense. Gao Xiaoyuan's icy gaze pierced through Ding Chuan, contrasting starkly with his earlier demeanor towards the skilled technician. Ding Chuan, are you listening? The citizens of Jiangning are remarkably sincere. Countless witnesses can attest to Master Chiao's character. You must have misinterpreted the events. It was clearly that provocateur who acted first. And look at your eyes, filled with bloodshot veins. You must have been hallucinating. You should consider visiting a hospital soon. Prolonging this could be detrimental to your health. Ding Chuan was left in a haze, his mind filled with questions. Gao Xiaoyuan's previous attitude towards him had been entirely different. Chapter 102. We will not collaborate with malevolent forces. Ding Chuan spoke in a threatening tone. Secretary Gao, do you not wish to address the sewage issue in Qingyu Bay, Jiangning City? The only path before you is not to block it. Surely, you would not jest with the future economic development of Jiangning City. At this moment, Ding Chuan remained oblivious to the fact that the pollution in Qingyu Bay had already been resolved. Clutching his last resort, he could not fathom that Gao Xiaoyuan would jest about such a serious matter. However, Gao Xiaoyuan, now aware of the water quality inspection results, had shed any lingering concerns. He reverted to his original professional demeanor, asserting, Ding Chuan, you are threatening a public servant. We shall not bow to or collaborate with malevolent forces. Even if Litai Technology chooses not to enter Jiangning City, we will not abandon our support for local high-tech companies. Ding Chuan, taken aback by the sudden shift in Gao Xiaoyuan's stance, pondered where things had gone awry. He could not believe that their company, Litai Technology, was being labeled as a malevolent force. When they initially sought to develop in Jiangning City, Gao Xiaoyuan had welcomed him with sincerity, expressing hopes for their contribution to the city's economic growth. Now, Gao Xiaoyuan had executed a complete turnaround, leaving Ding Chuan momentarily stunned. Secretary Gao, this is a unilateral breach of contract on your part. Ding Chuan retorted. Humph. We at Litai Technology will no longer concern ourselves with the Qingyu Bay issue. Even if you come to plead with me in the future, we shall not intervene. Consider your position carefully. Gao Xiaoyuan, displaying open disdain, bluntly replied. We shall not concern ourselves with it. Do you think only Litai Technology possesses a solution for sewage treatment? Furthermore, your plan to simply exchange water is a foolish approach that would severely impact the ecology of Qingyu Bay. Even if I were to agree, the citizens of Jiangning would never accept it. Observing Ding Chuan's exasperation, Gao Xiaoyuan continued, "Moreover, the advanced technology from Kongyu Technology is far more effective than your methods and has even improved the water quality of Qingyu Bay." Ding Chuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood frozen, replaying Gao Xiaoyuan's words in his mind. The pollution in Qingyu Bay had not only been resolved, but the water quality had been enhanced. How could this be possible? Hadn't the inspector just stated that there were issues with the data? How could they not only resolve the sewage problem, but also improve the water quality? Wait, the inspector had mentioned he couldn't comprehend the improvement in water quality. Realizing this, Ding Chuan swiftly turned to the departing water quality inspection personnel, wishing he could tear his words apart for making him appear foolish in front of so many. It would be one thing to manage sewage, but how could they also enhance the water quality? Ding Chuan's mind cleared considerably as he considered the adeptness of Kongyu Technology. No wonder their personnel appeared so composed. They possessed absolute confidence upon hearing that the sewage in Qingyu Bay had been effectively treated. Reporter Xiao Tao rushed to Gao Xiaoyuan, her urgency palpable as she posed questions. "Secretary Gao, has the sewage issue in Qingyu Bay truly been resolved?" Upon receiving a confirming nod, the crowd remained incredulous. The commotion created by Kongyu Technology had been substantial. Yet the efficacy of the sewage treatment was met with skepticism. Even with the chief engineer's assurance, the difficulty of treating sewage was well known. Achieving results in merely 10 minutes seemed implausible. A smile spread across Xiao Tao's face. With the sewage problem resolved, the concerns of every citizen of Jiangning could finally be set aside. She handed the microphone to the adept master, inquiring, "Master Qiao, the neutron purification centrifuge produced by Kongyu Technology is remarkably powerful. Not only did it address the sewage issue, but it also enhanced the water quality of Qingyu Bay. This is a boon for Jiangning City. I believe that soon, Qingyu Bay will become a 6A protected lake in Longhua. The citizens will remember the contributions of Kongyu Technology." "Master Qiao, do you have anything to say?" The adept master, maintaining an air of indifference, replied coolly, "Is it merely a matter of improving water quality? This barely scratches the surface of the capabilities of the neutron purification centrifuge. It can restore water quality to its original state within 10 minutes, even in areas contaminated by nuclear waste. For Kongyu Technology, this is merely one of our many technologies." Xiao Tao could hardly believe her ears, her eyes widening in disbelief. The live broadcast erupted with comments. "Has the sewage in Qingyu Bay truly been purified? This sounds surreal. Sewage treatment has always been a headache for every country. Is it truly accomplished? And why does that old man seem so indifferent? I'm heading to Qingyu Bay to swim. If there's no issue, I'll report back. Can even nuclear waste be purified? I find that hard to believe. Is the neutron purification centrifuge truly that powerful? What breakthroughs has Kongyu Technology achieved? I previously accused Kongyu Technology of being the root cause of the Qingyu Bay pollution. I can hardly believe they possess such advanced technology. Would they intentionally damage the water quality?" From a distance, the head of the Environmental Protection Bureau, Meng Baiyu, could hardly accept the news. He muttered to himself, "Impossible. How could such technology exist on Blue Star? If sewage can truly be treated in such a short time, what use am I?" Struggling to comprehend, Meng Baiyu hurried to the shores of Qingyu Bay to examine the water quality. He scooped up some water and took a sip. A refreshing, pure sensation enveloped his mouth. The sweet taste was even purer than bottled mineral water. It must be my imagination. Undeterred, Meng Baiyu scooped up more lake water, desperately drinking it. Yet, he could still discern the purity of the water. Ultimately, he could only resign himself to disbelief. Just then, the news of the water quality improvement reached Shui Guojia, who also found himself in disbelief. Chapter 103. The Selection of Advanced Sanitary Cities. Thoughts flooded my mind. Due to the long-term discharge of nuclear wastewater, our reputation on the international stage has been far from favorable. If we were to acquire the neutron purification centrifuge, wouldn't that resolve our nation's nuclear wastewater issues? It could also address the problems faced by mutated marine life, allowing our seafood to continue being exported to other countries. The mere thought of this neutron purification centrifuge seemed perfectly tailored for our needs. I began to scheme about its acquisition. At the lakeside, Director Meng observed the once polluted Qingshui Bay, now restored and enhanced in quality. He reminisced about the smaller lakes in Jiangning City, which had suffered from extensive industrial pollution during the era of industrial reform and opening up. If our Environmental Protection Bureau could procure a neutron purification centrifuge from Kongyu Technology, every lake within Jiangning City could achieve top-tier water quality, significantly improving our drinking water. Next year, when the Dragon Kingdom evaluates advanced sanitary cities, wouldn't Jiangning City stand a good chance of being awarded? With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Meng Baiyu's eyes. He turned to the 4 trucks that were ready to depart, and with a surge of speed, he raced to the ingenious master. Breathless, he exclaimed, "Master Qiao, I must confess, my previous biases blinded me. I had underestimated your technological prowess at Kongyu Technology. Witnessing the process of water quality enhancement has truly opened my eyes." After a brief pause, as if resolute, he continued, I was but a frog at the bottom of a well, lacking vision. Please, do not take my previous words to heart. Master Qiao, visibly perplexed, interrupted Meng Baiyu, demanding, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Get to the point." Nodding, Meng Baiyu gestured toward the centrifuge. "Master Qiao, would you be willing to sell us a neutron purification centrifuge for our Environmental Protection Bureau? After all, Kongyu Technology is also a Jiangning City enterprise. Surely, you wouldn't want to see our other polluted lakes remain in such a state?" As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Master Qiao's stern expression, prompting him to clarify, "Master Qiao, please, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of moral coercion. Name your price, and our bureau will procure it, even if it means sacrificing everything we have. Kongyu Technology represents Jiangning City's high-tech industry. Our chances for recognition as an advanced sanitary city depend on you." At that moment, Tong Huanhuan, who also played a role in the sales at Kongyu Technology, interjected. She noticed the stark shift in Meng Baiyu's demeanor, a transformation driven by the undeniable capabilities of the neutron purification centrifuge. Realizing its value, Meng Baiyu was now keen to negotiate. However, Kongyu Technology had no intention of selling the centrifuge. From the outset, they had strategized on how to profit from it, opting for a leasing model while ensuring that their technicians accompanied the equipment, given the immense value and interest this technology garnered from numerous nations, especially developed ones. With a smile, Tong Huanhuan patiently explained to Meng Baiyu, "Director Meng, we are merely a small enterprise, struggling to keep up with demand. The 3 neutron purification centrifuges have consumed all our resources to produce. Concerning the evaluation for advanced sanitary cities, we fear we may be well-meaning but lacking in capability. Furthermore, after each use, the centrifuge requires 3 days of maintenance before it can be employed again. We find ourselves unable to assist." Meng Baiyu sensed the implication behind her words. He recalled his earlier derisive comments about Kongyu Technology, believing their technology to be unrealistic. Now that they had formed a negative impression of him, they were subtly declining his request. Regret washed over him. How could he have dismissed their potential when they were indeed collaborating closely with the military? Since the central government recognized Kongyu Technology, it had emerged as a rising high-tech company in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, Meng Baiyu had harbored doubts about their capabilities in wastewater treatment, associating their military collaboration solely with weaponry. It had not occurred to him that their technology spanned so many domains. Moreover, he was reluctant to appear incompetent before Secretary Gao, fostering a subconscious antagonism toward Kongyu Technology. Now, in need of their products, he regretted his earlier indiscretions. Turning to Secretary Gao, he said, "Secretary Gao, it was my ignorance that blinded me to Kongyu Technology's prowess in the tech field. Please, speak up and let Assistant Tong consider some solutions." Secretary Gao shot a stern look at Meng Baiyu, fully aware of the centrifuge's value. Over the past 3 years, the leadership of Jiangning City had explored numerous avenues for the advanced sanitary city evaluation. Despite having the Class I water quality of Qingshui Bay, they had consistently failed to be selected due to other cities boasting superior environments. Now, having witnessed the centrifuge's effectiveness, resolving pollution issues in mere 10 minutes, and elevating water quality to the highest tier, he could not ignore the possibilities. However, recalling Meng Baiyu's past ridicule, he had refrained from intervening. Now, faced with this dilemma, he steeled himself and remarked, "Assistant Tong, do not hold Director Meng's past comments against him. He has recognized his errors. As for the issues of funding and capacity, Kongyu Technology need not worry. We will fully support you within Jiangning City. Please, share your requirements, and we will do our utmost to fulfill them. May I inquire about the cost of the neutron purification centrifuge?" Chapter 104. We, at Litai Technology, are willing to purchase it for 300 million. Tong Huanhuan shook her head. Kongyu Technology had no intention of selling. She decided to propose a price that would be unacceptable, thereby extinguishing their hopes for the neutron purification centrifuge. The technical breakthroughs required for the neutron purification centrifuge were daunting, and the materials used were exceedingly rare. The cost of each centrifuge reached an astonishing 100 million. She observed the flicker of hesitation in Gao Xiaoyuan's eyes. This price clearly exceeded their expectations. It was improbable that anyone would spend 100 million to acquire a neutron purification centrifuge. However, Gao Xiaoyuan's subsequent words left Tong Huanhuan stunned. After a brief silence, he spoke decisively. "Very well. 100 million it is. We will purchase 1 unit, and we shall arrive at Kongyu Technology to collect it in 3 days. Additionally, the 60 million for cleaning up Qingyu Bay will be delivered at that time. However, your Kongyu Technology must refrain from selling to other cities this year. You must wait until Jiangning is recognized as an advanced sanitary city before considering further sales." Now it was Tong Huanhuan's turn to be astounded. She had escalated the price of the neutron purification centrifuge to 3 or 4 times its worth. Yet Gao Xiaoyuan only hesitated for a moment before making his decision. She was aware that the total area of other lakes in Jiangning was less than half that of Qingyu Bay. Even if they sought assistance from Kongyu Technology, the maximum expenditure would only be 30 million. It was unexpected that Gao Xiaoyuan desired to purchase outright, without batting an eye. This led Tong Huanhuan to reassess the value of the neutron purification centrifuge, and she began to comprehend Gao Xiaoyuan's intentions. In a flurry, she explained, "Secretary Gao, you have misunderstood my meaning. I was merely stating the sale price. Kongyu Technology currently has no plans to sell the neutron purification centrifuge. It is not merely a matter of price." As they continued their discussion, Shugu Jie, who had been lurking in the crowd, caught wind of the word sale. If he could acquire the neutron purification centrifuge, it would transform the polluted marine waters of their small community. This would not only enhance their environmental conditions, but also remediate the nuclear wastewater in their surrounding waters, thereby safeguarding fishery resources and subsequently bolstering their economic development. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the thought sent Shugu Jie's breath quickening. If he could bring the neutron purification centrifuge back to his small community, his status would soar, and every citizen would express gratitude for his contribution. He would become a revered scientist, admired by the people. Swallowing hard, Shuegu Jie called Ding Chuan over, urging him to purchase the neutron purification centrifuge at any cost. Ding Chuan was left bewildered. Wasn't their objective to undermine Kongyu Technology? Now they were to appease Kongyu Technology and buy their products? Did Shuegu Jie not realize that Litai Technology had already severed ties with Kongyu Technology? How could Kongyu Technology possibly sell the neutron purification centrifuge to them? Ding Chuan found it hard to accept this request from Shuegu Jie. "Mr. Shuegu, given our current relationship with Kongyu Technology, they will not sell the neutron purification centrifuge to us, will they? This would only invite ridicule upon me." Ding Chuan. Yet, Shuegu Jie was undeterred, fixated solely on acquiring the neutron purification centrifuge. He spoke sternly. "Ding, do not forget your position. When you agreed to become the president of Litai Technology, you were already aware of Beitsuan Electronics' mission. Everything is for the benefit of the parent company. Do you wish to return to a life of poverty and hardship? I can remove you from your position at any time. Think carefully before you respond." Ding Chuan's expression darkened. He was reluctant to greet Kongyu Technology with a smile, feeling that all his previous sufferings would be in vain. However, relinquishing his high status was equally unthinkable, as he had become accustomed to his lavish lifestyle. The thought of returning to a life of uncertainty was utterly unacceptable to him. After a moment of silence, he reluctantly bowed to reality. Fine, Mr. Shuigu. I understand what I must do. At that moment, Shuigu Jie finally smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispering in his ear, Mr. Ding. Every individual has their moments of humility. For the future benefit of the parent company, set aside personal grievances for now. The parent company will not forget your contributions. Acknowledging mistakes is not a disgrace. Remember to adopt a more humble demeanor when you speak. Ding Chuan felt as though he had lost his soul, nodding numbly. He was engulfed in a sense of humiliation, akin to having to appease an enemy. With a stiff smile, he mechanically approached Tong Huan, his voice barely above a whisper. Assistant Tong, is Kongyu Technology selling the neutron purification centrifuge? We at Litai Technology are prepared to purchase one. Tong Huan regarded Ding Chuan with confusion. Just moments ago, he had seemed eager for Kongyu Technology's downfall and bankruptcy. Now, he had executed a complete turnaround. The sudden shift bewildered everyone present. The reporter, Xiao Tao, directed the camera towards Ding Chuan. Tong Huan could not fathom the reason behind Ding Chuan's drastic attitude change, uncertain of his motives. Previously, she had engaged in material supply cooperation with Litai Technology. Ding Chuan had exuded confidence, embodying the essence of a successful individual, yet tonight, he displayed overt hostility towards Kongyu Technology, only to now seek to purchase their neutron purification centrifuge. Having displayed 3 distinct personas in one evening left her momentarily speechless. Mr. Ding, what are you saying? Ding Chuan, hearing her words, lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. Her dismissive question felt like a provocation. He had lowered himself to negotiate with Kongyu Technology, only to find them ungrateful. Just then, an ill-timed cough broke the tension. Ding Chuan recognized it as a warning from Shuigu Jie, loosening his clenched fists and forcing a smile once more. Ms. Tong, it's not as if our two companies harbor irreconcilable misunderstandings. What transpired earlier was merely a competitive tactic in business. We are all merchants, after all, and must act according to our interests. If your company intends to sell the neutron purification centrifuge, we at Litai Technology are willing to purchase it for 300 million. Chapter 105. I see you as the true threat. The personnel of Kongyu Technology turned their astonished gazes towards Ding Chuan, who had just moments ago been hurling threats at them, now unexpectedly expressing a desire to purchase their products. The live broadcast room erupted in a flurry of excitement. This CEO Ding is utterly shameless. Just a moment ago, he mocked Kongyu Technology, and now, having witnessed their technology, he is ready to buy the neutron purification centrifuge. Who can blame him? Kongyu Technology possesses groundbreaking products. They can purify wastewater in just 10 minutes. Tong Huan was equally taken aback by Ding Chuan's sudden proposition. A seasoned professional, she had never encountered such a scenario before and found herself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Ding Chuan, awaiting a response from Kongyu Technology, felt as if time had come to a standstill, each passing moment akin to a torturous ordeal, leaving him with an unsettling sensation, as if ants were crawling all over his body. The gazes of those around him felt like mockery, and for the first time, he experienced the pangs of torment. At this juncture, Tong Huan regained her composure, her heart devoid of any sympathy. With a disdainful smile, she remarked, I never imagined CEO Ding had this side to him. You've truly opened my eyes. But alas, you have miscalculated. Do you really think it's possible for Litai Technology to sell us their core product? How laughable. Ding Chuan's face flushed with indignation. Narrowing his eyes, he heard the cough of Wagu Shimizu beside him. Clenching his fists, he was about to retort when Minister Liao, unable to contain himself any longer, burst into laughter. Scram, you think you can lay your hands on the neutron purification centrifuge? Take a good look in the mirror and see if you are worthy of it. If you don't leave, I swear I'll ruin you. Ding Chuan, now unable to suppress the fury boiling within him, exclaimed, Who are you? I am negotiating business with Ms. Tong. What right do you have to interject? Do you really think Kongyu Technology is at your beck and call? What status do you hold to speak to me in such a manner? Just as Ding Chuan was about to continue his tirade, a battalion of fully armed soldiers rushed towards them. At the forefront were Chief of Staff Song Jie from the Jiangning Military District and Director Su Wei of the Police Bureau. Su Wei's voice rang out. Who is causing a disturbance here? Behave yourselves, or I will have anyone causing trouble taken back to the station. Consider this a fair warning. Song Jie had previously received intelligence regarding Litai Technology's situation from Minister Liao. Upon learning that Liao had arrived in Jiangning, he wasted no time, heading over with Su Wei to investigate. Su Wei, aware that the crowd was filled with influential figures, recognized the gravity of the situation. Offending any of them could have dire consequences, especially upon hearing that Minister Liao was present. He quickly gathered his personnel to ensure their safety. Ding Chuan recognized a familiar face, Director Su Wei, with whom he had shared drinks the previous night. The camaraderie emboldened him. With a wide smile, he called out, "Director Su. It's me, Ding Chuan. You arrived just in time. There is someone here causing trouble. Please intervene." Su Wei turned towards the sound, responding, CEO Ding. You're here as well. I'll come right over to see which fool dares to offend you. They must be quite brave. With Su Wei's affirmation, Ding Chuan's confidence surged anew, as if he had the upper hand over those before him. Prior to his arrival in Jiangning, he had thoroughly investigated all personnel at Kongyu Technology. The individuals who dared to challenge him were not even part of Kongyu Technology, if he had no leverage over them. Surely he could exert influence over the man before him. This would also serve to showcase his connections to Tong Huanhuan, demonstrating that his network far surpassed that of Kongyu Technology. With a dismissive huff, he addressed Liao Wu. It's not too late for you to apologize. Otherwise, I'll have Director Su take you back to the station. I'm eager to see if your bravado holds up then. Su Wei, along with Song Jie, moved to maintain order. Upon hearing of the disturbance, they hurried over. Song Jie was the first to spot Liao Wu. As he opened his mouth to speak, Liao Wu gestured for him to refrain from revealing his identity. Su Wei approached the crowd, greeted Gao Xiaoyuan, and inquired about the trouble Ding Chuan was facing. As Ding Chuan whispered into his ear, Su Wei's gaze fell squarely on Liao Wu, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. Good day. Please present your identification. We have received reports of you instigating trouble. We are obliged to investigate, so please cooperate. Before Su Wei could finish, Song Jie nudged him, his actions prompting Su Wei to scold. What are you doing? I'm conducting official business here. While speaking, Su Wei took Liao Wu's identification and continued. Once I'm finished here, I'll seek out your superior. What was his name again? Liao something? He glanced at Liao Wu's identification, and upon seeing the name Liao Wu, a chill ran down his spine. His hand trembled as he swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously, cursing his misfortune. He realized that this was the Minister Liao that Song Jie had mentioned, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. Ding Chuan observed Liao Wu's calm demeanor, further igniting his desire to see him squirm. Noticing Su Wei still standing there, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "What's wrong, old Su? He just threatened me and posed a danger to my safety. I suspect he is engaged in harmful activities. You must take him back for a thorough lesson." Su Wei, in response, erupted at Ding Chuan. "Ding Chuan, do you think I need your guidance to do my job? This gentleman appears quite respectable. How could he be a threat? I see you as the true danger here, nearly causing me to misjudge a good person. It seems you are the one who needs to be educated. Come with me to the police station for an investigation." Ding Chuan stood there, utterly dumbfounded, as Su Wei, who had nearly become akin to a sworn brother the previous night, now turned against him, leaving Ding Chuan's mind in a state of chaos. Chapter 106. Contact Zhou Yang to execute the counterattack plan. Ding Chuan spoke up, his expression dull. "No, Director Su, what is wrong with you? Did you forget what happened at last night's gathering?" His words were abruptly cut off by Su Wei's icy glare. The thunderous voice interrupted him. "Silence. This is not your place to speak." Even Ding Chuan, in his dullness, realized that Liao Wu's identity was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, Su Wei would not have turned against him so swiftly. In just one night, he had endured more indignation than in his entire life. At this moment, Liao Wu also spoke. "Director Su, is it?" Su Wei straightened up immediately, harboring intense resentment towards Ding Chuan. Tonight had indeed been unfortunate. Not only did he have to handle a major explosion incident, but he also inadvertently offended Minister Liao, almost bringing him back to the bureau. Had he not conducted a routine inquiry, he might not have known how perilous his situation was. The credentials he now held felt like a scalding hot potato. Yes, Minister Liao, please give your instructions. Liao Wu glanced at the disheartened Ding Chuan and chuckled lightly. All right, we are not from the same department, so there is no need for this pretense. I merely wish to remind you, as an ordinary citizen, that you should uphold justice while performing your duties. In Longhua, it is not about connections. Those who commit illegal acts must be held accountable, and innocent individuals must not be wronged. After Liao Wu finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Ding Chuan. Ding, don't you agree? At this point, Ding Chuan had lost all his previous arrogance and wore a dismal smile, nodding incessantly. Yes, yes. What Minister Liao says is true. It is my narrow-mindedness that has led to this offense against Minister Liao. Ding Chuan, though dull, could discern from Su Wei's demeanor that Minister Liao's authority likely surpassed that of Secretary Gao. He dared not offend him, unless he was prepared to abandon his career in Longhua. Moreover, Minister Liao's close ties with Kongyu Technology hinted at connections with military elites. He had previously learned about Kongyu Technology's collaboration with the military district. To his astonishment, the individual involved in this collaboration held such a prominent position. Seeing that any overt action against Kongyu Technology was now impossible, Ding Chuan wondered what further instructions Minister Liao might have. Liao Wu reminded Ding Chuan once more. The neutron purification centrifuge is something you at Li Tai Technology should not even dream of. Some matters are beyond your reach. Now, hurry and take your leave. Do not let me see you again. Ding Chuan nodded repeatedly, fearing that lingering any longer might provoke Liao Wu's ire. He quickly retreated towards the back of the crowd. Secretary Mei, standing beside Gao Xiaoyuan, breathed a sigh of relief upon learning of Liao Wu's identity. While waiting at the entrance of Kongyu Technology, had she not been vigilant, she might have inadvertently offended Liao Wu. She felt a sense of having escaped from a calamity. Gao Xiaoyuan approached Liao Wu and engaged in some casual conversation before turning to Tong Huanhuan. Assistant Tong, is it possible to rent your company's neutron purification centrifuge? You see, after speaking, he glanced again at Liao Wu. Knowing that the military district had intentions regarding the neutron purification centrifuge, he realized that purchasing it was no longer feasible, so he sought an alternative approach. Liao Wu replied indifferently, you should discuss this with Kongyu Technology. Subsequently, Gao Xiaoyuan looked at Tong Huanhuan with hopeful eyes. Tong Huanhuan responded, certainly. We will transport the neutron purification centrifuge to the designated location in 3 days. We will contact Secretary Gao then. With the pollution issue at Qingyu Bay reaching a temporary resolution, Tong Huanhuan returned to Kongyu Technology and shared her suspicions about Li Tai Technology with the ingenious master. If it weren't for an unforeseen event, the explosion would have occurred at Kongyu Technology's factory. To her astonishment, she discovered that Li Tai Technology was backed by Beitsuan Electronics from Zhou, which was targeting Kongyu Technology. Now, the only person who could reach Zhou Yang was the ingenious master. This situation was beyond their control, and it was time to contact Zhou Yang to discuss the forthcoming countermeasures. Upon learning of the situation, the ingenious master immediately reached out to Zhou Yang, who was far away in Africa. In a humble room in Zimbabwe, Africa, the morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the face of a young man with a resolute gaze and defined features, Zhou Yang. He reclined comfortably on the sofa, basking in the morning sun while reminiscing about the twists and turns he had encountered in Africa. Recently, he had evaded 3 secret assassination attempts, thanks to the protection of the bipedal robots developed at the Santee factory. Through interrogations of the assassins, he learned that the Eagle Nation had issued a global arrest warrant against him. Had Zhou Yang not brought the bipedal robots with him to Africa, he might have met a grim fate there. With the advanced technology produced by Kongyu Technology, certain individuals from the Eagle Nation had begun to target him for assassination to eliminate future threats. However, they had underestimated the strength of Kongyu Technology and Zhou Yang. Equipped with the Santee factory system, sitting in his chair, Zhou Yang listened to the ingenious master's report through the system, his expression gradually darkening. His original plan had been to develop gradually, but he was taken aback that mere product launches had stirred the ambitions of several nations. Now, Zhou had directly targeted his factory. Zhou Yang began to calculate. Since war had been declared, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. The cutting-edge technology within his Santee factory was at stake. It was time to collect some interest from Zhou before turning his attention to the Eagle Nation. Speaking to the ingenious master through the system, he remarked, "Humph. Since Litai technology is so eager for the neutron purification centrifuge, let us give them a taste of their own medicine. We can tamper with the neutron purification centrifuge, letting them experience that it not only purifies wastewater, but also emits radiation. Do you understand what to do?" The ingenious master's voice inquired through the system boss. "I understand. You mean they will attempt to seize it in 3 days? Surely, Litai technology lacks the courage to act in Jiangning City. We will still need personnel for escort, and the military district will accompany us." Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before responding calmly. "Inform the military district personnel in advance. They will certainly move in 3 days. This is their only opportunity to acquire the neutron purification centrifuge. Ding Chuan and the others will not miss this chance. They are likely to act during transportation, so let us give them some leeway. It's time to collect interest from Zhou." The ingenious master promptly replied, "Understood. Boss, I know what to do. How is the situation on your end in Africa? Do you need to arrange for additional personnel?" Chapter 107. An unexpected incident on the road. At this moment, Zhou Yang was still entangled in affairs in Africa. He had just employed bipedal robots to eliminate General Avery's long-standing adversary, Barb, thus securing 3 mineral mines in Zimbabwe as promised by Avery. He awaited Avery's clearance of the remnants of Barb's influence before preparing to mobilize personnel from Long Kingdom to commence mining operations in these mines, which were rich in rare metal ores. These resources were of paramount importance to Kongyu Technology, a voracious entity in need of substantial funding, and would facilitate the timely preparation of metallic materials for future cutting-edge technological products. After enduring 3 assassination attempts from the Americans, Zhou Yang now felt relatively secure. No matter how many solo operatives the Americans dispatched, they paled in comparison to the prowess of the bipedal robots housed within the factory, concealed 300 meters underground. The craftmaster was already engaged in modifying the neutron purification centrifuge. 3 days later, the appointed time to meet with Gao Xiaoyuan arrived swiftly. A convoy appeared at the entrance of Kongyu Technology, led by a large truck carrying the modified neutron purification centrifuge, followed by 2 military off-road vehicles. And finally, a black business car sent by Gao Xiaoyuan's team for the handover with Kongyu Technology. It was early morning, and with a honking sound, the wastewater treatment operation commenced. As the convoy departed, the 4 vehicles exited the Jiangning Industrial Park and headed towards their designated location. Soon, they reached the outer ring road of Jiangning City, where the highway was sparsely populated with pedestrians and vehicles, allowing for a smooth passage. The truck driver, Xiao Qian, engaged in casual conversation with Luo Qing, the technician from Kongyu Technology seated beside him. Noticing the military off-road vehicles and the black business car in the rearview mirror, Xiao Qian's expression radiated a sense of superiority as he remarked, "Luo Qing, can you believe that Kongyu Technology has come this far? It's quite impressive to have military vehicles escorting us. Who knows which director is riding in that black car? Truly grand, though I've never seen the president." Luo Cheng, however, recalled the admonishments from Tong Huanhuan before their departure, warning that this mission might encounter unforeseen crises. In the event of an incident, they were to refrain from resistance, prioritizing their safety above all else. This left Luo Cheng in a state of confusion, understanding that the situation was beyond his control. He merely had to fulfill the tasks assigned by higher-ups. Thus, upon leaving Kongyu Technology, he heightened his vigilance, scanning the surroundings for any potential hazards while absent-mindedly responding to Xiao Qian's chatter. "Focus on your driving. The neutron purification centrifuge is crucial for the company. Do you think the military's presence guarantees our safety? Have you considered why they were dispatched to escort us? It's precisely because they fear unexpected incidents." Xiao Qian scoffed at this, dismissing the notion. "The Long Kingdom is a secure society. There is hardly any danger. Besides, we have well-armed soldiers behind us, and I've seen them wielding those ominous Type 95 rifles. When pedestrians see our convoy, They steer clear. Who would dare approach? Just as Xiao Qian was about to retort, he spotted a red sports car in the rearview mirror. Moments later, the deafening roar of the car echoed, seemingly taunting him. Xiao Qian muttered a curse. What an oblivious fool to stir up trouble. Is he seeking a death wish? The red sports car's provocation ignited his irritation, prompting him to accelerate and sound the horn, signaling for the car to steer clear. Yet, this only emboldened the red vehicle, which drew closer, weaving in and out beside the truck. One occupant even gestured provocatively at Xiao Qian. The black business car trailing closely behind recognized the red sports car's erratic behavior and immediately activated its warning system. The blaring sirens filled the air, announcing, "Attention! The vehicle ahead. Please distance yourselves from the convoy. Failure to comply will result in enforced measures. Any disruption of our operations may lead to your arrest." However, the red sports car disregarded the warnings, alternating between braking and accelerating, revving its engine defiantly. "Please pull over to the side for inspection." The warning continued. A rational individual would have distanced themselves from the convoy upon hearing such admonitions. Recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Yet, the red sports car ignored the alerts, speeding ahead and abruptly turning in front of the truck. The sudden movement nearly caused Xiao Qian to crash into it, and as he honked in frustration, the red car braked sharply once more, almost leading to a collision. Xiao Qian erupted in anger, while Luo Cheng clutched the armrest. "Xiao Qian, stop. Let us see what they intend to do." But Xiao Qian, already irate, paid no heed to any advice, muttering angrily, "These arrogant rich kids have some nerve. They dare to challenge our military escort? Have they lost their minds? Come on. Do they think money grants them immunity?" One of the military off-road vehicles accelerated alongside the red sports car. A soldier in the passenger seat rolled down the window, aiming his Type 95 rifle at the driver of the red sports car, and warned, "Stay away from the convoy. Pull over immediately. Any further provocative actions will result in the use of force. This is your first warning." 3. 2. Sensing the impending danger, the driver of the red sports car slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt in the middle of the road, causing Xiao Qian to widen his eyes in shock as he slammed on his brakes, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his body pressing back against the seat. What a reckless fool. He is courting death. The truck's tires sparked as it struggled to stop, yet it continued to roll forward. Chapter 108. A scene of utter chaos. The red sports car was propelled forward for about 10 meters. Fortunately, the driver, Xiao Qian, maintained a safe distance, preventing a collision that could have overturned the vehicle. At this moment, nearby vehicles halted, and another military off-road vehicle came to a stop. A dozen fully armed soldiers, grasping their Type 95 rifles, surrounded the red sports car. Their dark muzzles trained menacingly on the vehicle. As the commanding officer of this military operation, Lu Zhe bellowed at the red sports car. "Get out of the vehicle immediately and submit to inspection. Hurry up, otherwise we will open fire." Under Lu Zhe's stern command, two young men with dyed yellow hair emerged from the red sports car, raising their hands in surrender as they faced the armed soldiers. Their earlier bravado had vanished, and they trembled as they spoke. "What is going on, military officer? We haven't broken any laws. It was that truck behind us that rear-ended us. This is an injustice." Lu Zhe stepped forward, seizing the collar of the yellow-haired youth, his gaze piercing into him. "Who sent you here? What is your purpose? How dare you disregard our warnings?" Despite his evident panic, the yellow-haired youth insisted that he had committed no offense, shouting, "Officer, I don't understand what you're saying. That guy wanted to race me, and I merely edged him out. He wrecked my car? You can't be this unreasonable." He pointed at the smoking sports car. "Are the military personnel so tyrannical? Do you think you can bully civilians? If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." One of the soldiers, enraged by the youth's insolence, raised his hand to strike him, but was halted by Lu Zhe's command. "Kid, stop shouting and come with us for an investigation. Your actions have jeopardized national interests. I suspect you are acting under orders to sabotage key state equipment. Your behavior could be construed as treason. We have the authority to execute you on the spot. Do you want to test my resolve?" As the commander, Lu Zhe was acutely aware of the plans of Kongyu technology. An ordinary citizen would never dare to intercept a military convoy. It was likely that they were acting on the directives of Li Tai technology. This was merely a ruse, a performance alongside the yellow-haired youth, to uncover any further schemes they might have. As expected, the yellow-haired youth panicked, glancing nervously at his already subdued companion. In a moment of desperation, he pushed Lu Zai's hand away and ran a few steps, shouting, "Everyone, come look. The military officer wants to kill people in broad daylight. Help." The scene descended into chaos once more, drawing the attention of passers-by to the traffic accident. Crowds began to gather, maintaining their distance from the soldiers wielding Type 95 rifles, while some whispered among themselves. As the yellow-haired youth continued his outcry, a few bold bystanders chimed in. These young people have grown increasingly audacious, even daring to confront military personnel. It's outrageous. The yellow-haired youth struggled again, but was swiftly restrained. His eyes widened as he noticed the crowd he had hoped to incite remained unmoved. Their plan was unraveling. He was forcefully held against the red sports car, still resisting. Suddenly, a group of about 20 individuals emerged from the crowd, advancing toward the scene of the accident, shouting, "Is the military above the law? Are they allowed to arrest and assault civilians in public? Where is the rule of law? Everyone, come and judge for yourselves." As the 20 approached, Lu Zai warned, "Halt. We are apprehending lawbreakers. If you come any closer, we will consider you accomplices. Have you thought through the consequences?" The approaching group ignored Lu Zai's warning, their expressions darkening as they continued to advance, seemingly unperturbed by the soldiers wielding rifles. Seeing this, Lu Zai let out a quiet laugh and ordered his men to fire a warning shot. The sound of gunfire erupted, scattering the approaching crowd and sending many fleeing in panic. At the forefront, one individual, grim-faced, nodded, gripping a remote control in his pocket, and decisively pressed a button. Boom! 3 nearby trash bins erupted in a thunderous explosion. "This is bad. It's a bomb." With a shout, the crowd lost all interest in the spectacle, frantically fleeing in all directions. The deafening blast caused those at the center of the accident to duck instinctively, glancing towards the source of the explosion. Lu Zai noted that fortunately, there were not many people nearby, and no casualties appeared to have occurred. Meanwhile, on the truck, Luo Cheng recognized the unfolding chaos. He recalled Tong Huanhuan's warning before his departure, realizing that Li Tai technology had initiated the attack. Turning to the terrified driver, Xiao Qian, he urged, "Xiao Qian, we must disembark and ascertain what has transpired." Xiao Qian, trembling at the sight of the chaos and the explosive sounds, stammered, "Team leader Luo, it's dangerous outside. We should stay in the vehicle. Follow orders. Have you forgotten the company's instructions? We must remain under my command for this mission." Reluctantly, Xiao Qian complied, exiting the truck alongside Luo Cheng. They surveyed the tumultuous scene, while Lu Zai commanded his soldiers to restore order amidst the chaos. "Disperse, seek cover, and fire at anyone exhibiting dangerous behavior. Protect yourselves and the lives of the citizens. Move out." "Yes, sir." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers scattered. The yellow-haired youth, now unbound, rushed towards the approaching group. Suddenly, the sound of revving engines echoed behind the convoy. 4 vehicles sped towards them at breakneck speed, equipped with iron protective nets. Lu Zai crouched low, eyeing the oncoming vehicles, and immediately instructed his men to feign a volley of gunfire in their direction. Meanwhile, the 20 individuals, armed with daggers, sprinted towards the convoy. Chapter 109. This is dereliction of duty. I will report it. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, Luo Cheng shouted to the flustered driver, Xiao Qian, and hurriedly sped towards the direction of Captain Zhou, decisively abandoning the truck laden with the neutron purification centrifuge. The scene was one of utter chaos, with the cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams intertwining. Captain Zhou observed the 20 armed assailants drawing near and commanded his soldiers to fire, incapacitating the attackers. The 4 vehicles trailing behind were closing in rapidly, and the occupants had disembarked, rushing towards the pedestrian pathways on either side. The secretary, Meizihua, clad in a black administrative jacket, bent low and moved with small, hurried steps. Raising her hands to shield her head, she sought refuge beside Luo Cheng, exclaiming loudly, "This is outrageous. Where did this group come from? How dare they create chaos in the streets of Jiangning during broad daylight? It is utterly lawless. Turning her gaze towards Elze, she urgently advised, Captain L, I have already informed Director Su Wei, who is bringing the armed police. They will arrive in 5 minutes. You must notify the military district to suppress this situation. Clearly, these assailants were desperate, targeting the neutron purification centrifuge. This incident is truly heinous. Secretary May squinted, observing as the 4 vehicles approached the convoy. She reflected on the need to intensify the crackdown on crime in Jiangning and felt compelled to report this matter to Secretary Gao, suggesting a thorough sweep of the city. Then, she glanced at the composed Luo Cheng, puzzled by his lack of concern, knowing full well that the assailants were after the neutron purification centrifuge. Why was Luo Cheng, a technician, seemingly unconcerned? In the immediate aftermath of the incident, he had wasted no time in fleeing with the driver, as if the centrifuge held little significance to him. According to Mei Zihua's knowledge, Kongyu Technology had only 3 of these centrifuges, developed at great cost and effort. Yet, there was not a hint of worry on Luo Cheng's face. She pressed him, Luo Cheng, have you notified Assistant Tong? Did you retrieve the car keys? What are we to do? We lack sufficient personnel for our departure. Never did she anticipate that someone would dare to hijack the convoy in broad daylight for the centrifuge. Luo Cheng, observing the scene, responded loudly, Secretary May, the car keys are still in the vehicle. The situation unfolded so suddenly, we were merely focused on escaping. Assistant Tong had instructed us to prioritize safety. The neutron purification centrifuge can be reproduced. Losing our lives is not worth it. Mei Zihua rolled her eyes. While it is true that the centrifuge can be reproduced, it embodies numerous advanced technologies. If these individuals are agents from another country, a leak of this technology would undermine Longhwa's advantage in wastewater treatment. Furthermore, possessing this card gives Longhua leverage in negotiations with other nations, allowing us to secure greater benefits. How does Kongyu Technology not grasp this simple truth? At that moment, Elze chuckled, haha. Secretary May, you need not worry. Nothing is as important as one's life. Clearly, the assailants are executing a well-planned and organized operation. We are currently powerless and must prioritize our safety. This nearly caused Mei Zihua to faint from exasperation. This was a high-tech product independently developed by Longhua, possessing groundbreaking significance. The superconducting centrifugal device alone could be applied across numerous fields. The emergence of superconducting materials, with rapid research, could yield immeasurable benefits for the power system. If superconducting materials could be implemented on a large scale, power transmission could achieve near-zero loss. Not to mention the applications of advanced technology, this innovation could enhance Longhwa's standing, making surpassing Eagle Sauce merely a matter of time. Given the significance of this product, she had urged Captain L to request additional personnel from the military district for protection before their departure. Yet, L had dismissed her concerns. Now confronted with a hijacking, her anxiety surpassed that of Kongyu Technology. No, how can you all be so cavalier? Do you not understand the importance of the neutron purification centrifuge? This is a strategic resource and product of Longhua. If something goes awry, we all bear responsibility. Just as her words fell, she witnessed from the corner of her eye that multiple smoke bombs were hurled from the 4 vehicles. This is bad. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the highway was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the convoy. As the smoke spread, visibility diminished, and the previously cacophonous sounds of gunfire dwindled into mere coughs. Those enveloped in smoke waved their hands frantically, attempting to disperse it, plunging the scene back into chaos. Then, Mei Zihua heard the sound of engines revving. As the smoke began to dissipate slightly, her gaze remained fixated on the truck. Upon spotting a beam of intense light piercing through the haze, she thought to herself, this is not good. The assailants had commandeered the truck containing the neutron purification centrifuge. Battling through the acrid smoke, she shouted, Captain L, we must act quickly to stop the assailants. They have taken control of the truck. Have the soldiers intercept them and buy us some time. Director Su and his team are almost here. However, Elze exhibited an unusual demeanor, waving his hand through the smoke and squinting his eyes. Secretary May, it is too late. We must first ensure the safety of the citizens. Do not take unnecessary risks. They cannot escape Jiangning. As the smoke cleared, the truck carrying the neutron purification centrifuge had already started moving, accelerating as it pushed against the smoking red sports car, driving down the highway. The assailants followed in their 4 vehicles. The scene momentarily returned to a semblance of calm, punctuated by the distant wails of the wounded assailants. Mei Zihua watched the departing truck, which had already put considerable distance between itself and the convoy, her face marred with frustration. She glanced at Elze, who remained focused on coordinating rescue efforts, and at the indifferent Luo Cheng, suppressing her anger. Striding forward, she waved her hands and returned to her original position. Raising her voice, "Captain L, you have utterly failed in your duty to protect us. I shall report this to the military district.